Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate accidentally stole the wrong fruit 1WF Chapter 1 dressed in the pirate world. Roommate. Which beauty is your favorite in One Piece, Hancock or Robin? Mock looked at his roommate with a bit of contempt in his eyes, because this statement already explains the problem very well. This guy just likes Hancock and Robin. The most important thing is that this guy likes these two people. Why doesn't he know? Isn't it just to show people's high milk production? It is also called euphemistically, no one is hungry, but the child cannot be hungry. I bother. You are just greedy for other people's bodies, and you still refuse to admit it. When the roommate saw Mock looking at him without saying a word, he couldn't help but said, I am the god of wishes. As long as you tell me which character you like, I can let you travel to the world of One Piece and give you the ultimate gift. The strength. Yes, we can embrace each other, and enjoy the blessings of everyone. Mork. He was convinced by these two hot roommates, real. And, with his knowledge of guys, if you don't answer, it will never end. So I thought for a moment and replied after a while, I personally like Belmir, Nami, and Nochiko. Dasky and Kuina are also good, and Violet and Rebecca. Of course, Perona is pretty good too. The roommate looked confused, because in his mind, these people Mock mentioned. In other words, Nami is more popular. And the others? Sometimes I can't even think of them. Just like Violet and Reba, Belmir, and Nochiko, their presence is very low. With Perona's ability, the Straw Hats were almost wiped out, and the effects of the moves are so funny that they are still fresh in people's minds. He was very puzzled by this and asked, why, ahem. I have to say that his middle school roommate has not grown up yet. So she leaned into his ear and taught him his first lesson in life. Following Moke's words, the eyes of the second-grade roommate became brighter and brighter, and the expression on his face became more and more shocked. It's like a door to a new world has opened. My heart couldn't be calm for a long time. After a long time, he said to Mock. Damn it. It has to be you. You really know how to play. At this moment, his admiration for Mock was like a torrential river, continuous, and like the yellow river overflowing, it can't be controlled at once. Then he waved his hand and said more confidently, I am the god of wishes. Since you have answered sincerely, then I will fulfill my previous promise to you. Let's time travel, eh? The next second, the roommate froze there, because Mock disappeared. That's right, it disappeared. It was clearly right in front of him just now, but now, it disappeared out of thin air. It was as if Mork had never been there. This advertisement my roommate is all in bad shape. Because, he doubted whether he was hallucinating. He could only hear him muttering subconsciously. Is it possible that for the past month, I have been masturbating alone every day, which has consumed too much? Are you hallucinating? Otherwise, how to explain that a living person disappeared out of thin air in front of his eyes? At this time, his handsome face had turned pale with fear. In the world of One Piece, on a small island in the East Daxia Sea, a slender man smoked a cigarette in a corner of the island. He really couldn't believe that his middle school roommate actually waved him into the world of One Piece with a wave of his hand. Could it be that this guy is really the god of wishes? Are there any gods who are so mediocre? I have to say that this was even more unbelievable for him than coming to the world of One Piece. The most important thing is, can these two goods be more reliable? Send him to the world of One Piece, but what about the promised supreme strength? If it doesn't work, just give me some cheat. What space? What a system. What a mall. What 100 times cultivation speed. You should be the next one. How can he, an ordinary person, live without anything in this world where the strong are respected? Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, he has been in the world of One Piece for a month. He has gone from being confused at the beginning, to excited, to accepting the facts. My heart has become cold. Weakness is a sin. Shaklak doll. The weak are not qualified to talk about justice, crocodile. The so-called ideal is only a reality that can only be said by those who have the strength at the same time, crocodile. What did I take away? Money, reputation, trust, life, reign. What do you want me to give you back? I took away too many things, crocodile. This is Crocodile's classic quote. No, in this world, it can be called a wise saying. Wearing it, no matter how hard he trains his body, he can only be a little stronger than ordinary people. At most, it changes from a dozen to a dozen to a dozen. If you want to show off, you can shout, I'm going to hit 30 people, in this ordinary little place. But what's the use? When they reach the sea, they're just ants that are crushed to death in minutes. Advertisement of course, there is another way to become stronger. That is devil fruit, but where can devil fruit be so good? And with his strength, unless the middle school roommate suddenly realizes his conscience and throws one at him, otherwise, forget it. Going to sea means death, because it's too weak. Therefore, reason defeated passion and accepted fate. Just go for it. By the way, a salted fish system is fine, you old man. Mock cursed in the sky. Mock. At this moment, a rough voice sounded not far behind him. He couldn't help but turn around and saw the village chief on the small island walking towards him in a hurry. Mork looked confused. After he traveled to this small island, it was the village chief who took him in. Moreover, this village chief is very enlightened. As long as he finished what he arranged, he would basically care where he went. Unless something really happens, is there something wrong with the village chief? Mok was very grateful and respectful to the village chief who took him in. Therefore, he who was sitting down immediately stood up. Mok's move naturally impressed the village chief. He couldn't help but look at Mok deeply, with a bit of guilt in his eyes. Finally he sighed. "Oh, come with me." Mok nodded and followed, feeling extremely confused at the same time. He couldn't help but ask, "Village chief, what happened?" The village chief was silent for a moment, then showed a tangled expression on his face. After a long time, he said, "The pirates are coming." Mok couldn't help but froze there. "It has been a month since I came to this world, and I have a certain understanding of this world. Pirates usually come to do three things: rob, collect money, and catch young men. The former belongs to passing pirates. They acted without scruples, burning, killing, looting and doing anything. This is eliminated first. Because, if this is really the case, there will definitely be a lot of movement. Even if the place he was in was a little remote, he could still hear the noise. The last two. It was done by pirates who owned a fixed area. Within this area, they required all villages to hand over their property. At the same time, people must also be provided to supplement the pirate group. Become cannon fodder in the pirate group, and now what he has to face is probably, Chapter 2 Arrita Pirates. Mok instinctively wanted to turn around and leave. Mok. When the village chief saw this, his heart was lifted and he immediately stopped him. Mok stopped when he heard the sound and looked at the village chief, looking at his face full of tangles and complicated eyes. We can also understand the village chief's dilemma at this time. Let him go, and there will be one less person in the village to be cannon fodder for pirates. However, he must die. If he is not allowed to go, one more young man in the village will have to go. Those are what the village chief has watched since childhood. The village chief came to find him, which meant that he had made a decision deep in his heart. After all, how can a foreigner compare with the young people in this village? However, he chose to tell Mork. This is because for a moment, the kindness and principles in his heart prevailed. After all, his behavior is to let Mok die on behalf of the people in the village. But when Mok chose to leave, he called out to Mok. Obviously, in the face of human life, he still chose to break his own principles and turn himself into a villain. Such is human nature. If there is no such choice of life and death, he is definitely a good person. But, there is no but. The reality is right in front of us, and this human choice was placed in front of Mok. Because the village chief is old and if he wants to leave, he will never be able to catch up with him. However, after today, he will inevitably face the entire village's targeting and hostility. He has no place to stand on this small island. Mok couldn't help but frown, because this was also a dilemma. However, he decisively chose the latter, because it was a big deal and he had to find a way to leave the island by boat. After all, getting on a pirate ship is almost certain death. Look at those little minions in the original work, they die in a big movie. If he gets on the pirate ship, he must be a member of this big movie. The village chief saw that Mok had made up his mind and immediately made up for it. It's the Arrita pirates who are coming. Captain Arrita is a big pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries. He's just an ordinary marine. When you see her, you have to stay away. If you get on her ship, you won't. He wanted to say that he would not die, however, he couldn't say anything, because he blushed when he heard this. However, he can no longer dwell on it. Otherwise, one more young man will have to be sent out from the village. This is what he never wants to see. Advertisement. Who? Mok couldn't help but widen his eyes. He never thought that it was her who came here to ask for money and people. This can be regarded as a relatively outstanding supporting role in One Piece. Then he thought of a key point, and his whole body became excited. He immediately asked. Is it Madara, the fat, ugly-looking female pirate with a face full of TS and carrying an iron rod? The village chief was slightly startled and said in surprise, Do you know her? At this time, Mok's whole body was about to boil with excitement. Arrita is still the same as before, which means that she has not eaten the Paramecia Slippery Fruit. Then doesn't he have a chance? Blackbeard could stay in the Whitebeard Pirates for decades for the dark fruit. Tamuk didn't mind spending some time on the Arrita ship for this slippery fruit. Of course, with his strength, boarding Rita's pirate ship would be extremely dangerous. However, give it a try and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Before, he couldn't see any hope, so he accepted his fate. However, the opportunity is now in front of you. As a time traveler, if this is still bad, it would be too useless. So he nodded and said to the village chief, Okay, I'll go. What? The village chief looked shocked, and when he looked at Mok, something was wrong in his eyes. Because Mok had changed so much before and after, he couldn't help but secretly thought, is it possible that this kid wanted to follow Arrita? It's not that he thinks too much, after all, in this world. There are many people who worship pirates and even follow them because of their reputation. If that's the case, that would be great, because, in this way, his inner guilt will be much smaller. But he didn't ask because he was afraid that the answer he would get would be negative. After the two reached an agreement, they headed for the island's only port. The village chief walked in front and Mok followed. The village chief seemed to have remembered something and immediately reminded him, by the way, Arrita has a very cruel personality. But as long as you keep praising her for her beauty and going along with her in everything, she will be better than others. Pirates are much easier to deal with. Just praise her to death when you get on the ship. As long as she is happy, no one else will bully you on the ship, even if you are just a newcomer. I have to say, people become better with age. Soon the port came into view of the two of them, and the first one to bear the brunt was the pirate ship of the Arrita pirates. There's no way, it's too conspicuous. Advertisement: not only is everything pink, there are also huge hearts painted on the sails. If this were replaced by another beautiful female pirate, she would still be able to accept it. But Arrita is like that, coupled with this pirate ship. Simply, why hasn't that old guy from the village chief come yet? There's still one missing. Has he forgotten the power of the iron rod in my hand? Arrita was already impatient with the waiting. The village chief rushed away immediately. Miss Arrita, you are so beautiful and touching, even if I forget, no one will forget you. FK. Mok was immediately stunned by the village chief's coquettish moves. Look at Arrita's face, figure, and fierce temperament. The village chief continued to praise him, even in such a disgusting way. Don't you have no conscience? I admire you. I have to say that the village chief really had a firm grip on Arrita. No, Arrita, who was already angry, instantly turned into a smile when she heard the village chief's sincere praise. Old guy, you still have vision, ha ha ha. Arrita couldn't help laughing. Immediately, he glanced at Mok, who was following the village chief. Is this the last one in your village? There was a bit of scrutiny in his eyes, because she could feel that the boy in front of her was very different from the other young people on the island. The village chief nodded immediately. This is a good man in our village, and he admires you very much. As he said that, he winked crazily at Mok. Just tell her, praise her quickly and praise her hard. Ah, this. The corner of Moke's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but he forced a professional smile on his face, and then boasted without conscience. You are as bright in my heart as the stars in the sky. And like the bright moon at night, you are so tender and tender. It can be said that there is no one as beautiful as you in the world. Village head. Boy, you have a future. Chapter 3: The Big Pirate's Treasure. Other villagers. More unconscionable than the village chief. Pirates. Here comes the opponent. The position is unstable. The way Rita looked at Mok at this time had changed from a look of scrutiny to one of great satisfaction. Although her pirates praised her every day, they had never praised her as much as the boy in front of her. Ha ha ha. Rita laughed again, but this time, her face looked a little more shy. This. Mokton's scalp was numb and he thought to himself, did I use too much force? If this B*ch takes a fancy to me, he doesn't even have the ability to resist. Look at Arita's face full of TS, Madara, and her barrel-shaped body. Moke's face twitched. This was no longer a question of whether to turn off the light or not. It's a matter of life and death. Good thing. What Mok thought did not happen, and Arrita quickly recovered. However, Arrita still asked Mok very kindly, what weapons are you good at? Mok thought for a moment. I'm good at marksmanship, and I can hit the target within 200 meters. He didn't just say this. During the live ammunition shooting training in college, his shooting score was the first in the school. Later, I was spotted by instructor and received special training. The rifle has no pressure at 200 meters. The instructor said he had the potential to be a sharpshooter and once mobilized him to join the army. Unfortunately, this is not his ambition. Instructor felt very sorry for him, but he also respected his choice. Arrita. Okay, from now on, you will be the captain of the musketry team on my ship. Ah. The pirates opened their mouths one by one, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. The village chief and all the villagers were also stunned. So willful. Even Mok was extremely shocked. He originally thought that Arrita would try his shooting skills. Without thinking, she appointed him directly. Advertisement. Mok even stopped her. However, what makes him feel the most real is that the strong one can do whatever they want. As long as you have absolute strength, your subordinates will obey every order you give, no matter how arbitrary or outrageous this order is. In this way, Mok boarded Arrita's pirate ship and became a glorious pirate. Looking at the Arrita pirates retreating away, the villagers all showed worried expressions. An old man couldn't hold it back and expressed his worries directly to the village chief. Village chief, this Mok won't take revenge on those young people in our village, right? That's right. My Xiao Hai is also on the ship, now that Mok is the musketeer captain of the Arrita pirates. If this were to target my Xiao Hai, wouldn't my Xiao Hai be dead? Woohoo! A middle-aged aunt cried sadly as she talked, because this kind of thing is very likely to happen. The parents of several other young people also looked at the village chief. There was a bit of evil in his eyes. Then their eyes all turned to a young man next to the village chief. This guy is the youngest among the people of the right age in the village, so they originally sympathized with him very much. But now because of him, their children are in crisis. The position has changed. It was such an unwise choice to kill several young people in the village because of one person. Even if they knew they became pirates, they would basically die. However, without Mok, at least there is still hope in my heart. But now, there is only despair. At this time, the village chief's expression also changed. Before, he only thought about letting Mok take away one spot. In this way, one less person will be sacrificed in the village. But now he realizes that this is a proposition. No matter what he does, he will be criticized. If Moke is not allowed to stand, the villagers will say that he cannot tell the difference between closeness and distance. If Mok takes the blame, the villagers will say that he is unwise because he harms several other boys because of one person. But if Mok were to deny their own child's quota, they would probably have a different look. This is human nature. Well, The village chief couldn't help but sigh, feeling extremely heavy in his heart. Because he didn't expect that he would lose his inner kindness and his own principles, but what he would get in exchange would be the villagers' confusion and accusations. Captain Arrita was standing at the bow of the ship holding half a blueprint, looking ahead. Straw Hat Boy, just wait for me. When I find Lyria's treasure, I can recruit troops and expand aggressively. I will make sure you look good then. Lilia's treasure. Advertisement Mock, who was standing not far from Arrita, immediately captured the key point. His eyes couldn't help but brighten, because in his opinion, the Paramecia Slippery Fruit that Arrita obtained might have come from this treasure. Thinking of this possibility, Mock couldn't help clenching his hands. However, he suppressed his restless heart to prevent others from seeing anything. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Arrita circled the nearby sea countless times, and finally a small island with a radius of only a few miles appeared in front of them. Arrita was excited and subconsciously waved the iron rod in her hand. Captain, it's bad. A pirate ship appeared on the left. Ah! Arrita was stunned for a moment, and then her expression changed drastically, and he quickly looked to the left. The same goes for Mork. I saw a very strange pirate ship coming towards this side rapidly. Why is it special? Because its bow is very special. It looks like an elephant at first glance. If you look closely, you will see that the tip of the elephant's proboscis is actually a clown's unique red nose. Taking a closer look, I found that the red nose turned out to be a huge muzzle. I'm going to go. Mock was stunned because this ship was so distinctive that he could recognize it immediately. This should be Buggy the Clown's pirate ship. Sure enough, when Mock looked at the opponent's pirate flag, it represents the skull of a pirate, also with a red nose. This time, it's 100% Buggy the Clown. After all, there is no semicolon like this pirate flag in One Piece. His eyes turned back to Rita. In other words, it was here that these two guys met and then formed an alliance to defeat Straw Hat Luffy. So, Mock's eyes fell on the small island not far away. Because, this way, Paramecia Slippery Fruit, the probability of being found on this island has skyrocketed. Mock was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Maybe many people look down on Paramecia Slippery Fruit. But I have to say, some devil fruits are really underestimated. For example, the slowness fruit with the attribute of time, such an awesome devil fruit, ended up falling into the hands of the Silver Fox Foxy and became a useless existence. Another example is the slippery fruit that Arrita eats, which not only has a beauty effect, but can also deflect attacks. If this is developed to the extreme, it will be absolutely heaven-defying. Therefore, the devil fruit mainly depends on who eats it. Chapter 4 Paramecia-Absorption Fruit. This is not just talk, like Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Parasparrow, Mr. 3. The first two are Paramecia, Nuo Fruit and Paramecia, Licking Fruit, and the latter is Paramecia, Wax Fruit. It can be said that these three fruits are very similar. Especially Charlotte Parasparrow and Mr. 3, the ways to develop fruits are very similar, but the strength between the two is completely different. So, except for individual devil fruits, it mainly depends on the person. What's more, in Mock's opinion, this Paramecia Slippery Fruit is much stronger than these three devil fruits. Buggy the Clown? This is a big pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries? There are only a handful of pirates with over 10 million people in the East Daxia Sea, and as a pirate in the East Daxia Sea, Arrita naturally knows all about these big pirates. He immediately recognized the pirate flag of Buggy the Clown, and his face immediately darkened. To a certain extent, bounty is also a proof of strength. Therefore, Arrita became wary at this time. Then she looked at the small island in front of her, and then at Buggy the Clown's pirate ship that was speeding towards it. Now she is faced with a dilemma. Going to the island. The two sides will inevitably fight for the treasure. But once a battle breaks out, it will most likely end with her defeat or even death. But she was very unwilling to give up the treasure right in front of her. However, Arrita made a decision immediately. She waved her hand and said with a hint of ferocity, "Go at full speed and land on the island as fast as possible. We must find the treasure before Buggy the Clown." Not only him, Mock also became nervous. Although Buggy the Clown is in One Piece, he is a small pickpocket. But it is far from what he can match now. Under Arrita's order, the pirate ship immediately sailed towards the island, and successfully landed on the island before Buggy the Clown. As soon as she landed on the island, Arrita immediately followed the route on the treasure map and rushed towards the center of the island. The pirates, including Mock, followed her. Soon, a huge cave appeared in front of them. This is it. Arrita's eyes flashed with joy, and then she waved her hand, and all the pirates followed her and rushed into the cave. But when they entered the cave, they were all dumbfounded, because there were 6 forks in front of them. Obviously, which fork they should take should be on the half of her missing drawing. At this time, she no longer had time to search one by one, so he immediately divided everyone into 6 waves and walked into 6 forks respectively. Before entering, Mock walked to the end without leaving a trace. When he entered the cave entrance, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and ducked to the side outside the cave entrance. Advertisement at the same time, he paid attention to everything that happened in the cave. When he saw all the pirates divided into 6 waves, Mock couldn't help but show joy on his face. Because the current situation is too favorable for him. All he has to do now is wait. As long as it's not Alita who finds the Paramecia Devil Fruit, he has a high chance of succeeding. Time passed little by little, until he saw Buggy the Clown and his gang, who had also landed on the island, There was movement in the cave. Captain, we found it. There are a lot of treasures inside. A pirate rushed out of the third fork in the road. Mock's eyes couldn't help but light up, and then, with the surprised expression on the pirate's face, he openly walked into the third fork in the road. Because he was one of our own, he didn't have any doubts. He just thought that like them, he was eager to gain some benefits. After all, he is a pirate, who is not greedy for money. What's more, there are 7 or 8 brothers inside guarding it. Ah! Mock, who quickly rushed into the third fork, heard a scream before he reached the deepest point. His face couldn't help but change, obviously something happened inside. This was not what he wanted to see, and Mock rushed in quickly. Tisk tisk. Devil fruit, it turns out to be a devil fruit. When Mock rushed to the deepest point, he saw a pirate standing there, holding a devil fruit in his hand, smiling wantonly. But at this time, the smile on his face was very serious, ferocious. The most terrifying thing was that around him, 6 pirates were lying in a pool of blood. 4 of them were stabbed in the back. It was obvious that they were taking advantage of the opponent's inattention to quickly sneak attack, and then directly kill the other 2. Snapped. Without thinking, Mock raised his gun and fired. Hit the opponent right in the chest. The pirate felt a pain in his chest, subconsciously looked down, and then turned to look at Mock. The moment he saw Mock, he couldn't help but be stunned. It's you. At the moment he was shot, many people appeared in his mind. Only newbies like Mock are not among them. Then he slowly fell down. Advertisement at this time, there was unwillingness in his eyes. Don't look at it, he is just a squad leader in the Arrita pirates. But he is one of the few people among the East Daxia sea pirates who knows about devil fruit. He knew that as long as he ate the devil fruit, he would immediately become a strong man in the East Daxia Sea. Therefore, he did not hesitate to kill the men around him. Because this is his only chance to become stronger. After all, he is just an ordinary person who cannot be more ordinary. After practicing hard for more than 10 years, he only became a squad leader in the Arrita pirates, supervising 7 or 8 people. How could he give up such an opportunity with his ambition? Unexpectedly, I already had the devil fruit in my hand, but I had no chance to eat it. Mork quickly walked over, took the devil fruit from his hand, and ate it directly. Then he cursed. Idiot. Just eat what you got, you are so proud. The best choice is to eat something like devil fruit as soon as possible. Team leader. He closed his eyes completely, but before he died, he was stabbed hard in the heart. Yes, you are so proud, you should have eaten it right away. However, Mock ignored him and began to appreciate his own changes. After a while, Mock couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn it. Shouldn't it be Paramecia Slippery Fruit? How did it become Paramecia-Absorption Fruit? Did you grab the wrong fruit? Or is it because his arrival created a butterfly effect and changed the world? But immediately, Mock became excited. Because compared to Paramecia Slippery Fruit, this Paramecia-Absorbing Fruit is more awesome. No, it's super awesome. The Shaking Fruit, the Dark Fruit, and the Thundering Fruit were all weakened. Because the ability of this fruit is to absorb all the substances it touches, and then assimilate the body into the same substances. Touched iron and turned into an Iron Man. If you touch lightning, you can release thunder and lightning just like Enel. It can even be elementalized like a Logia user. If the dark fruit is the most special existence in Logia, then this absorption fruit is definitely the most special existence in Paramecia. Nika fruit, all have to stand aside. Chapter 5 The Power of Fruit. Tap tap tap. At this moment, a burst of rapid footsteps came. Mock's expression changed slightly, because the people coming were probably Arrita and his men. After all, a guy just went to report. Plus, the gunshot he just fired. There is definitely something wrong with Arrita's consciousness. So, speed up and come over. Mock touched his hand to the ground, and immediately his body changed rapidly, and the surface of his body turned the same khaki color as the ground. That's right, Mock's body has been assimilated into soil at this time. At the moment when the assimilation ended, Mock couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. If you eat a devil fruit, you will only have a preliminary understanding of the power of this devil fruit. After experiencing it personally, I understand its horror even more. I saw him raise his hand. The ground immediately changed and surged like water, and those corpses were submerged and disappeared without a trace. Not even a trace of blood was left. Tisk tisk. He is really good at killing people and stealing goods. He even saves the steps of digging holes and burying people. When everything returned to calm, Arrita rushed in with a group of people. Arrita was stunned the moment she came in, because Mock was the only one here. This is strange, every wave of people has 7 or 8 people who are right. Although she is a hot-tempered person, she is not stupid either. Feeling wary, he looked at Mock and said sternly, Mock, why are you alone and where are the others? The corners of Moke's mouth raised slightly, showing a bit of amusement. When he was about to speak, he saw a box out of the corner of his eye, and he was stunned. Only then did he notice. The people who followed Arrita in were carrying many treasures. Obviously, there is more than one way to hide the treasure. And this box is one of them. The most important thing is that he has seen this box before. There was one right at the feet of the team leader who had just snatched the devil fruit from him. It is most likely used to contain the Paramecia-Absorbing Fruit. If that's true, then, what's in the box in front of you? Paramecia Slippery Fruit. But in this way, the slippery fruit is still there. So, what happened to the Paramecia-Absorption Fruit he ate? Could it be that it was his middle school roommate who arranged benefits for him? Seeing Mok's answer, Arrita's face immediately darkened. She absolutely cannot tolerate that one of her minions dares to ignore her. He said angrily. Mok. You are asking questions? Tell me where the others have gone, or I will let you taste the power of this iron rod. Advertisement. As she spoke, Arrita stepped towards Mok, while waving the iron rod in her hand. Mok's eyes finally returned to Arrita again. Looking at her still fat body, the smile on her face became even thicker. One step. Ah. Then there was an exclamation from behind Arrita, and she instinctively turned her head to look. With just one glance, Arrita's pupils shrank like needlepoints, because she saw a very strange scene. I saw two hands stretching out from the ground at the feet of the little guy holding the treasure box. One of them hit the minion's shin hard, knocking him to the ground. With the other hand, he snatched the treasure box from the minions. Finally, it shrank back underground and disappeared in front of everyone together with the treasure box. Hiss. This group of minions couldn't help but take a breath of air. They instinctively took a few steps back, as if staying farther away from Mok would make them feel more at ease. Devil Fruit User. At this moment, Arrita was extremely shocked. Why does Buggy the Clown have a bounty of over 10 million? Why can he dominate the world? Even the Marines in the East Daxia Sea dare not provoke him easily? Isn't it because the other party is a Devil Fruit User? When she looked at Mok again, her eyes were completely different. The previous contempt has long since turned into solemnity and vigilance. But she soon lost her composure, because she immediately saw a hand holding the treasure box that had just been snatched from the ground at Mok's feet. The treasure box was handed to Mok, and Mok took it. Opened directly. Sure enough, there was also a devil fruit inside. Arrita's pupils were shaking when she saw this. She had never thought that she could be so close to becoming a strong person. Damn it. She regretted it. At the same time, she glared hatefully at a little guy on the side. It's all this guy's fault. If she hadn't come over and said there was treasure here, she would have checked the treasures over there one by one. How could I miss this devil fruit? Advertisement. Because of this, she completely lost her mind. Yelled. A hole. That's mine. Then he rushed towards Mok, and he just raised the iron rod in his hand and smashed it at Mok. He is ready to smash Mok into a meat pie. Rumble. But just when she was about to hit Mok, a wall of earth as hard as iron emerged from the ground, successfully blocking the blow. Not good. Arrita could become a pirate with a bounty of millions, so she would naturally have a lot of combat experience, so she immediately felt bad. But it was too late. Just listen to Mok spit out. Thrust. The next moment, a spear pierced out from the center of the earth wall. This attack was too unexpected, and they were too close to each other. In addition, she originally belonged to the relatively bulky and powerful type. You can't hide even if you want to. Peefed. The spear penetrated Arrita's body directly. You know, this is just the East Daxia Sea. Arrita is just a pirate with a bounty of millions. There won't be people like New World who can survive after a big hole is blown out of their bodies. Ship. Captain was. Ah. The minions were all shocked, knowing that in their hearts, Arrita was invincible. Anyway, they have never seen anyone who can defeat Arrita. Otherwise, he would not have surrendered to Alita. Escape. The minions finally came to their senses, and none of them even cared about the treasures in their hands. Just threw it away, turned around and ran away. But how could Mok let these guys go? Earth-style mudstone waterfall. The soil under Mok's feet seemed to come to life, rolling up like a wave, heading towards the minions, and finally swallowing them up. When everything returned to calm, the figures of a group of minions were revealed. But at this time, each of them was wrapped in mud, maintaining their previous escape posture. They look like clay statues. If no one breaks the mud covering their bodies and rescues them, they will be corroded by the soil and eventually turn into real clay statues. Chapter 6. Buggy Mork looked at this scene and sighed again in his heart that devil fruit is indeed a shortcut to becoming stronger. At this time, his strength is estimated to be unmatched by anyone in the East Daxia Sea. Even Smoker can't do anything to him. However, he still has the biggest shortcoming. That is itself, the strength has not improved. Relying on the fruit ability. In this case, it is easiest for someone to seize the opportunity to counterattack with one blow. Just like Enel, who had a strength close to that of a general, was counterattacked by Luffy, who was far less powerful than him. Although, the fact that his fruit is immune to lightning damage is an important factor. But another important factor is that Enel relies too much on devil fruit and thus fails to develop his own strength. As a result, his body was too weak. So he was killed by Luffy with a flurry of punches. Therefore, he has to make up for this shortcoming. But if you want to make up for this shortcoming, you must find a suitable substance to absorb it and turn it into a permanent ability. That's right. Fruit abilities are also divided into realms: domination, manipulation, and awakening. Just after eating it, the ability of the devil fruit seemed to have turned into a person's talent. You can freely control your abilities, and moves are just an application of abilities by the ability user. Just like when Sabo eats the Shasha fruit, he can use it immediately. Through the continuous development of fruit abilities, the understanding and application of fruit abilities has reached another level, which is the state of manipulation. After reaching this level, the power of the same move is no longer the same. It can be said that anyone with the ability to reach this realm. Even the Grand Line has its place. The last step is the awakening of the fruit ability. Once the awakening level is reached, the ability and the ability user themselves have completely become one. Those with abilities can fully unleash the power of the devil fruit itself. Fruit awakening is the strongest state among espers. Anyone who reaches this level can become a famous big shot even in the New World. However, there are only a few capable people who have reached this level. And Mach is now in the initial domination realm. The absorption fruit of the domination realm can absorb a whole object or substance and become a permanent ability. It can be seen as forming a permanent passive skill. For example, with his current Earth ability, he immediately transformed into a natural Earth fruit ability user. However, this is not what Mach wants. Because, even if you become Logia, he can only dominate the East Daxia Sea and the first half of the Great Waterway. Once he enters the New World, if he meets an armed person, he will immediately be disappointed. Therefore, Mach's original intention has not changed. I still want to change my body's potential. Only in this way, in addition to his fruit ability, it can also improve its own strength through practice and constant fighting. Advertisement. His eyes couldn't help but fall on the sword on the ground. Honestly, swords are a good choice. As long as you absorb it, you can turn into an Iron Man. His body will also completely change, and he will have room for improvement. But, he looks down on ordinary swords. At least it has to be at the level of a famous sword. Because in that case, once it is absorbed, his physical strength has reached the level of a famous sword. When he thought of the famous sword, Mach immediately thought of the town of Rog where Smoker was located because there was more than one famous sword there. So does Yukigashi, 3rd generation Kitetsu, and Tashiki's Seo Shigur are all good choices. So, the next target is Rog Town. Mork is a very decisive person and will not hesitate if he has a goal. So, he held 2 boxes containing devil fruits in his hands. One holds that Paramecia Slippery Fruit. The other is to pick up some small and valuable things from here and pack them. After all, no matter which world, money is indispensable. Then he walked out, but when he came to the ground, he found that Buggy was already waiting at the exit with his men. The moment he saw Mork appear, his eyes immediately turned malicious. Mork also looked at Buggy the Clown, feeling a little lost for a moment. After all, this is the son of luck. Even if he ate Paramecia, the lucky fruit Bakura, he wouldn't be as lucky. With the strength to fight against the 5 scum, Leng became a Shichibukai and even the 4 emperors. I just want to ask you if you accept it? In front of him, Luffy would stand aside. After all, Luffy fought hard all the way, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for the protagonist's aura, I don't know how many times I would have died. But this guy is simply the king of picking up leaks. Picking up mistakes along the way and becoming the 4 emperors, it can be said that they won without hesitation. Boy, hand over what you have in your hand. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. At this time, Buggy's face was full of greed. If it were another person, Mach would be killed directly. But this guy, never mind. If the world was without him, it would be a lot less fun. What's more, this guy is very discerning. As long as you show enough strength, he will disappear himself. Advertisement. So, Mork ignored Buggy. Instead, he stretched out his hand to face the sun, which was now scorching in the sky. The strong sunlight shone down, and Mach could clearly feel the temperature of the sunlight. The next second, Mork's hand lit up. The corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Sure enough, it's possible. Then he looked at Buggy and chuckled playfully. Buggy the Clown, right? As a big pirate in the East Daxia Sea, you should have the eternal pointer of Rog Town on your body. Devil Fruit Power User. Buggy had been following Roger from One Piece, even though he was very capable, but his knowledge is definitely not comparable to that of these ignorant pirates in the East Daxia Sea. So, you can see the key at once. His face suddenly changed, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. But Buggy only bows to the strong. He is also an arrogant character when facing other people. Then he stared at Mach and said coldly, I have the eternal pointer of Rog Town, but who are you? If you ask me to hand it over, I have to hand it over. Mach didn't get angry because of this, but said with a bit of bad taste, have you ever been kicked by light? When Buggy heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of question marks. The last look was disdain. You think you are? He hasn't finished speaking yet. He saw that light began to gather on Mach's right leg, and finally the entire right leg was glowing. He had seen Kizaru do something, so he was really shocked. But he immediately came back to his senses and roared, boy, no matter what trick you are playing, you will die in my hands today. He knew that the same devil fruit could not appear in this world. Kizaru is still alive and well. How could this guy in front of him have Kizaru's abilities? At this time, a man riding a unicycle with a long sword in his hand came forward and said, Captain Buggy, why do you need to do this yourself? Moke glanced at it and recognized it immediately. This person is Buggy's right-hand man Kabaji. Upon hearing this, Buggy took a look at Mach's glowing right leg and said to himself, it would be a good idea to let him test it first. Although, the opponent cannot be Kizaru's shining fruit, but no matter what, the other party is also a capable person. So he nodded and said, don't hold back. Kabaji also nodded when he heard this. Then he launched his most powerful move, the amazing trio of female police officers, Tengen Hot Spring Murder Incident. I saw him using rotation to turn up the smoke, jumping into the air and slashing towards Mach. It has the potential to split Mach in two. Chapter 7 3rd Generation Kitetsu. Mach stood there without moving at all, as if he was not the one facing the attack. Kabaji is considered quite good among the pirates in the East Daxia Sea. Don't look at it, he didn't even write down the reward amount. But his strength is stronger than Arrita before eating the devil fruit. After all, this guy had fought against Suo twice. Arrita was directly KO'd by Luffy, so don't underestimate him, his speed is quite good. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mach, and the sword in his hand pierced Mach's heart directly. Tisk tisk. Kabaji smiled proudly, but Buggy's eyes almost popped out at this moment, and he exclaimed, "Kabaji, back off." Kabaji looked puzzled, he had already solved the problem? Why was the captain so anxious and asked him to retreat? But at this moment, he heard Mach's voice. "It seems that you really want to experience the feeling of being kicked by light." The pupils in Kabaji's eyes suddenly shrank to the shape of needlepoints, and his face was filled with disbelief. You know, the sword he just struck pierced the opponent's heart. Isn't this even dead? He looked at Mach with great shock, and his eyes fell on Mach's chest. In an instant, his face changed drastically, and his eyes changed from disbelief to horror. Because he discovered that the guy in front of him did not shed a drop of blood where his sword penetrated him. Then the horror in his eyes turned into fear, collapse. The next moment, Mach's legs swept out and directly hit Kabaji's abdomen with powerful power. Kabaji was kicked out directly. You. At this time, Buggy the Clown pointed at Mach, and was shocked and speechless for a moment. Because, at this time, Mach's ability was the same as that of Kizaru. Breaking his decades-old knowledge of devil fruits. Finally he murmured, "Is it possible that Kizaru is dead?" After much deliberation, this is the only possibility, although, this possibility is really unlikely. After all, with Kizaru's speed, if he wanted to leave, no one can stop it. Mork instantly turned into a beam of light and quickly came to Buggy's side. When Buggy reacted, Mork had returned to his human form. Buggy was so frightened that his whole body fell apart, and dispersed in different directions. Hiss. Immediately, Buggy couldn't help but gasped. He stopped because a sharp pain shot straight to his forehead. He looked back and saw Moke stepping on his feet and smiling playfully at him. "Sir, I was wrong. Advertisement I have to say, he is truly worthy of being Buggy the Clown," he acted decisively. Mork. "Do you still want the treasure in my hand now?" Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Buggy looked flattering and humble. He even handed the eternal pointer to Mach with both hands very knowingly. "This is the eternal pointer of Rog Town. I guess you were sensible." Mach took over the eternal pointer of Rog Town, and after determining the direction, it turned into a beam of light and headed towards Rog Town. Call. Buggy couldn't help but breathe a deep sigh of relief when he saw this, and immediately rushed towards Kabaji. But when he came to Kabaji, he found him lying motionless on the ground, apparently dead. Pupils couldn't help but tremble. Only then did he realize that he had really escaped a disaster just now. A few days later, a beam of light fell on Rog Town. It was Mach, whose goal was very clear, and he found someone to find out the location of the weapons store, went directly to the weapon shop. But he didn't expect to see a woman wearing glasses walking into the store before him. Mach couldn't help but was slightly stunned, and said to himself, "Isn't this Dasky? She was once the official wife of Soda after Kuina. Moreover, meeting in a weapons store, isn't this the plot between her and Suoda? I really didn't expect that he would be treated like this." However, he is not a person who can't move when he sees a woman. After being surprised, he regained his composure and followed Dasky in. "As soon as I entered, I saw the owner of the weapons store. He was bald and had a red nose. It was him." The corners of Moke's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Immediately, his eyes scanned the store. He didn't stop for a moment with the knives on the knife holder. Finally, his eyes fell on the knife barrel where the most worthless knives were placed on one side. If he remembered correctly, third-generation Kiteru was among them, and the price is also very cheap, only 50,000 belly. "Boss, I'm here to get Shigur." At this time, Dasky had already walked up to the boss. The boss nodded and handed Shigur in front of Dashiki. "Your Shigur has been polished. The polishing cost is 5,000 belly." Dasky did not pay immediately, but took out Shigur and looked at it carefully. She is a knife addict, extremely obsessed with famous swords. The boss obviously also understands Dasky. Instead of urging him, he turned his attention to Mach with a smile on his face. "Guest, what kind of knife do you want to pick? I have it at all levels." Mach did not answer, but walked to the knife barrel. "Touch one by one with your hands." When he touched a knife with a small piece of white cloth on the handle and scabbard, Mach immediately felt a sinister and domineering power. Advertisement ghostly. What a ghostly spirit. Needless to say, this is third-generation Kidetsu. Mach took it out directly and pulled it out. Brush. A cold light suddenly emerged, and at the same time a more domineering ghostly aura hit his face, shocking Mach. I didn't expect that this ghostly energy could capture people's hearts. He couldn't help but think of the ghost spirit in the original work. Perhaps it comes from third-generation Kidetsu. Stop. Mach's actions successfully attracted the boss's attention. When he saw Mork trying to touch third-generation Kidetsu, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Tashi, who was carefully looking at Shigur in his hand, couldn't help but look over. With just one glance, her eyes became piercing. She rushed directly to Mach and stared at the third-generation ghost in Mach's hand. Immediately, he took out a knife book from his arms and quickly found the records of third-generation Kidetsu. The handle of the knife. No eye, no nails, a carp mouth, a small piece of white cloth on the handle and scabbard. Blade, Length 88 centimeters, width 1.7 centimeters. Blade. Long, with a large arc, no blood groove, and the blade pattern is a typical flame pattern steel burning blade, which is folded and forged. That's right, this is 3rd generation Kitetsu. But Mach ignored them, and his hand was already stroking the sword of 3rd generation Kitetsu. The next moment, the ability is activated. I saw that the hand touching 3rd generation Kitetsu instantly turned into a blade shape, and it exuded the same ghostly aura as 3rd generation Kitetsu. At this time, he seemed to be transformed into a person with the ability to kill with a ghostly aura. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the boss and Dasky. Both of them exclaimed, "Devil fruit users." Mach then turned to look at the boss and chuckled lightly. "I want this 3rd generation ghost. How many Baileys are there?" When the boss heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Then he advised, "Since you know it is 3rd generation Kitetsu, you should know that it is a demon sword. None of its owners has a good death, you. Just tell me how much it is." Before the boss could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Mach. "Well." The boss was stunned for a moment, then hesitated for a moment and said, "The knives over there are all 50,000 belly. You picked it out from there, which means you were destined. So, just give me 50,000 belly." "What?" Dasky couldn't help but exclaimed on the side, with an incredible look on her face. Then he said very straightforwardly, "Buy it quickly. Under normal circumstances, it is worth 10 million belly." Chapter 8. Deciding to learn swordsmanship. Mach then looked at Dasky and showed a bright smile. "Thank you." Then he turned to look at the boss. "I want this knife, but I know you also have a famous knife here called Shui Zhou. Take it out and have a look." "What?" Tashi, who had been staring at 3rd generation Kitetsu, couldn't help but exclaimed again. At the same time, the eyes he looked at the boss became bright. "Ah!" The boss looked shocked. He never expected that the other party even knew about Shui Zhou. It seemed that he was really well prepared. But he immediately regained his composure. Then he rubbed his hands and said with a wicked smile, "I don't know how you learned that Shui Zhou is with me, but since you know it, you probably also know its value, right?" Mach didn't waste any time and took out a sapphire from his arms. "I flicked it with my thumb." The boss took it instinctively. He is a businessman, although he is in the knife business, but the businessman still has a discerning eye, and he can tell at a glance that this sapphire is the best of the best. Gulu. He couldn't help but swallow, because the price of this sapphire is too high. If it were sold to those big nobles, it would cost tens of millions. And Shui Zong, it's only 10 million. Of course, famous swords are also luxury goods for swordsmen. There is often a price but no market, but no matter how high the price is, it is far less than this top-grade sapphire. Even if you add that 3rd generation Kitetsu, you can still make a lot of money. Call. The boss took a deep breath, and when he looked at Mach again, his eyes looked different. "Because the guy in front of me is too proud," he asked tentatively. "Are you going to trade this sapphire for Yuki Kakeru and 3rd generation Kitetsu?" Mach nodded. "Yukizaru only costs 10 million. Even if you meet a swordsman and likes it very much and is rich, it will only cost you 20 to 30 million at most. The same goes for 3rd generation Kitetsu. It's enough already." When the boss and Dasky heard this, their eyes lit up. Being able to accurately tell the market price of a knife means that the person in front of you is also a person who understands knives. This made the two of them feel a little fond of each other. The boss looked at Mach deeply, then smiled and said, "Then wait a moment." After saying that, he turned around and entered a room behind the counter. After a while, he walked out holding snow in his hands. And handed it to Mach. "From now on, it is yours." Mach watched the snow go away, feeling secretly happy in his heart. Knife. Almost all men like it. After all, who didn't have the dream of a knight or swordsman when he was a child? The goal has been achieved, and Mach will naturally not stay here. After all, his goal is the Great Channel, the New World, because that is his stage. Mach hung the 2 knives on his waist and walked out of the weapons store. Advertisement. Can you wait a moment? Seeing that Mach was leaving, Dasky immediately followed him, because she hasn't looked at these 2 knives carefully yet. Of course, it would be better if you can get started. Unfortunately, Mach ignored him and accelerated his departure. However, Dasky did not give up and speeded up. Mach looked back and frowned slightly. "I have to say, this woman is really annoying. What's more, now he only wants to improve his strength. Women. That is something to consider after you have enough strength. Besides, after gaining strength, what kind of woman do you want?" Collapse. And at this moment, a person rushed out from a corner. It hit Mach hard. "Ah!" The other party let out a scream and cursed at the same time. "Are you made of iron? It's so hard, it hurts me to death." Mork's face twitched, after absorbing 3rd generation Kitetsu and assimilating his body. He is truly made of iron. But, Mach looked at the guy lying on the ground and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Because this guy is also considered a celebrity in the original work. There is no way, this guy's features are too conspicuous. Look at this grass-green coxcomb head. He also has an eye tattoo under his right eye, wears a nose ring, has a devilish face, has a black wing-shaped half-ring tattoo on his chest, and wears a short sword on his waist. Isn't this Luffy's super brainless fan Bartolomeo? Correct. This guy was born in Rog Town. Wait, something doesn't seem right. By the way, Bartolomeo, this guy, hasn't eaten the barrier fruit yet. If everything goes according to the original work, can he also snatch this barrier fruit? I'll go. Yes, in the entire One Piece world, there are only these two devil fruits that are the best to cut off. But the premise is that everything must be returned to the original plot. However, in the original work, this guy only thought about going to sea when he saw Luffy being executed by Buggy and Arrita. It was also at that time that he began to regard Luffy as his idol. Now he is just a little gangster from Rog Town. But the key is that Arrita was killed by him. Buggy was also frightened by him. Without Arrita as his ally, would he come to Rog Town to cause trouble like in the original work? Can you? If not, will Bartolomeo still go to sea? Advertisement. Hold on. Why, it must be Buggy and Alita. He can do it too, anyway, just pin Luffy on Roger's execution platform. But fighting Luffy for a barrier fruit doesn't seem impossible. Mock's eyes lit up. This was a barrier fruit. With him, you can cultivate a powerful subordinate. At this time, Bartolomeo had already stood up and stared at Mock with a fierce look. Boy, today you are going to. It's you, Bartolomeo, again. Dashi had already caught up, looking at Bartolomeo with extremely unkind eyes. As a marine from Rogue Town, how could he not know about little gangsters like Bartolomeo? After all, these guys are also a source of unrest in Rogue Town. I often go to take care of them, Corporal Dasky. Bartolomeo's face froze and he took a step back. At this time, he was not yet the supernova he would become in the future. Just a little punk, and Marine is his nemesis. Gulu. Bartolomeo couldn't help but swallowed, then decisively turned around and ran away. While running, he also said, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Dasky couldn't help rolling her eyes when she saw this, and then asked Mock with a concerned look, are you okay? Mock looked at Bartolomeo's leaving figure, and then looked at Dashi. His eyes glanced at sugar in her hand, and finally fell on her waist. Third-generation Kitetsu and Yuki walked up. His eyes couldn't help but flash, and he suddenly had an idea in his mind. That is, there will still be some time before Luffy arrives. He can't wait in Rog Town. Gotta find something to do, for example, swordsmanship. After all, it's impossible for him to have no other fighting abilities besides his devil fruit abilities. The original work has proven that only by improving in all aspects can there be no flaws. Kendo is a good choice. Although Dasky's strength is average, there is still no problem in teaching a novice like him some basic swordsmanship. But what does it take to get Dasky to agree to teach him swordsmanship? Then Mock couldn't help but smile, took off the snow from his waist, and handed it to Dasky. What are you doing? Dasky was a little confused by Mock's actions. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I would like to ask you to teach me swordsmanship. This snow is the reward. Ah, Dasky, who was already confused, became even more confused. Mock then patted the third-generation ghost on the waist again and said with a smile, you don't want this third-generation ghost to be covered in dust in my hands, right? Well, this is so weird. Something feels wrong. Chapter 9 Invitation from Smoker. Time passed quickly, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Smoker looked at Dasky with a bit of scrutiny in his eyes, because he discovered that in the past 3 months, Dasky had often asked for leave. Especially in the past half month, even when people are here, they often get distracted. Totally out of shape, Dasky, what's wrong with you? Smoker still couldn't hold it back and asked. Originally, as long as it didn't affect official business, he doesn't care about his subordinates' personal affairs, but now, it has affected him. Hearing this, Dasky shook his head. It's nothing, Colonel Smoker. Nothing? Smoker's eyelids twitched. He's not blind, so how could he not see it? So I asked, what happened? What made you so distracted? But these words had just come out of my mouth. He couldn't help but think of the rumors in the base recently. Is it true that Dasky has been dating a man? Falling in love? Dasky didn't answer the question. Colonel Smoker, do you think women are inferior to men in the art of swordsmanship? Smoker couldn't keep up with her thinking, and was obviously stunned for a moment. However, I saw something at this time and comforted me. Women are just lacking in physical strength compared to men. But that's it. After all, for swordsmanship, strength is only one of them. That's all. So, don't be discouraged. If you're lacking in strength, just make up for it in other aspects. As long as you keep working hard, your name will be among the swordsmen in the future. Yeah? When Dasky heard this, his eyes lit up at first, but then dimmed again. He murmured. But how can that guy explain? It's only been 3 months. What? Smoker didn't hear clearly and looked confused. At this time, Dasky turned around and walked out, with a bit of disappointment in her eyes. Smoker. This guy can't really be in love. Anyway, now Dasky really looks like a lovelorn woman, but a woman who was heartbroken asked about swordsmanship again. As a single man who has been single for decades and works hard with his hands, Smoker feels like he is one head and two heads up. He stood up and made a decision. He had to figure out what happened to Dasky. He didn't want the subordinate he was optimistic about to continue to be decadent like this. So he followed. Advertisement in a small forest on the edge of Rogue Town. Mork stood there wiping third-generation ghost. Shueiji leaned against a tree on the side. He and Dasky made an agreement, and Dasky would teach him swordsmanship for 3 months. After 3 months, Shueizhou will be hers. And today is the last day of 3 months. If before, Mock only practiced swordsmanship to make up for his own shortcomings. So now, he is already a qualified swordsman. Because, through these 3 months, He has completely integrated into this world and has the heart of a brave man, the heart of a strong man, and the heart of a swordsman. He is no longer the college student who eats instant noodles and watches movies in the dormitory. Well, Mach shrugged his ears, turned his head and looked aside, and couldn't help but laugh. Dasiki, you're here. Tashi held Shigura's hand and couldn't help but tighten it. In the past 3 months, the first month was teaching Mach basic swordsmanship, and the next 2 months were the two of them constantly fighting. Because of this, Mach's combat experience skyrocketed. Dasiki pursed her lips. Moke, you are the most talented swordsman I have ever seen. In just 3 months, you have achieved what I have achieved in 6 years. No. You have stepped out of your own way of swordsmanship, but I still stick to the swordsmanship I learned. So, you have surpassed me. Today is the last day, and it should be over. As he spoke, Dasiki walked to Shui Zai's side and took it in his hand. As a knife fanatic, she felt a little more happy because of the snow. Because from today on, this piece of snow belongs to her alone. This is what she deserves, because during these 3 months, she taught Mach swordsmanship without reservation. Then she looked at Mach again. I know that you have stopped using your strength half a month ago. Before you leave, can you let me see your own moves? Mach nodded when he heard this. He slightly bent his legs and assumed a posture to draw his sword. The next second, he and the third-generation ghost in his hand released ghost energy at the same time. Even his eyes have turned dark green. One sword-style ghost flame flash. In an instant, Mach disappeared in front of Dasiki. When he reappeared, he was already 3 or 4 meters behind Dusiki, and slowly sheathed the third-generation ghost. Boom. At the same time, a 3-meter-high tree next to Dasiki was cut off, but on the severed tree, a purple flame with a hint of green ignited. It began to burn rapidly. Of course, this ghost flame is transformed by ghost energy. Daski's eyes widened with shock. This guy clearly didn't know how to swing a sword 3 months ago, but now, he has launched such a powerful sword move. I'm afraid it's only 1 step away from the realm of swordsmen. Not to mention her, even Mach himself is very confused sometimes. I have been thinking about it for a long time as to why I have such an outrageous talent for swordsmanship. He only thought of an unlikely possibility. That is because he absorbed 3rd-generation Kitetsu and became the Kitetsu swordman, which is why he has such outstanding talent in swordsmanship. Advertisement, of course, there is another possibility. He originally had such talent in swordsmanship, it's just that in the last life, there was no chance to practice. However, he prefers the former, tap tap tap. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps and Mach and Dasiki both looked over. When they saw the person coming, the two of them were stunned again, because the person coming was none other than Colonel Smoker. Although Mach knew that sooner or later he would meet him, but I didn't expect to be here, in this way. But Dasiki felt a little guilty, but the next second, both of them were dumbfounded. Smoker first said to Dasiki, "Is this your boyfriend?" After saying that, he looked at Mach for a few times and said coldly to Mach, "Boy, since you were with Dasiki, let her go. How can a grown man care about his own woman?" Mach looked confused. Dasiki was also confused, but immediately blushed. First he glanced at Mach, then immediately ran to Smoker and explained, "Colonel Smoker, it's not what you think. I'm just here to teach swordsmanship." "You taught him swordsmanship?" Smoker looked unbelieving. He had seen the kid's sword strike just now. Quite impressive. Even if it is placed at the Marine headquarters, a major can still be included. Although Dasiki is quite talented in swordsmanship, she is still too young now. With her current strength, this boy would be able to teach her just fine. Smoker's expression pierced Daski's heart. However, I still told Smoker the whole story. What? After listening, Smoker couldn't help but exclaimed. When he looked at Moke again, his eyes looked different. With an expression of disbelief, he said, "So, this guy is still a devil fruit user? So, this guy went from having no swordsmanship to this level in only 3 months? Alright." Mach's swordsmanship talent really shocked him. You know, he is ZFA's disciple. As far as he knew, there had never been such a perverted guy in his world, plus the upper and lower worlds. Even among all ZFA's students, only Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji have such perverted talents. Call. Smoker took a deep breath of cigarette and then blew it out. For a moment, the smoke filled the air, but it also made him calm down a lot. At this moment, when he looked at Mach, it was like looking at a rare treasure. Are you interested in joining Marine? If you are willing, I will personally recommend you to join Marine headquarters. With your talent and strength, I can't guarantee that you will be able to become a major in the headquarters. Of course, this is just your starting point. Chapter 10 vs. Roronoa Zoro. When Mach heard this, he shook his head. Although joining Marine is good, it doesn't give you much freedom. Just like the Smoker in front of him, Marine headquarters asked him to stay in Rogue Town, so he had to stay in Rogue Town. The most important thing is that Mach doesn't want to be inferior to others. I don't even want to be the lackey of the Tianlong people. So he shook his head without hesitation. Thank you for your consideration, but this is not my ambition. As soon as these words came out, Smoker's expression changed slightly. The look in Moke's eyes became sharper. Because in this world, Chenkei either becomes a marine or a pirate. Others are probably minimal. Therefore, the boy in front of me, who refused so decisively, has most likely made up his mind to go to sea and become a pirate. And with this kid's talent, once he becomes a pirate, he will definitely be in serious trouble. This is not what he wants to see. However, Mach was not a pirate at this time, and he had not done anything illegal or harmful to others. His principles prevent him from getting rid of this future hidden danger in this situation. Well, in the end, Smoker couldn't help but sigh, and said to himself, I hope this kid, for the sake of Dashi and Dasky, will not go astray. Colonel Smoker. At this moment, a Marine soldier came quickly towards this side. Well, Smoker frowned. What happened? Marine soldier. The Straw Hats were discovered. Straw Hat pirates. Smoker was a little surprised at first, and then his eyes became sharp, because in his opinion, such a guy must not be allowed to leave the East Daxia Sea. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will definitely become a headache for even Marine. You must know that a month ago, Luffy defeated Eren and was offered a bounty of 30 million, becoming the pirate with the highest bounty in the East Daxia Sea. This is the first time a reward has been offered. Naturally, it became the object of special attention of Marine in Rogue Town. Brush. At this time, even Dusky and Mach both looked over. Dusky knew that the Straw Hats had an outstanding swordsman. But Mach became excited. I murmured in my heart, finally here. Luffy, Roronoa Zoro, Nana, Usopp. Today is definitely an interesting day. Advertisement. He couldn't wait any longer. Smoker turned to Dasky and said, Dasky, let's go. Dusky. It's Colonel Smoker. He immediately followed Smoker, but when he passed by Mach, his eyes fell on him, which was very complicated. Mach didn't seem to notice, and just watched her leave quietly. Then he pointed his hand at the sun in the sky and felt the warmth from the sun. The light element is absorbed immediately. Immediately, Mach transformed into a light body again. After absorbing 3rd generation Kitetsu, it becomes a permanent ability, and after activating the ability to absorb the fruit. Still, it can absorb other substances and transform the body. However, when the ability is not used, it will return to the state of Ghost Swordman. Brush. Mach turned into a beam of light and headed directly towards the center of Rogue Town. What it is? Because Mach didn't avoid it on purpose. Both Smoker and Dusky noticed the existence of the beam. The pupils all shrank, and at the same time they were very puzzled. Especially Smoker, because in his opinion, this beam looks like a Logia user like him. Mach soon came to the town and came to the weapons store again, because he knew that Roronoa Zoro would definitely go to that weapons shop. Sure enough, when he walked into the weapons store again, Roronoa Zoro is already in the weapons shop, but 3rd generation Kitetsu and Yukazuki have already been cut off by him, so there are no famous swords in this shop. So, in the end, he only bought 2 knives worth 50,000 belly. Of course, there is another reason. Lack of money. Otherwise, you wouldn't buy the worst knife in the store. When the weapon shop owner saw Mach arriving, his eyes lit up. Dear guest, what do you want to buy this time? When he saw Mach, the boss seemed to be looking at glittering gold. Mach chuckled. I'm not here to buy knives this time. Then he pointed at Roronoa Zoro. I'm here for him. Well, Roronoa Zoro looked surprised, and then looked at Mach carefully, but after thinking about it again and again, I never thought of where I had seen it before. However, his eyes soon fell on the 3rd generation Kitetsu on Mork's waist. Advertisement. His pupils shrank slightly, although he didn't know what kind of knife it was. But as a swordsman, his intuition told him that this was a good name. At the same time, he felt an aura similar to his own from Mach. That is unique to swordsmen. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly, because he had already guessed the other party's intention. His hand also subconsciously placed on the word, Kazumichi. At the same time, he said a little excitedly, if you want to fight, then fight. The boss was stunned for a moment. His eyes glanced back and forth at Roronoa, Zoro and Mach, and then he came to his senses. He immediately said, there is a small sword testing ground behind my store, why not? The words were not finished, but the meaning behind them was already clear. Mach, Roronoa and Zoro all nodded. Okay, it can be said to be a very tacit understanding. The two of them followed the boss into the door behind the counter, passed through a small warehouse, and came to a sword testing arena with an area of 50 square meters. Mork and Roronoa Zoro looked at each other and then nodded with satisfaction. This place is enough for them to compete. The two of them came to the middle of the sword testing ground one after another and stood 4 or 5 meters apart from each other. They were all ready to draw their swords. Roronoa Zoro's eyes fell on 3rd generation Kiteru again, knowing very well that this was a good sword. He was afraid that he would not be able to bear the 2 ordinary swords in his hands. Then use Ito Ryu. His posture of drawing the sword changed, and his right hand was holding the hilt of Wado Ichimonji's sword. The next second, both of them drew their swords and rushed towards each other, and they slashed at each other at the same time. Wado Ichimonji and 3rd generation Kitetsu slashed together fiercely. The powerful force caused both parties to be knocked back a few steps. This sword can't tell the difference between up and down. The eyes of Mach and Roronoa Zoro both lit up. Mach was because he had an accurate judgment on his strength in swordsmanship. At the same time, I am also happy. I am happy that my kendo strength is on the same starting line as the kendo geniuses in this world. Moreover, with the blessing of the devil fruit and the training over the past 3 months, he is no longer inferior to Roronoa Zoro in terms of strength. His state of mind completely sublimated at this moment. The momentum also suddenly changed, becoming sharper, and the whole person was like an unsheathed sword. Roronoa Zoro naturally felt the changes in Mach, but he did not retreat, but became more willing to fight. because the guy in front of him was the strongest swordsman he met in the East Daxia Sea. Of course, except for the guy with a pair of eagle eyes, Chapter 11 lost half a move. Dang dang dang. The two of them kept swinging their swords, and third-generation Kitetsu and Wado Ichimonji kept slashing together. It makes a sound of metal hitting each other. The figures of the two people were also constantly shuttling back and forth in the sword-testing field. Okay. The boss who was watching on the side looked at the two people who were trying their best, with excitement in his eyes. He also had a dream of becoming a swordsman, but unfortunately he did not have that talent. But if I can see such a sword duel in my lifetime, I will die without regrets. After another collision, the two of them once again took a few steps back. This time, the two did not rush towards each other again. Instead, he stared at the other party, trying to see the other party's flaws. He is also accumulating energy to launch a stronger attack. One sword style, Flying Dragon, Flame. Roronoa Zoro used his legs to force himself, and he jumped into the air, placing the word, Wado, behind him. Then a dragon-shaped sword move formed and wrapped him in the middle. Finally, both the man and the dragon moved towards Mo go away. Seeing this move, Moke's pupils shrank slightly. It has to be said that Suo-da is Suo-da, and every move he makes is very domineering and eye-catching. He is truly one of the most popular characters in One Piece. And this move not only looks powerful, the power is also very extraordinary. Once struck by it, high-temperature green flames will emit from the enemy's wounds and completely burn the target. One sword-style Shira slash. Mach was on the ground, and his whole body became excited. He took a deep breath, and then his body slightly bent. He held third-generation Kitetsu in his backhand and stretched it behind his back. Ghost energy surged out of his body, and then condensed into a Shira holding a long sword. Just when Roronoa Zoro's dragon-shaped sword move was about to hit him, the third-generation Kitetsu in Mach's hand decisively swung out. Shira, who had condensed ghost energy, also swung the knife in his hand. Boom. The attacks of the two people collided fiercely together again, forming a powerful force that swept around them with the two people as the center. The clothes on the two of them were scratched. The boss felt as if he was under a typhoon of level 7 or 8, and he was a little unsteady on his feet. Fortunately, there was a wall behind him. But even so, he still stared at the two of them, for fear of missing anything. Clang. Advertisement. The next second, Roronoa Zoro broke through Mach's Shira, and Hedao slashed at Mach's body. At this time, Roronoa and Zoro had already withdrawn their strength. After all, the two of them were competing, not a life-and-death battle. But even so, if this knife is real, it can definitely hurt Mach as well. At least that's what Roronoa Zoro and the weapon shop owner thought. But he didn't expect that when Hedao Yuen slashed at Mach, there was a sound of metal hitting each other. How can it be? The boss couldn't help but exclaimed, and then he remembered it. The man in front of me is not only a swordsman, but also a devil fruit user. Roronoa Zoro was also shocked, and his eyes fell on the place where Mach was struck by him. The clothes had been torn, revealing Mach's fair skin, but there were no scars on it. I lost. Although Mach lost, he was not discouraged at all. Even a little happy. How long has he been practicing? And what about Roronoa Zoro? It can be judged from this battle that he already has the swordsmanship to compete with Roronoa Zoro. He believed that the next time they met, his swordsmanship would definitely surpass Roronoa Zoro. Mork put third-generation Kitetsu into the scabbard, and then stood Roronoa Zoro and smiled. I guess you will also go to the Grand Channel. I look forward to meeting you again, and then we will compete again. Okay. Roronoa Zoro agreed decisively without even thinking about it. Because Mach is the only swordsman he has evenly matched with in the East Daxia Sea, he is very happy to have such an opponent. Moreover, he didn't feel that Mach's swordsmanship was much inferior to his, because he could see that what Mach really lacked was his experience with the enemy. The most important thing is to really fight. He might be the loser, because the other party's body is as hard as iron. His strongest move just now didn't even hurt the opponent at all. It's incredible. Is it possible that, like Luffy, he is also a devil fruit user? Mork left. After all, he had other things to do. I wanted to compete with Roronoa Zoro just to get a clear idea of where my swordsmanship was at. Now, he walked quickly to the execution platform, because no matter how the plot and characters changed because of him, one thing will never change, that is, Luffy will definitely go to the execution platform again. And this is his chance. As long as he suppresses Luffy on the execution platform. Therefore, some plots will return to their original positions. Advertisement. Sure enough, when he came to the execution platform, Bartolomeo and his childhood sweetheart Desire were already in the square at the execution platform. Especially Bartolomeo's unique appearance and dress are so eye-catching that you can spot him at a glance. Soon his eyes fell on the execution platform. I saw a guy wearing a straw hat climbing up continuously. Really? The smile on Mach's face could no longer be suppressed. Mork touched the ground with his hand and activated his ability. Mach's body immediately began to change. Entered the Logia mud state, because against Luffy, a guy with the protagonist's aura of heaven defying, Logia is more complete. Then Mach whispered, "Mud and stone binding." The next second, the soil under the execution platform seemed to come alive. It surged out crazily, entangling the entire bottom of the execution platform, and moving upward at an extremely high speed. It was as if it was going to swallow up the entire execution platform. Scare. At this time, Luffy had also discovered the abnormality below. I was so scared that my eyes were about to pop out. After all, at this time, Luffy was not the same person he would be 2 years later. Those with limited knowledge. The ability users I saw were just a trashy clown buggy who couldn't be trashed. However, Luffy is a very persistent person, and he has never been able to accomplish what he wants to do. Not stopping at all, he speeded up and quickly climbed to the top of the execution platform. However, under Mork's control, the soil rose faster. Just when Luffy reached the top of the execution platform, the soil had also reached it, directly swallowing Luffy along with the highest platform of the execution platform. Luffy only had one head left outside, and his eyes became panicked, because he found that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. The whole person seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. At the same time, the soil under Mork's feet surged up like a wave, lifting him to a position equal to Luffy's. You are a pirate. Then you should have been prepared to die for a long time. While speaking, Mork slowly pulled out the third-generation Kitetsu in his hand and made a gesture to kill him with his sword. Who are you? Luffy panicked and struggled desperately. Even if he knew it, no matter how hard he struggled, it would be useless, because this is a person's desire to survive. But when the Moke sword was slashed, Luffy calmed down and smiled towards Luffy below. It was this smile that shocked everyone present. Mork also laughed, because this was the effect he wanted. Chapter 12 Bartolomeo, you are really brave, rumble. At the same time, there was a burst of thunder in the sky, followed by a burst of thunder and lightning falling from the sky, which accidentally hit Mok. But everything was as expected by Mok. Under this thunder, Mok's whole body was blown apart. It turned into countless mud spots and splashed around. However, countless mud spots immediately gathered together again. Mok has recovered as before, but at this time, he is already on the ground. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he smiled in his heart. Long, you are the sixth child. I knew you would do this. This. In a corner of the square, Dasky looked shocked. Smoker's eyes also widened, and he turned to look at Dasky. Didn't you say he is a user with abilities similar to the slashing fruit? It's like being a person with the ability to cut off fruits. That perfect elementalization just now. This clearly shows that he is a natural ability user, probably Logia, a mud fruit ability user. At this moment, the way Smoker looked at Mo became even more different. A swordsman genius, plus a Logia ability user. If a guy like this joins Marine, he will become a great person in the future. Maybe he is one of the future generals. Immediately, his eyes fell on Luffy again. His eyes immediately turned cold. The most important thing now is this guy. Dasky keeps up. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body turned into a ball of smoke and flew towards Luffy, extremely fast. Only at this time, Luffy was already out of trouble, and we have already seen people from Marine, and most importantly, Nami and Usopp have also arrived. Drag Luffy and run. Tisk tisk. Mork watched Smoker and Dusky chasing Luffy, and watched Bartolomeo look at Luffy with admiring eyes. I couldn't suppress the excitement in my heart and couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that you are not only a powerful swordsman, you are also a Logia mud fruit ability user. I don't know when, the owner of the weapons store came to Mok's side. Advertisement with a smile on his face, he looked at Moke with a somewhat flattering look. Mok turned to look at the boss, with some doubts in his heart, because he didn't understand why this guy came. So I couldn't help but ask, is something wrong? The boss hesitated for a moment, but immediately made up his mind. That's right, my wife has a sister named Ada. She is a cook who likes to cook. In order to pursue better cooking skills, she went to the Grand Waterway. It is said that it is there are better ingredients, and she wants to see them. If you go to the Grand Channel and happen to pass by Chef Island, please help my wife and I find out her whereabouts. Once the message is there, after finishing speaking, the boss bowed deeply to Mok. Mok was very surprised, because in the original work, the boss never said this to Roronoa Zoro. It seems that because of him, this world has already undergone some changes. It was precisely because of this that he suddenly wanted to see what this change was like. So he nodded. Don't worry, I will go to Cook Island. Ada, I will also help you find out. The boss was slightly startled when he heard this. He asked him to help him find out the whereabouts of Ada if he passed by Cook Island. Because he knew very well that he didn't have such a big face to let Mok go to Cook Island to help him find Ada. This. After coming back to his senses, the boss showed an expression of disbelief. Then he was overjoyed. Thank you so much. Just like the original work, with the help of Dragon, the Super Daddy, Luffy and his gang successfully broke out of Rog Town and headed for the Grand Channel. Soon they went upstream and rushed up to the Upside Down Mountain. At this point, they took the first step into the Great Waterway. Mok's attention at this time was already on Bartolomeo. He wanted to see where his Paramecia barrier fruit came from. Time passed little by little, and as Smoker had left with Luffy, Rog Town turned into a chaotic place. After all, Rog Town can become the weakest and most stable existence in the world. Smoker played a big role. But now, without the intimidation of Smoker, no matter they are pirates or ruffians like Bartolomeo, everyone is lawless. Especially Bartolomeo, this guy, is inherently lawless. Once Smoker leaves, no one can restrain him anymore. Advertisement, boss. I got the news. The one who came to our Rog Town is Colonel Wild Dog from Donghai Base 12. Who? Bartolomeo felt depressed. The three major dangers of the East Daxia Sea Marine are Colonel Menka, Colonel Rat, and this Colonel Wild Dog. Only Smoker, a fool, doesn't know. And the people below already know it. However, there is one thing to say. These three guys are the three major dangers in the East Daxia Sea. But their strength. One is weaker than the other. Bartolomeo smiled. I happen to be going to sea, so let's borrow their heads to make a name for ourselves. At the same time, it can be regarded as getting rid of a harm to Rog Town. After all, he was born in Rog Town, and he didn't want this wild dog colonel to eventually take the position of the highest officer in Rog Town. Otherwise, I'm afraid the entire Rog Town will live in hell. Mock, who stared at Bartolomeo secretly, raised his eyebrows. Where is Rogue Town? That is the throat of the East Daxia Sea, and Marine headquarters will never let a weak person sit in this position. Even if the character is not good, the strength must be good. Even if he is not as good as Smoker, he still has some strength to scare the pirates in the East Daxia Sea. Otherwise Smoker's hard work over the years would have been wasted. Bartolomeo has some strength, but it's only for ordinary people. Against anyone who can replace Smoker, there is only a dead end. FK. At this time, Mock was murmuring in his heart. Is it possible that there is something else in it? Or maybe this guy got the barrier fruit before this? Otherwise, he doesn't think that the current Bartolomeo can beat him, the person sent by Marine to replace Smoker. 3 days later, a small warship sailed into the port of Rog Town. Soon a group of Marines walked out of the ship, headed by a very tall Colonel Marine. Tisk tisk. And when they walked out of the port and came to the town, Bartolomeo led a group of people around, and stared at Colonel Wild Dog with contempt, and said very arrogantly, Colonel Wild Dog, I know you were greedy a lot, give some to your brothers. Let's break it up, otherwise you won't be able to pass today's test. Mock's corner twitched in the dark. This Bartolomeo is so brave. Chapter 13 Colonel Wild Dog, ha ha ha. At this time, Colonel Wild Dog seemed to have heard the funniest thing in the world and laughed loudly. Bartolomeo's expression froze, because Colonel Wild Dog's laughter really irritated him. It even gave him a very uneasy feeling. Shave. Colonel Wild Dog disappeared in an instant, and when he appeared again, he was already standing in front of Bartolomeo. It's so close that you can hit the opponent in the face with just a wave of your hand. 6 forms. In the dark, Moke's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Speaking of Marine, 6 styles is something that cannot be avoided. It can be said that most Marine generals, except those who use swords, basically know a few moves and 6 styles. There are even some swordsmen who know the 6 moves. But it has to be said that no Marine who masters the 6 moves is weak, because not everyone can practice the 6 postures, but they need to reach 500 power. Don't underestimate this 500 power. For example, testing the strength value of a Marine's combat effectiveness is also a standard to prove a person's combat effectiveness. The most common Marine soldier in this world has a strength value of 10. If it exceeds 500, he is considered a Superman. Look at the people in CP9, some of them only have 500 or 600 power. Of course, this value is not rare and top-notch. However, in the first half of the Great Waterway, it can be said to have little strength. Not to mention that in this weakest Donghai, he can definitely be called a strong one, and he is also a crushing strong one. Scare. Bartolomeo was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of his head. He instinctively retreated, but now, how could he be the opponent of Marine who had mastered the 6 styles? Collapse. Colonel Wild Dog kicked him directly, hitting Bartolomeo in the abdomen. Under the powerful force, Bartolomeo flew out like a kite with its string broken. Then Colonel Dingo didn't stop. Shave. Kick it out. Shave. Kick it out. Advertisement. The same move is simple and direct, but none of the minions brought by Bartolomeo can take the next move. Impossible. This is impossible. Bartolomeo, who had fallen 7 or 8 meters away at this time, saw this scene with horror and fear on his face. Soon nearly 100 minions all fell to the ground. They either had broken legs, broken arms, or broken ribs. It can be seen that Colonel Dingo showed no mercy. Finally, he walked towards Bartolomeo step by step. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. Bartolomeo jumped up from the ground in fright, enduring the pain and retreating step by step. At the same time, I still can't believe it. How is it possible? You can't even beat that guy Ziping. Ziping? Colonel Wild Dog seemed to have thought of something when he heard this. Then he couldn't help but laugh, laughing very happily. I said, who gave a little guy like you the courage to attack me? It turns out that you know that guy from Ziping. Now that I think about it, that's true. This guy Ziping was born in Rog Town, and like these people in front of him, he was a gangster. It's not surprising that someone knows him, but that guy is his white glove. The defeat to Ziping that time was just for show. After all, this guy has done a lot. He can't be kept anymore. And that time there happened to be an encounter on the sea. We can't really catch that guy, right? Wouldn't that be causing trouble for yourself? After letting him go, find an opportunity and kill him silently. Then all the money he robbed belongs to himself, and finally he uses this money to open up some relationships. The loss of reputation is nothing compared to these. Otherwise, how could he be sitting at the top position in the East Daxia Sea? With this position, he can make more wealth. At that time, there will be more money to open up the relationship, and he will naturally rise faster in the future. What a great thing, but he didn't expect that these garbage would give him the illusion that he was weak. Please. Although he is not as good as Smoker, he is still a marine student on the same level as Smoker. His strength may be nothing in the Great Channel, but in this East Daxia Sea. Once Smoker leaves, who will be his opponent? There is no such thing as a unified general. Advertisement: just like these mobs in front of you, you can kill them easily. I'll fight with you. By this time, Bartolomeo had also come to his senses. There was madness in his eyes, and his face was full of ferocity, because he understood that he had no way out except to fight to the death. Even if he died, he should at least die with dignity. Bartolomeo pounced directly on Colonel Wild Dog. Unfortunately, Bartolomeo's movements were as slow as a tortoise in the eyes of Colonel Wild Dog. Colonel Wild Dog dodged easily. After Bartolomeo jumped into the air, he passed by him. Colonel Wild Dog raised his leg and kicked Bartolomeo on the butt. Under the powerful force, Bartolomeo was kicked out again. Colonel Wild Dog couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing a sneer. At the same time, he glanced around. To him, Bartolomeo is not much different from those minions. He can also kill him with one move. The current situation is like a cat playing with a mouse, just to shock everyone in Rog Town. Whether it's local gangsters or foreign pirates, let them understand that even if Smoker leaves Rog Town, he will still have Colonel Wild Dog. It's still not a place where they can mess around. But he didn't notice that the direction Bartolomeo flew was exactly the direction of his men. Those subordinates were just ordinary Marines. One of them was sent flying past Bartolomeo without paying attention, and Bartolomeo bumped into another one. Immediately, people fell on their backs. At this time, the box in one of the people's hands fell down. A fruit that looks a bit like an apple rolls next to Bartolomeo. FK. Mork's eyes lit up. Colonel Wild Dog's expression also changed. I'm afraid he never thought that such a mistake would happen. That was the devil fruit he got by accident, and he planned to use it to make relationships. Bartolomeo was stunned for a moment, and then he took the devil fruit in his hand. Without thinking, I just stuffed it into my mouth. How dare you? Shave. In an instant, Colonel Wild Dog disappeared, but no matter how fast he is, he still has a certain distance. Perhaps in the original work, he was just a step too slow. This allowed Bartolomeo to eat this devil fruit, and Bartolomeo relied on this devil fruit to make a comeback. Not to mention defeating Colonel Wild Dog, at least we can leave safely. But now, no one can be faster than Mok, and he has been prepared for it. Therefore, I absorbed the sunlight early. At this time, it turned into a beam of light, before Bartolomeo ate the devil fruit. Came to his side and snatched the devil fruit from Bartolomeo's hand. And who are you? Colonel Wild Dog stopped abruptly and looked at Mok with eyes full of fear, because Mok recognized it at a glance. This is Logia ability. And it's similar to General Kizaru's Shining Fruit ability. This made him have to pay attention and be afraid of it. Chapter 14 Accident. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is. This devil fruit is mine, thank you. Having said this, he couldn't help but shake the devil fruit in his hand. Bartolomeo. I already have it in my hand. At first I thought I was lucky, but... Colonel Dingo. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This was the key he used to get through later. If he hadn't been afraid of Mok's ability, he would have already taken action. However, now that the other party already knows that this is a devil fruit, naturally, it is impossible to return it to him, which means that both sides must fight. Shave. Colonel Wild Dog is also a very decisive person. After making a decision, he will stop talking nonsense. The whole person disappeared in front of everyone again, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Mok. Point the gun. His index finger was like a gun, poking at Moke's forehead. Clang. Mok did not choose to dodge, but relied on his ability to prepare for a counterattack. At that moment, Colonel Wild Dog's finger hit Moke's forehead. The third-generation ghost in Mork's hand was unsheathed, and a cold light flashed in the air. But at the moment when Colonel Wild Dog was struck, Colonel Wild Dog used Shave again and entered a state of high-speed movement. Thus, he avoided Mok's blow, and when he appeared again, he was already 10 meters away. At this moment, the way he looked at Mok changed again, and he said with a bit of shock and a bit of doubt. You are really a natural ability user, but... General Kizaru is still alive and well. How did you get the sparkling fruit? He has never heard of the Logia devil fruit, which is similar to the shiny fruit. Originally, he thought that all Mok had was the Paramecia devil fruit, which was similar to the shiny fruit. At most, it has movement and attack methods similar to those of the shining fruit. But after that moment, he had already figured out that the guy opposite was really Logia, otherwise it would be impossible to have elementalization. Mok grinned. It's none of your business. Have you ever been kicked by light? As soon as he finished speaking, the light elements on Mok's feet gathered, causing the entire right leg to light up. Not good. Colonel Wild Dog's expression changed greatly. Shave. At the same time, Mok's right leg had been kicked out, and a beam of light shot out. Rumble. Advertisement. Colonel Dingo, who had dodged first, saw the beam of light pass through where he was just now and hit a warship in the port. Its powerful power directly penetrated the entire hull of the warship. And with a roar, it broke into two pieces in the middle and sank quickly. Hiss. Colonel Wild Dog couldn't help but take a breath of air. If he was hit, he would be disabled even if he died. When he thought of this, his scalp also felt numb. However, after all, it was someone who was taught by Zephyr. Even if his character is not good, he still has strength and courage. The pressure that Mork brought to him not only did not make him flinch, On the contrary, his fighting spirit increased, and he stared at Mach. Since I was assigned to East Daxia Sea and became the deputy general manager of East Daxia Sea, I haven't had a good fight for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Mach's body changed. I saw long gray hair growing all over his body, and his hands began to turn into claws. Now I finally know why this guy is called Colonel Wild Dog. Because, this guy is an animal type, Wild Dog Fruit ability user. Shave. The next moment, Colonel Wild Dog disappeared again. Grass. I have to say, this shaver is very refreshing when used by myself. However, when the opponent uses it, it becomes very troublesome. Mach can only be on full alert. When he appeared again, he was already behind Mork. Point the gun. Clang. This time, he did not choose to use elementalization, because, when the wild dog used its power, he felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. Therefore, with my backhand, I slashed the third-generation Kitetsu backwards. The finger of Colonel Wild Dog was accurately chopped off. What Mach didn't expect was that a terrifying force came from Colonel Wild Dog's finger, which made Mach's hand tremble. I have to say that the animal-type devil fruit is really suitable for physical masters. Not to mention anything else, the increase in strength alone is terrifying. However, what frightened Moke the most was not just that. So when he turned his head, he saw that the fingers of Colonel Wild Dog were actually wrapped with military colors. Nima, this is in the East Daxia Sea, armed and entangled, are you so outrageous? Mach complained crazily in his heart, but at the same time he was extremely happy. The most important thing is to constantly remind yourself in your heart. From now on, you can't underestimate anyone, let alone rely too much on elementalization. If it's not good and falls into the iron genjutsu ending, it would be a tragedy. Advertisement Mach instantly turned into a beam of light, widening the distance between the two. At this moment, the way he looked at Colonel Wild Dog was a little different. The corners of the wild dog's mouth could not help but rise slightly, showing a bit of pride. This is his last trump card. I recently awakened the weapon color. Although, it is only the most preliminary, it can only barely wrap around both fists. But that's enough. This is also a trump card that allows him to be promoted to Major General in his headquarters. At this time, Mach also had the desire to fight, shine. The next second, the light elements on Mach's body gathered, making Mach's whole body look like a small sun. The bright light made it impossible for everyone to look directly at it. Because, just by looking at it, my eyes felt like they were on fire, and I couldn't open them in pain. One sword-style ghost flame flash. Taking advantage of this opportunity, all the ghostly auras of Mork and third-generation Kitetsu emerged, and finally merged into one. Brush. Mach's figure disappeared in a flash, and when he appeared again, he was already behind Colonel Wild Dog, slowly putting the third-generation Kitetsu into the scabbard. Peefed. When the light on Mach dissipated, a wound exploded on Colonel Wild Dog's body, and blood spurted out. Colonel Wild Dog looked in disbelief. You must know that in the East Daxia Sea, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. Did not think of a hole. Colonel Wild Dog couldn't help but curse. He had to say that Mach's move was really a headache. It makes one's eyes unable to see, and what he awakens is the arm color, not the seeing and hearing color. How can one dodge the opponent's attack without being able to see anything? Lanjiao. Colonel Wild Dog reacted with a slash of his feet. Clang. Mork's reaction was not slow either. He instantly unsheathed the third-generation Kitetsu in his hand and swung it out, blocking the move abruptly. However, the powerful impact caused him to retreat 4 to 5 meters. Shave. And how could Colonel Wild Dog miss such a good opportunity? A figure appeared directly behind Mach, finger gun. He aimed his index finger at the back of Mach's head and poked it. Chapter 15 entering the Great Channel for the first time. But the next second, his whole body was frozen there. His fingers were less than 10 centimeters away from Mach's head. But Colonel Wild Dog discovered that at this moment he couldn't even move. He lowered his head and saw that at some point, his entire body had been entangled and bound by the mud rising from the ground. At this time, he looked shocked and confused. Brush. At this moment, the third-generation ghost in Mach's hand drew a beautiful arc in the air. Slash at Colonel Wild Dog's neck. Not good. Colonel Wild Dog's expression changed greatly. Because at this time, he had lost the ability to move and could not escape at all. He could only watch helplessly as third-generation Kitetsu got closer and closer to him. Iron. He had no choice but to choose passive defense. Brush. Third-generation Kitetsu slashed across the neck of the Wild Dog Colonel. Apparently his iron block could not prevent Mork's blow. First, a wound slowly appeared, and then blood spurted out. No. No. Impossible. Colonel Wild Dog looked in disbelief. The guy in front of him was obviously a Logia fruit similar to the sparkling fruit. How can I control the soil again? But at this time, he discovered that at some point, the skin of the guy in front of him, it is no longer so bright, but dull, even yellowish. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this time, Mach raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a smile. Just when he had just taken over the Wild Dog Colonel Lanjiao and was forced to retreat 4 or 5 meters. He took advantage of the situation and touched the ground with his hand, and his ability changed from dodge to mud. Also, the iron block is indeed the strongest genjutsu. This guy, with the full force of his ghost energy explosion, directly broke through the defense. The dead can no longer die. Click. At the same time, in a dark corner, a man takes a picture of Mach, and very professional, find a suitable angle. Caught the way Mok put away his knife. Advertisement. There is quite a sense of contempt for the world. At the same time, Mok looked for Bartolomeo, only to find that he was already missing. Mok couldn't help but froze, and murmured, "You are indeed an important character, life is hard. But now, there is no need to stay in Rog Town." I saw him, pointing his hand at the sun in the sky, and once again transformed into a flashing ability. Finally, the whole person turned into a beam of light and rushed directly towards the upside-down mountain. Then he quickly rushed to the Great Channel and quickly arrived at the first small island. There are several routes to choose from on the Great Channel, and the first island on each route has underground forces selling information. You can buy almost all the timeless pointers on the island, but they are a bit expensive. So, Mok landed on the island. I immediately found the pub. Seeing Mok, a waiter immediately came up to him with a smile on his face. "What do you need?" Mork didn't waste any words. Gate of opening said straight to the point. "I want an eternal pointer to Cook Island." After saying that, his nose couldn't help but shrug, because there was a scent that hit his nostrils, which made Mok have an appetite. So he added, "Bring me another table of the most famous dishes here." "Okay, you can sit wherever you like and I'll come when I go." Tisk tisk. Mok randomly found an empty table and sat on it, but everyone in the group looked at Mok. Some looks are even more malicious. He even sneered, "Here comes another newcomer who knows nothing about the world. I guess I'm still dreaming about One Piece. Aren't all newcomers like this? They're very childish." Mok raised his eyebrows and glanced at everyone present with a bit of disdain in his eyes. "You know, the old people here are basically useless people who have lost their courage. I'll just show off here, in front of new people." "Hello." One of the burly men stood up and walked towards Mok. "Boy, the eternal pointer of a specific island is not cheap. I guess you have some money, so you paid for our table. Leave some more money, how about giving me flowers?" It seemed like he was asking, but his tone left no room for doubt. Mok sat there and looked up at the visitor. Looking at him looking convinced of himself, he couldn't help but laugh. A loser who only dares to stay on the first island at the entrance of the Great Channel, but also dares to laugh at those who have dreams. Although, most of those guys are not good people, but it's much better than trash like you. Advertisement, quiet. The tavern instantly fell into silence. Regardless of whether they were visitors or people who had planned to watch the show, their expressions froze at this time. Because Mok's words were equivalent to a slap in their faces. In an instant, everyone looked at Mok differently. They no longer looked like they were watching a show, but each of them looked like they were about to eat a Mok. Especially the burly man, his eyes widened at this time. His eyes were full of anger. "You." But just as he was about to get angry, he met Mok's eyes. At this time, Mok's pupils had turned purple, and at the same time ghost energy spurted out from his body and swept away in all directions. The burly man was the first to bear the brunt. As soon as he said a word, he felt as if he had been hit hard. His face turned pale and his body swayed. He suppressed all other words. Hiss. Everyone present felt a cold air blowing through them, making them shiver. The most important thing is that the momentum of the boy in front of him has changed. It brought unprecedented pressure to them. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air conditioning. After all, they were also people who broke out from all over the world. "I still have some knowledge, how can I not understand that today I encountered a tough situation?" Mok said coldly. "Leave all your belongings and leave. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences of offending me with your lives today." Everyone's faces froze. They want to bully the newcomers and get a piece of the pie. I never thought that I would be robbed instead. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. But these are pirates with blood on their hands. Greed is their nature. How can they easily give away their money to others? Bang dang. A pirate sitting next to the window broke the window and jumped out. Rumble. But before he could be happy, everyone in the tavern saw Mok's index finger pointed at this guy, and a large amount of light elements gathered on his index finger. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot out and directly penetrated the back of the guy who escaped, and it continued unabated and hit a big tree 100 meters away. The terrifying power directly broke the tree. Because the windows of the tavern are very large, most people can see clearly. The tavern fell into silence once again. Gulu. Hiss. Some people swallowed, and some took a breath. After coming back to his senses, the way he looked at Mok completely changed. There is no longer any contempt or unwillingness, only awe. Immediately, all the money was respectfully placed on Mok's table, then he retreated. Chapter 16 Blackbeard. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a very distinctive sound sounded in a corner of the tavern. FK. Although the expression on Mok's face did not change with this laughter, however, my heart was in my throat. Because in One Piece, many characters have very special laughter. You can even tell who they are by hearing their laughter. Such as the current laughter. Blackbeard is definitely one of the future 4 emperors. Mok's pupils shrank sharply. He never expected that he would encounter such a big boss as soon as he entered the Great Channel. With his current strength, he is no match for him. Call. Mork slowly exhaled a breath to calm himself down, then, he turned to look at the corner where the laughter sounded. Sure enough, he saw a big man who had his back turned to look at him. There was a bit of appreciation in his eyes, and sitting next to him was a guy who looked extremely ill and dying. Poison Q. Mork recognized it immediately. The first 4 generals under Blackbeard were Lafitte, Giza's badges, Van Oka and the poisonous Q. But why did Blackbeard come to the entrance of this great waterway now? No, say the other way around. This is the entrance to the world. If I remember correctly, among the 4 generals under Blackbeard, Lafitte was born in West Blue. Originally a West Blue police officer, nicknamed Devil Sheriff and Devil Cop. He is also the navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates and the future captain of the 5th ship of the Blackbeard Pirates. In addition, Blackbeard only has Poison Q by his side. Does that mean that now is the time when Blackbeard goes to West Blue and then successfully recruits Lafitte? But what on earth did this guy go to West Blue for? Could it be that he made a special trip to win over Lafitte? Is a Lafitte really worth Blackbeard's special trip? At this time, most of the people in the tavern had fled. Blackbeard stood up from his position and walked towards Mork. At the same time, he looked at Mock carefully. What you said is absolutely right, these guys can even throw away their dreams. Who have the right to humiliate people who have dreams in their hearts? Advertisement. Mock frowned silently. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Mock didn't answer immediately, Blackbeard immediately added, how about joining my pirate group? He saw all of Mock's performance just now. It's not just the impressive momentum that can intimidate others at a glance. He also possesses powerful devil fruit abilities. Immediately, his eyes fell on the 3rd generation Kitetsu in Mork's hand. Presumably, he also has good swordsmanship. Such a person is worthy of his wooing. Mock was silent for a moment, then laughed again, and said with a hint of tact, that won't work. My dream is to become a one-piece man. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The look in Moke's eyes changed, with a bit of scrutiny. Finally, he said meaningfully, I'm looking forward to our next meeting. After saying that, he walked out of the tavern, because he understood. The boy in front of me is not someone who is inferior to others. Poison Q followed closely behind. After walking out of the tavern, Poison Q looked back, and then said to Blackbeard. This kid is still young now, but he will become his opponent sooner or later. How about? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Blackbeard. There are so many people like this on the sea. Should I kill everyone I see? Can I kill them? Having said this, he also looked back, and then said very domineeringly, besides, one day, he really stands on the opposite side of me. I will personally take off his head. Thief ha 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 ha. In a word, the current Mock, in the eyes of his Blackbeard, cannot even be called an opponent. In other words, in his opinion, it is still unknown whether Mock will be able to reach a level where he can stand opposite him in the future. Call. After Blackbeard left, Mock couldn't help but take a deep breath. To be honest, at this time, he didn't want to have a head-on conflict with Blackbeard. Because, there is no chance of winning. However, he was just ready to take action, but... Tisk tisk. Mock's hand that had been placed on the handle of the 3rd generation Kitetsu's sword couldn't help but tighten. The desire to become stronger has never been as strong as it is now. Not strong enough, not even qualified to be someone else's opponent. In other words, others are not even interested in doing anything to you. Advertisement. Not long after Blackbeard left, the waiter just came over. This is the eternal pointer of Cook Island, 300,000 belly. Mock's face twitched. It wasn't that he didn't have the 300,000 belly. Instead, he secretly sighed that this black market was really too dark. You know, the 2 knives Suo Da bought in Rog Town only cost 100,000 belly in total. But he still paid the money readily because he was short of money. Then he added another question. Do you have any information to buy? The waiter nodded. Of course. But are you looking for someone, or do you want to know something? Mock. Ada, the cook, was born in Rog Town, East Daxia Sea. She once appeared on Cook Island. I need all the information she has now. Waiter. Please wait a moment. With that said, he turned and left. Mock frowned slightly, because he could feel this waiter. It's a little different from before, not with a somewhat humble smile. Instead, there was a hint of high-spirited attitude. This made Mock somewhat confused as to what made him change. He had just shown his strength. From Endless' point of view, he should be more in awe of him. Interesting. Mock watched the waiter leave with a meaningful expression on his face. Soon the waiter came back with a piece of paper in his hand and a polite smile. The cook Ada you are looking for is a character. Therefore, the price is a bit high. In the underground world, people's intelligence is often priced based on their strength and identity. Oh, Mock's face showed a bit of surprise, that's right. It was only because I got 2 famous swords from the weapons boss that I agreed to look for them. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. As long as the information is true, price is not an issue. The waiter stretched out a finger, 1 million Baileys. After he finished speaking, he even took out a phone. It's a bit expensive, but it's expensive for a reason. After receiving this million from you, our people will keep an eye on her. Once her position changes, I will notify you immediately until you find her. Mock couldn't help but be stunned. This service is worth the price. So he nodded and took out a sapphire from his arms. After the waiter took it, he looked at it carefully. He made a judgment in his mind. Although this is a bit ordinary, it is still worth 1 million. So, he handed the paper in his hand to Mock. Cook Ada, 30 years old. Chapter 17 Shichibukai. Cook Ada, 30 years old, was once the captain of the god of cooking pirates, a 2-sword swordsman, with great cooking skills, and also great strength. There's a reward of 130 million. Won first place in the Chef Island cooking competition that year. But someone plotted that day, and all the crew members were killed or injured, but she was the only one who survived. Therefore, my temper became extremely irritable, and I would take action whenever I disagreed. She is still on Chef Island now because she firmly believes that the person who plotted against her back then is still on Chef Island. This is what is written on this piece of paper, and Mock's eyes are very surprised. I never expected that the cook Ada had a reward of over 100 million. This is worthy of the price of a supernova. And this price was from a few years ago, because I have been looking for the murderer on Cook Island for the past few years. Therefore, her reward has not changed. Interesting. Mock immediately added. Information about the person who plotted against her. If you have it, bring it, I bought it together. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Seeing as it is your first time to cooperate with us and you have the potential to become a high-quality customer, I will make an exception to remind you that anyone who buys this information will also have their own information. It also appeared in that person's hands, so are you sure? Mock was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, because the information revealed by this guy's words is not ordinary. First, he is not the first person to buy information about the murderer from the underground world. Second, the murderer has a lot of background. Ada is still on Cook Island, which means that the person who bought the information has either been dealt with, or chickened out after learning the identity of the killer. But he still nodded. Thank you, but please bring me the information, I'm a little curious. Waiter. Okay, but the price is a bit high. After all, everyone knows that this information is very likely to attract a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. As he spoke, he smiled meaningfully at Mock. It seems to be saying, aren't you also thinking about this? Mock couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Oh, then I would like to know how much she is worth in your underground world. Waiter. 10 million Baileys. Mock's eyes lit up. The higher the price, the stronger Ada's strength was. Therefore, after hearing the price, I was actually overjoyed. So he took out a jewelry necklace. This should be worth 10 million belly. Advertisement waiter. Wait a moment. At this time, the smile on his face was a little more sincere. After selling over 10 million pieces of information, his bonus will naturally be huge. Soon the waiter came back again with information. New world, under the command of Doflamingo, Gladius, a member of the Don Quixote family. Paramecia. The person with the ability to explode fruit has a reward of 31 million. Actually has the strength of over 100 million. Use the power of the explosive fruit to ambush Ada and kill everyone in the God of Cooking Pirates except Ada, the leader. And successfully captured the devil fruit in Ada's hand. Damn it. Mock couldn't help showing a shocked expression. He never expected that the person who took action would be Gladius, a member of the Don Quixote family. No wonder. Behind him are Doflamingo and the entire Don Quixote family. But what kind of devil fruit was it that actually led Gladius to take action? Moreover, Gladius chose to ambush instead of confronting him head-on. And even the ambush failed to kill Ada to eliminate future troubles. This shows Ada's strength. In other words, Gladius is not as strong as her, but it's not worth Doflamingo's personal trip, which is why the current situation is formed. Mock suddenly felt that the money was well spent. He also felt that accepting this chef god Ada as his first partner would be a good choice. Mock suddenly thought of something and added, by the way, give me another roadmap to Cook Island. The waiter chuckled, then took out a map from his arms and handed it over. This roadmap is a personal gift to you. Mock's eyes flashed. Thank you very much. Then he added, next, should we get to the point? The waiter was stunned for a moment, then laughed. You are so sharp, I can see it all. Call. The waiter took a deep breath and straightened his clothes. Then, on behalf of Baroque Studio, I now formally invite you to join our Baroque Studio. With your strength, once you enter Baroque Studio, you will immediately become a senior agent of Baroque Studio. FK. Just now it was Doflamingo's Don Quixote family, and now it's Crocodile's Baroque Studio. It's really amazing. Advertisement yes, in the Underground Intelligence Network. New World saw Doflamingo, and the first half of the Great Line saw Crocodile's Baroque Studio. However, he had no intention of being Crocodile's little brother. Just as he was about to speak, the waiter added, don't refuse in a hurry. You can listen to the conditions we have given. 1. Intelligence sharing. All the information you need will be provided to you for free. At the same time, if someone is against you, or someone comes to buy information about you, we will notify you as soon as possible, and even send people directly to help. 2nd, after joining, just complete the tasks assigned by Baroque Studio. At other times, you can move freely. Moreover, after completing the task, Baroque Studio will give you very generous rewards. 3rd, you can choose the form of cooperation. Information will be given to you first, and if someone is dealing with you, you will also be reminded. But to give Bailey. Of course, certain tasks also need to be completed. If you choose this form, you have a choice. Not every task has to be completed. 1 year, just choose 2 or 3 of the assigned tasks. I have to say that the 3rd form of cooperation is very attractive. However, it's not necessary. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. For information, just use Bailey to buy it. After all, no matter how nice it is, once you agree, it will be equivalent to belonging to Crocodile's Baroque Studio. Therefore, Mock decisively refused. The waiter could only leave with regret. But Mock looked at the roadmap to Cook Island, and soon the names of the 2 islands shocked him. Whiskey Peak and Aska Island. I have to say that this route somewhat overlaps with the one taken by Luffy. The former is the bounty hunter's lair, where Princess Wei Wei and Luffy will go. The latter is the island where the Holy Sword is located. Especially the latter is very attractive to Mach. You know, the Holy Sword is very strange and powerful. It can make wounds heal automatically, and can also increase the strength of yourself and your companions. He can even control people's hearts and unite people with swords. Too awesome. If he absorbs it, his strength will definitely rise to the next level, but I still have to go up to the Whiskey Mountain, not to meet Princess Wei Wei, nor to meet Luffy and his gang again. But there is a famous sword called Wajo there. If I remember correctly, it seems to be in the hands of an agent of the Baroque Working Society. In the original work, he was finally acquired by Dasky. Since he wants to win over Ada, in addition to the information about the murderer, there must be a decent meeting gift. And for a swordsman, is there any more suitable gift than a famous sword? Chapter 18 Shocked Marine Headquarters. After a hearty meal in this tavern, Mach rested for another night. Early the next morning, Mach turned into a beam of light again and headed towards Upside Down Mountain. Marine Headquarters. Warring States Fleet Admiral stood up from his seat in surprise, and even exclaimed, "What?" Garp and Lieutenant General He, who happened to be in his office, both looked over, especially Garp, who even forgot to put the donut in his mouth into his mouth. Because he rarely saw Seng Guo lose his temper like this. Lieutenant General He couldn't help but frown slightly, because he had a bad feeling that something big would happen again. Then he asked, "What's wrong?" "Call." Warring States hung up the phone bug in his hand, exhaled slowly, and calmed himself down. Colonel Wild Dog, who took over as smoker in Donghai, was killed. How come? Garp looked surprised, knowing that he often goes to the East Daxia Sea. So, I understand very well. There are only a few capable pirates in the entire East Daxia Sea. But no matter which one of them, they don't have the courage, let alone the strength, to kill the supreme leader of Donghai Marine. Obviously he also thinks so. As long as there is a decent strong man among the East Daxia Sea pirates, he will not be called the weakest in the world. So with some doubts, is it possible that some strong man came out of the East Daxia Sea? Warring States nodded. Moke, his age is unknown and his birthplace is unknown. He has good swordsmanship and is also a devil fruit user. At this point, he paused. Then he added, according to the intelligence, his sword skills were learned from Smoker's deputy, Corporal Dashi. The devil fruit is extremely special. Not only does it possess the power of light and earth, but it also possesses Logia's unique elementalization. Ah, Lieutenant General He and Garp both showed shocked expressions. Garp even said bluntly, Warring States, you heard it wrong. How can anyone naturally control light and earth at the same time? Not to mention him, even Warring States himself doubted himself. If it hadn't been confirmed again and again, he would never have believed it. No. Even after confirming it again and again, deep down in my heart, I still find it hard to believe it. Muttered to himself. Logia, nature is a certain natural element in nature. How can two natural abilities appear in the same person? Is it possible that there really is such a devil fruit? In other words, this person have two devil fruit abilities at the same time? Advertisement, but no matter which one, it has exceeded their previous understanding. Lieutenant General He also came back to his senses at this time, turned to Zhang Guo and said, since this man learned his swordsmanship from Smoker's deputy, Corporal Dasky, it would be better to ask the two of them. Perhaps, they will know what happened. When Warring States heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. At the same time, Smoker, who was chasing the Straw Hats with all his strength, was lost in thought while looking at the sea. But after a while, a soldier ran up to Smoker holding a phone bug. He said respectfully, Colonel Smoker is the Warring States Fleet Admiral of the headquarters. Smoker's pupils couldn't help but shrink when he heard this. Not only him, but Dasky on the side also couldn't help but look over. There was worry on his face. You must know that Smoker was killed first, otherwise Marine Headquarters would never have agreed to Colonel Smoker's pursuit of the Straw Hats. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome now. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Sengoku Fleet Admiral to personally power on. But now there is no way out, so I can only answer the call. Warring States Fleet Admiral, this is Smoker. Warring States. Do you know Mach? Smoker and Dashichi were both stunned, because they were both ready to be trained. At the same time, he was extremely confused and didn't understand why the Warring States Fleet Admiral asked about Mach. After reacting, the two of them still had doubts, but they immediately replied, I have a certain understanding. He is a friend of my deputy, Corporal Dasky. Not only does he have extremely terrifying swordsmanship talents, but he also has a very special demon fruit ability. Warring States. Tell me carefully. Smoker looked at Dasky, who immediately understood. I met him at the weapons store in Rog Town 3 months ago. He bought 2 famous knives at once. He used one of the famous knives as a reward to let me teach him swordsmanship, I agreed. At that time, he knew nothing about swordsmanship. 3 months later, his swordsmanship was far better than mine, and he was only 1 step away from becoming a swordsman. Even the lieutenants in this department who are good at swordsmanship are far inferior to his swordsmanship talent. The ability of the devil fruit is very special. When we first met, he showed an ability similar to the Paramecia fruit in the weapons store, which can turn people into blades. Later, when they rounded up the Straw Hats, he also helped. But, at that time, he showed his ability to elementalize and control Earth. At this point, she glanced at Smoker, and then added, Colonel Smoker and I speculated that maybe he has multiple devil fruit abilities. What? Daski's words caused Warring States to exclaim. Immediately, the caller turned to Lieutenant General He again. This guy actually has such a terrifying swordsmanship talent? He also has the ability to cut off the fruit similar to Paramecia. With the addition of mud and light, doesn't it mean that he is a person with terrifying swordsmanship? A gifted person with 3 abilities? Advertisement. The key is that each of these 3 abilities is stronger than the other. Especially the light element ability similar to the shining fruit, it is simply a replica of Kizaru. No matter who is faced with such a person, he will have a headache, because whether he wants to fight or leave is entirely up to him. Trouble. Smoker couldn't help but ask. Warring States Fleet Admiral, what did this guy do? He actually asked you to power on yourself. Warring States bluntly said, because this guy killed the wild dog colonel who came to replace you. What? Smoker and Dasky both exclaimed, and at the same time they were very confused. Dusky. That's wrong, I've been with him for 3 months, and I can feel it. He has no ill intentions toward Marine. Sengoku. He stole a devil fruit that Colonel Stray Dog was supposed to hand over. As soon as these words came out, both Smoker and Dasky's pupils shrank. Devil fruit, except for the celestial dragons, is the most important strategic resource no matter which force they belong to, because a devil fruit can quickly cultivate a strong man. Even directly win over a strong person. So, the amount of information in this statement is quite large. Dasky clenched Shui Zai in his hand, with an angry look on his face. I will never allow the famous sword to fall into the hands of such a guy. One day, I will take back the 3rd-generation ghost in his hand. Returning to the Fleet Admiral office in Warring States, he had already hung up the phone bug, but at this time, his brows furrowed even more tightly. 3 months is only 1 step away from being a swordsman? What kind of swordsmanship talent is this? And his abilities? Sengoku was immediately impressed. Lieutenant General He on the side also had a solemn look on his face. You know, her good sister Momosagi doesn't have such a talent for swordsmanship. Including Garp, the 3 fell into a brief silence. Later, Lieutenant General He spoke first. Warring States, I suggest offering a reward. Chapter 19. The Warring States. Period. Later, Lieutenant General He spoke first. Warring States, I propose to offer a reward of 100 million Baileys. 100 million belly. Garp couldn't help but exclaimed, it's not that he hasn't seen the world before, and this is the first prize. Lieutenant General He nodded. Yes, there is a reward of 100 million Baileys. After receiving the clear answer, Garp was slightly stunned, then he smiled again. This young man named Mok not only had a terrifying swordsmanship talent, but he was also suspected of being a person with the ability of 3 fruits. The reward of 100 million is really not high at all. Just 1 Logia ability similar to the shining fruit is worth 100 million. However, Garp did not express his opinion immediately, but thought about it for a long time. After making a decision in his heart, Warring States said, it is better to directly offer a reward of 300 million belly and lift him to the sky. Garp and Lieutenant General He both looked at Sengoku. Especially Lieutenant General He, you must know that Warring States has always had a stable character. The 100 million Baileys she mentioned just now was a reward that was suitable and acceptable to Warring States based on his character. But he didn't expect that the Warring States period would be uncharacteristically different. Suddenly, a gleam of wisdom flashed through Lieutenant General He's eyes, with a bit of surprise. Do you want to include him among the 7 warlords of the sea? Hearing this, Garp couldn't help curling his lips. He expressed disdain for 7 warlords of the sea, however, he didn't say anything to stop it. Sengoku. Yes, with his relationship with Smoker and Dusky, there is a high chance that he will agree. Of course, he must survive this wave first, otherwise no matter how talented he is or how many devil fruit abilities he has, it will be useless. Lieutenant General He smiled. Then add another fire, and show his 3 fruit ability on his reward order, and it must be clearly marked that he is a 3 fruit ability user, and he is suspected to have mastered many powers. The method of fruitfulness. As soon as these words came out, Warring States was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He even saw that all forces were swarming towards Mok. Meanwhile, in New World, Doflamingo had already received underground information at this time. A user with Logia abilities similar to the shining fruit. Just because of this, you dare to be an enemy of me, Doflamingo? The newcomer just doesn't know what the world is. He couldn't help but look at Gladius aside. That little cook is the secret you left behind. Let's get rid of her together this time. Gladius nodded. It's the young master. Advertisement. A few days later, in Upside Down Mountain, a pirate ship with a straw hat painted on it sailed into the port. At this moment, a newspaper-buying seagull flew over their heads. Seeing this, Nami threw a coin directly. After the newspaper-buying seagull took it, he threw down a newspaper and landed directly in front of Nami. Nami picked it up and took a look. His beautiful eyes couldn't help but stare at him. Then he exclaimed, Luffy, come here and see if it's him you and Zoro met in Rog Town before. Brush. Nami's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the boat. They all came over and looked at the newspaper. There was only one picture, sheathing the sword, and despising the world's reward order, appearing in their eyes. Then came the big bounty, a total of 300 million. Luffy even shouted, yes, that's the guy who helped Marine catch me in Rog Town. But isn't this guy Marine? Why is he also being rewarded? Zoro also nodded. Yes, he is the one who competes with me. I didn't expect him to have such a high reward. Swordsman genius. Person with 3 fruits. Then his eyes fell on the line below the reward order. When he saw it clearly, his eyes widened. His eyes were full of shock, and he muttered in his heart, sure enough, he didn't use all his strength at that time. At the same time, a blue-haired girl came over with a bit of curiosity. At the same time, a beam of light fell on their deck and turned into a person. The person who came was naturally Mach. At this time, he glanced at everyone present. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Princess Weiwei. It can be said that everyone is here. He did not expect that it would be such a coincidence. At the same time, Upside Down Mountain was reached. After all, he is 3 months behind these people. Also, they can only sail by boat. Moreover, they don't have an eternal pointer. It can be said that they all rely on luck. Unlike him, there is a clear route and a clear eternal pointer. Can it be faster? You guys, do you still want to fight? Luffy immediately put on a fighting stance. Obviously, Mach left a deep mark on his heart. Scare. Advertisement. Nami and Usopp hid behind Zoro in fear. Sanji stepped in front of Princess Weiwei and said with a licking dog look on his face, Princess Weiwei, don't worry. I won't let him hurt you in the slightest. Mork. To be honest, among the entire Straw Hat Pirates, the one he despises the most is Sanji. Although Nami and Usopp are timid, they really do it when something happens. But Sanji, as long as he has a beautiful woman, he can kneel down and lick her. Even if he knew his partner was in danger, he would not fight back, dilly-dallying to no end. If it weren't for the fact that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates had the aura of a protagonist, waiting for him to finish, people with little strength like Nami and Usopp would have died countless times. Euphemistically known as, gentlemen don't hit women. In fact, they are purebred licking dogs, and they are the kind with no bottom line. Don't get excited, I won't touch you this time. Mach hasn't finished speaking yet. A man fell from the sky and landed on the deck, staring at Mach. Greed flashed in his eyes. It was as if the Mach in front of him was not a human being, but a rare treasure. Then he laughed strangely again. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect you to wait for me, what a good luck. Who are you? Mach looked puzzled because he had never seen this person before. This is when Zoro took the newspaper from Nami behind him and threw it to Mach. It should be because of this. Mork took it and took a look. Good guy, what a great guy. Not to mention directly offering a reward of 300 million, he also told him how to possess the multi-fruit ability. Why don't you put this cat on the fire and roast it? Warring States period, you old yin coin. The visitor laughed. After reading the newspaper, I think you should know why I'm here. Hand over the method of taking multiple fruits, otherwise. The words were not finished, but the meaning was expressed very clearly. Haha. Vulture, this is not something you can take for yourself, so let's share it together. At this time, a group of people came out. Standing under the boat, staring at Mork. The two leaders are a man and a woman. The man looks like a rock singer. Chapter 20 Big Melee. The woman is tall and has short blonde hair. Wearing a yellow hat, lemon slice shaped earrings, a yellow dress with a lemon slice pattern, and white high heels. The hand is wearing white gloves and holding an umbrella with a yellow and blue striped pattern. Charming and always smiling. In terms of appearance, she is a little sweet girl. But when he started using his hands, he was absolutely brutal. Because, Mach recognized it at a glance. This pair of men and women are Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, senior agents of the Baroque Agency. Behind them are Mr. 7, Miss Father's Day, and Mr. 8, Miss Monday, and of course Mr. 11. Mach's eyes fell directly on the knife in Mr. 11's hand. If nothing else, this sword is Wajo. As for these people, he didn't pay attention to any of them. Not to mention them, even Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine are the same. Two little pieces of trash. What a waste of Paramecia-Absorption Fruit and Paramecia-Kilogram Fruit, two pretty good devil fruits. The vulture also had a bit of disdain on his face. One of you has a reward of 10 million Baileys, and the other has a reward of 7.5 million Baileys. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Baroque works. Whoosh. Mach had turned into a beam of light before everyone could react. He had already arrived at Mr. 11's side and snatched the Wajo from his hand. And admired it. Scare. Mr. 11 was so frightened that he took 7 or 8 steps back, and then became furious. Give Wajo back to me. Mr. 7, Miss Father's Day, and Mr. 8, Miss Monday looked at each other, and they both saw fear in each other's eyes. Then he took a few steps back in a tacit understanding. A-hole. Mr. 5 Jim and Miss Valentine Michita were also furious, because in his opinion, Mach's behavior of ignoring them was a humiliation to them. Especially Jem. If looks could kill, Mach would have been killed countless times. Booger Fantasy Cannon. Advertisement. I saw Jem put his hand into his nose and picked it, and then picked out a big nose. Then Booger used the bomb fruit's ability to fly out, and the target was Mach. Once hit by it, a violent explosion will occur, and the power is quite extraordinary. But this is so damn disgusting. A very powerful devil fruit, which brought him down several levels. He didn't even have the desire to wield the knife. Once again, he turned into a beam of light and avoided this disgusting blow. At the same time, people have arrived in front of Jem. The index finger touched his forehead. The light elements quickly gathered on the index finger. Not good. Jim couldn't help but change his face. He wanted to hide. but it was impossible to do so in time. But at this moment, Mach felt a strong wind coming towards him. His face couldn't help but change slightly. He exerted force with his legs and the whole person retreated 7 or 8 meters. At this time, a tall and muscular man appeared. The guy with a monk's hair and dressed in monk-like attire stood where he originally was. Mr. 1 Das Bonus. Mach couldn't help but show a surprised expression. He really didn't expect that Crocodile would even send him. You know, this is Crocodile's #1 general. Das Bonus also looked at Mach at this time, with a bit of scrutiny on his face. I originally thought that you were just lucky enough to eat a powerful fruit. Now it seems that you still have some strength. You actually dodged my dust-cutting blade. Following Das Bonus' words, a woman with an afro walked out step by step. He looked at Mach and said thoughtfully, Marine's bounty is not groundless. Well. Hey, I said your Baroque Works Society has had enough. At this time, the first vulture to arrive jumped down, falling in the middle of 2 groups of people. He looked arrogant, as if he didn't take everyone present seriously. But Das Bonus didn't even look at it. His eyes always fell on Mach. Jim, Michita, this guy is left to you. Mach looked at the guys in front of him. Each of them seemed to be sure of him. He immediately realized a problem, that is, he had no record of success. Therefore, no matter how high his reward is, these guys won't take him seriously either. Therefore, he wants a battle that can shock most people. Otherwise, all kinds of cats and dogs will come to your door. Advertisement. Only now did he truly realize the power of flattery. Foaming Daisy Chop. After Das Bonus turned his palms and fingers into blades, he put his hand between his wrist and then pounced on Mork. Mork's eyelids twitched. Only then did he react. Das Bonus has not yet awakened his weapon color, so no matter how strong he is, he cannot cause any harm to himself. So, why did Crocodile send Das Bones? This is not another little guy. Suddenly, Mach had a guess in his mind. Could it be that Crocodile is also here? Otherwise, the explanation makes no sense. Because no one understands the invincibility of nature better than he, who is a Logia. Therefore, Mach didn't even try to hide and allowed Das Bones to attack him. As he expected, under the elementalization, Das Bonus could not cause any harm to him at all. Das Bones' pupils couldn't help but shrink. You are indeed a natural ability user. Hey, do you all think that I don't exist? The vulture spread a pair of wings behind its back. This guy turned out to be a rare flying animal-type fruit-type user. Obviously, he is also going to take action, because he does not allow his prey to be robbed by others. But at this moment, he saw a figure in the corner of his eyes, and his whole body was shocked. He immediately turned his head and looked around, when he could see the person clearly. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Then his wings flapped and he soared into the sky. Unexpectedly, without even thinking, he directly chose to escape. But a figure quickly caught up with him, and an iron hook pierced the vulture's abdomen. Why are you running? Just now you looked like you didn't take Baroque Works seriously. Peeved. The vulture spurted out a mouthful of blood, extremely desperate, and even exclaimed. It turns out that the person behind Baroque Works is you. The person who came was naturally Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. When Crocodile heard this, he grinned and chuckled. You know too much, so go to hell. Chapter 21 Mach vs. Crocodile. As soon as he finished speaking, he killed the person directly without any hesitation. I have to say that Crocodile's appearance is quite domineering and impressive. Das Bones winked at Jim, Michita and the others, then jumped up and arrived on the Straw Hat Pirate's ship. Confronted with the Straw Hats. Obviously, they did not intend to leave anyone alive. The Straw Hats naturally knew that these people came with bad intentions. In an instant, the 2 groups became tense. At this time, Mach stared at Crocodile. I didn't expect you to come too. Crocodile. A user with Logia abilities similar to the Shining Fruit is worth a trip myself. Mork was really flattered. If he remembered correctly, in the entire Baroque Working Society, only Das Bonus was personally invited by him. But now this situation is very troublesome. However, he definitely did not back down and pointed at the vulture. So, if I don't agree to join the Baroque Working Society, I will end up with that guy today. The corners of Crocodile's mouth rose slightly. This is why I like to talk to smart people, without too much nonsense. So, what's your choice? Upon hearing this, Mach turned into a beam of light and left the scene. Instead of running away, he hid Wajo in the package containing 2 devil fruits and a bunch of jewelry. After all, what he has to face now is Crocodile. With these, you can't fight with all your strength. Then it turned into a ray of light and returned to its original place, facing Crocodile head on. Watching Mork go and come back, Crocodile looked thoughtfully at the direction Mork had just gone. Crocodile said meaningfully. It seems that there is something in your package that you attach great importance to. The devil fruit you snatched from Colonel Wild Dog of the East Daxia Sea? I have to say that Crocodile is really a thoughtful person and he guessed it right away. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. But as soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack. I saw Crocodile enlarging his arm and turning it into a crescent-shaped sand blade to slash Mach. Advertisement. Mach's pupils shrank slightly. Crocodile's move to arc the crescent-shaped sand dune was quite terrifying. Because once cut by the sand blade, all the water will be absorbed, and eventually it will fall down weakly and become a mummy lacking water. In other words, Luffy, the protagonist's halo, was sucked dry and didn't even die. If it were any person, after being sucked dry of water, he would definitely die. How can anyone be resurrected? Water is the source of life, not just for words. No matter who you are, you can't live without water. However, this move was of no use to him. Naturally, as long as it is not the sea tower stone in arm color, all attacks will not cause harm to him. Sure enough, the sand knife directly cut Moke into 2 pieces. But, so what, isn't it going to be back to normal immediately? Crocodile also passed by Mock. At this moment, the corners of Crocodile's mouth rose slightly, but this time his smile was a bit ferocious. The golden hook on his right hand pierced Mock's back shoulder with his backhand. Clang. At this moment, Mock, who was motionless, allowed the attack to hit him. The 3rd generation Kitetsu in his hand instantly unsheathed and waved with his backhand. Blocked the blow. Then the 2 of them took a few steps back, however, their expressions were different. Mock's eyes were fixed on Crocodile's golden hook, because at this time, it was wrapped with armed colors. FK. Mock was shocked, but he took it for granted. Who is Crocodile? That was the guy who dared to take action against Whitebeard, and the guy who finally teamed up with Hawkeye to open the Cross Guild. How is it possible that you don't even know the weapon colors? If you really don't know how, that would be unreasonable. Crocodile looked at Mock with even more admiration. He had just used a sand knife to paralyze Mock, thus making Mock think. Like Daz bonus, he is unable to cause effective damage to Logia users. Did not expect. When this kid attacked for the 2nd time, he struck back. It showed that everything was as expected by this boy, but he himself seemed a little embarrassed. It seems that you also know the existence of armed S*X, so you should also understand. At this moment, only I can cause harm to you, and you can't do anything to me. So, do you still insist on having your own way? After he finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed. He said with a bit of murderous intent. Let me remind you, my patience is not very good. Opportunities will not always be given to you. Maybe the next time I take action, it will be your death. Advertisement, haha. Mock couldn't help but laugh loudly. If it were another Logia, it would be like this. But for you Crocodile, that might not be the case. Because he has not awakened his armed color, if it were anything else, he would really be powerless. What do you mean? Crocodile raised his eyebrows, but his heart couldn't help but tighten. Because as a Logia fruit, I naturally understand. This fruit ability of his is different from other natures. There is a huge flaw. Mock asked meaningfully. Crocodile, do you usually take a bath? Have you ever experienced the feeling of surfing? Crocodile's face turned dark immediately, because the meaning revealed in Mock's words could not be more obvious. At this time, Crocodile looked at Mock differently. If he had the intention to win over before, then now he is really murderous, because he does not allow his flaws to be known to others. If you want to die, I will help you. Crocodile's lower body turned directly into sand, and then flew towards Mock at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mock. The golden hook was wrapped around the weapon and he pierced Mock without hesitation. Mock was well prepared and crouched down, successfully dodging the blow. At the same time, the hand has touched the ground. His body also changed in an instant. The next moment, the ground surged and finally turned into a huge fist. Just punch Crocodile. This sudden attack really caught Crocodile off guard. However, Crocodile quickly counterattacked. I saw him waving his golden hook to greet him. Obviously he wanted to have a head-on confrontation, but he never expected it. When his golden hook collided with the fists coming from the ground. The golden hook seemed to be hit in a quagmire and fell directly into it. Immediately afterwards, his arms were stuck in the mud fist. Not good. Crocodile's expression changed drastically. He stopped attacking and decided to elementalize. But Mock couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth, because this was just the beginning. The fun was yet to come. Sure enough, Crocodile's expression changed again. There was even a bit of horror in his eyes, because he discovered that the arm trapped in the mud fist could not be elementalized. I couldn't help but exclaimed. How is it possible? Chapter 22 Killing Crocodile. What's even more terrifying is that this huge mud fist seems to have turned into a bottomless black hole, constantly devouring everything around it. Desert Greatsword. Crocodile no longer dared to underestimate Mock at this time. After turning his arm into a sand blade, he rushed from the ground to the position where the mud fist connected with the ground. Obviously, he wanted to cut off the entire mud fist. This caused Mock to lose control of the mud fist so that he could get out of trouble. Brush. This move is definitely one of Crocodile's strongest attacks. Not only is it extremely fast, but its power is also extremely terrifying. The goal was achieved directly and successfully, and the entire mud fist was disconnected from the ground. Rumble. But at this moment, mud fist exploded. Immediately, the mud splashed, and the first person to bear the brunt was naturally Crocodile, the nearest one. In an instant he was enveloped in mud. It's now. One sword style Shura slash. Mock was waiting for this opportunity. In an instant, he and the 3rd generation Kitetsu ghost energy in his hand exploded directly, and behind Mock, he transformed into a Shura holding a ghost blade. Brush. This knife, it directly hit Crocodile's abdomen covered in mud. Peefed. Blood spurted out from under a patch of mud. How can it be? Crocodile exclaimed. At the same time, he shook away the mud on his body, and only then did he discover the key. The place where the mud fell off was actually wet. Crocodile's pupils couldn't help but shrink sharply. When he looked at Mock again, his eyes changed again. Sure enough, this guy already knows his flaw. He must not let it go. At this time, Crocodile became even more murderous towards Mock. Mock laughed. As long as there are green plants on the ground, there must be water underground. Wherever there is water, the soil is wet. Advertisement, and he can create and control the soil he comes into contact with. So for him, all he needed to deal with Crocodile was the moist soil deep underground. Of course, in order to let Crocodile fall into the trap, he used dry soil to cover the wet soil, so that Crocodile would be careless and fall into the trap he set. Crocodile's arm that was trapped in the mud fist could not be elementalized, that is, because the water in the mud made his body wet. Infinite swamp. When Crocodile was intent on killing, there was no way Mach would miss such a good opportunity. Just activate the big move directly, under the influence of ability. The ground turned into a swamp, and Crocodile's feet fell directly into it. Crocodile's expression changed drastically once again. The ground is dry and cracked. Crocodile did not dare to be careless and directly touch the ground that had turned into a swamp with his right hand. The water in the swamp was directly sucked dry. This move is Crocodile's signature move. It is also his move to create a desert, which can cause the entire earth to dry up and make the buildings and trees on the earth absorb water, drying up and turning into a desert. And when Crocodile looked up, his expression couldn't help but change, because Mach's figure was no longer in front of him. At the same time, the entire port trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, he saw the water in the sea rising. Not good. Although Crocodile didn't know what would happen next, he knew it was definitely not a good thing. Retreat decisively. Boom. Facts have proved that he was right, because in the next second, more than 10 huge clay hands appeared in the sea. Each clay hand is 20 meters tall. And with each hand, there was a large amount of seawater splashing towards him. The seawater brought out by more than a dozen giant hands was like a huge wave heading towards Crocodile. Crocodile's eyes almost popped out of his head. He has never seen anyone with devil fruit abilities use this kind of attack. Mach, who had already run to a high place in the distance, laughed strangely. The devil fruit ability itself is rejected by the sea, but as long as a large area of the body is not covered by seawater, then the ability can be used. Moreover, it doesn't matter if the ability he exerts touches the seawater. Even like Ant, use your ability to create waves. Therefore, it is not surprising at all that Mach can do what he does now. At this time, Crocodile had no way out. He could fly. However, as a Logia user, you must be an elemental queen before you can fly. However, at this time, most of his body was wet, and he was unable to elementalize at all. Of course, it is impossible to fly. Advertisement. Crocodile's face darkened. Desert sword. Crocodile turns his arm into a sand blade and releases it in gigantic form. It has the sharpness to cut open the ground, and can even cut open the desert. And this time, his target was the seawater coming towards him. At this moment, he has only one way, which is to cut open the seawater in front of him. This allowed the seawater to pass by both sides of him, and only in this way could he have a chance of survival. Brush. The sand knife shot out and went directly towards the waves. At the same time, those dozen huge clay hands seemed to have lost control and suddenly fell into the sea. That huge volume caused a large amount of seawater to surge out of the sea surface again. Another wave of waves formed, sweeping towards Crocodile. Therefore, although the first wave was successfully broken by Crocodile's sand knife, but he had to face this second wave. Crocodile's face became extremely ugly, but he had no choice but to use the sand knife again, trying to cut through this second wave. However, Mudhand's loss of control also indicates that Mach has transformed his abilities. It turned into a flash of ability and flew high into the sky. I saw his index finger pointed at Crocodile, who was concentrating on dealing with the waves. Laser light. A beam of light burst out. Rumble. The laser beam directly hit Crocodile, and a violent explosion occurred. Immediately afterwards, Crocodile was seen being swallowed directly by the second wave of waves that followed. When everything returned to calm, Crocodile was no longer around. Mork fell from the sky and stood there for a long time, muttering, "Is Crocodile dead? The dignified Shichibukai, was he killed like this?" Even Mach himself was a little unbelievable. Dazbones on the melee couldn't help but widen his eyes. You know, in his heart, Crocodile is synonymous with the strong. It is precisely because of this that when Crocodile invited him in person, he would agree without hesitation. But now, a hole. Dazbones couldn't help but curse. He was fighting fiercely with Zoro, but he suddenly lost his will to fight. Because the battle at this time has lost its meaning. How can it be? At this time, a woman wearing a cowboy hat stood in a corner in the distance, her eyes full of horror. She also couldn't believe that Crocodile, who was a Shichibukai, died at the hands of a newcomer. Chapter 23. Robin joins. This is Crocodile, Shichibukai. Like the person who is like her dream demon, they are both natural ability users. In his eyes, such people have always been unrivaled. Robin looked at Mork's eyes flashing in the distance. Robin's life experience is pitiful. When he was very young, all his people were slaughtered, and only Robin was left to live a miserable life in this world. Was it her childhood or living in pain? Not only was she called the child of the devil everywhere she went. He is also wanted by Marine and has a bounty of tens of millions of belly. So she will be hunted down wherever she goes. She is also constantly looking for a backer to serve as a temporary refuge. At the same time, he continues to experience betrayal. It created her character that no one believes in now. She and Crocodile just used each other. She needs the protection of Crocodile and also wants to find the historical text of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Crocodile needs Robin's ability to read ancient texts to find Pluton. Now, Crocodile is dead, and her compensation is gone. Therefore, we urgently need a shelter. Stronger than crocodile. Is there anyone suitable for him? Newcomers who are new to the sea are in urgent need of all kinds of information and looking for strong and useful partners. Is there anyone more suitable than her? The corners of Robin's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly because she had a good idea at this time. Mok, who has successfully dealt with crocodile here, is already heading towards the direction where he hid his things before. When he came to the place where the things were hidden, he saw the beautiful woman sitting on the edge, looking at him playfully. As if waiting for his arrival here, Mok's pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly because he recognized this woman at a glance. That's what all sea fans love, Robin. At this time, she had wheat-colored skin and long, straight black hair, wearing a white cowboy hat and a matching white women's windbreaker. Advertisement: there is a purple midriff-bearing short jacket in the middle. The middle of the short jacket is still open and connected with shoelaces. The career line directly became the highlight. The lower body is a small purple skirt of the same color, which perfectly outlines her straight and long legs. I have to say that this woman is not as charming as she would be a few years later. But he is also very capable. But then again, how did she know that he hid the things here? Therefore, she has been on this island for a long time, but has been observing the situation secretly. And she chose to appear here. Mok's pupils shrank slightly because he had a conjecture in his mind. Nicole Robin. I don't know, what's your purpose here? Seeing that Mok directly revealed his identity, Robin's expression changed slightly, but he immediately returned to his original state. Immediately, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a charming smile. I'm here to cooperate with you. Cooperate? This was something Mork didn't expect. He thought he would board Luffy's ship directly, just like in the original work. Nicole Robin. I have in my hands all the intelligence networks of Crocodile's Baroque agency, as well as those of the agents. Of course, except for Daz Bones, there are those who appeared today. After all, they already know that M.0 is Crocodile, but I am sure to convince them to continue working for Baroque Working Society. Oh haha. Moke's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect it. Robin's ability to do this. This is completely different from her joining the Straw Hat Pirates in the original work. Although there are barely 3 people under Crocodile who can do anything, namely MR1, MR2, MR3. However, the entire Baroque agency has a large number of intelligence personnel. He is not good at fighting, but he is still good at gathering intelligence in the first half of the Great Channel. It would be a good thing to have a huge intelligence organization in hand. The way Mork looked at Robin changed a little. Then what do I have to pay? Robin was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then said bluntly, when I need it, you have to protect me. Mork smiled. You mean Marine? Robin's pupils shrank because she suddenly felt that the guy in front of her knew her very well. At this time, she was a little hesitant. Advertisement, but Mok immediately said meaningfully, as long as you sincerely join my army and have no other cautious intentions in your heart. Then you will be my partner, even if Marine General becomes General. I will protect you, never a slip of the tongue. Robin was shocked and looked at Mork in shock. At this moment, she completely understood in her heart. The person in front of her knew everything about her past. But even so, she was still willing to accept herself. This makes her a little. She had encountered him before, and he would often sell her out just by talking. But looking at Mo Shin with a sincere face made her feel at ease inexplicably. At this time, Mok had already walked to the place where the things were hidden and took the things in his hands. While he chuckled at Robin, Crocodile can protect you. Do you think I'm not as good as him? Take 10,000 steps back. You brought me the intelligence network that Crocodile worked so hard to build. It's worth me protecting you. Robin listened to Mork. When I think about it carefully, I feel a little more at ease. Mok looked at Robin, and after a moment of silence, he said, how about this? You let 3 groups of people, MR1, MR2, and MR3, go to Aska Island to seize the Holy Sword on this island. After success, send it to Cook Island. And you, help me find Van Oka and Giza's badges. Of these 2, one is a sniper and the other is a boxing champion. Robin's expression condensed. She understood. This is a test. It was a test for her, MR1, MR2, MR3, and even Baroque Working Group. Robin nodded, then smiled. From now on, you are Mr. Zero of Baroque Works, and your words are the highest order of Baroque Works. Mok then changed the subject. Can you really convince Daz Bones? To be honest, I still value Daz Bonus very much. If this guy's ability is developed to the point of awakening, it will be absolutely terrifying. And he has such potential. Robin nodded. Of course. Mok nodded with satisfaction. Very good, then I look forward to seeing you at Cook's Island. In the Marine headquarters, Sengoku's face couldn't be darker. Because he had already obtained the information that Mok killed Crocodile. Lieutenant General, he said on the side. Now that he has killed Crocodile, he has proven his strength to the world. It is recommended that Smoker and Dusky go and invite him to join the 7 warlords of the sea immediately. After finishing speaking, he added, we must do it before he and Marine conflict again. Chapter 24 at a kitchen island. After Mok landed on the island, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Now he finally knew why this place was called Cook Island, because there are really cooks everywhere here. The intellectual lady, the sexy lady, and the kind of lady who looks bad at first sight. Lowly. All kinds of lowly. Cute, world-weary. There are also young women and girls of all kinds of charms. Be obedient. Even someone like him who has seen the explosion of information is still stunned at this moment. Gulu. Mok couldn't help but swallowed. This was definitely a daughter's country that was not a daughter's country. It is simply a holy place and paradise for men. Because every man wants to come to a place like this. However, the first man did not live long. Don't ask why. The trench is really big. Big pineapple, real big pineapple. Then there is that, the waist is really thin. If I let her twist it, she would be as happy as a fairy. This. Turtle. This butt is really perky. What is a peach butt? This is it. If this puts her on the table, with his current strength, if he really wanted to, it wouldn't be a problem to include all the cooks on the Cook Island into his harem. Without facts, it is called fantasy, but with strength, it is called facing temptation. At this time, he finally understood King Joe, Winepool and Meat Forest. Isn't that just a natural? Hoo. Mork took a few deep breaths and tried to calm himself down. At the same time, I kept saying silently in my heart. Women will only affect the speed of drawing the sword, so be calm. Then he asked a cook, do you know Ada? Ada? The cook was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then immediately looked at Moke, and at the same time she asked with some vigilance, what do you want from Ada? Mock. I am from Rog Town, East Daxia Sea, and was entrusted by her brother-in-law. If you pass by Cook Island, come and see her. After all, she has not been in contact with them for many years. The cook was stunned for a moment, then her face darkened. Ada is one of the 3 guardians of their Cook Island. She has sacrificed a lot for Cook Island and for them, the cooks. Advertisement, that's why. Well, she couldn't help but sigh. Then he said, wait a moment, I will ask Ada if he would like to see you. Mork. Thank you. At the same time, I secretly murmured in my heart, this Ada is very famous on this island. Moreover, he seems to be very respected. Soon a tall woman wearing a veil walked towards him. Ada. Mock was a little confused because there were very few women in one piece wearing veils. The visitor nodded. Are you the person my brother-in-law entrusted to you? Mock nodded, then waved the 3rd-generation ghost in his hand. 3rd-generation ghost, you got it from your brother-in-law. Ada's eyes couldn't help but change, because Mock's words pointed out that her brother-in-law was the owner of a weapons store. This made her a little more confident. However, she has experienced too much in these years. It's not easy to trust people, so I asked again. Do you have any other proof? Mock. Your brother-in-law said that originally you were the most suitable master for Shueji. But your sister didn't agree with you leaving Rog Town at all, so. At this point, Ada was completely convinced. Because only she, her sister, and her brother-in-law knew about this matter. Therefore, when I looked at Moke, my eyes became much closer. Quite a bit. It means meeting an old friend in a hometown. Ada. Sister, brother-in-law, are they okay? Mock nodded. Except for the fact that your brother-in-law has a little less hair on his head, everything else is fine. Peeved. Ada couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you say this in front of my brother-in-law, he will definitely get angry with you. After finishing speaking, he added, thank you so much for coming here specially. I have nothing to repay you. Why don't I cook a delicious meal and let you enjoy the food? Mock's eyes lit up. Okay. He also wanted to try the cooking skills of his future ship's cook. Ada took Mock into a very luxurious restaurant. Mock. I would like to ask, you have kept in touch since you went to sea. Why did you suddenly stop contacting me? Advertisement. When Ada heard this, his body froze. Because at this moment, a plump woman walked towards me. Ada. Sister Gila, I don't blame you for this, but I blame those hateful slave-catching teams. Mock is not stupid. How can he not understand when he hears this? It's just such a place filled with beautiful ladies. And all of them are uniformed. If there weren't a few strong men who could keep the situation under control, they wouldn't be able to protect these beauties at all. After all, in the world of pirates, beautiful women are also a kind of wealth. Not to mention pirates, there are just those slave-catching teams that specialize in catching beautiful women from all over the world, sending them to auction houses, nobles, and even the celestial dragons. It's enough for them to drink a pot. After all, these beauties can be exchanged for large sums of money, faster than robbery. Listening to the conversation between the two and the veil Ada is wearing, you can probably guess it. It must have been that the cook named Gila was injured in a certain battle. And it hurts the face. For a woman, her face is almost equal to her life. Although, he sympathizes with Ada's experience and appreciates the behavior of Ada's conservative partners. However, I was secretly happy inside. Because the injury on Ada's face made him more likely to successfully win over Ada. Therefore, he said bluntly, Ada, are you willing to join my pirate group? If you are willing, I will avenge your former partners. And I will heal the injuries on your face, how about it? When Ada heard this, his expression changed. The look in Mock's eyes was different. It turns out that you are just like those people. Your real purpose is to draw me into your pirate group. Mock was very frank. I didn't mean that at first, but I got to know your strength along the way. I just got to know you as a person. Plus, I have the things and information you need most in my hands. So, it's hard not to be tempted. Ada frowned and was about to speak. Gila couldn't help but be overjoyed and took the lead. Can you heal the injury on her face? You know, Ada was disfigured because of her, but this has always been a knot in her heart. Therefore, to her, there is nothing greater in the world than Ada's ability to restore her appearance. Mock thought for a while and realized that the slippery fruit has a beauty effect. Madara can change her big face and face, so the injuries are nothing. So he nodded. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I'm still 80% or 90% sure. Obviously, he didn't tell the truth. After all, if you are not afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. Hila looked excited. Okay, I agreed on her behalf. Ada. Sister Hila, if those slave-catching teams. Before Ada could finish speaking, Hila interrupted him. Don't worry, CG and I are here. After finishing speaking, he added, besides, are you going to avenge your partner? You will leave sooner or later, right? When Ada heard this, his heart was shocked, but when he thought of the cooks on the entire Cook Island, he hesitated again. But Chapter 25 Awakening Conquerors. Mok shrugged. I will stay here for a while, so I will handle the slave-catching team for you. You? Ada and Hila looked at Mok together, with some doubts in their eyes. The only person with multi-fruit abilities in the world is really qualified to say this. At this time, a tall woman from the Longhand clan walked out from one side. But the way she looked at Mok was a bit awe-inspiring. A person with multiple fruit abilities? Can a person only eat one devil fruit? Ada and Hila looked puzzled, and even wondered if they had heard wrongly. If the visitor hadn't been their eldest sister Sissies, they would have retorted long ago. But the visitor added, and I defeated Shichibukai Crocodile not long ago. I think your new reward order will be distributed all over the world in the next 2 days. What? Ada and Hila couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. When they looked at Mok again, their eyes looked completely different. If Mok really has such strength, then those slave-catching teams are really nothing. Sissies couldn't help but rolled her eyes, and then she looked at Mok. Because most of the people who come here have ulterior motives. So, I went to the underground intelligence to check. I didn't expect that it gave me such a big surprise. Then he added, as long as you can really heal Ada's injury, then I will support her joining your pirate group. Ada. Sissies. Ada, to tell you the truth, I have already obtained the person who harmed your companions from the underground forces. When Ada heard this, his eyes widened and he looked at Sissies in shock. At this time, Sissies said with a hint of apology, I shouldn't have kept this from you. It's just that I have always chosen to remain silent before. That's because that guy is far beyond your ability to deal with. You are so straight-tempered, I'm afraid you'll do something stupid regardless of everything. Having said this, she looked at Mok again, but now, you have the capital to compete with that guy. Mok narrowed his eyes slightly, and I have to say that it is really not easy for someone who can guard this beautiful cook. The key point was hit immediately. However, Mok was already prepared. Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, is Ada's enemy, because it was Gladius under Doflamingo who ambushed her cook pirates. Ada's expression changed greatly. Indeed, this guy is not something she can compete with. She alone cannot match him. Advertisement. The changes in Ada's face all fell into Mok's eyes. He immediately added, I can also say it very bluntly, even if Ada does not join my pirate group, I will confront Doflamingo sooner or later. So, you don't have to doubt that I am deceiving in this regard, Ada. Then he took out a box from the package in his hand and handed it to Ada. This is my sincerity. Sissies, Ada, and Hila couldn't help but look at each other, and then Atala took the box and opened it. He was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but exclaimed, Devil fruit. Mok. This is Paramecia, the slippery fruit. After eating it, the skin all over your body will become extremely smooth and tender, and it can even deflect attacks. The most important thing is that it is one of the few devil fruits that can in existence that makes people reborn. To put it bluntly, no matter how ugly you are, after eating it, you will become a first-class beauty or handsome guy in the world. And this kind of devil fruit? The three girls Sissies, Ada, and Hila couldn't help but widen their eyes, full of disbelief. Ada held the devil fruit in his hands with trembling hands, then looked at Mok again, and finally made a decision in his heart. He brought the devil fruit to his mouth and bit into it. Soon something magical happened. With full sincerity, Mok successfully recruited the cook Ada. Time flies by and half a month passes quickly. Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3 have arrived at Cook Island and found Mork secretly. Mr. 1 handed the holy sword to Mok with both hands. Mork looked at Mr. 1 and then at Robin. I'm very curious about how you convinced him. Robin blinked and showed a charming smile. This is a secret. Mok chuckled lightly when he heard this, but did not ask any further questions. Instead, he took the holy sword and stretched his hand towards the blade of the holy sword. Careful. The expressions of Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3 changed greatly. These three guys had suffered from this holy sword. If they hadn't suppressed it with the power of the orb, they wouldn't even be able to bring it out. Ha ha ha. Mok couldn't help laughing. It seems that you have suffered from it, but, to me, it is just a supplement. As he said that, he came into contact with the holy sword in the eyes of everyone. Boom. Advertisement. The strange power on the holy sword burst out immediately as if it was stimulated by something. Try your best to get into Mok's body. But the next second, Mork absorbed this power and wanted to assimilate himself into the same strange power. However, the ghostly energy belonging to third-generation Kitetsu in his body immediately put pressure on him. It doesn't seem to want to be replaced and is resisting with all its strength. But for a moment, no one could do anything. Seeing this scene, Mok showed a surprised expression. He was not in a hurry to intervene, and instead watched the two tigers fight. In the end, it was discovered that the two forces had the potential to merge. His eyes couldn't help but light up, and he immediately activated his fruit ability. Under the intervention of the devil fruit's ability, the two powers actually merge. It has the domineering spirit of a ghost and the weirdness of a holy sword. At the same time, Mach felt that his control over his abilities had reached a new level. I saw the strange power on the holy sword, as well as the ghost energy of the third generation, all being sucked into the body. This time it is no longer just about absorbing a little bit and then converting the body into the same substance. Instead, completely absorb it and turn it into your own use. In the end, the holy sword completely entered Mach's body and turned into a tattoo of the holy sword in front of his body. The ghost energy on the third generation Kitetsu in his hand has also disappeared. It turned into an ordinary sharp knife, but these two forces are constantly quenching Mach's body. Mach even felt that all aspects of his body were constantly improving rapidly. The most important thing is, at the moment when the holy sword enters the body. Because in addition to the weird power, the holy sword has a lot of power. Unexpectedly, there is also an extremely domineering force. Although it's very faint, it does exist. Although this and the holy sword entered Mach's body, they were constantly being repelled. What's this? Mach was very surprised, and then used his evolved energy ability to absorb it crazily. Finally, one ray was successfully absorbed. And this thread went directly into his mind. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from Mach, and with him as the center, it swept away in all directions. Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3 were the first to bear the brunt, and their faces all turned pale. Robin swayed even more and almost fell down. Conquerors. Chapter 26 The Unity of Man and Sword. That's right, the domineering power on the holy sword is conquerors. As for the holy sword, only those who own conquerors can possess it. Otherwise, you will only be controlled by the holy sword and become its puppet. That's why he encountered Mach's more powerful devil fruit ability, otherwise he would only be controlled by it. The wisp of conquerors on the holy sword was also contaminated by that king's constant fighting while holding the holy sword. Like a black knife. The difference is that the black knife is armed with color winding. The holy sword is conqueror's coil. Of course, the fruit ability can absorb the hegemony on the holy sword because this ray of conquerors is ownerless. But the most important thing is that the holy sword enters the body. He immediately entered into the unity of man and sword. His swordsmanship soared directly. Just like Sokka in the original work, after the holy sword entered the body, he crossed 2 realms and entered the 3rd realm of the swordsman, flying and slashing. That is, he can directly wield the sword energy separated from the body. Regarding the division of Kendo realms, the first stage is the junior swordsman. Zoro was actually in this state when he was in Koshiro's dojo and before he met Mr. 1. To put it simply, if you can pick up a sword and have sword moves, you can be called a junior swordsman, which is the lowest level of swordsmanship. But when Zoro appears, he is the top striker at this level. One step away from the second stage. Second stage swordsman. It was during the fight with Mr. 1 from Baroque Studio that Zoro realized Zantetsu and entered the palace in the second stage, and become an iron-slaying swordsman. The third stage swordsman. Flying slash, basically a swordsman level master, can directly swing out the sword energy separated from the body. Zoro mastered it after arriving at the Sky Island. The fourth stage, which is the last level, is the black knife. It can only be accomplished by reaching at least the intermediate level of armed color hockey. Wrap the armed color domineering around the sword to the point of hardening. Those who can harden the armed color require intermediate armed colors, and truly kill everything. As long as it is per unit area, any domineering strength less than your own can be cut in half. Now, Mach has also directly reached the third stage. In other words, Mach is now a real swordsman. Call. Mork took a deep breath, and then third generation ghost came out of his body in an instant, and then aimed at the sea and swung it. A slash with a height of 2 meters was shot out, and in the shocked eyes of Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3, it directly cut a gap in the sea. Immediately, Mach closed his eyes again. Realizing it carefully, at this moment, his ability has reached a new level. The way of swordsmanship crosses 2 realms and enters the realm of swordsman. Advertisement. The body also underwent qualitative changes under the ghost energy of the holy sword and third generation Kitetsu. At this moment, Mach truly has the confidence to compete with the real monsters in this world. Rather than playing dirty tricks like Crocodile, immediately, he found that his conquerors was growing little by little. After that ray of conquerors was absorbed by him, he successfully awakened conquerors. And after conquerors awakened, with the help of the fruit's ability, it began to devour this wisp of conquerors. Ha ha ha. Mork couldn't help but burst out laughing. Because he thought of a question, that is, if conquerors is like this, what about the armed colors? Moonlight Moria, here I come, are you ready? Tisk tisk. He is already looking forward to it, after absorbing the weapon color of Wuzu, whether he can successfully awaken the weapon color like conquerors. I even look forward to it, after successfully awakening the weapon color, all the weapon colors on the black sword will be absorbed. How strong will his weapon color be? After calming down, Mach said to Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3. Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3 returned to their original base camp and continued their intelligence business. And, infiltrating into the new world, I hope that when I enter the new world, your intelligence network in the new world will have already made some achievements. The 4 of them said in unison, yes. Mach added, also, don't forget to improve your strength. You are still too weak now. When your strength reaches the level of 300 million, you will be qualified to stand up to the bright side. Come on and become a member of my ship. When Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3 heard this, their expressions changed. Especially Mr. 1, he is a strong guy. Somebody is coming. After reaching the swordsman realm, Moke became extremely sharp and then winked at the four of them. The four people understood immediately. After all, they can't reveal their relationship with Mork yet. So, the four people left quickly. Soon two tall figures came to Mock. The man on the left has 4 X-shaped scars, 2 on his face and 2 on his neck, split, curly beard and brown flowing hair, hanging down to his shoulders. The most peculiar thing is that his left eye has no pupil. The person on the right has a mohawk hairstyle, with long dark purple hair tied back into a bun. Advertisement: he has a mustache, wears a lilac-striped suit, a dark blue shirt, and a white tie. He had a white marine coat draped behind him and a samurai sword slung around his waist. These two people were so distinctive that Mock recognized them at a glance. He is Marine Lieutenant General Doberman and Flying Squirrel. These two guys are elite lieutenant generals in Marine headquarters. They actually came together hand in hand, which really surprised him. Doberman and Flying Squirrel had obviously recognized Mock at this time, and their expressions all change. Doberman said coldly, "It seems you are the one who just broke out conquerors here." As he spoke, he put his hand on the handle of the knife. The same goes for the Flying Squirrel on the side. "I'm really flattered that 2 lieutenant generals from this headquarters came together." Mock's hand has also been placed on the hilt of 3rd generation Kidetsu's sword. Hearing this, the corners of the Flying Squirrel's mouth slightly raised. "I happened to come to the kitchen island with Doberman to enjoy some delicious food. But I was really surprised to meet you. Both sides have locked onto each other and are at war with each other." Brew. Brew. At this moment, the sound of a phone ringing on the Flying Squirrel sounded. The Flying Squirrel looked puzzled, and Doberman also looked surprised. "I can't figure out who will call at this time." Flying Squirrel looked at Mock, and finally chose to answer the phone first. "I'm Flying Squirrel, who is this?" The next second, the phone bug changed into a cigar-smoking look. "Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, this is Smoker. I met your men on the island, so I specially called the phone. If you meet Smoker, first don't do it. Sengoku Fleet Admiral asked me to invite him to join the 7 warlords of the sea." Flying Squirrel. Doberman. This power-up comes at the right time. The two couldn't help but look at each other. Then the Flying Squirrel said, "Smoker, I have never received your power." After finishing speaking, Smoker hung up directly without waiting for a reply. Chapter 27 Crush. Not good. Smoker's expression changed greatly, and he turned to Marine and asked, "Did you see Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel leave in that direction?" Marine beside him instinctively pointed in a direction. Smoker immediately turned into a puff of smoke and quickly headed in that direction. Dasky followed closely behind. "I go." Mock was a little surprised, because the Flying Squirrel already understood what he meant and wanted to kill him. Otherwise, this is impossible. Mork slowly pulled out 3rd generation Kidetsu. Since the other party wants him dead, he will naturally be rude to the other party. After all, his strength has greatly increased at this time. 1 to 2, no worries. What's more, the 2 people in front of me are powerful men among Marine Lieutenant Generals, so it's perfect to practice with them. Among the 3, Doberman was the first to take action, and he also drew his long knife. The armed color immediately wrapped around the blade, because he understood. The guy in front of me is Logia. Without the entanglement of armed colors, no attack can cause any harm to him. Then his legs exerted force, and Doberman shot out like a cannonball. He was extremely fast and was in front of Mock in the blink of an eye. The long knife in his hand slashed hard at Mock, as if he was cutting Mock in two. Mork did not show any weakness, and also waved the 3rd generation Kitetsu in his hand to meet him. Clang. Neither of them were flashy in this attack, but just the most direct and hardworking. Under the powerful backlash, Mock's body couldn't help but tremble. But Doberman took 7 or 8 steps back. The corner of Mock's mouth couldn't help but turn up. At this moment, he could face off against Lieutenant General Marine and easily gain the upper hand. It depends on one's own strength. Sure enough, the body after the blessing of the double swords was no longer the same. Cut. Although Doberman was at a disadvantage, he looked unconvinced. The katana in his hand swung fiercely, and a slash shot out, heading towards Mock quickly. But Mock stood there motionless, as if the target of this slashing attack was not him. Advertisement whether it was Doberman or Flying Squirrel, they looked at Mock who seemed to have given up resistance, with doubts on their faces. The next moment, Doberman's slash hit Mock's body hard. At this time, Mock was like a black hole, absorbing the slash into his body without any exposure. Doberman and Flying Squirrel are both well informed, but he was still shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, "What kind of ability is this? Not good." The rich combat experience gave Doberman extraordinary intuition, and his intuition told him that Mock was extremely dangerous at this time. Be on full alert. Sure enough, the next second, Mork swung 3rd generation Kidetsu, and a slash twice as powerful as his was shot out. Not only that, it's even twice as fast. In the blink of an eye, one was in front of him. Fortunately, he was well prepared, and when he saw the katana in his hand, he held it directly in front of him. Boom. Under a slash twice as powerful as Yee's, Doberman could barely hold on. However, the whole person kept retreating under the powerful ability of the slash. Both feet left 2 deep drag marks on the ground. Doberman. Seeing Mock suppressing Doberman with one move, Flying Squirrel couldn't stand on the side, and a look of worry appeared on his face. At the same time, the katana in his hand swung out fiercely, and a slash that was even better than Doberman's slash shot out. The target was Mach's slash. This was an attempt to help Doberman, but how could Mach let it go? The third-generation Kitetsu swung out again in his hand, and a slash shot out as well. Successfully blocked the flying squirrel's slash. Drink. At this time, Doberman was also at the end of his strength. He shouted loudly and burst out with all his strength. Only then did he slash Mach into the sky. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Doberman then stood there breathing heavily. At this moment, the way he looked at Mach had completely changed. Before, when they saw the intelligence about Mach killing Crocodile, they really thought it was like what was said in the intelligence. Mach took advantage of Crocodile's weakness of being afraid of water and took advantage of his opponent's contempt and carelessness to kill Crocodile. If there was another chance, Mach would have no chance against Crocodile. But now it seems that they were wrong. Let's not talk about other things for now, just Mach's strength in swordsmanship, plus the special ability just now. He can compete with Crocodile. Not to mention he is also a multi-fruit ability user. Advertisement, Gulu. Doberman couldn't help but swallow his saliva. At this moment, he understood that this time he might just be kicked onto the iron plate. Whoosh. The flying squirrel came to Doberman's side in a flash, because he also understood. One-on-one, I'm afraid there is no chance. Only two people working together can fight him. He and Doberman looked at each other. The next second, the samurai swords in both hands were swung out. Two slashes, one vertical and one horizontal, were directed towards Mach, one in front and one in back. At this time, Mork put third-generation Kitetsu into the scabbard, and then took a stance of drawing the sword to attack. Just when the two slashes were about to hit him, he moved. One sword-style ghost flame slash. Mach disappeared instantly and entered the state. The two slashes one after the other were directly cut away. Not good. The expressions of Doberman and Flying Squirrel changed drastically, and their pupils trembled violently. Although their sight, knowledge and color have already captured Mach moving at high speed. But Mach is really too fast. And when Mach's figure appeared again, it was already behind Doberman and Flying Squirrel. Slowly put the third-generation Kitetsu into the scabbard. Peefed. A wound appeared on Doberman's chest, and blood spurted out from it. Then, he saw flames igniting above the wound. Although the Flying Squirrel was not injured, the hand holding the katana was trembling. The difference in strength between the two was immediately apparent. Even though the former caught Mach's figure by sight, he still couldn't avoid it. But the latter was blocked by the samurai in hand. Although, the trembling hands have shown that, it is not easy for the Flying Squirrel to take this move. However, Mach raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a sneer, with murderous intent in his eyes. He is not the virgin, and he will never be merciful to those who want to kill him. Jukong. Mach activated his ability and instantly absorbed all the oxygen within 100 meters. Let the area within 100 meters become a desperate place for creatures. Although Doberman and Flying Squirrel were still breathing, they found that it had no effect. A feeling of suffocation came over me. The two looked at each other, fear flashing in their eyes. They are afraid. However, they also understood that there was no way out. Only by fighting to the death can there be a glimmer of hope. The two of them held their breath, with ferocious looks on their faces, holding samurai swords in their hands. The aura on their bodies also changed. Chapter 28 Join Shichibukai. Stop. At the critical moment, Smoker rushed within 100 meters. When he broke in, he immediately noticed something strange, and his expression changed drastically. Woo. Dasky, who followed closely behind, also broke in, and soon covered his neck with both hands, and fell to the ground in pain. Well, this scene naturally fell in Mach's eyes. Although, he asked Shui Zhao to teach him the way of swordsmanship in return. But no matter what, she is also her own leader in Kendo. There is still some camaraderie, we can't kill her too. In the end, Mach finally lost his ability, Call. Doberman and Flying Squirrel seemed to be relieved and breathed happily. Smoker and Dusky also recovered. At this time, when the two looked at Mach, their eyes changed completely. Because they understand that at this moment, they and Mach are no longer on the same level. Especially Dasky. However, she had a very bad temper, and she still rushed to Mach angrily. How could you kill Colonel Dingo? He was a Marine colonel. At the end of her speech, her eyes fell on the third-generation ghost in Mork's hands. Your behavior is humiliating it. When Mach heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. I have to say, this kid is really too naive. Therefore, he did not get used to it and said very straightforwardly. So, you Marine can only do whatever you want in the East Daxia Sea? When you were talking about me, third-generation ghost, you should go and find out who the wild dog colonel is. Bar. A guy like this also carries justice. It's really the biggest joke in the world. What do you mean? Dasky looked confused. Smoker's face changed slightly, and his eyes became complicated. Unlike Dasky, he understands many darkness in the world. But I felt happy again. Because in this way, Mach didn't really have the delusion to kill someone just for a devil fruit. He has goodness in his heart. Advertisement based on this alone, he is far better than other pirates in taking the position of Shichibukai. Call. Smoker took a deep breath from the cigar and then slowly spit it out. Finally, he looked at Doberman and Flying Squirrel with a hint of warning. Warring States Fleet Admiral has ordered that Dasky and I invite Mach to join the 7 warlords of the sea. At the end of the sentence, his eyes had turned to Mach. Are you willing? Shichibukai. When Mach heard this, he had a surprised expression on his face, because he really didn't expect that Zan Zan would play this trick. Having read the original work, he naturally understood early on that the 7 warlords of the sea would be lifted sooner or later. They will even be targeted and hunted down by Marine one by one. In the end, the Shichibukai grouped together to form the new 4 Emperors force. So if he joins Shichibukai, can he also use this status to win over 1 or 2 of them? Can you even bring them all under your command? Especially the Empress. When he thought of this woman, Mach suddenly felt. With the sword in hand, it is not impossible to be a little slower. Seeing that Mach was silent, Dasky immediately played the emotional card. Look at the friendship between us for a period of time. Think about it carefully. Colonel Smoker and I don't want to have swords against you one day. At this time, Mach had made a decision in his heart, so he immediately followed the trend and Kaido said. Originally, I was targeting Colonel Wild Dog, not the entire Marine. Besides, you and I have a friendship for teaching swordsmanship, so I agreed to join. Okay, great. Smoker and Dasky were both overjoyed. Doberman. Flying Squirrel. The two of them suddenly felt that the fight just now was not worth it. The injuries were all in vain. The two couldn't help but look at each other, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. How about we go? But Mach glanced at the knives in the hands of Doberman and Flying Squirrel, and he could tell that the knives in their hands were not ordinary. Definitely not inferior to the 3rd-generation Kidetsu in his hands, especially the one in Flying Squirrel's hands. Well, pity. If Smoker had come a little later, maybe these 2 knives would be his collection. Smoker took out a phone bug from his arms and handed it to Mach. This phone bug goes directly to Sengoku Fleet Admiral. All Shichibukai have one. Advertisement. Mach picked it up, and the moment he picked up the phone bug, he has officially become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Smoker then handed over a reward warrant. Moke's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He understood that this was a vote of honor. However, the person on this reward order is really extraordinary. A month later, Ada was amazed. Captain, your talent in swordsmanship really puts Ada in awe. During this month, Mach asked Ada for advice on the double sword style. The progress was so fast that Ada doubted his life several times. Ada handed Wajo to Mach. Captain, now you are also good at dual swords. This Wajo is still. Before she could finish speaking, she was directly interrupted by Mach. This is the initiation ceremony for you to join the pirate group. There is no way you can take it back. Besides, I will get my 2nd sword soon. However, we have to complete the mission given by Marine Headquarters. After all, we have already taken the position of Shichibukai, so we have to show off. Hearing this, Ada couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, it would be unreasonable to delay it any longer. At this time, not only did the injuries on her face recover, but she also became more beautiful. Confidence returned to her again. Then he added, after the captain has dealt with this guy, will he go to win over strong men and strengthen the pirate group? At the end of the sentence, her eyes lit up, because she understands that to defeat Doflamingo and his gang, she and the captain alone are not enough. Only by joining forces with more and stronger partners can they be eliminated. Mach nodded. A month has passed, and I think the information I want will be delivered soon. When the time comes, I will take you to recruit 2 strong partners. But at this point, the conversation changed. But before that, I have to get my 2nd famous sword. As a swordsman, he naturally loves swords. So Ada's eyes lit up when he heard this. I'm curious as to which famous sword can make the captain value it so much. I won't let you down. After Mach said that, he stood up and looked into the distance. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. We're finally here, these guys. Ada followed Mach's gaze and his expression suddenly changed. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. He gritted his teeth and said, these guys are finally here. Mach chuckled lightly. Didn't he buy information from underground forces and know that they were coming, so he waited here specially? So, don't get excited, their fate is already determined. Chapter 29. Axi, Yar, Yaji. A small ship stopped at the port. They were led by 3 people who looked very similar. They were the 3 leaders of the slave-catching team this time. Ada's eyes became extremely solemn, and he reminded, Captain, these are 3 of the 10 cadres of the sea hunting group. They are 3 siblings. The one in the middle is the eldest sister Aki, Paramecia, a cold fruit power user. The second brother Yar on the left is an animal type, snow leopard fruit power user. The third brother Yaji on the right is a swordsman. How, my strength is not inferior to that of me before. Mach narrowed his eyes slightly. He had to say that this was indeed the largest slave hunting team dedicated to hunting nobles and dragons. That's right, the ones eyeing this place are none other than the Sea Hunting Group, one of the 3 largest slave hunting teams in the One Piece world. These guys really hunt for everything. Beautiful men, beautiful women, rare races. Even the captain of the pirate group. It can be said that as long as he is targeted by them, there's nothing they can't catch, nothing they can't buy. As for this Sea Hunting Group, as one of the 3 largest slave-catching teams in the pirate world, its strength cannot be boasted. Simply speaking, the strength of the third brother Yaji is comparable to that of Ada, which means that his strength is also over 100 million. Let's talk about the eldest sister Aki and the second brother Yar. One is a user with Paramecia cold fruit ability, and the other is an animal-type snow leopard fruit user. The strength is equally impressive. With this strength, it is even better than most of the future Supernova 11 pirates. And these are only 3 of the top 10 cadres of the Sea Hunting Group. This shows the strength of this sea hunting group. It can also reflect the strength of the entire slave-catching industry from the side. Brush. Axi, Yar, and Yaji jumped off the pirate ship and landed in front of Mok and Ada. The eyes of the three people first fell on Ada. There is no way. Ada originally wanted to have a good face and a good figure. It can be said that it is curvy, sexy and enchanting, but also has a bit of the power of a swordsman. It made her whole person look heroic. The two contradictory temperaments were completely combined in her. She is definitely a beauty with a unique style, and now she eats Paramecia fruit. Her beauty has improved a lot and reached a new level. In the entire pirate world, only the Empress Hancock can be compared with her. With such beauty, even the three siblings Yaxi, Yar and Yaji, who had hunted many beauties, couldn't help but be stunned. Advertisement. Then all three eyes lit up. Axi was even more delighted, with a look of praise on his face. I never thought that there would be such top quality goods on Cook Island. Having said this, he turned to look at his third brother Yaji. Third brother, this time I can finally give you a devil fruit. By then, your strength will definitely be the strongest among our siblings. Y'all couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Among the three of them, the third brother Yaji was originally the most talented. It was precisely because of Yaji that he and his eldest sister hunted slaves that the celestial dragons were satisfied with in exchange for devil fruits. Let them also become strong. Now, it should be their third brother's turn. By then, the third brother's strength will have greatly increased. Perhaps, it will become the fourth largest slave-catching group. At this time, ambition flashed in his eyes. Among the three, only the third brother, Yaji, remained calm. Because Ada gave him a familiar feeling, his eyes immediately fell on Ada's waist and his pupils shrank. Because, he recognized one of the two knives on Ada's waist. He suddenly raised his head, with a bit of horror. You are a double sword, Ada. After he finished speaking, he added, I'm just telling you, why do you give me a familiar feeling? It turns out it's you. What? Yaxi and Yar couldn't help but exclaimed. Then his expression changed drastically, and his whole person became alert. They are all people who have seen the world, and one person can make such a big change. Most likely because of eating a devil fruit. And the strength of this double sword Ada is not inferior to their third brother. Now that I have eaten the devil fruit, my strength will definitely increase greatly. If you cannot be afraid. Fortunately, the three of them have a tacit understanding that no one else can match. Therefore, even if Ada's strength increases greatly, they will not be afraid. Hey, hey, hey. You three guys, can't you take your eyes away when you see a beautiful woman? You treat me like a living person like nothing. Mok on the side was a little speechless. He is also a Shichibukai now. Is it really okay to ignore him like this? The three of them turned around and looked over. The moment they saw Mok, they were a little confused at first. Immediately, his expression changed drastically, and his pupils trembled. The eldest sister Aki even exclaimed, the new Shichibukai, Mok. Mok was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He pointed at Yaji and turned to Ada. He was the one who hurt you in the first place. Then you should avenge this with your own hands. As for the other two, leave them to me. Advertisement, Captain. Thank you. Mok's words spoke to her heart. Yaxi, Yar, and Yaji looked at each other, and then launched attacks at the same time with great understanding. The long knife in Yaji's hand was instantly unsheathed, his legs exerted force, and he rushed in front of Bishkekta in the blink of an eye. Frozen. Aki stamped his foot, causing the ground to freeze, and he quickly headed towards Ada. Everywhere he passed, the ground was covered in ice. I saw Yal, the animal-type snow leopard fruit ability user, instantly entering the orc state. Shave. The next moment, the person disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he was already behind Mok, pointer gun. The index finger was like a gun, poking straight at the back of Mok's head. I have to say that the cooperation between these three people is really perfect. Yal, the most capable person with animal abilities, came to hold him back. The other two, one attacking and the other controlling, are simply perfect. If it had been anyone else, they would have succeeded. The third-generation Kitetsu in Mork's hand was instantly unsheathed, and with a fierce swing, he slashed directly towards Aki. Wherever the slash passed, the ground was cut directly, with the potential to divide the earth into two pieces. Facing such a terrifying attack, Yaxi's expression changed drastically. He also had to stop the attack on Ada. The frozen power stopped 3 or 4 meters in front of Ada. At the same time, the third-generation Oni Tetsu wielded by Mork was not taken back. Instead, he followed that swing and slashed behind him. The target was Al's poking finger. A hole. Yar cursed lowly, then stopped his attack, narrowly dodging Mok's sword. At this time, Ada only has to face Yaji. She couldn't help but sneer, and at the same time she unsheathed her sword and blocked Yaji's attack. Wajo flashed a cold light in the air and headed towards Yaji's neck. Yaji's pupils shrank. Ada's sword was extremely fast and had a strange angle, making it extremely difficult to dodge. I was secretly shocked. This guy's swordsmanship has improved again. Chapter 30. Killing the corners of Ada's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. He had been teaching the captain the double sword style for the past month. During this period, the captain would often fight against her, thus quickly improving his combat experience in the dual sword style. Therefore, in this month, it is not just the captain who has improved. She has it too. After all, for her, the captain is also a very good training partner. However, Yaji is not a simple character. At the last moment, the body leaned back. Brush. Wajo flashed with cold light, leaving a wound on Yaji's neck, but not enough to be fatal. Even so, Yaji was frightened. Facing the situation of life and death, Yaji's whole body's strength exploded in an instant. After forcing Atala back, he took a few steps back and distanced himself from Atala. And this scene fell in the eyes of Yaxi and Yar. The two of them couldn't help but be shocked, and exclaimed in great concern, Yaji. You should worry about yourselves. Mok waved the third-generation ghost in his hand again, and a terrifying slash shot out again. But this time the target was changed to Yael, iron. The blow came so fast that Yael had no time to dodge. It can only be defended passively, not just that. He predicted that the location where Mok's slash hit would be wrapped in an armament color. Ice Dragon. At this time, Yaxi did not dare to let Mok continue to attack, and directly gave a strong counterattack. Mok's slash hit Yael first, and Mok's mouth showed a bit of ridicule. Marine's 6 styles actually appeared on a member of the slave-catching team. But if an ordinary Marine wants to learn, the conditions are very harsh. In other words, working hard is not as useful as catching a beautiful woman. What an irony. That's it too. They specialize in catching slaves for nobles and celestial dragons, as long as they make the celestial dragons happy. If you want the 6th form of Marine, that's not a matter of just a word from the celestial dragon. But, this guy probably doesn't know that Ironblock is the #1 pirate, Genjutsu. Brush. Mok's slash directly broke through Yael's defense, leaving a bone-deep wound across his chest. Advertisement blood spurted out wildly. At the same time, Axi's ice dragon was already less than 1 meter away from Mok. However, Mok seemed not to see it. It seemed as if he had no time to avoid it. Let the ice dragon hit him hard. Good. Axi couldn't help but be overjoyed. She is very confident in her abilities. No matter who is hit by her ice dragon, they will be frozen forever and become an ice sculpture. If you want to know her ability, it is on the same level as the pirate general Aokiji. The level is that one can be elementalized and the other cannot. That's all. Tisk tisk. But at this time, Mok's mouth turned up with a smile. This gave her a bad feeling. The next second, she saw a strange scene. The ice dragon, which was 7 or 8 meters tall, hit Mok. It was as if he had hit the entrance to a different space and disappeared quickly. Or maybe, Mok's body is like a different space. The entire ice dragon was directly installed in it. What made her scalp numb even more? Mok's body began to change rapidly and turned into an ice sculpture. She could swear to God that this could never be frozen by her ice dragon. The next second, an ice dragon that was twice as big as before, jumped out, from behind Mok. But the target was not Aki, but Yael, who had been severely injured. If it weren't for the time difference, it would have been like Aki's ice dragon. After passing through Mok's body, it doubled in size and blasted towards Yael. Not good. Yaxi's face changed drastically, even a little desperate, because she can't stop it. But Yar only had boundless fear, because he was severely injured and could only look at the ice dragon, which was more than 10 meters tall. It kept magnifying in his eyes. Rumble. The ice dragon slammed into Yar's body hard. Under the strong impact, Yar was directly knocked away. Then, the ice dragon did not disappear, but hit Yael all the way. Wherever he passes, whether it is a tree or something else, everything was frozen in an instant and then smashed into pieces. It didn't stop until it hit a small earth mountain 200 meters away. However, under the powerful impact, Yar was already trapped deep in the mountain. At this time, his whole body was soft. There was blood flowing out of the eyes, mouth, and ears. From the bone-deep wound, one could even see the internal organs that had been frozen. Advertisement. It was obvious that what was already dead could no longer die. Yar. Aki couldn't help but cry out in sorrow, and then hatred rushed to her forehead, causing her to lose her usual reason. I saw her and waved her hands. Ice, destroy the world. Countless ice pendants came out of thin air and floated above her head, then it headed towards Mok like raindrops. No matter what it is, whether it is the ground or trees, everything will be frozen. Soon, everything within 100 meters of Mok was frozen. That area seemed to be a separate world, a frozen world. However, an Iceman is at ease in that world. Mok looked at Axi as if he were a fool. Are you stupid? The ice dragon just couldn't hurt me at all, but these ice picks can hurt me. As soon as he finished speaking, Mok raised his hand. On his head, countless ice picks immediately appeared out of thin air. This. Aki was completely stunned, then a rain of ice cones enveloped her. Ice shield. Seeing this, Yaxi decisively used his ability to create a huge ice shield to block in front of him. Papa. Papa. The ice pick looked so small in this huge ice shield, how could it possibly shake it? At this time, Mok's ghostly aura combined with the strange power of the holy sword burst out, and gathered into a Shura standing behind Mok. One sword-style Shura slash. Mok and Shura waved the knives in their hands together, and a slash that was stronger, fiercer and sharper than before shot out. Everywhere it passed was invincible, and a chasm was cut into the ground. Aki's ice shield was directly split into two, and then hit Aki. Peefed. A huge wound penetrated Aki's entire body, and the blood surged and dyed it red. No. Yaji, who was fighting with Atta, also saw this scene and roared in despair. Atta couldn't help but sneer. You also have feelings? It's really ridiculous. When he said this, his face was full of ridicule. Then he added, Well, if you have feelings, you can deeply understand the pain of your loved ones leaving. Only then can you understand how painful it is for those who have their loved ones taken away by you. Following the words, Ada launched his strongest attack. Double Sword Style. Chapter 31 Call from the Warring States period. Double Sword Style. Ryuga. I saw Ada's two swords moving forward, and his whole body rushed forward. At the same time, a special dragon-shaped slash was formed. Her two knives were exactly where the dragon's teeth were hit by the dragon-shaped slash. This is why this move is called Dragon Fang. Yaji's face changed drastically when he saw this move, and he instinctively wanted to hide. However, as soon as he made a move, the direction of the dragon-shaped slash unexpectedly changed. Yaji immediately understood that this move could only be done forcefully. He gritted his teeth and thrust his samurai sword forward. The whole body also sank slightly. Clang. The next second, Ada's two swords stabbed Yaji's samurai sword hard. Under the powerful impact, Yaji's whole body moved backwards. His legs left two deep marks on the ground. Unfortunately, it was not blocked in the end. At the last moment, his hands couldn't bear it anymore and they shook. The blade blocking Ada's double swords also deflected, causing his defense to be directly broken by Ada. Ada's two knives stabbed Yaji's chest hard and penetrated it. Peefed. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yaji's mouth, and he showed a ferocious smile. The sea hunting group will not let you go, you. When Ada heard this, he didn't want to hear his harsh words before his death, so he drew out his two swords. Blood surges. Yaji also fell to the ground suddenly. A smile appeared on Ada's face, because the crisis on Cook Island was completely over. Her heart also relaxed, so that she could leave without any worries. Immediately, she walked up to Yaji, took off the knife from his hand, and then admired it carefully. She has been coveting it for a long time, and she has been coveting it for a long time. She then glanced at Wajo in her hand. By now, both of her swords were already famous swords. For a double sword swordsman, this is definitely something to be proud of. As for the sea hunting group, she didn't care at all. You know, her captain is Shichibukai, and her strength has also increased greatly. Who is afraid of whom? At this time, Mach had already boarded the boat of the three siblings. Advertisement: this is a small ship like the Sunshine Mary, which is very suitable for a pirate group like Mach, which only has 2 members. The most important thing is that after careful inspection, I found that this boat was actually made of good wood. The more you watched, the more satisfied he became. Before building your own pirate ship, this ship is definitely a good transition. Mach couldn't help but laugh. These 3 sisters must have sent us a boat specially. Bulu Bulu. At this moment, Ada came over carrying a package. The phone in the package kept ringing. The smile on Mach's face grew stronger. It seems that Warring States can't wait any longer. Sure enough, after the call was connected, Warring States' voice immediately rang in the phone. It's been a month since Mach, and you're still staying on Cook Island? You don't have much time. If you can't get the money from me within half a month, your goal. Then the agreement between us will not be established, and then. He didn't finish his words, but Mach understood what he meant. This is his certificate of fame, after becoming Shichibukai. If this cannot be completed. Naturally, his position as Shichibukai is gone. Mach, isn't there a group of desperate slave-catching teams attacking the Cook Island that I'm covering? So, I took it slow, but I've already locked the target, and he can't escape. Warring States. That's good. After hanging up the phone, Ada frowned slightly. Captain, half a month is a bit tight, how about? But Mach waved his hand. Proceed as planned. We have to wait until Mr. 3 sends news of success at the target, otherwise, we won't be able to do anything for the time being. Mr. 3. Ada looked surprised. Mach did not hide anything. You will get to know a member of my intelligence organization when the time comes. You will inevitably interact with each other in the future. Ada's eyes lit up again. There was actually an intelligence organization in Mach's hands, which she never expected. However, the greater the power in Mach's hands, the better it is for her. My heart is overjoyed. However, she was just a little curious. Why did Mr. 3 have to go? Isn't he an intelligence agent? Marine had already told them where the target was. Normally, there is no need for that at all. Advertisement: the corners of Moke's mouth rose slightly. The goal given to him by the Warring States period was to drive the tiger to devour the wolf, and his intentions were really sinister. However, to him, it was like sending him a general. When he learned that the target given to him by the Warring States period was this guy, he woke up laughing several times in his dreams. 10 days later, Mork has arrived at the Magic Triangle, and his target is the terrifying 3-masted sail where Moonlight Moria is located. But when Mach entered, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Because the Magic Triangle is covered in thick fog, it is impossible to determine the direction. Mach was a little helpless. It's troublesome. Ada's eyes twitched, and he made his first suggestion since joining the group. Captain, I think the first thing after going out is to find a navigator. Mach nodded and agreed deeply. It makes sense. After we get this place and the goals given by Warring States, the navigator will be put on the agenda. But now, Mork stretched out his right hand and touched the fog that was everywhere here. Then Ada was surprised to find that Mach's whole person became a little unreal. Immediately, she saw something that she would never forget in her life. I saw that the surrounding fog seemed to be under some kind of control and dispersed in all directions. Especially the top of the head, a ray of sunshine shines in. Captain, what are you? Mach chuckled softly. I am a Paramecia fruit absorbing person. No matter what substance I come into contact with, my body will transform into it. At the same time, I will also have similar fruit abilities. For example, if I absorb iron, then I will becoming a person with abilities similar to the iron fruit. For another example, if I absorb the fog here, then I will have the ability of the Logia mist fruit. Won't it be easy to control the fog? What? Ada couldn't help but exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. Only now did she understand the so-called multi-fruit ability in Mach's bounty order. This is completely Marine's misunderstanding of the power of the Mork fruit. However, is there such a devil fruit in this world? Wouldn't that be equivalent to having a lot of abilities? What fire, light, magma, ice, earth, too many. At this moment, Ada was extremely happy. Fortunately, I joined the captain's pirate group and had such devil fruit abilities to become 4 emperors. Or even One Piece. Isn't it just a matter of time? A Doflamingo is nothing. Chapter 32 1 Move in seconds. Above the thriller bark, Moonlight Moria and his 3 monsters Absalom, Hogbark, and Perona looked up at the sky. His face was full of shock. Their thriller bark is located in the heart of the Devil's Triangle. Although this location is not as foggy as other locations, but directly above, it is also shrouded in fog all year round. Now it has dispersed, and the scorching sun is shining brightly. The sunlight brightened up the entire thriller bark and stung them so hard that they couldn't even open their eyes. Hee hee hee. Moonlight Molia laughed strangely. Then there was some confusion on his face. Strange, Only said that the Devil's Delta has been shrouded in rain and fog for hundreds of years. How come it suddenly dispersed? Hogback nodded. The Devil's Delta is very similar to the Windless Zone. They are both sea areas with very stable weather. There should not be such big changes. At the end, for some reason, he had a bad feeling. Absalom looked unconcerned. Never mind it, it won't affect us much anyway, so what does it matter? Hollow ho lo ho lo. Perona also gave a signature smile. But at this time, her head and face looked a little confused. In addition, she is a bit silly by nature, and she looks very cute. At this time, Moonlight Moria finally came back to her senses. He turned to Absalom and said, Absalom, go to the edge of the boat and see if the fog above the sea has dispersed. Absalom. Yes. At the same time, Mork and Ada have arrived at the port of Thriller Bark. Ada's eyes widened in shock. Captain, this is Thriller Bark? If it weren't for the fact that she could clearly see the sails of Thriller Bark without the fog, she would have started to doubt Mach's words. No, even now, she has some self-doubt. I wonder if there is something wrong with my eyes. Mach nodded. Not to mention Ada, even he was extremely shocked. Although he has watched the anime, he also knows that this Thriller Bark is as scary as a small island. But when you really see it with your own eyes and come to it, only then can you fully appreciate it. It is indeed the Thriller Bark, which is claimed to be the largest pirate ship in the world. Advertisement. Suddenly he felt that Thriller Bark was a good choice as a secret base camp. When he thought of this, he originally just wanted to take the knife and leave. Awakening has taken over this place, and it is a good choice as Robin and the others' intelligence base. What is that? Soon Ada was shocked again because he saw a huge spider. The key is that this spider still has the upper body of a human. It has to be said that it once again subverted her understanding of the world. Rubbish. Mach looked disdainful, because he knew that these were zombies created by Moonlight Moria. He raised his hand and cut it into 2 with a knife. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. This Moonlight Moria was once a great pirate who roamed the sea, but now it is useless. Where did this kid come from? How dare he belittle our captain like this? He is 7 warlords of the sea. A figure appeared in Spider-Man's place just now. After glancing at the beheaded Spider-Man, he turned to look at Mach and Ada. His eyes were very sharp. However, the moment he saw Ada, he became excited again. Both eyes turned into hearts. Apparently he has become lustful. Immediately, he saw the opponent's legs leap into the air, and finally landed firmly in front of Mach and Ada. Absalom is a perverted nymphomaniac who often takes advantage of his ability to spy on women. He likes weak rather than strong women, so he often complains about Perona and Sindori. At this time, Mach and Ada also saw clearly the person coming. It was a long-haired man with gorgeous clothes and a terrifying face. Absalom, one of the 3 weirdos? Mach recognized him at a glance, but he was very disgusted with this guy. Because Absalom is a perverted nymphomaniac who often uses his ability to spy on women. Compared with her, Sanji seems much simpler. Among all pirates, he is the one who most wants to be killed among sea fans. Ranked 2nd all year round. Just behind Momonosuke. No, or rather, before Momonosuke appeared, he was the one who must be killed. When he first appeared, he added Robin in a very wretched manner, and later took advantage of Nami while she was taking a shower. At that time, Nami was naked. He was pressed against the wall like that. If Sanji hadn't arrived in time, this guy would have succeeded. Advertisement. But there is one thing that cannot be ignored. That is, this guy saw Nami naked. Mudmom. Can you bear this? So Mach put his head close to Ada's ear. This guy is one of the 3 cadres under Kazuki Moria, Paramecia. A transparent fruit ability user. This guy is an nymphomaniac. He uses this fruit ability to spy a lot. Woman. As soon as he said this, Ada's face turned dark. The look in Absalom's eyes has changed. What she hates most in her life is this kind of guy who takes advantage of women without any bottom line. Killing intent suddenly arises. Wajo and Chongso Mihu Tetsu's swords were instantly unsheathed, and the cold light suddenly appeared. Double path style. Extreme speed slash. Ada directly entered a state of high-speed movement. In the eyes of ordinary people, she seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Not good. Absalom, who had a squinted face at first, suddenly felt something bad and became alert, but it was already too late. At this time, Ada had appeared behind him. Wajo and Chongsoya Totaru slowly sheathed themselves. Peefed. An X-shaped wound appeared on Absalom's chest. Not only was the bone deep, but the huge wound also cut the entire chest into 4 parts. How can it be? Absalom fell to the ground with a crash, but his eyes were full of disbelief. I can't believe that this woman has such strength. After all, he is also one of the 3 cadres under Shichibukai. He couldn't even block a single move. Not only him, but also Ada himself couldn't believe it. He turned around and said in disbelief, "Captain, is this guy really one of the 3 major cadres under 7 warlords of the sea? You know, she has also encountered the cadres under Shichibukai. For example, Gladius, who killed all her friends in an ambush and almost killed her as well. Although, she hated it deeply, but Gladius's strength is beyond doubt. Look at the guy in front of me again. The two are not on the same level at all. Mock. Indeed, but don't compare him with Doflamingo's men, because they are not on the same level at all. After all, this is only the first half of the Great Channel, but Doflamingo is in the New World." Chapter 33 Counterattack. At the same time, Moonlight Moria's face darkened because he saw a shadow floating back. This means that the zombie he created was killed. When Huo Gubik and Perona saw this, their eyes couldn't help but change. Then the two looked at each other and came to a conclusion. There is an intruder. Moonlight Moria looked at Perona. Go and check. After finishing speaking, he added, don't go in person, use your ability. Ho 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 ho. Perona let out her signature laugh and immediately activated her ability. Negative. 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 Each ghost was created by her and under her control, headed towards the port. On the way, they happened to bump into Mock and Ada, who had already landed on the island. Ghost? Ada's eyes almost popped out of his head. I have to say that in the world of pirates, there are still many people who are afraid of this thing. Brook used his out-of-body experience, but it scared a lot of people. Therefore, it is normal for Ada to have this reaction. So Mock immediately reminded. There are 3 cadres under Moonlight Moria, also known as 3 monsters. The first monster is Absalom, who was just killed by you, and the other 2 monsters are Hogback and Perona. In front of you, this ghost was created by Perona, one of the 3 monsters. She is Paramecia, the user with the ghost fruit ability. Is there such a devil fruit? Ada couldn't help but widen his eyes, with a look of disbelief on his face. Yo ho 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 ho. But at this moment, a very special laughter came from behind them, and hearing the laughter, he was still running quickly. Oh haha. Mock's eyes couldn't help but light up, and he said secretly, how could I forget this guy? Then he laughed and turned to look at Ada. After a while, you will see more miraculous fruit ability users. Oh. Ada looked confused, but she immediately reacted and turned her head to look behind her. Obviously, she already understood who Mock was referring to. When a flying skeleton appeared in her field of vision, she was stunned. All right, she had to admit that those ghosts were nothing. Advertisement Mork. A character who died once in Brooke's life. Dead once? Ada was stunned at first, and even looked a little puzzled, but he looked at Brooke's skeleton. He murmured. That's right, it's just like this, it can't be justified until you die. But Mock couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. This guy is Paramecia, a user with the underworld fruit ability. After being killed, he can be resurrected once. Ah this. Although he was prepared in his heart, Ada was still shocked. Real. Negative. 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 At the same time, the ghost was getting closer and closer to them, and Mock couldn't help but remind him. Ada, you'd better pay attention to this side first. Ada turned around and looked at the floating ghosts again, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Although, this devil fruit surprised her, but it was just a surprise. Absalom, who was also one of the 3 monsters under Moonlight Moria, did not take any of her moves. The strength is too great. What a waste of these powerful devil fruits. Paramecia Transparent Fruit, and this Paramecia Ghost Fruit, are not inferior to the Paramecia Slippery Fruit I ate. Wajo and Chongso Mihu Tetsu unsheathed their swords, then slightly bent their legs and rushed out. The target is those ghosts floating over. Brush. Just when the 2 sides were about to come into contact, the 2 swords in their hands were swung out, drawing several cold lights in the air. Not good. Ada's face couldn't help but change greatly, because the few swords she swung could not even kill him. These ghosts were not hurt at all, as if these ghosts had no entity. Both of her swords passed through her body. The key thing is that this was too sudden. In addition, her previous arrogant attitude has long since become old. He couldn't even retreat to avoid it. She could only watch helplessly as those ghosts collided with herself. However, these ghosts still had no entity and passed through her body. At that moment, she felt all the negative emotions in her heart well up. Her will and swordsman's heart were instantly defeated. The person immediately knelt down. I shouldn't live in this world. If there is an afterlife, I would rather be a little bird. Yo ho 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 ho. At this time, Brooke had also arrived. Looking at Ada, who was kneeling on the ground, he couldn't help but laugh with Schadenfreude. Advertisement. Then he became serious again. Perona's ability is really troublesome. Over the years, I don't know how many people have been tricked. Negative. 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 At this time, these ghosts turned in another direction and floated towards Mach again. Mork narrowed his eyes. Ghost eyes, conquerors. Ghost energy emerged from Mach's body, and his pupils turned purple, and even ignited like purple flames. At the same time, conquerors exploded instantly. Originally, ghost energy had a shocking effect similar to conquerors, but when combined with the strange power of the holy sword, it became even stronger. Combined with conquerors, it's definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Perona, who was far away in the castle, couldn't help but scream. You must know that she and the ghost are visually connected. Or maybe they're soul connected. You can also think of these negative ghosts as part of her soul. Therefore, not only did she really see Mork, but she also felt the shock from Mork. His face, which was already pale with shock, turned even paler. A drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hoo-hoo. She took a few deep breaths before forcing herself to calm down. Conquerors? Brooke also exclaimed in surprise. As an old antique, he could tell at a glance that the look in his eyes towards Mach was different. What happened just now? At this time, Ada also recovered from her negative state and stood up immediately, but her face was extremely ugly at this time. At the same time, I was still very puzzled. Mach chuckled when he heard the words. Those were Perona's negative ghosts just now. They have no entity, and ordinary attacks are ineffective against them. And once they pass through the body, they will fall into boundless negativity and be slaughtered by others. Today, if you come alone, I'm afraid you'll have to confess here. Ada's pupils couldn't help but shrink, but Mach immediately added, I didn't remind you on purpose, remember it. There are many people with devil fruit abilities in the new world, and their abilities are all kinds of weird. You will get caught if you are not careful. Therefore, even if you face people in the future, no matter how weak you are, you must use your full strength. When attacking a person with abilities, the blade must be wrapped with the weapon color. Remember. Ada nodded cautiously after hearing this. He had to say that he would never forget the negative feeling just now. I don't even want to experience it again. This lesson. Chapter 34. Brooke joins. This lesson is truly unforgettable. Immediately, Ada looked at Brooke again. Living skeletons are also a wonderful sight. Ada was kneeling on the ground just now, and Brooke hadn't seen Ada's true face clearly yet. Now that Ada had stood up and looked at him, Brooke was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. After coming back to his senses, he blushed and shyly approached Ada. Can you let me see your underwear? Ada. For a moment, she didn't react, but immediately, there was blazing anger in her eyes. Sexy skeleton, go to hell. Brooke was kicked out directly. Tisk tisk. Mork couldn't help but laugh strangely. The two members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji and Brooke. The former has no bottom line, and the latter is purely a man's curiosity. It's harmless. When his opponent is a woman, he will attack her mercilessly. Unlike Sanji, who gets weak whenever he sees a woman. To be honest, Brooke is a bit weak at this time, but no matter how weak he is, he can still reach the level of a senior Doflamingo cadre. And it is much stronger than some of them. The most important thing is that Brooke's potential is still good. The speed of improving strength is not slow. 2 years after the original work, the strength is barely acceptable. In addition, he also needs manpower now. Also, he and Ada are both swordsmen. Isn't it easy to improve Brooke's strength? After repeated beatings, I still don't believe that his strength can improve. After careful consideration, Mach issued an invitation. If my guess is correct, you are here to get your shadow back. How about this? I will help you get your shadow back, and you join my pirate group. Brooke, who was knocked to the ground, stood up immediately. Yo ho 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 ho, okay. Brooke has been here many times, and every time he failed. Therefore, he also knew in his heart that it was almost impossible for him to get the shadow back by himself. Ada looked surprised. He really didn't expect that the captain would take down this perverted skeleton in front of him. Mach. This guy is a good swordsman. He is just one step away from being a swordsman. After he joins, you can teach him well. I think his strength will be improved soon. When the time comes, when dealing with Doflamingo, you will have another powerful fighting force. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, Kita was still a little emotional. He immediately entered sage mode, and the look in Brooke's eyes became a little different. Yo ho 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 ho. Brooke once again let out his signature laugh, but this time his laughter was a little weak. He instinctively took 2 steps back, because of the look in Ada's eyes. Give him an unfriendly feeling. Perona in the castle has also come to her senses, and she can't care about anything else at this time. He ran out and released all the zombie generals under Absalom. The zombie generals are definitely the most powerful members of Moonlight Molly's zombie army, so he is very fast. When Mach, Ada, and Brooke just arrived in front of the castle gate, they had blocked the door. The 2 leaders were Long Ma and Captain John. The 2 of them are the strongest among the zombie generals, but there is one less Jigoro than in the original work. However, these 2 guys are enough for Brooke now. Turning to Kita, he said, the 2 zombies in front are Ryoma and Captain John. They are all great people. Now even if they are turned into zombies, they still have good strength. Just give Brooke some training. Practice, just watch from the sidelines. After finishing speaking, he added, as long as you don't die, don't take action. Even if this guy has a broken bone, he can recover by drinking some milk. Brook. Listen, is this what people say? After hearing this, Ada nodded seriously. Brook. Actually, you don't have to be so serious. Mach chuckled lightly and then said, you guys play here, I'll go meet Moonlight Moria. As he spoke, the whole person turned into a cloud of mist and floated in the air. Well, the next second, the dragon handle on the opposite side felt his hand loosen. I looked down and saw, good guy, his knife was gone. Ada also happened to see this scene. His eyes couldn't help but light up. It turns out that the captain is interested in his knife. I'm really curious about what kind of knife it will be. Then her eyes fell on Captain John. Both of them were mentioned by the captain as being great people during their lifetime. These two people are really good at using swords. Then the knife in Longma's hand is a good knife, and the knife in John's hand can't be too bad either. Advertisement therefore, she was also interested in holding the two knives in John's hands. Although, she can't use that much by herself. It can be used for collection. Who doesn't have a hobby yet? Moonlight Moria seemed to have sensed something was happening, and actually came out of the center of the castle. He happened to collide with Mach, who entered the castle. The two of them were stunned, neither of them expected that they would suddenly encounter each other. After coming back to his senses, Mach couldn't help but shook his head when he looked at Moonlight Moria. This Moonlight Moria was considered a character at the beginning. 23 years ago, he was only 27 years old, dared to challenge Kaido. Unfortunately, after being defeated by Kaido and losing all his friends, he was directly hit to doubt his life. Later, due to depression, he also had doubts about his own strength, and only thought about borrowing foreign things, so that his own strength continued to decline. The lofty ambitions of the past have completely disappeared, and all that is left is a fat body. Moonlight Moria's pupils shrank slightly. As a member of the Shichibukai, when new members join 7 warlords of the sea, they are naturally the first to get the news. So, I recognized Mach immediately. He is not stupid. Moke came without telling him, and he definitely has no bad intentions. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. He sneered, and then asked, what did you do to Absalom? Absalom declined and has not yet come back to reply, but in front of him, this guy has broken into the castle and came to him, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. When Mach heard this, he calmly said, kill. Moonlight Moria's pupils were shaking, and she finally roared, boy, you're looking for death. It has to be said that Moonlight Moria was angry. Shadowbox. Seeing the moonlight, Moria turned his shadow into flying bats, and then surrounded Mork with the shadows of these bats. The corners of Mach's mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer. The whole person turned into mist and dispersed in all directions. The next second, at his original position, the shadows of the bats formed a black box-like cube. If he reacts a little slower, he will be trapped in it immediately. I have to say that there is something about Moonlight Moria, and his Paramecia Shadow Fruit is also very awesome. Pity. The dissipated mist reunited into a human form on the left side of Moonlight Moria. Then his eyes fell on the shadow at Moonlight Moria's feet, because Moonlight Moria's attacks were basically made of shadows. He looked down at his own shadow, thoughtfully. Chapter 35 Abbey Hell. This shadow ability doesn't seem to be impossible. Find a chance to try it. Flying bat. Backquote. I saw the Moonlight Moria once again split his shadow, forming a large number of bat-shaped shadows. Then they all flew towards Mork. Mach looked puzzled. There was no need to use these similar moves. Too cheap. It was completely useless to him. He turned into mist again and successfully avoided all attacks. Then the mist gathered into a human shape on the left side of Moonlight Moria. The shadow of the horn knife. As if Moonlight Moria had anticipated it, she launched an attack instantly. She turned her shadow into a spear and stabbed Mork. In the original work, the attack power of this move is quite powerful and can even penetrate the descendants of Oz who are bigger than giants. This is also one of Moonlight Moria's strongest attacks. However, what he is facing now is not little Oz of the Whitebeard pirates. The autumn water in Moke's hand instantly came out of his body, and then the blade of his hand firmly blocked the blow. Moonlight Moria's pupils couldn't help but shrink when he saw this. He knew that Mach would not be defeated so easily, but he didn't expect it. His strongest blow was blocked so easily in Mach's hands. It must be said that Mach's strength was far beyond his expectation. Brush. Mork is not a master who only takes beatings without fighting back. Another famous sword, 3rd generation, is unsheathed and the cold light is revealed. A horizontal slash shot out, hitting Moonlight Moria. Mach was determined to win this blow. To be honest, if it were the former Moonlight Moria, there would be no problem at all in avoiding it. But now Moonlight Moria is so fat that it is difficult to walk. How can she avoid it? Just as Mach expected, Moonlight Moria's expression changed drastically when he saw the rapid attack. Shadow Warrior. I saw the Moonlight Moria, and the position where she was about to be struck suddenly turned into a black shadow. When Mach's slash hit the black shadow, it seemed as if it hit an illusory and incorporeal existence, passing directly through his body. It hit the wall of the castle not far away, and the slash immediately cut a slash that penetrated the wall. When Mach saw this, his pupils could not help but shrink slightly. Advertisement. He remembered the Shadow Warrior move of Moonlight Moria. It allows the shadow to exchange places with one's own body. This technique can also exchange part of one's body with the shadow. That is the hand that Moonlight Moria played just now, directly exchanging the position of the abdomen with the shadow. I have to say that this move is very useful when dodging the opponent's attacks. Okay. I kind of underestimated you. Mach became serious at this time. With these words, a large amount of fog emitted from Mach's body. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was filled with thick fog, which seriously affected Moonlight Moria's vision. Moonlight Moria's expression suddenly became serious, because Mach's move was equivalent to destroying his eyes. The current situation is very unfavorable to him. Tisk tisk. But then, in the thick air, Mach's weird laugh rang out. Moonlight Moria shrugged her ears, and then shouted, Jiao Daoing. He once again turned his shadow into a spear and thrust towards the place where the sound came from. Brush. At this time, a slash from the other side broke through the layers of mist and struck hard on Moonlight Moria's fat body. Ah! Moonlight Moria couldn't help but scream in pain. Swish, brush, brush. Mach kept changing his position in the mist. At the same time, every time it changes position, a slash will be struck, cutting towards Moonlight Moria from different directions and angles. Ah! Ah! Moonlight Moria kept screaming in pain, and at the same time roared with anger. Boy, if you have the ability, come out and face me face to face. Tisk tisk. Moonlight Moria, isn't my mist hidden technique good? Mork smiled proudly. This move he learned from Momochi Zabuza in Hokage. This guy likes to use this trick all the time, but I have to say, it's so cool to torture people with this trick. However, it's just Moonlight Moria, even if you give up this advantageous situation. What's there to be afraid of in a face-to-face confrontation? With a wave of Mach's knife, all the fog dispersed. Shu Shui sheathed, holding third-generation Kitetsu. One sword style, Ghost Flash. Mach instantly entered high-speed movement and rushed towards Moonlight Moria. Brush. Mork passed by Moonlight Moria, and the third-generation ghost in his hand struck Moonlight Moria's body, leaving a trail of blood. But it's not over yet. Advertisement Mork made a sharp turn, and third-generation Kiteru brought out a trail of blood on Moonlight Moria. 1, 2, 3. Mach circled around Moonlight Moria and struck out 13 times in a row. The swords cut a huge wound on Moonlight Moria's body. When Mork finished his Ghost Flash and appeared again, Moonlight Moria was already scarred, and his entire body was dyed red with blood. Moonlight Moria could no longer hold on anymore and half knelt on the ground. A look of horror. Except 23 years ago, when facing Kaido, he had never been so powerless. Moonlight Moria knew that he had no way out at this time. Either fight to the death, or accept your fate and wait for death. It is impossible to accept one's fate, and it is even less possible to wait for death. So, we can only fight. Turn it up, just turn it up. Shadow Gathering Place. This is Moonlight Moria's strongest move, which uses the ability of the Devil Fruit to suck all the shadows he controls into his body. In the original work, in the final battle, he absorbed the shadows of 1,000 people, growing in size and increasing his power. The destructive power he possesses is terrifying. But this requires great mental control. If the mental power is not enough to support it, it will lose consciousness or go berserk. To be honest, Moonlight Moria's move is really strong. If his mental strength is not good, neither is his willpower. In the original work, he lost control after absorbing the shadows of 1,000 people. It was not until Luffy hit Mariah's body with rubber rocket launchers in Gear 2 several times, forcing half of the shadows inside to spit out, that he regained consciousness. If only this guy hadn't given up on tempering his own strength and then tempering his mental power. If he uses this move again, he might really be able to fight Kaido. Although, this move means relying on external force. But it really works. However, Mach had no intention of stopping him. Looking at Moonlight Moria, who was constantly absorbing shadows and getting stronger, Mach couldn't help but get excited. He murmured, "That's right, he is a Shichibukai after all." As Moonlight Moria continued to absorb shadows, Moonlight Moria's body expanded rapidly. By the end, it was as tall as a giant. Even the castle couldn't accommodate him anymore, and was directly burst into pieces. But Mach has already exited the castle. He held his hands tightly, and when Moonlight Moria reached the limit, he unsheathed his two swords. Double sword style, Abbey Hell. Chapter 36 Target Whitebeard E. Double sword style, Abbey Hell. All the ghost energy in Mach's body instantly surged out around him, creating a shadow of Abbey Hell. But Mach seems to be a ghost and god standing in Abbey Hell, majestic, ferocious, and contemptuous of everything. Boom. Purple ghost flames ignited on the double swords. Mork slowly crossed Kiyoshui and third-generation Kitetsu in front of him, and then swung back violently. A huge X-shaped beam shot out with a special slash of blazing ghost flames. The speed was so fast that Moonlight Moria didn't even react. This special attack hit him hard in the chest. A huge X-shaped slash mark suddenly appeared. But the strange thing is that although the injury is deep enough, the bones can be seen. But no blood flowed out, and the purple flames seemed to be alive, drilling into the wound desperately. Ah! Moonlight Moria let out an extremely tragic roar. The shadow that had just been absorbed into the body began to pour out from the wound crazily. Moonlight Moria's body shrank sharply, and finally returned to its original size. At this time, Moonlight Moria was kneeling on her knees, blood spurting out from her mouth. He understands. He was defeated, completely defeated, because Mach even waited for him to reach his limit just now. Otherwise, Mach would have already taken action. Losers have no right to speak. This is the rule of this world. Cough cough. But I want to ask you one thing, if I can. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Hogbark and Perona, ahem. Just as he spoke, Moonlight Moria coughed violently, blood surged from his mouth, and then he fell to the ground. At this point, Shichibukai, go to one again. Mach looked at Moonlight Moria with some emotion. He really didn't expect that before this guy died, he was actually concerned about Wogubak and Perona. Well, he couldn't help but sigh and murmured in a low voice, because you value your partners so much, I'll give you a face. I can keep Perona. But that perverted Dr. Hogback, I'd better go with you. If he continues to live, for the sake of his wife Sindori, he doesn't know what crazy things he will do. Mach was walking in the direction of Ada, Brooke and the others when the phone bug in his arms rang. Bulu bulu. Mach was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Advertisement because this phone bug belongs exclusively to Baroque Works, and the person who can get through this phone bug. There are only 4 people. Robin, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and Mr. 3. The person who is powered on now is either Robin or Mr. 2. No matter who it is, it's a good thing. When he thought of this, Mach felt better and answered, I am Mr. 0. The phone bug rang the voice of Mr. 2. Mr. 0, this is Mr. 2. I have arrived at the West Asian island and have locked the target. Mach nodded with satisfaction. Very good, we arrived 2 or 3 days earlier than I expected. Hide yourself and don't let anyone see your true identity. Mr. 2. Don't worry, Mr. 0, when I came here, I just changed my face. And I changed my face more than once. Now I'm wearing the face of an island resident. I'm not even wearing a ballet suit, absolutely. No one will recognize me. Mach was even more satisfied. Okay. Then you just wait there. I'm done here and will arrive at West Asia Island in 3 or 4 days. I have to say that Mr. 2's ability is simply the best ability for intelligence. On board. As soon as Mach hung up the phone, Ada and Brooke came over escorting Perona. At this time, Perona saw the body of Moonlight Moria in the distance, her pupils shrank like needlepoints, and she started to tremble like an earthquake. Because in her heart, Moonlight Moria is an invincible existence, unexpectedly, he was now a cold corpse. Mach showed a surprised expression. Did it get done so quickly? Ada. Then this sexy skeleton practiced with the Dragon Horse and Captain John. The rest, I will take action. Mach nodded after hearing this. This is. With the strength of Ada's awakened armed swordsman, beating these people is just like playing games. Then his eyes fell on Brooke's body. There were cracks in the skull, leg bones, and hand bones, and it was obvious that the injuries were serious. Tisk tisk. It seems that I have been tortured quite a lot. Still, it's good for him. Ada said excitedly. Captain, let's deal with that target now. Mach nodded. What a coincidence, Mr. 2 just called. It's time for us to go. While speaking, he looked at Perona. Ada immediately understood. Captain, although this little girl's own strength is not very good, her fruit ability is really useful. Why don't you take those like Brooke? She will also be a good combat power against Doflamingo. Mach looked at Perona, then at Ada, a little surprised. She agreed to join? Advertisement. Ada turned to look at Perona, who immediately seemed to be stimulated and nodded repeatedly. I will join, I will join. Mach's eyes immediately turned playful. It seemed that Perona had suffered a lot at Ada's hands, and this was almost causing a psychological shadow. Then he followed the trend and said, then it's up to you. From now on, she will be our partner. Finally, his eyes fell on Perona, and he said meaningfully, however, you want to be my partner. Your strength is not enough. You have to improve your own strength. Perona. It's the captain. Brooke cast a sympathetic look at Perona. He finally experienced it and understood what kind of life it would be like in the future. How miserable. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Mach and his party drove a pirate ship to the port of West Asia Island. Finally reached, Brooke and Perona. In the past 4 days, they were almost beaten by Mach and Ada in turns. It was simply a human tragedy. Therefore, they are more eager to reach West Asia than Mach and Ada. But they were also very curious. Captain, who are you here for? At this time, Mach took out 2 reward orders. Whitebeard 2nd Generation, Edward Wable, has a bounty of 480 million belly. Miss Barkin, 230 million Baileys. What? Brooke and Perona almost stared out of their eyes. Because one of them has a reward of 33 million Baileys, and the other has a reward of 41 million Baileys. Therefore, for them, whether it is 480 million Baileys or 230 million Baileys, they're invincible. Gulu. The two swallowed subconsciously. At this moment, they understood a problem and joined the pirate group of a strong man like Mach. Perhaps the enemies they will face in the future will all be people of this level. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other, and there was a sudden attraction in their hearts. That is to say, the desire to become stronger. Because in such a battle, if you don't have the strength, you will die. But they don't want to die, so they can only keep working hard to become stronger and keep up with the captain and Ada. Chapter 37 Calculation. That's right, the targets given by the Warring States period were Edward Wable and Miss Barkin. For him, the Warring States period was simply a great gift to him. Captain. At this moment, a man with a vulgar face walked over quickly. Captain. Well, Perona, Brooke, and Ada's eyes all changed, and then they all looked at Mach, as if to say something. In our pirate group, do we still have such wretched people? Don't talk about them, it's just Moksui. Kakuzu couldn't help but twitched a few times. This face is comparable to Kizaru's, but he knew who the visitor was, so he went straight to the topic. Mr. 2, Where are Edward Wable and Miss Barkin? Mr. 2. Captain, they are staying in a hotel on this island. Mock. Then find out why they stayed on this island for more than half a month. Mr. 2 nodded. Then Miss Ba should be looking for a treasure on this island. Treasure? Mock was a little surprised. You must know that he can rise in this world because of a treasure. Is it possible that we can catch another one here? He couldn't help but smile. Have you learned what the treasure is? Mr. 2. It seems to have been left behind by a captain named John. John? Mork turned to look at Ada and Brooke, because if he remembered correctly, the captain named John was turned into a zombie general by Moonlight Moria. They were destroyed by these two people. This guy's two swords are collections of the pirate group. They are still on the knife rack in the pirate ship's collection room. At this time, Ada also reacted. He turned back to the pirate ship and took out two knives. Mock took it and examined it carefully. He found that the cloth wrapped around the handle of the knife seemed to have been replaced. It's not the original one, because there are traces of older ones in the subtleties. Interesting. Mock directly pulled off all the cloth on the handles of the two knives, and then Mock discovered that there was a groove as thick as half a pinky finger in the middle of the knives. Advertisement: there is a piece of paper hidden in each groove. Mock immediately took it out. One sheet recorded his life experience, and the other sheet recorded the location of the treasure he would treasure during his lifetime. Ada, Perona, Brooke, and Mr. 2 all came over curiously. Then Ada asked with some confusion, Captain, since these two pieces of paper are here, how did Miss Ba Jin and the others know? After hearing this, Mock thought for a moment. Miss Barkin and Captain John were originally in the same pirate group. Perhaps there was a connection between them. Or, where did Miss Barkin get the other information? At this time, Mork also had some expectations. This Captain John's treasure was the treasure that the clown buggy was looking for in the original work. Think about it, there will be a lot of gains. Immediately, Mock handed the two knives in his hand to Mr. 2. Use these two knives to find a way to lure Miss Barkin out. He didn't want a big fight to happen in a crowded place. That would affect many innocent people. Mr. 2. It's the captain. Time passed little by little, and the sun had reached due south. Finally, I saw an unusually tall man walking towards me in the distance, and kept walking with him. A short man also appeared in everyone's field of vision. The tall man had a white beard that curved upward in the shape of a crescent moon on his face. He was tall, fat, and ugly. His nose always had runny nose, and he had thick lips. The short one is an old lady with thick red lips, sunglasses, a cane, a wrinkled face, and a leopard print coat. These two people were so distinctive that Mock recognized them at a glance. The visitors were none other than Edward Wable and Miss Barkin, and at this time Mr. 2 was being held by Edward Wable. Miss Barkin also saw Mock and his group clearly at this time. Her eyes fell on Mock, and a trace of solemnity appeared on her face. Looking at Mr. 2. Were those two knives of yours stolen from their ship? Mr. 2 nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I just sneaked up and stole it when they went to the island to buy supplies and there was only one person on the boat. Upon hearing this, Miss Barkin turned to look at Mock again. Her eyes became sharp, and she said sternly, Captain John. Before she finished speaking, Mr. 2 took action, and when Wable wasn't paying attention, he immediately activated his ability. Wax kept pouring out of his hands, binding Wable. He immediately ran towards Mock. Miss Barkin was stunned for a moment when she saw this, and then became furious. She was not stupid. How could she not understand that this was being calculated? Wable, this guy deceived us and killed him for mother. Wable, who was restrained, had not yet recovered from the sudden change, with a confused and dazed look on his face. As soon as he heard Miss Bajin's words, his whole mood suddenly changed. Advertisement: the powerful force directly shattered the wax that bound him. Finally, he slashed at the running Mr. 2, and an extremely terrifying slash shot out. The target is Mr. 2. Wherever the slash passed, the ground was cut open, showing how terrifying the power of the slash was. The autumn water in Moke's hand was instantly unsheathed and he waved forward. An equally terrifying slash came forward. Successfully blocked a fatal blow for Mr. 2. Hiss. Mr. 2, who had escaped unhurt, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and felt a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Now he finally understands why Mr. Zero has repeatedly warned him that he is invincible. This strength is completely beyond what a person of his level can withstand. Miss Bajin's pupils shrank sharply, and she had to look at Mock squarely, because the strength shown by Mock is no less than that of Wable. Wable is her biggest supporter. Mock couldn't help but smile when he heard this. I'm here to recognize my relative. Oh, Miss Barkin looked confused. But immediately Miss Barkin's expression changed again, because a large amount of mist poured out of Mock's body, shrouding everything around him. So that neither she nor Wable could see anything. Wable even shouted, Mom, I can't see anything. Not good. Miss Barkin is truly a mature woman, and she immediately reacted. Wable retreats. But before she finished speaking, a chill was already on her neck. She understood that someone had put a knife on her neck. Gulu. Miss Bajin swallowed. She didn't even know how the other party got close. Collapse. The person who came was naturally Mock. Mother. At this time, Wable's observation and color caught the abnormality, and the whole person entered a state of rage. Chapter 38 give you two big competition bags. When Mock saw this, he raised his leg and kicked Miss Bajin directly in front of him. Then he loudly said, Ada, Perona, Brook, and Mr. 2 are proceeding as planned. Ada, Perona, Brook, and Mr. 2 understood and immediately rushed towards Miss Bajan, who was kicked away. The ghost of negativity, Perona, took the lead in attacking. On Mock's side, after they were all far away, he waved his hand to lift the fog. Because he wanted to face Wable head-on, he wanted to give it a try to see what level his strength had reached. The previous Moonlight Moria was too strong. Before he could perform well, this guy fell down. The Wable in front of him is a good opponent. Wable first turned around and looked around. Where's Mom? Where's Mom? Finally, his eyes fell on Mock. Where's Mom? Brush. He raised the huge sword in his hand and slashed directly at Mock. Mock narrowed his eyes, put Kiyoshue into the scabbard, and inserted it into his waist. Immediately, the whole person turned into a fruit-cutting state. He wanted to try to see what level his body had reached at this time, and then crossed his arms above his head. Clang! Wable's broadsword struck him hard on both arms. Mock immediately felt Wable's terrifying power, and his legs were bent directly. The ground beneath his feet couldn't bear such terrifying power and shattered. When Kizaru was chasing Wable, he once lamented that Wable's fighting power was not inferior to that of Whitebeard when he was young. Later, Wable was taken down by the Green Bulls. So, Mock always thought, Wable is strong, but he definitely doesn't have the combat power to be as good as Whitebeard when he was young, as Kizaru said. Exaggeration, absolutely exaggeration. Otherwise, how can the Green Bull win? You must know that the Green Bull is a general, but he was scared away by the red-haired conquerors from far away, and the price dropped greatly. At this time, after personally experiencing the terrifying power of Wable, only then did Mock truly understand that the combat power Kizaru was talking about might be referring to the time when Whitebeard didn't eat the shock fruit and relied solely on his heaven-defying power to fight. Clang! While Wable's knife was still pressing down, Mock's arms were finally pressed down. The sword reborn and struck Mock on the shoulder. But it didn't hurt Mock at all. You must know that in his state of slashing fruit, he is at the level of a famous sword. If you want to break through his defense, you must first have the strength to cut off famous swords with one strike. Advertisement Wable is strong, but he is far from reaching this level. Simple. Wable looked a little confused when he saw this scene. Then he became even more angry, sheathed the sword, and then raised the sword high again. Finally, he slashed at will again, but once, his broadsword was already wrapped with armed colors. Seeing this, Mock's pupils shrank slightly, armed entanglement. Mock didn't dare to be careless, and his armed color instantly wrapped around his body. At this time, he seemed to have turned into a black knife. The power within me has changed. Originally, the purpose of going to Moonlight Moria was to get Chu Shui, and to get Chu Shui was to get the weapon color. How could he not absorb it? Therefore, he awakened the armed color as he wished, and to turn the autumn water into a black knife, the amount of weapons required is really huge, and this massive number of armed colors all gave Mock an advantage. I won't talk about technique at this time, but only about the quantity of weapon color. In the entire One Piece world, there are only a handful of people who had passed by him. Hawkeye, who probably turned his famous sword into a black sword, and Garp, who fought all over the world with a pair of iron fists. Better than him in terms of weapon color, Clang. Wable's knife cut down again, and the power was still so terrifying. However, with the top-level weapon color, he successfully resisted. Yes, he is much better than Wable in armed color. On the contrary, it made up a lot of the power gap between the two. Drink. Mock shouted loudly, and all his strength exploded instantly, forcing Wable's knife to be pushed away. Wable therefore took 4 or 5 steps back before stopping. It has to be said that Wable was dumbfounded, but when it came to fighting, he was really not dumb at all. After stabilizing his body, he stabbed him again. Mock didn't show any weakness, but this time, he chose Kiyoshue to get out of the sheath. Welcoming him. Clang. Once again, the sound of metal clashing between swords sounded, and terrifying power continued to collide between the two swords. Advertisement strong winds formed one after another, sweeping around and blowing the clothes of the two people. With this sword attack, the two of them were evenly matched. Ha ha ha. Wable was excited at this time and his fighting spirit was high. At the same time, he also understood how important the armed color played in the battle. It's enough to turn the tide of the battle. Now he is eager to learn the skills of armed color and conquerors. He believes that as long as he learns these two domineering skills, his strength will be further improved. One sword style, Shoryu slash. There are many tall people in the pirate world. At this point, he, who is only 1.85 meters tall, is at a disadvantage. Therefore, especially developed move. I saw the ghost energy all over my body burst out and turned into a dragon-shaped slash, shooting straight into the sky. Under this powerful blow, Wable's sword was directly knocked back. The big knife in his hand was also raised high by the shock. At this time, Wable's chest was wide open. Brush. Mock jumped up and swung out both swords at the same time, slashing Wable's chest hard. Collapse. Under the powerful force, Wable was directly slashed and flew out, hitting him hard and falling more than 10 meters away. However, Mock used the back of the knife this time. When the Warring States period was notified, he had already regarded Wable as his right-hand man, so how could he really hurt him? Roar. Wable was furious after being knocked away. After he stood up, he immediately rushed towards Mock. He raised the big knife in his hand high and then slashed Huashan with all his strength and slashed at Mok. Stop! At this moment, a short old woman came over and stopped her sternly. The big knife in Wabel's hand stopped suddenly, and he looked at the person with some surprise. Then he was extremely surprised. Mom? Mok also looked over and saw that the person coming was Miss Barkin. Miss Barkin cast a meaningful look at Mok, and then looked at Wabel. Wabel, it was a misunderstanding just now. This is your eldest brother Mok. From now on, you must listen to your eldest brother just like you listen to your mother. Do you understand? Brother? Wabel turned to look at Mok, who was even more stunned. Mok's face twitched. This title is really amazing. You must know that Wabel is much older than him. Just bully Wabel for being simple. Otherwise he will give you $2 big. Advertisement Chapter 39 The Warring States period broke the defense. Miss Ba Jin's face sank. Why don't you call Wabel? Wabel immediately said weakly, Mom, don't be angry. Then he shouted to Mok. Brother, Miss Bajin, then nodded with satisfaction. Remember, from today on, when Mom is away, you must obey your elder brother's words, do you understand? Wabel nodded, but his few thoughts still moved. Why isn't Mom here? Miss Bajin. I have to find your father, Bybeard. Don't worry, I will come back to pick you up after I deal with your father. By then, you will be able to recognize each other as father. Mork. This reason is really damn strong. Aren't you afraid that Whitebeard will come over and punch you? Oh. Wabel nodded in understanding. Miss Bajin immediately added, don't worry, Mom will contact you every day using the phone bug. Phone bug? Wabel tilted his head, not understanding. But, no matter what, it was settled that Mok was his eldest brother. Marine Headquarters, Major Branu hurriedly entered the Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku office. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, there is urgent information. With that said, he respectfully handed a piece of information to Warring States. Warring States raised his eyebrows, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and smiled. The urgent information coming at this time should be that Mok has taken down Wabel. But he only read the beginning of the information. The corners of Sengoku's mouth froze, and so did his smile. Then anger arose in his heart, he slapped the case, and even yelled, a hole. Immediately, he dialed Mok's phone number and was quickly connected. I'm Sengoku. Mok's voice also sounded over there. Warring States Fleet Admiral. It seems Marine's intelligence is really powerful. I just finished it and you got the news. Warring States suppressed his anger. I asked you to deal with Wabel. I didn't ask you to take him in as a subordinate. Mork said very calmly. What's the problem? Anyway, from now on, he is no longer Marine's trouble, isn't he? After finishing speaking, he added, no, it should be said that from now on, he can be regarded as a combat force in Marine. Shouldn't you be happy? Advertisement, you. The Warring States period was blocked and completely speechless. From a superficial point of view, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Who is Mork? That's 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea are Marine's allies, and now Wabel is his subordinate, which is definitely a good thing for Marine. However, that is only on the surface. In fact, Marine does not want Shichibukai to become too powerful. And this Mork himself is among the top in Shichibukai in terms of strength. Now, add another one, Wabel, who also has Shichibukai level strength. It's a bit uncontrollable. This is something he definitely doesn't want to see. Just some words and some things. You can do it, but you can't talk about it openly. So, for a moment, he didn't know how to refute. You can't say that you are my ally, but you can't increase your power. That's too shameless. Moreover, it is useless to say this. Click. Zhang Guo angrily hung up the power supply. Call. Warring States took a few deep breaths before suppressing the anger in his heart. Then I picked up the information in my hand and continued to read. Ada. A reward of over 100 million. Skeleton swordsman. Where did he appear again? Check. Perona. Paramecia, a ghost fruit user with a bounty of more than 40 million. Now add Wabel, 480 million Baileys. How long has it been? Mok's strength is growing a bit fast. Wait, Perona? Aren't those the crew of Moonlight Moria? If he were an ordinary pirate, there wouldn't be many things he could remember about this bounty. However, every Shichibukai is carefully selected by him, so he has a very clear understanding of his own strength and the crew members under his command. Advertisement. This Perona is the crew member of Moonlight Moria. His face couldn't help but change. Although Moonlight Moria's strength has stagnated, its strength still cannot be underestimated. Plus, he's also a Shichibukai. 7 warlords of the sea, although they are the same organization. However, each of the 7 warlords of the sea is rebellious. No one will surrender to anyone. If we all unite, will it be okay? He suddenly raised his head and looked at Major Branu. Immediately, let the bear go to Moonlight Moria to see what happened there. He didn't believe that Moonlight Moria would follow Mok with his crew for no reason. Major Branu couldn't help but straighten up his face when he heard this. It's the Warring States Fleet Admiral. Then he immediately retreated and gave orders to the bear. As soon as he hesitated on one side, Mok curled his lips on the other side. It's still Fleet Admiral, it doesn't have any grace at all. Ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 ho. Hearing Mok's words, Perona and Brook both let out their signature laughter. Mok was attracted by the laughter of the two people and looked towards them. The moment he saw the two of them, his expression changed. Too careless. Then he immediately gave the order. Miss Bajan, follow me. Ah, Ada, Brooke, Perona, and Miss Barkin, Mr. 2, all showed surprised expressions. Especially Mr. 2, because the previous plan was not like this. He should take the opportunity to leave, but he didn't ask back because he knew that Mock had a point. So, he immediately followed Mock to the boat. As soon as they got on the boat, Mock immediately said, Perona has shown her face. Marine must have known about it and will definitely send people to Moonlight Moria. Therefore, I must go back once. Now, you become me. Remember, you have to make some noise on this island so that everyone can see that I am here, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Mr. 2 immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. After all, the captain is now a Shichibukai, so it would be unjustifiable to kill another Shichibukai. Unless the captain no longer wants to be this Shichibukai, this matter cannot be revealed. So Mr. 2 nodded immediately. I understand, Captain. After Mock finished his instructions, he absorbed the surrounding air and turned into an airman, floating in the air. In the eyes of Mr. 2, it was like Mock, who simply disappeared. A few seconds later, Mock was already at an altitude of 100 meters. Absorbing sunlight, he transformed into a person with sparkling abilities. Finally, it turned into a beam of light and headed towards the Devil's Delta state. Because, only at the speed of light, is it possible to return to the 3 terror sails before the Marines arrive. 2WF Chapter 40. Deceive the bear away the Devil's Triangle and the 3 terrifying dangers are on the sail. A beam of light fell from the sky and fell into the castle. Not long after, a burly guy with a trapezoidal white hat on his head and a book with Bible written on the cover appeared out of thin air. Mock, who was observing everything in the castle, couldn't help but shrink. With a bit of shock, he called out softly, Bear? That's right, the person who came was none other than Bartholomew Bear. Bartholomew Bear, born in South Blue, was the former king of the kingdom of Solbay. He was called a tyrant by the world. Later, for some reasons, he joined the Revolutionary Army and became a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Later became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Before the big event, he was voluntarily completely transformed by Dr. Begabank and lost his self-awareness. Become a hired slave of the Celestial Dragons. After being rescued by Sabo and others, he returned to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. This is a tragic figure and very sympathetic, but he never quite understood why he agreed to change himself into an android. How unimaginable this is. Maybe they have different ideals and goals, so they can't be substituted. Bear, you are not welcome here. Mock did not show up, but was in the castle. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Shang looked at Cheng Bao with some confusion. Flying bats. I saw countless shadow bats flying quickly out of the castle and heading towards the bear outside the castle. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the bear. He was about to be enveloped in it. Brush. The bear's figure disappeared instantly, and when it appeared again, it was already 7 or 8 meters away. Damn it, teleportation. Mork in the castle looked so jealous. I have to say that Bear's Paramecia meatball fruit is really a very practical devil fruit that can attack and assist in one. Once used, fleshy pads like Bear's paws will grow in the palm of the hand. The fleshy pads can bounce away from anything it touches, even the opponent's blows and the swordsman's slashes. It can also pop all the target's pain and fatigue out of the target's body. Forming a red bear paw bubble, the bubble can be transferred to other targets, and the other targets will bear all the pain and fatigue of the first target. Shang had many doubts in his heart. Although, at this time, the bear still has his own thoughts. Not exactly following Marine's orders. Advertisement. But he also wanted to find out. Pressure cannon. The bear chose to attack strongly. I saw him using the fruit's ability to hit the atmosphere at high speed, sending out a powerful bear's paw-shaped shockwave, heading towards the castle wall. Shadow Blade. Mock in the castle turned the shadow under his feet into a slash composed of shadows and shot out. Meet the bear's pressure cannon. Rumble. When the two collided together, a violent explosion occurred. A strong shock wave was formed and swept away towards the 4 welts. The clothes on the bear were blown loudly. Interesting. At this moment, the bear's curiosity became even more intense. Because the strength displayed by Moonlight Moria in the castle at this time exceeded his previous knowledge of Moonlight Moria. But, this is indeed the shadow fruit ability. He could confirm this. Therefore, he had no doubt that the person in the castle was not Moonlight Moria. After all, people can lie, but devil fruits cannot. Then the bear glanced at the other side of the castle and looked at the marks that were cut on the wall. Also, the corner at the center of the high place was broken. You can tell at a glance that there was a war not long ago. Then the bear couldn't help but pause, because he saw 2 corpses from the corner of his eye, lying quietly not far away. If he read it correctly, they should be 2 of the 3 monsters under Moonlight Moria. Alright, with the corpses of these 2 people, the relationship between Moonlight Moria and Mork is self-evident. I will definitely fight to the death. At this point, I had a guess in my mind. He murmured. This guy couldn't have been beaten up by Mock, so take your anger out on me. Or maybe you are injured, so you don't have the face to see anyone. Also, he was beaten by a junior. Really shameless to see anyone. Never mind. The bear moved away in an instant. Anyway, his mission was completed when he saw the 2 corpses. As for why Perona followed Mork, it is no longer that important. It's not like Moonlight Moria would risk the lives of two of his capable men to put on a show in order to secretly join forces with Mok, right? Advertisement, call. The bear walked out of the castle after walking for a long time. Then he glanced at the bodies of Absalom and Hagabok in the distance. He placed these two corpses there on purpose. The purpose is to let the visitors see it. As long as they see these two corpses, most of the doubts of the visitors can be dispelled. Coupled with the moves he showed that were similar to his shadow ability, he could hide this matter with a high probability. Marine Fleet Admiral Office. Watching Shang's report from the Warring States period, I couldn't help but feel relieved. There are only 3 crew members under Moonlight Moria, namely Perona, Absalom, and Hogbark. Based on Moonlight Moria's experience, it is absolutely impossible to use the lives of 2 of them to act. He murmured. It seems that I am overthinking it. However, Mok needs to put some restrictions, and the first half of the Great Channel cannot tolerate such people. Let him go to New World and fight with the guys there. Quote. Thinking of this, he already had a plan in mind. Brew. At this time, Mo-Kei's phone rang. Mo-Kei was slightly startled, and then immediately answered the call. The phone bug immediately turned into Robin. Mr. Zero, I have found news about Giza's badges. Oh, Mo-Kei's eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he immediately asked, where is this guy? Robin. New World Champion Island. Champion Island. Mork looked puzzled. Robin. The real name of Champion Island is Garen Island. This island is a place where fighters hold fighting competitions. Fighting champions are born here, so the name of the island gradually changed to Champion Island. At this time, he is participating in a fighting competition on Champion Island. Because of this, he will stay on this island for more than half a month. Mork nodded. I know. Good job. Then he added, don't forget Vanoka, and it's best to help me find a capable navigator. Robin. Mr. Zero, don't worry. We already have some news about Vanoka. It won't be long before he can be found. If you are a capable navigator, I will pay attention. After the two ended the call, Mok called Ada's phone again. You will set off now and target Champion Island. We will meet there. Maybe we can find a pretty good partner there. When Ada heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Okay, I'll take people there now. Chapter 41 Ambush. The corners of Mok's mouth had turned up involuntarily, because in this attempt, he was sure that even his own shadow could be absorbed and transformed into abilities. So what else can't be absorbed? It has to be said that this attempt gave him a new understanding of his ability to absorb fruits. There was another idea in my mind. If this idea succeeds, he will have another heaven-defying ability. However, it's time to go to New World now. His target was Caesar Current. The intelligence system there has not yet been established. Therefore, he can only find it by himself through the intelligence system of the underground world. This is why he asked Ada and the others to go to Champion Island first. Therefore, he could only temporarily separate from Ada and his party. This will save time. And why should we go to Caesar Current? Because there is a dragon fruit there. Look at Momonosuke eating the dragon fruit in the original work, after you have a preliminary understanding of it. Almost equal to Kaido's blue dragon fruit. Such a fruit would naturally be available. When the time comes, collect Giza's badges and let him eat it. Giza's badges' strength immediately increased greatly, reaching the level of Shichibukai, becoming another capable member of his pirate group. By then, he and Wabel will be the 2 vice-emperors of his pirate group. Therefore, he is determined to get this artificial devil fruit. Mork turned into a beam of light and headed towards the windless zone. Yes, he chose to go through the windless zone and directly reach the New World. Immediately, he found a small island and landed on it. And quickly found a tavern full of pirates. When the waiter saw Mok, he immediately came over with a smile on his face. Guest, what do you need? Mok, do you have any information on Caesar Current? Caesar Current. The waiter was stunned for a moment, and then he understood that he was not here to drink, but to meet someone. This is big business, so he immediately said, wait a moment, I will check it out right now. Mok nodded, then found an empty seat and sat on it. Hey, that guy seems to be the new Shichibukai Mok. Mok's entry immediately attracted the attention of some pirates in the tavern. And among them, someone has recognized Mok's identity. Advertisement. There was a bit of shock in his eyes, but the shock immediately turned into awe. Shichibukai, although not as good as the 4 emperors, is still a symbol of strength and status. However, some people looked at Mok with some provocation. Some people even looked eager to give it a try. In the New World, there will never be a shortage of powerful and arrogant people. Of course, there is no shortage of people who have some strength but cannot recognize their own stupidity. But in the corner, there was a tall, tough, muscular guy. He couldn't help but pause while eating. He turned around and glanced at Mok, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Even wearing sunglasses can't hide it. If Mok felt something, he turned to look at the man. But he only saw a profile with short black hair and lightning-shaped sideburns on both sides of his face. Mok couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, because for some reason, this guy gave him a familiar feeling. Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Immediately, Mok shook his head. He had no acquaintances in this world. Therefore, I didn't take it to heart. Soon the waiter came back with an extra box in his hand. Guest, this is information about Caesar Current. This guy's status is not ordinary, so it is a bit expensive.
Mock just asked lightly. How much? Waiter. 2 million Baileys. Mock didn't talk nonsense at all, and directly took out a jewel of similar value and handed it over. The waiter took it with a smile on his face. After examining it carefully, he handed the information about M. Caesar current to Mock. After Mock opened the information and read it, he chuckled to the waiter. Here comes the eternal pointer of Sicily. Yes, at this point in time, Punk Hassad has not yet become Ice and Fire Island. Therefore, we can only find M. Caesar current, not Punk Hassad, and according to the intelligence, M. Caesar current was in Sicily at this time. The waiter took out another box from his arms and handed it to Mock. This is the eternal pointer you want, 100,000 Baileys. Mock couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and nodded with satisfaction. Your service is really thoughtful. After saying that, he gave him 100,000 Baileys, and then rewarded him with 10,000 Baileys. The smile on the waiter's face immediately became sincere. Guest, what else do you want to eat? Mock. 3 dishes each of meat and vegetables. Waiter. Then let me serve you some of the most famous dishes in our store.
Advertisement. After eating, Mock walked out of the tavern and walked out of the town. When he was 7 or 8 miles outside the town, Mock stopped and turned to look behind him. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer. They're all following me, come out. Tisk tisk. Ha ha ha. The 2 people came out from a relatively hidden place on the right side and laughed very wildly. When Mock saw it, the corners of his mouth twitched. Because of these 2 people, one is very tall and thin, just like a pole, the other is short and fat, just like a ball. However, the way they looked at Mock was still a bit solemn. Obviously, Shichibukai's name still has a certain deterrent effect. The tall and lanky man. We are the brothers pirates, 2 brothers, Loki and Martin, with bounties of 230 million Baileys and 210,000 Baileys. Mork. So, Loki and Martin looked at each other, and then laughed sinisterly. So, our brothers want to borrow your head for use. Hee hee. Mork smiled. Neither of them has more than 300 million, so I really don't know who gave them the courage. Martin. Brother, I feel like this guy is laughing at us. Loki. Then let him know how powerful our brothers are. As soon as the words fell, both of them changed. A layer of short gray hair grew on Loki's body, and he turned into a human animal form. And Martin had fangs growing out of his mouth. Good guy. Both of them are animal type ability users. One is an animal type, thin dog fruit ability user, and the other is an animal type, wild boar fruit ability user. Immediately, Loki rushed towards Mork as fast as lightning. Martin is definitely a powerful person. He followed Loki and rushed towards Mork. The ground shook with every step he took. However, don't underestimate him. Although his speed is not as good as Loki's, it is not slow either. He can be called a flexible fat man. Interesting. Mork couldn't help but be interested. The autumn water in his hand was instantly unsheathed, and a slash shot out, heading towards Loki who was rushing forward. Loki made a flexible dodge and easily dodged the blow. Martin behind him got brave, and revealed his true form directly, transforming into a huge wild boar, standing straight. Chapter 42 Virgo. Boom. I saw this guy taking the blow abruptly. However, under the powerful impact, he was pushed back for more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. Finally, his head jerked upward. Mock's slash was directly pushed into the air. Finally, it exploded in the air and scattered all the clouds. At the same time, Loki had rushed to Mork's left side. A big whip hit Moke directly to the abdomen. The autumn water in Mock's hand easily blocked it. However, Loki's on-the-spot reaction to the battle was also very quick. Unexpectedly, with the force of the counter shock, the man did a 360-degree spin, and then whipped his leg hard to the back of Mock's head. Brush. He is fast, but Mork is faster than him. Chu Shui backhand slashed straight towards Loki's leg. Not good. Loki's pupils shrank, because at this time, he had no time to escape. Armed hardened. No matter how crazy he is, he doesn't dare to use his own body to carry the sharp blade. After all, he is not Kaido, the strongest creature. The armed collar is wrapped directly around the legs. Collapse. But even so, when he was beheaded, he felt an incomparable power. The whole person lost focus, spun in a circle and hit the ground hard. It even smashed a human-shaped pit on the ground. It can be seen how terrifying the power of Mock's sword just now is. Loki's legs were shaking a little, and then he clapped his hands on the ground and stood up immediately. Looking at the Mock man's eyes again, his eyes have changed. There is no arrogance, only fear. Immediately, he looked at his brother, because in his opinion, only his younger brother can rival this guy in terms of strength. At this time, Martin also looked at him, and the 2 of them nodded to each other in perfect agreement. Finally, both of them moved together. Loki's legs were slightly bent, and then he rose up into the sky, reaching high in the sky. He aimed his legs at Mock and swung them, slashing with his feet one after another, heading towards Mock. FK. Mock was stunned and murmured. Now that you don't know 2 moves and 6 moves, can't you become a villain? So did the previous slave-catching team. Advertisement. Roar. At the same time, Martin, who turned into a giant wild boar, opened his mouth and a force gathered in it. Finally, an energy ball exploded towards Mock. Hee hee. Mock couldn't help but sneer. You really think I'm a soft persimmon? Then today,
I will let you experience how powerful the knife in my hand is. A ghostly energy emerged from Mork's body, and he became serious. Brush. He first swung his sword at the energy ball, and an extremely powerful slash shot out. Directly split the energy ball into two, and continued to move towards Martin without losing force. Then he kept waving the autumn water in his hand, weaving a sword net in front of him. Blocked all Land's kick attacks. Roar. Martin roared again, and once again charged towards Mock's slashes fearlessly. Trying to block this blow just like he had blocked Mock's blow just now. It's a pity that he didn't understand Mock at all. It was simply not something he could resist. After hitting it with his head, the two fangs in his mouth were cut off directly. Moreover, the whole person was slashed and flew out, falling more than 10 meters away, and the person returned to his original appearance.
And there was a huge wound on his body. From the top of the head to the abdomen, the whole person was almost split into two. Martin. Loki couldn't help but scream in pain. When he looked at Mock again, there was only hatred and fear in his eyes, because Mock can kill Martin with one strike. He has the ability to kill him with one strike. But at this time, Mock frowned slightly. He looked at Loki but never glanced at him. Instead, he stared at the other corner. I originally thought that you and the two of them were in the same group. Now it seems that you want to reap the benefits.
What? Loki was shocked. He never thought that when they were following Mork. Unexpectedly, there were still people hiding in the dark, following them. Hee hee. With a sneer, a tall figure walked out. As expected of Shichibukai, you are really vigilant. I'm going to go. At this time, Mock also saw clearly who was coming, and it turned out to be Doflamingo's right-hand man Virgo. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of the silhouette in the tavern. Now that I think about it, it should be this guy. No wonder it feels familiar. No, although he has never seen this guy before, he is still very familiar with this guy after reading the original work. After all, this guy is one of the more outstanding characters in One Piece. Advertisement. But why is this guy here? At this time, Virgo looked at Martin, who was already dead, and then looked at Loki in the air. Then he added, I have to thank you for helping me complete half of the task. You saved me a lot of trouble. Well, Mock was confused at first, but then he understood immediately. This guy Virgo came here for Loki and Martin. Lieutenant General Virgo. Loki was even more uneasy now. Virgo smiled faintly. The day you and Major General Martin defected, you should have thought of this day. Mock couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. It turned out that Loki and Martin were marine traders. Let me tell you, no matter how the 6 styles are done, it is Marine's secret. It is impossible to find a place where all pirates know it. Jump. Virgo moved, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed under his feet, and then he quickly rushed towards Loki in the air.
Loki's expression changed greatly, and then his expression turned ferocious. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Harden your arms. His legs were once again wrapped in military colors. Immediately, he kicked Virgo who was charging forward. You are really still so naive. You think that after eating a devil fruit, you can join forces to kill Shichibukai and replace him? That you can fight with me?
I'm telling you right now, garbage is garbage. No matter what devil fruit you eat, you are still garbage. As soon as he finished speaking, he also swept out with one leg. The legs of the two collided fiercely in the air. Click. There was a very light and crisp sound of bone cracking, which made Loki grit his teeth in pain. At the same time, his legs could no longer block Virgo's attack. Collapse. Loki was kicked hard and sent flying. Point gun. After a successful blow, how could Virgo let go so easily? He immediately chased after him and gave Loki a fatal blow. Mokei's pupils on the ground couldn't help but shrink. Virgo is indeed Doflamingo's #1 general, and his strength is really impressive. However, he does have such strength. In the original work, he was a single-handed smoker and Luo. Either he was too careless, or he was too confident in his own armament, or he was too underestimating Luo's ability. If he chooses to use his body to catch it, Luo will have no chance to fight back. Whoosh. A slash came directly towards Mock. Chapter 43 Overpowering Virgo. Mock casually slashed the Lanjiao away with a slash of his sword.
Then, he looked at Virgo speechlessly. You are Lieutenant General Marine, and I am 7 warlords of the sea. If I remember correctly, we are allies, right? What does it mean when you give me a knife? The key point is that he was so stupid that he still attacked sneakily. Too bad. Virgo raised his eyebrows, and then chuckled. Sure enough, if you stay with an innocent guy, you will become naive. He actually thought of using the opportunity of killing this kid to surprise him.
Mock still looked confused. Is there some grudge between us that I don't know about? Then he thought of something. His face changed slightly, his eyes narrowed involuntarily, and he announced a name. M. Caesar Current. Yes, this guy belongs to Doflamingo, and M. Caesar Current is the most important card in Doflamingo's hand. Virgo naturally knew this. In the tavern, this guy probably heard the information that he purchased M. Caesar Current from underground forces. That's why I focused on him. Virgo's expression suddenly changed, and the eyes he looked at Mock were filled with murderous intent. As a pirate, he has been able to work as a spy in Marine for so many years and was promoted to Lieutenant General all the way. He is definitely very smart. So when Mock reported the name M. Caesar Current, he instantly understood that Mock knew something. At least Mock had connected him to M. Caesar current. Based on this, even if he fights to the death today, Mach must stay here. Virgo is a very decisive person and has already made up his mind. He took action immediately. While he was in the air, he stepped a few times with his feet in the air. The whole person immediately rushed towards Mach on the ground. Extremely fast, extremely fast. In his hand, a jade-like ghost bamboo was wrapped in a weapon-colored color and whipped towards Moke's head. Hee. To be honest, he also wanted to kill Virgo. After all, this guy was Doflamingo's right-hand man. But his status as Marine made him have some scruples.
After all, as a Shichibukai, it was not the time to completely fall out with Marine yet. But if Virgo made the first move, that's another story. You can't just get beaten and still not fight back, right? Virgo was so strong that he didn't hold back and killed him by accident. Even during the Warring States period, we can't blame him. Tisk tisk. Moke waved the autumn water on his hand to greet him, and at the same time his weapons were wrapped around him.
Clang. Advertisement. The weapons of the two clashed fiercely together in the air, and powerful power continuously collided between the two. One shock wave after another was formed, sweeping away in all directions. It wasn't just the clothes on the two of them that were blown away. Wherever it passed, the ground immediately shattered. When the two separated, Virgo's eyes fell on the autumn water in Mach's hand. Looking at the armed color wrapped around it, his pupils shrank slightly. His physical skills and armaments have always been something he was proud of. Marine 6th form, that CP 9-century-old genius Lu Chi, how much advantage can he take in front of him? In terms of weapon colors alone, the entire Marine, except Iron Fist Garp, and Black Arm Zephyr. Even General Marine is inferior to him. It can be said that his weapon color has reached the top level. The only drawback is that he has not yet mastered the skill of displaying his weapons. Otherwise, his strength is enough to become a reserve general. This is where his confidence comes from. However, at this time, the guy in front of him seemed to be more armed than him. How old is this guy in front of you? But the more this happens, the more difficult it is to keep this guy in front of him. Shave. Virgo disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Mach's left side. The ghost bamboo in his hand swung out again, directly towards Moke's face.
Chu Shui moved horizontally and easily blocked this move. Immediately, third-generation Kitetsu unsheathed himself and drew a graceful yet chilling arc in front of him. Iron. Virgo's expression changed slightly, and he immediately used the 6 defensive moves. Clang. Third-generation Kitetsu was blocked, and Virgo was not harmed at all. The only result was that he took several steps back under Mach's power.
Virgo sneered. Your weaponry is better than mine, but I still have the 6-type iron block as a means of defense. You still can't break my defense. When Mach heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Really? One sword-style Shura slash. He first put the autumn water into the scabbard and inserted it into his waist. Holding the third-generation One Tetsu, ghost energy emerged crazily, forming a Shura holding the third-generation Oni Tetsu behind him. Brush. Mork slashed out with his sword and took Virgo directly. Not good. Advertisement. Virgo's expression changed greatly. He really didn't expect that Mach had such a strange power. However, this was not enough to make him back down. The ghost bamboo in his hand was held in front of him, already in a defensive posture. Deterrence. But at this moment, Moke's pupils also burst out with ghostly energy and turned purple. Just looking at each other made Virgo feel great pressure. Boom. Almost at the same time, a terrifying force erupted from Mach's body and swept away in all directions. Conquerors. Under the double pressure, even someone as strong as Virgo was greatly affected, and a drop of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Brush. An even more terrifying thing happened. The ghost bamboo wrapped in armed colors in his hand was split into two by Mach's knife. That's right, it was cut off. Virgo's pupils were shaking. You can see how horrified he was.
The most important thing is that Mach's knife continued to move towards him unabated. The ghost bamboo in his hand was cut off, but he didn't have the confidence to take the knife with his body. Shave. However, he came up step by step from the battle. The combat experience is extremely rich. Therefore, at the last moment, he successfully entered a high-speed moving state and disappeared before third-generation Kitetsu. It can be said that Virgo narrowly avoided this blow. When he appeared again, he was already more than 10 meters away.
Call. Virgo couldn't help but take a deep breath. But immediately, his eyes became solemn again. Because, he found that Mach also disappeared on the original ground. Not good. The next moment, his vision captured Mach's position, and he raised his head sharply. Sure enough, I saw Mach. If he wasn't happy at all, his heart would be in his throat. One sword style. Ghost Dragon destroys the world. A special slash that was 6 to 7 meters high and burning with blazing ghost flames. The most important thing is that this attack is as fast as lightning. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Virgo, without giving him any chance to escape. Virgo's pupils were as narrow as needlepoints. At this time, he had no other choice. Armed Iron. Chapter 44 Heaven-defying ability, absorbing memory. Rumble. Under this move, Virgo only persisted for a moment. Then the whole person was swallowed by the ghost dragon. When everything returns to calm, a large crater with a diameter of 20 meters appeared on the ground, and Virgo was lying in the middle. But at this time, how could he be as calm and confident as before?
Not as strong as before. Some are just embarrassed and miserable. Because at this time, Virgo's clothes were completely torn. There was a huge wound on his chest, with ghost flames burning on it. Blood kept pouring out of the corners of his mouth. Virgo couldn't help but laugh out loud, but he looked a little ferocious at this time. It seems that it's not just those two brothers who are naive. Then his eyes fell on Mach. It seems that not only the young master, but also the Marine headquarters have greatly misjudged your strength. Your current strength is already close to the top of the Shichibukai eagle-eyed.
Mork put his third-generation One Tetsu at Virgo's throat. Virgo seemed to have accepted his fate and closed his eyes. Because under this blow, he had lost his ability to resist. Mach frowned slightly. To be honest, many C fans felt sorry for Virgo. It is too early for such a character to retire. There's nothing he can do about it, regardless of his special armed color that is black and purple and can cover his whole body. And the strength of that person who violently tortured Yang Gui and Luo was so dazzling. It's a pity to kill him like this. Mach suddenly made a decision in his heart, and saw that the tattoo of the holy sword on his chest began to emit a strong light. Finally, it poured into Virgo's body through third-generation Kidetsu. You know, the strange power of the holy sword has the ability to control people's hearts. Well, Virgo felt as if he had been hit hard in an instant, and his whole body began to struggle. At this moment, Mach's hand was already on his head. Memory absorption. Virgo is struggling with the strange power of the holy sword and can no longer resist the power of the fruit. His will was directly destroyed. Advertisement. Ah! Virgo screamed. At the same time, Mach's face was also a little pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because at this time, a large number of Virgo's memories poured into his mind crazily.
FK. So careless. It seems that this trick cannot be used indiscriminately. No, it's best not to use it in the future. However, this time, he did not give up. He gritted his teeth and persisted, and in the end, his head was about to explode. These are all the memories of a person's life, even the memories hidden in the deepest parts, which even I may not be able to remember. Too pampered. When Virgo's last memory was sucked away by him, Mach's body swayed, and his eyes were already bloodshot.
Memory returns. Mach returned the memory again, but the returned memory had been added by Mach. He made up many of them out of thin air, and Virgo's memories of Doflamingo's group were completely left in his mind. Hoo. After everything was completed, Mach was breathing heavily. Involuntarily, he sat aside and closed his eyes to rest. Now, he really realized what it means to have one head and two heads. What a big head. Very swollen. He was already like this, and Virgo was harmed even more. At this time, he had lost consciousness. Fortunately, Mach had already used the power of the holy sword to treat his injuries. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. After a long time, Virgo slowly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, Virgo's eyes first flashed with confusion. Then when he saw Moke sitting aside, his face straightened immediately. He stood up respectfully. Young master. Mach had also been relieved at this time, but he was still a little dizzy. There will never be a next time, it feels so uncomfortable. Then he looked at Virgo, and finally a smile appeared on his face. This time the hardship was not in vain. Doflamingo's strongest cadre and best spy are now his. He couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Take these two brothers back to Marine. After a while, I will send you a devil fruit. By then, I hope your status on Marine will be further improved. When Virgo heard this, he frowned slightly, then nodded. It's the young master. Advertisement. Mach. I know you don't want to eat devil fruit, but the one I gave you is very suitable for those with strong physical skills. And you have to understand that devil fruit is just a way to become stronger. It will not affect your practice. Virgo nodded again. Virgo left and went back to G1. But Mach was very happy about this. He can be considered a secret chess player among Marines.
And he is an absolutely loyal subordinate. I really wanted to have a few more loyal subordinates like this, but when I thought of what I had just felt, I gave up decisively. He didn't want his whole head to explode. Even if he doesn't explode, he's still afraid of turning into a big head like Vegapunk. Half a month later, Mach had arrived at Champion Island. This is a sacred place for physical practitioners, so it is a terra incognita. No matter which force, they will not cause trouble here easily. Because, moving this place is equivalent to moving the entire group of physical practitioners. As soon as we arrived on the island, a man immediately greeted us. Are you here to participate in a fighting competition, or are you here to watch a fighting competition? When Mach heard this, he was slightly startled. You know, while he was absorbing Virgo's memory, he also obtained the cultivation method in Virgo's memory, including the practice of 6 postures and armed colors. The reason why he came here half a month ago was to turn this cultivation method into his own strength. Therefore, he immediately became interested. Can I sign up now? As far as I know, the fighting competition here has already started. There are 2 ways to fight in our fighting competition here. One is to fight step by step. The other is the challenge mode. Now the former one is impossible. However, if you are confident in your own strength, you can choose the second one. PFF'd. Before Mach could speak, someone on the side had already laughed out loud. Ali, this guy has 2 swords stuck in his waist. He looks like a swordsman at first glance, and you actually propose to participate in a fighting competition. You want? Are you making others laugh to death? In front of Mach,
The young man named Ali couldn't help but blush. He is a newcomer to the port reception. It is his first time to solicit customers today. He was so nervous that he made such a big joke. It's over. I'm afraid he will become the laughingstock of this industry for a whole year.
Mok became even more interested. Come on, let's talk about this second challenge in detail. Ali was stunned for a moment, then secretly said, let's just treat it as practice. What's more, even if the person in front of him is not a strong physical expert, he is not someone he can provoke. So, he immediately explained, on Champion Island, there will be 3 or 4 champions who live there all year round.
You can choose to challenge them, and if you beat them, you can challenge this championship. Chapter 45 Baboon King. Ali then asked weakly, do you really want to challenge the previous champions? Let me explain first, this place only accepts challenges from strong physical athletes and fighters. Mok smiled when he heard this. Who doesn't know how to do physical arts? Where can I sign up? Well, Ali and everyone around him all looked over. In all the years they have been here, this is the first time they have met a swordsman participating in a fighting competition. Interesting. Everyone has the heart of 8 trigrams, and they all looked at Mok with light shining in their eyes. Ali also realized that this guy in front of him was serious. He immediately said, please come with me, I will take you there now. Under Ali's leadership, Mok soon arrived at the center of Champion Island. There stands a huge clock. Ali, as long as you ring this championship bell, the champions on the island will hear it. As soon as they hear it, they will appear. However, I remind you once again, once this bell rings, you can't go back on it. More the important thing is that you must use physical skills to challenge.
Otherwise, if you break the rules of Champion Island, you will be attacked by the entire Champion Island fighter group. Interesting. Mork walked over without hesitation. Hey, look, what is that swordsman going to do? Soon someone noticed Mok's behavior and looked shocked. Is this going to ring the championship bell? Come to cause trouble? So, a swordsman challenging a fighting champion, he's simply looking for death.
Tisk, I haven't seen anyone ringing the championship bell for a long time. It doesn't matter if he is a swordsman or a fighter. Anyway, it's fun to watch. Well, that's true, and any swordsman who dares to ring the championship bell must at least be a swordsman. Mok didn't care what those people were saying and walked over directly. Then, it was a kick. Dong. The dull bell rang directly throughout the fighting city. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted, and no matter what they were doing, everyone stopped. He looked towards the center of the city, because that was where the championship bell was. Is there anyone challenging for the championship? Everyone's eyes lit up, and then many of them quickly moved towards the center of the city. Because everyone who rings the championship bell will have a fight in the fighting field next to the championship bell. Advertisement. ... Boom. On Mok's side, a man fell from the sky. The powerful impact directly blasted a big hole into the ground. The person who came was a burly man nearly 4 meters tall, standing in front of Mok. He was only wearing a fighting vest, and all the muscles on his body exploded. But Mok could tell that these were not dead muscles from bodybuilding. That is the source of terrifying power. The strongest champion Baboon King. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all exclaimed. Because they have recognized that the person in front of them is the strongest among all the previous champions in the past century.
It's over, this guy is done. It turned out to be the king of baboons. Oh my god. This swordsman is so unlucky. He rarely shows up in recent years. The strongest champion? King Baboon? Mok's eyes couldn't help but light up as he looked at the person in front of him. Because even the target this time, Giza's badges, does not have such a title. He wanted to see how strong this guy in front of him was. The Baboon King looked down at Mok with his height advantage. His eyes fell on the double swords at Mok's waist, and his brows furrowed. However, he still confirmed. Did you ring the championship bell? Mork nodded. The Baboon King's expression suddenly changed and he said angrily, boy, you came to Champion Island to look for trouble. It's over. The Baboon King is going to be angry. Tisk. It's going to be a good show today. Hurry up and buy the tickets. They will be sold out in a short while, and you won't be able to watch the show even if you want to see the excitement. The clever man had already quickly rushed towards the ticket office of the fighting arena. Mok chuckled lightly, then raised his hand and pointed his index finger at the Baboon King, flying finger gun. A wave of gun shot out at extremely fast speed, and it was in front of the Baboon King in a blink of an eye. The Baboon King narrowed his eyes and was a little surprised, Marine 6th style. As he spoke, he seemed not to have seen the wave of gunfire. Stand there straight until you are about to be hit. His body shook slightly, and a shock wave emerged from his body, directly shattering Mok's gun wave. Advertisement, 8 punches. A light flashed in Mok's eyes, and he was also a little surprised. Tisk. The king of baboons laughed strangely. I have some knowledge. I won this move in a bet with Qingjiao 10 years ago. The conversation changed again, and the expression on his face became more meaningful. But you, kid, are a bit interesting. It's rare for a double sword swordsman to be able to learn the 6 styles. However, since you know physical skills, it doesn't count. Breaking the rules. Bet. Mok was slightly startled when he heard this, and immediately grasped the key point. The Baboon King laughed.
Ha 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 ha, I am not only a fighting champion, but also a gambling king. I will win every bet and never lose a game. How about you, are you interested in gambling with me? Mach also became interested. What are you betting on? Baboon King. I made an appointment with an old friend to have a bet, and the time is coming soon. If you lose, how about guarding Champion Island for me for a year? Will I lose? Ha ha ha. Ahem. The Baboon King seemed to have heard a big joke and couldn't help laughing loudly. But he immediately realized something, stopped laughing, and coughed to cover it up. Then, if I lose, it's up to you to do whatever you want. Mach couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. Then if you lose, join my pirate group. How about that? The Baboon King was stunned, and then his eyes changed when he looked at Mach. When you come to Champion Island, don't you just come with me standing. Mork. I'm here for someone else, and you're an unexpected surprise. An unexpected surprise. The Baboon King smiled and said meaningfully, you are also my surprise. If I win, you will have a Shichibukai to help me control this place. Ha 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 ha. Well, Mach was dumbfounded. It turned out that this guy had recognized him early on.
The purpose is to let him guard the Champion Island when he goes out to make a bet with his old friends. But, are you so sure you've got me? King Baboon. Under normal circumstances, I might not be able to beat you. But the rules here are that you can only use fighting skills and physical skills, so you can't use your swordsmanship, and you can't use your Logia fruit ability. My strength will be reduced by more than half. If this is the case, I still can't beat you.
It's not unacceptable to hang out with you. Ha ha ha. Mach also laughed loudly. Then try. Chapter 46 The Strongest Animal System King Baboon. King Baboon. Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Baboon King exerted force on his legs, jumped up, soared into the sky, and fell into the fighting arena nearby. Mach followed closely and also came to the fighting venue. Their arrival directly caused those who were still playing in the field to retreat automatically. This is the rule of the fighting arena. When the champion comes to the arena, it doesn't matter whether he is competing or not. Everyone has to leave and give up the place. One of the people who left the stage turned out to be Giza's badges. Mach also noticed this and couldn't help but glance at him. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. It seems that this championship island is his lucky island. Not only did he find Giza's badges, it might also allow him to meet a stronger guy. Then his attention returned to the Baboon King. Baboon King. It's begun. After finishing speaking, he raised his fingers towards Mach and said, the rules of the challenge are that the challenger strikes first. Shave. Mach disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of the Baboon King. Then he exerted his strength and the person jumped into the air.
Then he kicked the Baboon King. The Baboon King stood there without moving, and easily blocked it with a raised arm. Then the Baboon King chuckled at Mach. If you only have this ability in physical skills, I'm afraid you will have to stay and guard the island for me. As soon as he finished speaking, his power exploded, sending Mach flying away. Immediately, he aimed at Mach and punched in the air, 8 punches. Boom. A powerful shockwave burst out from his fist and headed towards Mach, who was knocked away.
TCH, you underestimate me too much. Mach crossed his hands on his chest and blocked this move easily. Immediately in the air, he flicked his right leg, and a powerful Lanko slash was formed in an instant, heading towards the Baboon King. The Baboon King's expression changed slightly, because the power of this Lanjiao attack was quite impressive. It has reached a level that he has to face up to. He looked at Mach and said solemnly, I underestimated you. Then he punched again, but this punch was already wrapped in a weaponry color. Collapse. Mach's Lanko attack was directly blown away, which shows the power of this punch. Advertisement. At the same time, Mach took several steps in the air and rushed towards the Baboon King on the ground at an extremely terrifying speed. Finger Spear Dragon Claw. Mach's hand made a dragon claw look. At this time, his hands were also wrapped in armed colors. You still want to confront me head on? The Baboon King smiled naturally, and then punched out again, meeting Mach's dragon claw. Boom. Claws and punches struck each other fiercely, and the powerful power collided between the two without touching, forming a powerful force that swept away in all directions. The surrounding area was like being hit by a typhoon of level 7 or 8. Everyone in the audience had to lower their bodies to ensure that they could sit safely in the strong wind.
One claw, another claw, another claw. One punch, another punch, another punch. The two of them kept fighting, but neither of them could do anything to the other. In the end, the two retreated and faced each other 7 or 8 meters apart. At this time, the way the King Baboon looked at Mach had completely changed. I have to say that your physical skills are quite good and you already have the strength of an ordinary fighting champion, but...
At this point, he twisted his neck and made a sound of bones and joints. It was just a warm-up, now is the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed, grew long hair, and finally turned into a baboon in a human-animal state. Then with a bit of complacency, I am an animal type, baboon fruit ability user, don't be too surprised next. Mork, what's so surprising about an animal type baboon fruit user? Can't I use my devil fruit powers? This is pure cheating. The Baboon King seemed to have read through Mach's mind. The rules of the fighting arena are that fruits that can strengthen the body, such as animals, can be used. Unfortunately, you don't have it. So, you are the one who is destined to lose. Well. Before he finished speaking, his eyes could not help but stare. Because at this time, Mach has become a state similar to the fruit of Zonjin. One side of the arms and legs turned into blades, and the body turned into an extremely hard metal blade. But Mach laughed. Although mine belongs to Paramecia, it also has the ability to enhance the body, so I should be able to use it too. Ah, this. Baboon Akoku was dumbfounded, and then laughed again. Even if you have it, so what? Immediately, you will understand the power of the animal type Baboon King fruit. You know, I call him the strongest animal type. The strongest animal type, King Baboon. Advertisement.
Mach was very confused. This fruit was just an ordinary animal devil fruit. Not to mention the fantasy beast species, even the ancient species cannot compare. Even in the ordinary animal system, it is not considered good. Tiger, lion, rhinoceros, elephant, which one is not stronger than it? But doubts remain doubts, and Mach did not stop attacking.
Shave. Mach disappeared again, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of the Baboon King. Finger Spear Dragon Claw. The blade-shaped dragon claws are definitely more powerful. However, the next second, the Baboon King also disappeared. This caused Mach to hit the air directly, which also made Mach very stunned. Because if he saw it correctly, the Baboon King also used shaving. The next second, Mach felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Mach's expression changed greatly, and he pointed his backhand. But he received a big, dragon claw. One finger and one claw struck together again. Under the powerful force, each of them was knocked back 7 or 8 steps. At this time, Moke's pupils were as narrow as needle points. I had an idea in my mind. However, he still needed to confirm it, so he immediately threw a flying leg through the air, and a huge slash of his feet shot out, hitting the Baboon King not far away. Shave. The Baboon King disappeared once again, and when he appeared again, he was already on Mach's left side. He also threw out his leg, a slightly faster attack with his Lanko, heading towards Mach. FK. One Piece version Kakashi. Mach looked shocked, because he had confirmed it at this time. This guy is really awesome if he can copy his moves. However, this animal type, Baboon Fruit, no, just like he said it is animal type, Baboon King.
How is it possible to have such ability? You can't say that the baboons in One Piece are different from ordinary animals. Wait, it seems really different. He couldn't help but think of those baboons in the evil family. Yes, those baboons can copy the moves of their opponents. Just like Zoro's moves, they were learned by a baboon in no time. So, people who eat the animal type baboon fruit also have such abilities. Damn it, to call it the strongest animal type is barely enough.
Chapter 47. The mysterious man appears. The Baboon King smiled proudly. I can know all your moves at a glance. If you know how to use it, I can do it. If you don't know it, I can also. How can you beat me? As soon as he finished speaking, the Baboon King bent his legs slightly, and then rushed towards Mach. Murloc Karate 7000 watts roundhouse kick. When he rushed to Mach, he spun 360 degrees in the air and kicked Mach. Shave. Mach adjusted his speed, avoided the blow, and then appeared on the left side of the Baboon King. Immediately, ghost energy emerged from his body. Lan Zhao, Ghost Flame Slash. A special slash that combines ghost flames with Lan Zhao's slash burst out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Baboon King. Armed hardened. Murloc Karate Soa Shoken. King Baboon uses the form of his fist to generate a 360 degrees shock wave in all directions. It formed an all-round defense with impactful moves. Boom. The shock wave and the slash collided fiercely. But the shock wave, like a piece of paper, was easily broken. Seeing this, the Baboon King showed a shocked expression. However, his reaction was also very quick, and he immediately dodged the blow. Immediately, the same Lanzhao attack went towards Mach.
To fight back, there is no hesitation at all. Mork strikes again with Urashiko Oni Flame Slash. The two Lanko slashes collided directly. However, Mach's Lanzhao Ghost Flame Slash is still so strong. The Baboon King's slashing attack was just like the previous shockwave. It was chopped open and divided into two. However, Lanzhao Ghost Flame Slash continued unabated and headed towards the Baboon King. How can it be? The Baboon King exclaimed. But Mach raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You can see through it at a glance and even learn other people's moves. But you forget that your own strength is the foundation. If your own strength is not good, you just learn other people's moves. You still change. No, due to lack of own strength. I have to say that this fruit's ability is really awesome. Because it can save the ability user a lot of time and energy in practicing moves. Moreover, it can combine many moves into one to face various situations. In this case, you can crush people with similar strength. Even defeat some people who are better than you. If faced with absolute strength, everything is just a cloud. Advertisement. Shave. This time, Mach no longer held back, but went all out. After entering high-speed move, Mach rushed to the Baboon King, Finger Spear Dragon Claw. This time, his weapons exploded, all wrapped around his hands. At the same time, ghost energy also wrapped around his hand. The two terrifying powers raised Mach's attack to the highest level. The Baboon King's expression changed again and again. I have to say that Mach's words were very reasonable. However, he was still a little unconvinced. Who is he? He is Champion Island, the strongest fighting champion in a century. How is it possible to lose to someone who can't use the power he's best at? If so, he really lost. So who is he? When he thought of this, his eyes couldn't help but narrowed. At the same time, he also used his strongest trump card.
Armed colors exposed. The weapon color wrapped around his fist, and then he punched out and met Mok's dragon claw. For the last and strongest blow, he chose his best fist. Boom. The two people's attacks collided fiercely. The Baboon King's face froze because he felt the unmatched power coming from Mok's hand. Mok's expression also froze, because he was also severely injured. Clang. He was directly knocked away, but he was not even harmed. I saw him in the air, turned somersault, and fell steadily back to the ground. He looked at the Baboon King with some surprise. If he didn't feel wrong, that was just showing off his weapons. He was surprised, but the Baboon King was shocked. No, it's about doubting life. You know, that punch just now was done with all his strength. But he never expected that he wouldn't even be able to break through the opponent's defense. Good guy, he broke through the defense on his own. What a slap in the face. In hindsight, he realized that he had dug a hole for himself. I originally thought that I had taken a big advantage, but now it's better to export myself. Mok also felt that the Baboon King had lost his will to fight, so he couldn't help but smile softly. Are you admitting defeat?
Advertisement. The Baboon King said with a dark face. You are just a freak. I'm a little unconvinced by this fight. Who knew this guy was so physically strong? He was actually able to withstand his strongest hand without any injuries. It's amazing. In the whole world, only Kaido can do it. Mork. Do you mean what you say? The Baboon King couldn't help but rolled his eyes. I always keep my word, but before that, I have to complete the bet with my old friend. After it's over, I will come to you.
Mok nodded without hesitation. Of course. After finishing speaking, his eyes fell on Giza's Bajis on the sidelines. The Baboon King immediately realized something and followed Moke's gaze. He raised his eyebrows and said, Giza's badges, it seems you are here for him. He has a good eye. If nothing else happens, he should be the fighting champion of this year. And from what he has shown, his strength is outstanding among previous fighting champions. No wonder you have to make a special trip. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Giza's Bajis also noticed that the two of them looked at him. He couldn't help but let out his signature laugh. To be honest, he saw everything they fought just now. It made his blood boil, but he also understood the two guys in front of him.
The strength is above him. Especially Mok, a swordsman who was like the Baboon King, who is known as the strongest champion with his physical skills, couldn't believe it. Mok. If you want to quickly improve your strength, you can't limit yourself to this small island of champions. You have to go out and meet the strong people from all over the world. As long as you are willing, join my pirate group, and I will take you with me to fight with the world. How about a showdown between the strong? Giza's Bajis was slightly startled when he heard this. He really didn't expect that Mok would extend an invitation to him. Then he let out his signature laughter. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Amid laughter, he walked towards Mork. Although there was no answer, his actions said everything. However, Mok was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that Giza's Bajis would agree so readily. Giza's Bajis walked up to Mork. Captain. Then he looked at the Baboon King excitedly. In his opinion, what could be more exciting than being able to challenge this champion who is known as the strongest champion? What's more, there is a captain with equally terrifying physical skills. For a fighter, the temptation is too great. After all, in this champion island, becoming a champion is exciting. Ha. However, at this moment, a unique voice sounded from one side. Chapter 48. Doflamingo. Well, he is another person with a signature laugh, and if you are a sea fan, anyone who hears this signature laugh will do it. You'll know who's coming immediately. Same with Mork. Turning around to look, Guosei walked towards a very arrogant guy. He has blonde hair, sunglasses, a pink feather coat, 9/4 pants and pointed shoes. He is even taking the step of not recognizing his relatives. Who else but Doflamingo, the #1 pirate gangster? Damn it. Why is this guy here? Mok immediately looked at Giza's badgers. By the way, to find this guy, he bought the eternal pointer of Champion Island from underground forces, perhaps from this guy's forces. In turn, the information that he was going to Champion Island was naturally placed in front of Doflamingo. When he thought of this, Mok's pupils shrank slightly. Sure enough, you still need to have your own intelligence system. Otherwise, it will be very inconvenient. If you make a mistake, your information will be completely exposed to others. But if this guy comes for him, what does he mean? Giza's Badges and the Baboon King, Burns, couldn't help but look at each other. He secretly said, "What day is it today?" On Champion Island, 2 Shichibukai came to the island at once. Bah. Soon Doflamingo came to the 3 of them and laughed again. At the same time, he stuck out his long tongue, licked his lips, and said with a bit of madness, "You are really good at it. You recruited 2 good crew members at once." If he had witnessed the whole battle between Mok and the Baboon King just now, the strength of both of them is very good, especially Mok. He didn't even use his Logia fruit ability or sword skills. He defeated the Baboon King, who is known as the strongest champion. Originally, he came this time to deal with Mok. After all, Mok took over the Kokata, so there was already an antagonism between them. After all, there was no way that Ada would give up revenge on him and the Don Quixote family. Then the two sides will naturally confront each other. In this case, it is better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Mach and avoid future troubles forever. After all, as long as Mach dies, Ada will not be able to make a difference. But the strength Mach showed just now made him feel very troublesome. He has the confidence to defeat Mach, but if he wants to successfully kill Mach, he is no longer sure. However, you still have to show up to shock him, otherwise you will really think that Doflamingo is easy to bully. A terrifying force erupted from Doflamingo's body and swept away in all directions. Wherever it goes, people seem to have their souls taken away. One by one fell down without warning, and only a handful of people managed to stay awake. It's just that each of them looked pale, as if they had been hurt. Advertisement Baboon King Burns and Gizzard's Badge's pupils shrank slightly, conquerors. At the same time, the two of them were also greatly affected. Seeing this, Mach couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. This guy, are you trying to give him a blow? What if you were afraid? Conquerors burst instantly. Kaka. The two conquerors kept colliding with each other, forming a terrifying shockwave that swept the entire audience. Even under this shockwave, cracks appeared in the solid wall of the fighting arena. At the same time, substances similar to black lightning flashed and collided between the two people. Doflamingo's face froze slightly. He really didn't expect that Mach also owned conquerors. However, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips again. Bah, 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 bah. Because at this moment, he could feel that Mach's conquerors should have just awakened not long ago. Compared with him, there is a huge difference. Therefore, he became even more crazy. The eyes in the dark environment were already glowing red. Immediately, his conquerors exploded violently, pressing Mork's conquerors against Mork. In the end, only Mork was left in a circle, still under the control of Mork's conquerors. Obviously, in Conqueror's duel, Mach fell into a disadvantage. Mach felt the pressure, but did not waver in his belief. I saw ghostly energy emerging from his body, and purple flames glowed in his eyes. His eyes suddenly opened. Deterrence. The ghost energy and conquerors complemented each other, and actually pushed back Doflamingo's conquerors. The red light under Doflamingo's glasses grew stronger, but immediately receded, even stopping conquerors first. Mach was a little confused. He thought this guy was going to take action. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo asked, "Are you looking for M. Caesar Current?" Mork was speechless. This guy's intelligence is really amazing. Even this matter can be known. So that's why he came here. After all, M. Caesar Current is the basis of his cooperation with Kaido. Mach didn't deny it and nodded. Is he one of yours? It seems that you have also recruited a good crew member. But don't worry, I'm looking for him. I just want to get something from him. Not for him as a person. Advertisement? A thing? Doflamingo looked confused. Mach waved his hand. Don't worry, that thing is dispensable to you and to him. Of course, when I go to get it, if he doesn't give it to me, then I can only steal it. When Doflamingo heard this, his pupils shrank sharply. At the same time, I was extremely confused as to what it was. Unexpectedly, he did not hesitate to completely fall out with himself. However, Mach's attitude made him unbearable and said angrily, "Boy, don't be too arrogant." But unexpectedly, Mach changed the topic. "Don't be so nervous, I have a business with you." Well? Doflamingo almost dodged his waist and said with a dark face, "You kid is kidding me?" Mach looked sincere. "I really want to do a business with you." "Oh." Doflamingo was interested. "Tell me." Mork. Devil fruit. In the underground world, this is your business. How about it, are you interested? Devil fruit? Doflamingo's pupils shrank to the shape of needlepoints, and then he said meaningfully, "Ka. It seems that your ambitions are not small. I'm afraid that a Shichibukai cannot satisfy you." Mach. "We can still cooperate on intelligence." After finishing speaking, he added, "Pele is not a problem." Doflamingo took a deep look at Mach and said meaningfully, "I remember that your captain's cook has a blood feud with my Don Quixote family. Can you just let it go?" Mork. "That's between her and Gladius." Doflamingo's expression changed slightly. He understood. The feud between Ada and Gladius must be resolved by the two of them. Neither he nor Mach should get involved. That's what Mach meant. After thinking for a moment, "How many devil fruits do you want?" Mork. "I want as much as you have." Doflamingo. "Bah. Boy, do you have that many Baileys?" Mork. "If I want, I can even buy your entire kingdom of Dressrosa." This is not just talk. Bailey, he doesn't have much, but there are two places where gold is everywhere. Chapter 49 Blind Hero etc. Speaking of gold, how could he forget about that guy in the sky? That guy, in terms of attack alone, is definitely at the level of a general. What he lacks is his own defense and armament, as long as he puts some effort into these 2 points. Those who can defeat him in the world can be counted on one hand. Tisk tisk. Mork smiled. On the empty island, Enel shivered for no reason. He couldn't help but show a puzzled expression, because he had never shivered since he ate Logia's thunder fruit. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment after hearing Mach's words, and then showed a shocked expression. By his kingdom of Dressrosa. What a loud tone. Do you know how many Baileys his Dressrosa kingdom earns in a day? Ha! Are all young people today so crazy? But at this time, Mach changed the subject. I'm serious. 200 million for ordinary animal types in Paramecia, but for special ones. Like ancient species, phantom beast species, Logia, etc. we can calculate the price separately. After finishing speaking. If you are worried, the transaction location is up to you. As soon as these words came out, Doflamingo's face became serious. Boy, are you serious? Mork. Of course. Doflamingo was silent. After a long time, he took out a phone bug from his arms and threw it to Mock. I will inform you after I prepare the devil fruit. After that, after taking a deep look at Mock, he added, I hope you are not joking, otherwise I will make you regret living in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Doflamingo left, Giza's badges asked with some confusion, Captain, do you really want to buy devil fruits from him? Baboon King burns. Why don't I feel something is right? This guy doesn't know how to play black and white. Mock smiled when he heard this. I don't know, but I want to take advantage of it. Well, the Baboon King, Burns, and Gizzard's badges couldn't help but look at each other. Okay, they were worried for nothing. Advertisement wrong. Maybe people have already predicted it, but it's really not certain who will plot who at that time. Baboon King Burns reacted immediately, and just as he was about to speak, Mock seemed to see through his mind. Even if he is dishonest, he will only suffer in the face of absolute strength. At the same time, there was one more person beside Doflamingo, and he was Gladius. Master, do you really want to sell the devil fruit to them? Bah. He let out his signature laugh. How can you give devil fruit to people who are destined to be enemies? Then you can make a profit during the transaction. And then destroy them. Kill two birds with one stone. Gladius was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then said hesitantly, Master, if our Don Quixote family wants to wipe out Mock and his gang, I'm afraid. Although, he didn't want to admit it, however, one cannot deny the strength of Mock's group. It's really quite impressive. Doflamingo's face froze when he heard this. But then he immediately laughed again. Bah, 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 bah. Among the items traded with Kaido this time, there are not only artificial devil fruits. There are also several animal devil fruits, including a fantasy one. Beast species. So, this time, he will come in person. Lend his hand. Gladius couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard this. Okay. Very good. Kaidona is a monster known as the strongest creature in the world, and is one of the New World 4 emperors, the absolute overlord. Mork and his gang are strong, but compared to Kaido's beast pirates, it was too far. He seemed to have seen the demise of Mork's group. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh along with Doflamingo. Sure enough, the young master is still awesome. Gladius, then young master, where are we meeting him? Doflamingo. What's the point? Isn't he looking for M. Caesar Current? Give him the news and he will come to you. When Gladius heard this, he immediately realized that he was going to send the place where he traded with Kaido as the location of M. Caesar Coulon, and deliver it to Mork. When the time comes, they don't need to say anything. The transaction was interrupted, and with Kaido's explosive temper, Mock and the others were destroyed in minutes. Bulu Bulu. The phone buzzed in Mork's arms. Advertisement, Mr. Zero, I am Miss All Sunday. I have taken people to the Devil's Delta State. Everything is following your instructions. Mock nodded with satisfaction. In addition to changing the base of the intelligence organization, you also need to recruit some decent people into the work company, so that your intelligence organization can develop into the new world. Robin. Yes. Then Robin thought of something and immediately added, Mr. Zero, M. Caesar Current seems to have noticed that he is missing. Of course, someone may have covered his whereabouts. Mock. I already know this. It should be Doflamingo. He knows that someone is checking the whereabouts of M. Caesar Current. So, I took action. Robin looked surprised. Doflamingo? If I remember correctly, this is another Shichibukai. Ah, this. Mork became famous because he killed Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, and before that, Moonlight Moria, and now he is facing off against Doflamingo. If Doflamingo is also replaced, then half of Shichibukai died in his hands. Shichibukai killer. When he thought of this, the corner of Robin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Robin's phone had just hung up when it started ringing again. Captain, this is Ada, we have arrived at Champion Island. Have you arrived? Mork smiled. We're here. As he spoke, he looked at the Baboon King, Burns and Giza's badges. And we have found two very good partners. Two? Ada looked surprised. Who else is there besides Giza's badges? Giza's badges on the side looked surprised. Captain, you really came for me. Mock patted him on the shoulder. That means you are famous, ha ha ha. Then he said to Ada, we are at the fighting arena on the island, come over. After finishing speaking, Mock seemed to have thought of something, and immediately turned to look at the Baboon King, Burns. By the way, where did you make the bet? Is it far from here? Baboon King Burns. The City of Gold. What? Mock looked surprised. Is it the Golden City with the world's largest entertainment city? Baboon King Burns nodded. Yes, the blind man and I made an appointment there as soon as we smiled. Mock froze there, and it took him a while to regain his senses. He slowly turned his head. You just said, who did you make a bet with? Chapter 50 Demon Valley Town. Smile. Do you know him? Burns, the Baboon King, looked surprised. A smile does not reveal your reputation. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a little transparent. I really don't understand how the captain knew. Ha ha ha. Mock couldn't help but laugh loudly. It's really effortless to find a way through the iron shoes. I didn't expect that I would get such a harvest by accidentally recruiting a good guy like the Baboon King, Burns. It's really a blessing from heaven. Baboon King Burns raised his eyebrows. Captain, are you attracted to him? Is it possible that he also has extraordinary strength? Mok looked at the Baboon King Burns with a surprised look on his face. You and he are gambling buddies, you don't know what his strength is? The Baboon King, Burns, was a little embarrassed when he heard this and rubbed his nose. This guy is simply possessed by a degenerate spirit, so when you bet, just bet on the opposite with him. It saves effort and worry. And it's stable. Win. Don't you like this kind of gambling, friend? Well. Good guy, Mok couldn't refute. Then he laughed again. In that case, let's go and meet him together. After all, who has a grudge against Bailey? Ha ha ha. Yo ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Everyone present couldn't help laughing. Bailey, who doesn't like it? Let's talk about the Baboon King, Burns. He just plans to go to the Golden Island and win big. Then the Baboon King, Burns, frowned again. Yes, he wanted to win big, however, if everyone goes. Mok, Giza's badges, Wabel, Brook, Perona, Ada, plus him, there are 7 people in total. Everyone wins big, but I'm afraid it will alarm Gilder Tezzolo, the owner of the Golden Island. This guy is not easy to mess with. Therefore, he couldn't help showing a hesitant expression. Captain, the owner of the Golden Island, Gilder Tezzolo, is a big shot in the underground world. We still have to deal with Doflamingo. If we face him again, I'm afraid it won't be good. When Mok heard this, his eyes couldn't help but narrowed, but his eyes were shining. Gilder Tezzolo, who doesn't know Hafen, known as the Golden Emperor? Advertisement. To be honest, this guy can be considered a legend. He established the world's largest entertainment city, Grand Tessero, and became an independent kingdom recognized by the world government. He is also a business wizard who controls many industries around the world. The wealth he owns reaches 20% of the entire world, and both black and white take it all. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor who controls the dark world with money, and his power spreads all over the world. On the surface, he is the king of an independent kingdom recognized by the world government. Use the power of money to freely control the celestial dragons, and even use the power of the world government. He went from being a penniless slave to becoming the richest man in the world and the king of underground forces. Become a person who can freely control the celestial dragons and even use the power of the world government. Would you say it's awesome or not? Absolutely awesome? He has a wise saying, a guy without money will achieve nothing but be dominated. This is cruel and realistic. It explains the essence of every world. However, if such a person can be brought under his command, it will be even more powerful. Take 10,000 steps back, even if you fail to win over him, win his Grand Tessero. Obtaining the wealth is also a huge gain. It is true that Gilder Tessero is an extraordinary person. He not only has extraordinary strength, but also powerful power. If you want to capture him and his Grand Tessero and use them for your own use, you must have enough with our own strength. It will be difficult for us alone. You go first. I'll find a good one, then we'll have a good time. You want to fight Grand Tessero? The Baboon King, Burns, couldn't help but widen his eyes full of shock. Ha ha ha. Mok couldn't help but laugh loudly. Our pirate group must have its own territory. I think Gilder Tetzolo's largest entertainment city is a good choice. But, he also understands. If we occupy that place, I'm afraid that the world government and the Tianlong people will be unable to sit still. Although, he also has great confidence in his own strength. But he is not so crazy yet. With his current strength and influence, he can dare to say that he can keep this territory in the face of the world government and the special attacks of the Tianlong people. The difficulty is not to capture it, but to occupy it for a long time. We must recruit 2 more strong men. Mok suddenly thought of something and turned to the Baboon King Burns. By the way, do you have rubber here? Or ceramics? Baboon King Burns. Advertisement. Magic Valley Town. Blackbeard, Poison Q, and Lafitte had just landed on the island and were walking on the road leading to Magic Valley Town. Blackbeard was in a very good mood at this time because he found a pretty good crew member in West Blue. The most important thing is that Lafitte gave him a quite amazing plan. It made him excited. Now all you need to do is find a guy with a good reward and send it as a gift to the desk of Sengoku at Marine Headquarters. Then this matter is half done. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed. However, the smile on his face immediately condensed. Because his knowledge captured a person's aura, and this person's aura was very terrifying. Even he had to be vigilant. He turned his head and looked into the sky, and then he saw a beam of light falling from the sky into the Demon Valley town in front of him. Light? Blackbeard raised his eyebrows. Because the light reminded him of 2 people. One is General Marine, Kazaru, the user of the Shining Fruit ability. The other is the newly promoted Shichibukai multi-ability user Moke. But no matter which one it is, it must be treated with caution. I couldn't help but murmur in my heart. Who is it? What are you doing here again? At the same time, on the other side of the island, the Straw Hats also landed. We are also heading towards Magic Valley Town. Mok, who had already landed in Magic Valley Town, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and showed a playful smile. Magic Valley Town is really a place with special meaning. He never expected that Robin would have been taken in by him and Crocodile would be killed by him. The plot has already changed. Blackbeard and Luffy, the 2 future emperors, can actually meet in this place. Interesting. He walked into the only tavern in Magic Valley Town. As soon as I entered the tavern, I saw a group of pirates making noise there. Good guy, Mock recognized him right away. Isn't it Doflamingo's crazy little fanboy, Bellamy? Looks like this guy is going to be beaten to death. Chapter 51 I'm going. Why are you coming at me? But sometimes, the plot remains the same, but he changes again. For example, now, at the moment when Mork comes over. Bellamy's deputy captain, Sakis, heard the movement and subconsciously turned his head and glanced. Then he turned back with a nonchalant expression.
However, he immediately turned around and looked over. Then his eyes fell on the two knives in Mock's hands.
He is also a swordsman. Although the knife he used was a machete similar to a Nepalese knife. However, he is also a swordsman. Swordsmen have an innate love for good swords and famous swords. Therefore, with just one glance, he couldn't take his eyes away. Sakis said very arrogantly, "Hey, boy, take the knife from your waist and show me." Mock looked incredulous. Shouldn't this guy be looking for trouble for Luffy who will come over later? Why are you targeting him? Sakis nodded. Yes, it's you. Hand over the knife. Brush. Bellamy, as well as his subordinates Rebus, Muley, Eddie, all looked over. There was a bit of joking in his eyes, because they could see it. Sakis is interested in the opponent's knife. Mock couldn't help laughing. Want my knife? You can come and get it yourself and see if you have the ability. When Sarkis heard this, he couldn't help being furious, and even more arrogantly said, "Do you know that if my captain offers a bounty of 55 million berries?" Finally, someone in the tavern recognized Mock. He exclaimed with a shocked look on his face. He is the new Shichibukai Mock, with a reward of 300 million. What? Sakis froze there. Gulu, after reacting, he swallowed and took several steps back with a look of horror on his face. It seems that only by keeping a little distance from Mokra can we feel a little complete. Bellamy's expression also changed at this time. The way he looked at Mock changed completely. The Doflamingo he admired was also a Shichibukai. In other words, the guy in front of him is on the same level as the Doflamingo he admires. Hiss. Advertisement. He took a deep breath, and then glanced at the frightened Sarkis beside him, his brain spinning crazily. He was thinking about how he could save his first officer. Brush. But the next moment, a cold light burst out. Then there was a wound on Saki's chest that almost cut him in two. Blood splattered everywhere, and the person slowly fell down. Bellamy couldn't help but feel angry when he saw Sakis being beheaded. However, what he faced was Mock's domineering attitude that looked down upon the world. Gulu. Bellamy couldn't help but swallow, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Mock looked disdainful. Those who bully the weak are afraid of the strong. I will only be able to be the king and hegemon in this small Demon Valley town for the rest of my life. Bellamy clenched his fists because this was the biggest humiliation he had ever received in his life. It was precisely this that aroused his madness as a pirate. Spring Sniper. Bellamy first turns his calves on both sides into springs, and then presses the legs turned into springs toward the ground, storing a large amount of elastic potential energy in his feet. Then a large amount of elastic potential energy is released, and the potential energy is converted into kinetic energy. The whole person instantly bounced towards Mock. The more energy stored in this move, the stronger the power it will produce. However, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how much he uses it, it will be useless. Seeing Mock stretch out a hand, he directly grabbed the neck of Bellamy who bounced over. To be honest, this guy still has some potential, but he is just a human being. It's just a pity that this ability is missing. If this ability is really developed, it will be quite good. Click. Mork exerted force and broke Bellamy's neck. Immediately, the person was thrown out of the tavern like garbage. Outside the pub, Blackbeard, Poison Q, and Lafitte happened to arrive outside the tavern at this time. Bellamy dropped it right in front of them. Blackbeard, Lafitte, Poison Q. Then they all looked into the tavern and met Mock's eyes. The expressions of the three of them changed slightly, and then Blackbeard laughed again. Ha ha ha. I never thought I would meet you here, the newly promoted Shichibukai Mock. At this time, his eyes had become evil. Advertisement. You know, the guy in front of you only took the position of Shichibukai after killing Crocodile. Then if he kills the guy in front of him, he can take the position of Shichibukai. As for Mock's multi-ability, in his opinion, there is not much difference from one ability. Because, in front of his Dark Fruit ability, they are all the same. Moke frowned slightly. The murderous intent in Blackbeard's eyes was not concealed at all. Even a fool can see it. He couldn't help but thought to himself, isn't this guy trying to fight with him? Correct. At this time, this guy should want to take the position of Shichibukai. Then, make the idea of pushing into the city. So, you want to use his head as a bargaining chip? Who gave him the courage? If Blackbeard got the shock fruit, he would be really afraid. However, why should he be afraid of Blackbeard who didn't get the Junjen fruit? His hands were already on the hilts of third-generation Ghost Tetsu and Shu Shui. Brush. I just didn't expect that the first person from both sides to make a move would be Lafitte. I saw the crutch sword in his hand unsheathed, and then he swung a slash directly at Mock in the tavern. Without even raising his eyes, Mork unsheathed the third-generation ghost in his hand instantly, and a cold light flashed through the air. Lafitte's slash was as easy as a piece of paper. Blackbeard couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw this. He personally roped Lafitte into the group. Therefore, he is very aware of Lamotte's strength. Swordsman. A swordsman who is as good as Whitebeard's captain. Of course, it can't be compared with the strongest captains like Marco and Ace.
But even so, this kind of strength is enough to become famous in the New World. But he didn't expect that Lafitte's slash would be so vulnerable to this Mach. At this time, the way he looked at Mach became a little different. Amid arrogance, there is a bit of vigilance. Lafitte, step back, this guy is not something you can deal with now. With that said, Blackbeard took a step forward. Staring at Moke. Shichibukai Moke. The corner of Mach's mouth raised slightly, and then he walked out of the tavern, stood in front of Blackbeard, and said playfully, Marshal D. Teach, formerly a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, killed Whitebeard in order to seize the Dark Fruit. The captain of the 4th Pirate Division, Saki, is currently being hunted by the Whitebeard Pirates. Under these circumstances, do you still dare to provoke me? Having said this, he turned to look at Lafitte, FK with me. There is no future if you follow him. It just so happens that my pirate group still lacks a navigator. Chapter 52 vs Blackbeard. Lafitte, Poison Q, speechless. The Blackbeard, whose face was already ugly, is now even more unsightly. Of course, cheating on his crew is definitely the greatest humiliation for a pirate captain. You are looking for death. At this time, Blackbeard had already stretched out his left hand, secretly activating his ability. A black vortex like a fan appeared in his hand. Moke's face turned pale, because in an instant he felt an extremely powerful suction force, sucking him towards Blackbeard. Having watched anime, he naturally knows. This move of dark water is Blackbeard's signature move. It uses the infinite gravitational force of a black hole to attract the opponent towards the ability user. No matter how far away the opponent is, they cannot escape, even if they have the speed of light. Moreover, once it comes into contact with an Esper, the opponent's Devil Fruit ability will be invalidated, and the fruit attack can also be absorbed, but it can only absorb a small range of attacks. This move can definitely be regarded as the nemesis of ability users. But he's not a guy like Ace who relies purely on fruits. Armed hardened. In an instant, the armed color wrapped around his body, instantly blocking out the attraction of the dark fruit. This. Blackbeard's eyes almost popped out of his head. Even in the New World, even if he was in the Whitebeard Pirates, he didn't see many people who could be covered in armed colors. I was immediately blinded. This move directly caused his dark fruit to lose half of its power. Brush. At the same time, Mork moved, and the 3rd generation ghost in his hand was instantly unsheathed. One sword-style ghost flash. Mork instantly entered a state of high-speed movement. When he appeared again, Mork was already behind Blackbeard. PFF'd. There was a wound on Blackbeard's chest, and blood spurted out. The corners of Mock's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Sure enough, it's just as Whitebeard said. Blackbeard is too arrogant. It's the first time we have fought, and he was so careless. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard's pupils shrank sharply, and then he laughed loudly as if he was not the one who was injured. Then he turned around, exerted force with his legs, and his whole body erupted. Almost instantly, he rushed behind Mock. Advertisement. It has to be said that Blackbeard is Blackbeard, even without the dark fruit. His strength cannot be underestimated. He was indeed a ruthless person who left scars on the red-haired face. However, Mork directly backhanded 3rd generation Kidetsu out. It can be said that he was fast and accurate. He directly blocked Blackbeard's blow. But immediately, Mokru was hit hard. The whole person was knocked away. After more than 10 meters, Mock stabilized his figure, turned somersault in the air, and fell back to the ground. Opposite Blackbeard, armed colors exposed, Mock couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. If his weaponry wasn't strong enough, he would probably suffer from this move. At this moment, both of them became alert. The two of them each tried their best, but both suffered losses. No one dared to underestimate the other. Chu Shui slowly unsheathed, and Mock assumed an attacking stance, with purple flames flashing in his eyes. Two-sword style, Dragon Fang. Ghost energy emerged and turned into a ghost dragon. 3rd generation Kidetsu and Shisui are exactly where Ryuga is. Immediately, the whole person rushed out. It was unstoppable. Wherever it passed, the force was like breaking bamboo, and even the air was broken, forming 2 strong winds on both sides. Armed hardened. Blackbeard's hands were wrapped in armed colors, and then he exerted force on his legs and jumped up to meet Mork's ghost dragon. The fist and the 2 knives collided fiercely. Powerful forces continued to collide between the two, forming one shock wave after another, sweeping away in all directions. Rumble. Wherever the shock wave passed, the ground could not withstand such terrifying force and directly collapsed. Streets were literally destroyed. The stores on the street, including the tavern just now, were instantly reduced to ruins. The shattered remains of the house were carried into the air by the shock wave. It was destroyed again by the next shock wave and turned into smaller wreckage. The pirates in the tavern were all carried to the sky by the shock wave. Every shock wave caused great damage to them. At this time, each one of them had their eyes blurred and lost consciousness. Lafitte and Poison Q were already far away, but they were still under the shock wave and were greatly affected. Fortunately for Lafitte, he is a swordsman, so such a shock wave will not cause any harm to him. But Poison Q is different. His face, which was already extremely ugly, was now even more ugly, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes were full of luck. Ahem. Fortunately we evacuated in time, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to bear you bow like this. Lafitte nodded. Indeed. Advertisement. Even he didn't dare to stand too close to the two of them. ... Ha 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 ha. The two were at loggerheads, and Blackbeard once again let out his signature laugh. I have to say, I really underestimate you. Your strength is enough to rival the strongest under the 4 emperors. Mock. The strongest person under the 4 emperors. A vice-emperor like Ka and Marco. Vice-emperor. Thieves ha ha ha. That's an accurate description. Blackbeard smiled even more happily. Then the conversation changed. But, that's it, you still have to be my dead soul. Conquerors. A terrifying force erupted from Blackbeard's body, sweeping around. Mock, who bore the brunt, was naturally the most affected. His face couldn't help but change slightly. Immediately, conquerors also erupted from his body. Kaka. The two conquerors also collided. Blackbeard's pupils shrank like needlepoints. You also have the appearance of a king. Break. Mock shouted loudly, and at this time he exploded with all his strength. The two knives directly broke through the armor on Blackbeard's fists, leaving 2 deep wounds visible on the bones. Fortunately, Blackbeard realized the situation quickly and withdrew his fists at the critical moment. Otherwise, both fists will be chopped off. Blackbeard took a few steps and distanced himself from Mokra. At this time, the look in Mock's eyes changed again. The color of your weapons. I have to say, it really shocked him. The corners of Moke's mouth rose slightly. His armed appearance was inherited from Ryoma, the once greatest swordsman in the world. That's enough to turn autumn water into a black knife. Just thinking about it makes you realize how terrifying it is. The secret path. Blackbeard understood that there was no need to continue testing. I saw him holding the ground with one hand and releasing darkness to a large area on the ground. People or objects touched by the darkness would be sucked in and sink, disappearing into the darkness. Mock's face changed slightly, and he used his legs to rise into the sky. He reached a high altitude and used moonwalk to stay in the air. With this move of Blackbeard, once it is sucked into the darkness, it will be compressed and crushed with infinite power, equivalent to a small black hole. In the original book, when Blackbeard showed his ability to ace, he used this move to instantly turn a town into nothingness. This shows how terrifying this move is. Therefore, how dare Moke underestimate him? Chapter 53 Challenge from Zoro. Mock was seen pointing his hand towards the sun. Under the sunlight, his body began to transform and turned into light elements. Gather the light. In an instant, Mock changed the direction of the surrounding light, all shining on his hands. Soon a ball of light gathered together. But it's not over yet. The range of light gathering became larger and larger. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Finally, the light above the entire island converged into Mock's hands. Boom. Under the focus of the terrifying light, even the air has been ignited. Outside the light ball, there was actually a circle of white flames. The strangest thing is that there is no light on the entire island. It seemed as if night had fallen. The most bizarre thing is that the light ball is so dazzling. But all around, there was no light at all, and there was darkness. It really echoes that sentence, absolute light is equal to absolute darkness. Because, in front of absolute light, there is no room for any different colors. As more and more light rays gather, the size of the photosphere is also rapidly increasing. When the entire island's light is in his hands. The ball of light was already 20 meters long, and with the layer of burning flames outside, it was already hundreds of meters wide. In the sky, it is like a small sun. Blackbeard's pupils on the ground were shaking, and he murmured, "This move is so inexplicably familiar. I thought it was Captain Ace coming." At this time, Blackbeard did not dare to be careless anymore. Using his strongest move, he turned the darkness he had just released into a huge sphere of darkness that resembled a black hole. Drink. The two of them shouted almost at the same time. Mock. Holy Light. Emperor Yan. Blackbeard. Dark Star. The two of them threw the flaming sphere in their hands to the ground. Blackbeard threw the black sphere in his hand into the sky. The eyes of the Straw Hats, who were walking towards the town, almost popped out of their heads. Because a battle of this level has already exceeded their understanding at this time. Whether it's Luffy or Zoro. The timid trio of Nami, Chopper, and Usopp were already hugging each other, with their tongues hanging out. Run. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were the first to react. They turned around and picked up one by one, leading the timid trio of Nami, Chopper, and Usopp to run away like crazy. Afraid of taking a step too late. But it was obvious that it was too late. Advertisement. There. Sanji pointed to a small hillside on the left. Then he immediately changed direction and left quickly. ... Rumble. At the same time as this wind, two spheres slammed together in midair. It seems that the whole world is divided into one dark and one light, two worlds with clear boundaries. When everything returned to calm, Blackbeard had long disappeared. Mork. Good guy. What a good guy, he moves really fast. However, Mock thought about it in a flash, and it was normal. Who is this guy? Marshal D. Teach, the D family, the future 4 emperors. Even now, without eating the Junjun fruit, he was able to escape successfully after injuring the red hair. This shows how powerful he is. Luffy and his group stood up from behind a hillside. Originally, this hillside was more than 10 meters high no matter how small it was. Now, the whole thing has been cut off. Only half a meter was left on the ground. If they hadn't been lying on the ground tightly one by one, I'm afraid they would have been chipped away like this hillside. Hiss. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, everyone counts. Everyone gasped. Because it was just a small island with beautiful scenery, but now it has become a barren place. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. No, even if they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it at this time. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper were a timid trio and subconsciously rubbed their eyes. It was as if he was wondering if he was hallucinating. Or maybe I'm dazzled. Gulu. Luffy couldn't help but swallowed. At this time, he had some doubts about life. He, who had never wavered before, was a little shaken at this time. Facing such a strong man, can he really beat them away one by one and become one piece? He couldn't help but look at Zoro, and only then did he deeply understand Zoro's mood when he faced Hawkeye. There is despair in the longing. ... Whoosh. Advertisement. At this moment, a beam of light fell from the sky and landed in front of Luffy and the others. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper were startled and instinctively moved away from Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Stick your head out and wait and see. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were staring at the visitor. After seeing Moke's appearance clearly, the three of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. Especially Zoro, whose eyes were full of disbelief. One of the two people who fought just now was you. Without waiting for an answer, Mock whispered again, how is that possible? Luffy also had a look of disbelief on his face, and then he retreated with a bit of fear. If only he had deeply experienced the horror of Logia. Anyway, at this time, he had no power to resist at all. Mork smiled. Luffy, Zoro, we meet again. Quote ? Chopper looked at Luffy and Zoro with a bit of surprise in his eyes. It turns out we are people we know. It scared me to death. Luffy looked nervous. Are you the one sent by the smoker to catch me? What? Chopper, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, froze there. Na stuck her head out and said, probably not, he is also a pirate now. Sanji. But he is the 7 warlords of the sea, and he is with Marine. Zoro took a few steps forward and said seriously, I want to compete with you again. Ah, Zoro's words were so unexpected. No, why do you say it again? Have you ever competed with this guy? Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, with a look of disbelief on their faces. After all, the duel just now was really beyond their understanding. Anyway, in their opinion, although Zoro is strong, he is still far from the monster in front of him. Ah, Mock was slightly startled. Then he couldn't help but laugh and nodded. Okay. Zoro agreed with Mock, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Immediately, he took out 2 of the 3 knives. Yo-ho! Mork could see at a glance the 3 knives in Zoro's hand. Except for the unsheathed Hidao Yamanji, the other 2 swords were not ordinary. Tisk tisk, you really deserve to be the second in command of the protagonist group. Without 3rd generation Kitetsu and Chu Shui, there will still be other adventures. Brush. The 3rd generation Kidetsu in Mork's hand was also unsheathed. Seeing this, Zoro took the lead in launching an attack. 2-sword style ox needle. Chapter 54 Sky Island. Rushing forward like a bull, using countless thrusts, this is Zoro's rare forward move. Extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Mock, just as he passed by him. The 2 knives in his hands slashed out continuously. It must be said that Mock still has 2 brushes. At that moment, he actually cut out 13 times in a row. It can definitely be regarded as a move that kills enemies instantly. If this were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be surprising if he was killed. But, who is he facing at this time? Mork. Mock has already become a swordsman. Although, in terms of swordsmanship alone, it is far inferior to Hawkeye, who had fought Zoro before. But it's far from what the current Zoro can compare to. The 3rd generation Kidetsu in Mock's hand also swung out, blocking these 13 attacks one by one. He didn't even move his feet, which showed the gap between the 2 at this time. Zoro's pupils were as narrow as needlepoints. You must know that when he was in Rog Town, he was slightly better than the guy in front of him in terms of swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, not long after, they had already surpassed him and left him behind. He has always had great confidence in his talent in swordsmanship. But Zoro is Zoro after all. I quickly adjusted my mentality. And, once again, he assumed an attacking stance. However, he first put the 2 knives into their scabbards. Chant. Divide the decadent self in the world into 2, Nito Ryu Ei Rashomen. This move is the Ei slash, performed by 2 swords, which is extremely fast. It will hit the enemy silently, and you can't even see clearly how to draw the sword. Clang. Mork moved the 3rd generation Kidetsu in front of him at the right angle to block Zoro's attack. Still so easy. Zoro's pupils couldn't help but shrink like needle points. The 2 attacks made him once again experience the feeling of being dominated by Eagle Eye. Zoro couldn't help but tighten the handle of the knife in his hand. Then he took out the word Hidao and put it in his mouth. 36 worries in the first life, 72 worries in the second life, 108 worries in the third life, 3 sword style, 108 worry phoenix. Quote. Upon activation, 3, chopping, blue slashes from the 3 knives burst out. Then a huge phoenix-like sword wave formed and flew towards Mach. Yo-ho! Flying slash. This shows that Zoro at this time has initially reached the level of a swordsman, but there is a big gap between a swordsman and a swordsman. Advertisement. Mach still stood there without moving at all. With a casual wave of his hand, 3rd generation Kidetsu, a slash shot out immediately. And faced Zoro's special slash. In the next second, the two people's slashes struck each other fiercely. However, Zoro's slash was so paper-like that he was easily cut into 2 pieces. However, Mach's slashing attack remained unabated and continued to move towards Zoro. Zoro's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He crossed his swords in front of his chest and blocked the blow. With the powerful impact, Zoro immediately felt an unmatched power. However, he was determined and resisted. His legs even left 2 deep marks on the ground. In the end, he tried his best to knock off Mach's slash into the sky. Hoo. But by this time, he had been exhausted and was out of breath. Mach said at this time, "You have also initially entered the realm of swordsmen. However, there is still a certain gap between you and me. Let's wait until we meet again for the competition between us." Zoro's face was extremely ugly when he heard this, but he also understood that the gap between him and Mach was too big at this time. Finally, he said, "It's a deal." Mach looked at Luffy again, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Before, he had been worried about how to convince Enel to join his pirate group. After all, this guy is a proud guy. It is not easy to accept him as a member of the pirate group. It is not only about strength, but also a reason that makes him excited. Now, there is. Tisk tisk. Mork was so happy that he almost jumped up. Then it turned into a beam of light and headed towards Changdao Island. Because, as long as you reach Changdao Island, you can reach Sky Island by flying directly upward. After all, Sky Island is almost directly above Changdao Island. The speed of light is so fast, we arrived at Long Island in a blink of an eye. Then it flew straight into the sky and headed towards the empty island. Enel in the Sky Island temple suddenly opened his eyes. His knowledge and appearance can be said to be one of the top people in the entire pirate world. He can even cover the entire Sky Island with his sight and sound, and everyone who enters the Sky Island is under his monitoring. The same is true for everyone who reaches Sky Island. Therefore, as soon as Mork entered the Sky Island, he had already discovered it. He raised his head and looked ahead, because what he saw and heard told him. The person was coming towards him quickly. It's extremely fast, and it's still flying in the air. Advertisement. This shocked him. He murmured in his heart, "A strong man from Shanghai." Brush. As soon as he had this idea, a figure already fell in front of him. Enel's pupils couldn't help but shrink sharply, because this speed was no less than him. The most important thing is that the first thing he saw was a beam of light. It wasn't until the beam of light fell in front of him that it turned into a human form. This. Enel was shocked because this ability was so similar to his own. The difference is that he is thunder and lightning, while the guy in front of him is light. But isn't this the power of God? How could this guy in front of me have it? Could it be that he is the god of Qinghai? It has to be said that Enel's strength is very terrifying. But his knowledge is also real. The empty island was like a cage that imprisoned him, so that his cognition was only on the empty island. To describe him as a frog in a well is perfect. At this time, I couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Why do you have the power of God?" God's power. Mork was stunned, and then he understood what Enel was talking about. He couldn't help but laugh. "You're talking about your ability to control thunder and lightning, and my ability to use light just now, right?" Enel narrowed his eyes. "You know I can control thunder and lightning." Mork did not answer the question, but continued, "This is not the power of God, but the power of devil fruit." Devil fruit. Enel looked puzzled. Mach took out the Paramecia barrier fruit. "It's like this. Of course you are eating Logia, so it will naturally be different from it. But you definitely only have the ability to control thunder and lightning after eating a devil fruit. However, I think you regarded it as an ordinary fruit at that time." Enel's face changed slightly when he heard this. Because what Mach said was right, he did have the power of God after eating a piece of fruit. Then he raised his eyebrows. "So what? Regardless of whether it is the power of God or not, I am now the god of Sky Island." "God. Tisk tisk." Mach showed a disdainful expression, and then said playfully, "Then let's make a bet." Enel. "What to bet on?" Mach. "You will lose to a Qinghai man who is not as powerful as you." Enel's face sank when he heard this. "I am the Almighty God, let alone those who are far inferior to me in strength. Even if you are also a god, you are still no match for me." Quote. Crackling. Enel's hand flashed with electricity. Chapter 55 Hammer Luffy. Discharge 20 million volts. A pillar of electricity flashed in Enel's hand and fell on Mork instantly. Mork was prepared. The ability to absorb the fruit was activated, and then, with Enel's shocked eyes, he absorbed all 20 million volts into his body. "How can it be?" Enel couldn't help but exclaimed. Crackling. Then something even more shocking happened to Enel. Mach's body began to change, and arcs of electricity flashed across his body. Finally, he raised his hand and released the same electric pillar. Hit him directly. Enel can even feel it, which is a full 40 million volts. Exactly twice as much as what he just attacked. What he couldn't accept the most was that Mach stretched out his hand at this time, and the electric current flashed continuously in Mach's hand. Obviously, at this time, Mach, like him, had the ability to control electric current. Enel was completely stunned. His biggest reliance is to control the current. If he loses this advantage, he will immediately lose half of his strength. What a slap in the face. However, he immediately regained his confidence. His electric current cannot hurt the other party, so how can the other party's electric current hurt him? The worst case scenario is a tie. Mach was stunned for a moment, and then immediately understood what Enel was thinking. Deterrence. The ghostly aura emerged from Mach's body, and his pupils flashed with purple flames. At the same time, conquerors also erupted, sweeping the entire temple. Enel bore the brunt. Under the dual impact of the ghostly aura and conquerors, Enel, who had never experienced such an attack before, was blank for a moment. Brush. The third-generation Kidetsu in Mork's hand was unsheathed at this moment, and was wrapped in armament colors. When Enel regained consciousness, the third-generation Kaidaru in Mach's hand had returned to the scabbard. Hiss. Enel took a breath of air because he felt pain. Since eating that fruit and gaining the power of God, he has never felt pain again. This made him very uneasy. Then he looked down, and his pupils shrank as sharp as needles, and he even started to tremble like an earthquake. Because there was a wound on his chest at this time, although it was not big or deep. But the blood flowing from the wound stimulated his nerves. Advertisement. Injured. He was actually injured. Then he looked up at Moke, his eyes full of disbelief. It was as if I had seen the most incredible thing in the world. How could you hurt me? I am God, the omnipotent God. Mach had already sheathed his sword, but immediately the weapon color wrapped around his body. I just told you. You are not a god, you are just a person with abilities who ate the Logia fruit. And this is called the weapon color, which can only defeat Logia. Quote. Enel looked at the armed color on Mach's body, his eyes full of shock. And with a bit of disbelief. Mach said. You can take a look at the hand elements. Enel was silent for a moment after hearing this, but still chose the element. Then, he saw something he would never forget in his life. His elemental hand was held by the opponent. The element actually failed. Time passed quickly, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Enel was sitting in the temple, and he still couldn't believe it at this time. This world is actually much bigger than he understands. Sky Island is just one of the special islands. And above Qinghai, there are people like him. Magma, light, ice, mud, wind. Good. He can accept these. After all, there is one right in front of you. You have to believe it even if you don't believe it. But this guy said that there will be a guy from Qinghai in the next few days who will beat him up. The key is that the opponent is actually far inferior to him in terms of strength. This is outrageous. He wanted to see what kind of guy he was. Hey, someone is really here. Enel's sight and color caught someone coming. He still didn't believe it. With his strength, he couldn't defeat someone whose strength was far inferior to him. Rumble. Damn it. After carrying the gold, Mach returned to the Sky Island with a surprised expression. Brush. Mach turned into a stream of electricity and came to the temple. Enel was knocked to the ground and even fainted. Luffy on the other side still looked like he wasn't satisfied with the fight. Mach couldn't help but shook his head and said to himself, this guy is a Nika fruit user. He can beat you to death. I still don't believe it. It's you. The moment he saw Mach, Luffy showed a surprised expression. Then he tilted his head. Do you know this guy? Advertisement. Mach nodded, acquiescing. Then he mentioned Enel and was about to leave, but unexpectedly, Luffy dodged and stood in front of Mork. You can't take him away. Ah, Mork looked at Luffy with a confused look on his face. What do you mean? You want to kill him? Luffy. He must agree to leave the island, otherwise I will beat him. He said and waved his hand. Mork was stunned. He suddenly understood why Enel left the island and went to the moon in the original work. Moreover, why did Luffy and his group feel relieved to leave the Sky Island? That's it too. If you don't get Enel to agree to leave the island, you have to kill him. Otherwise, once they leave, Enel will still have the final say on Kongdao. Enel in the original work was probably autistic after being beaten by Luffy. Mach. Don't worry, I will take him away from the Sky Island. No, he must answer it himself. Luffy's stubbornness broke out. Damn, Mach looked at the passionate figure in front of him, and his corner couldn't help but twitch. This kid is crazy. You don't think that just by defeating Enel, you can fight him. Mach couldn't help but raise his hand, clenched it into a fist, and said playfully, Luffy, how long has it been since you received your grandfather's iron fist of love? Ah, Luffy looked confused, but still replied, it's been a long time. Then he immediately reacted. You know, my grandfather's iron fist of love. He remembered that there were only 3 people who knew about his grandfather's iron fist of love. They are him, Ace, and Sabo. At the same time, he also shrank his head, which shows how much psychological shadow the iron fist of love had on him. Mach waved his hand. Don't worry about how I know. As long as you know, I will let you relive the taste of the iron fist of love right away. Hardened weapons. Mach's fist was wrapped with armed colors, and then he shaved it off and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already standing in front of Luffy. Collapse. A punch hit Luffy on the head. It hurts. Luffy covered his head and cried. Collapse. Obviously, Mach had no intention of letting him go just like that. Punch after punch. Ah, it hurts so much. Luffy was beaten to the point of holding his head and running around. Chapter 56 Ace is caught. In the distance, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper looked at each other in confusion. Nami asked weakly, should we go up and help? Usopp looked horrified. Chopper's whole body was frozen. The scene in Mogu Town is still vivid in my mind. Going up there, what's the difference between that and seeking death? Zoro raised his eyebrows. If this guy really wanted to kill him, Luffy would have been dead long ago. Sanji nodded, because at this moment, it was quite the attitude of an elder teaching a junior. Don't ask him how he knows this. He has been taught this way by red-footed Tetsuo since he was a child. Mork left with Enel. Luffy held his head and looked at the direction Mach left with an aggrieved look, muttering, why is this guy's fist the same as Grandpa's? It hurts so much. Mach has gone down to Long Island, waiting for Enel to wake up. 10 minutes later, a news bird flew overhead. Mach took out a coin from his arms and threw it into the sky. Newsbird caught it immediately. Then a newspaper fell down. After catching it, Mach took a look and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Ace, was captured. Marshal D. Teach becomes 7 warlords of the sea. FK. Mach was really shocked. He had changed the plot so much. Unexpectedly, Ace fell into the hands of Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach still became a Shichibukai. I have to say, this Marshal D. Teach is also awesome. I was beaten not long ago, and in the blink of an eye I got Ace. Moreover, this guy should be the same as the original. I'm planning on advancing to the city. Interesting, so interesting. Bulu Bulu. At this moment, the phone bug in his arms rang. Advertisement. As soon as the phone was connected, Sengoku's voice came. I am Sengoku. Mach's heart moved, and he immediately guessed the reason why the Warring States period was powered on. He smiled and said, are you going to deal with Whitebeard? Warring States' face darkened. How do you know? He didn't say anything. Mork glanced at the newspaper in his hand. Morgans, the bird man, has already published the news of Ace's arrest in the newspaper. If I can't guess what you Marine are going to do, I will be really stupid. When Warring States heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Then he couldn't help but cursed. A-hole. It's a pity that the Morgans are not within the control of their Marine. Even as a Marine fleet admiral, he can't do anything about it. Call. Zheng Guo took a deep breath to calm himself down. Since you already know, there's no need to talk nonsense. I'll go to Marine headquarters in 3 days to attend the Shichibukai meeting. Good. Mach agreed without hesitation, but the corners of his mouth turned up involuntarily. This timing is perfect. As soon as the news of Ace's execution is announced, that's when he takes over the Golden City. At that time, Marine headquarters and world government no longer had the energy to manage it. Tisk tisk. It has to be said that Blackbeard did a great job, directly attracting the firepower that was about to deal with him. Enel sat up slowly at this time, and his face darkened the moment he saw Mach. Shen Shen said, although I don't want to admit it, I did lose to someone who was far less powerful than me. Having said this, he turned to look at Mach and said with a serious face, after I join your pirate group, what kind of domineering can you really teach me? Mach nodded. Of course. Enel, you will also take me to see the strong men of Qinghai. Mach handed over the newspaper in his hand. What a coincidence, a big event happened recently. I think it won't be long before a war breaks out. I will take you there to see it. Enel's eyes lit up. Losing to someone whose strength was far inferior to his own was a huge blow to him. Therefore, he urgently needs to improve his strength and have a correct understanding of the world. Are there many strong people? Mach nodded. Many. Marine's highest combat power is here. Shichibukai like me, the world's greatest swordsman, and even Whitebeard, known as the world's strongest man, will come. Advertisement. Enel's eyes brightened even more and he became even more excited. Finally his eyes fell on the newspaper. Fire Fist Ace. Mach. The captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Ace. He is a Logia user like you, and his strength is probably not much worse than yours. It's just that you are electric and he is fire. But, you are very similar. You have developed your abilities to a very high level, but you have not awakened your weapon color, and your body strength is also weak. In a word, you have developed flaws by relying too much on your fruit abilities. Quote. That's why this guy was captured alive despite having extremely strong strength. It's also the reason why you were defeated by someone whose strength is far inferior to yours. Because once you have the fruit of your ability, it won't cause harm to others. In other words, if you temporarily lose your fruit ability, you will directly lose most of your strength. Hearing this, Enel was silent for a moment. I have to admit that Mach hit the nail on the head. The Whitebeard Pirates. Is that what you just said? The most powerful Whitebeard in the world? Mork. Yes. Enel was silent. A person with the same Logia ability as him, a person whose strength is almost the same as his. Just a captain in the hands of Whitebeard. He looked at Mork again. From this point of view, it is not so difficult to accept that he joins Mock's pirate group and becomes the vice captain of the pirate group. So he nodded. I am willing to join your pirate group. After finishing speaking, he added, but you have to teach me the color of the weapon. Ha ha ha. Mock couldn't help but laugh loudly, finally taking down this arrogant guy. In the Golden City, Mr. Tanaka stood in front of Gilder Tezzolo. Wei reported. This time there are some amazing people coming. Gilder Tezzolo looked surprised. Oh. Tell me, who has come to make you so cautious? Mr. Tanaka. Edward Wabel, 480 million berries, was once listed as a candidate for 7 Warlords of the Sea by Marine Headquarters. Baboon King Burns, the strongest champion of Champion Island in a century. A bounty of 320 million berries is on his head. Atta, the double sword cook, has a reward of 130 million berries. Although Giz's badges only has a reward of 20 million berries, he is the new champion of Champion Island. Although My Brook and Perona are unknown people, they are also devil fruit users. The most important thing is that their captain is the new Shichibukai Mock. After hearing this, Gilder Tezzolo's face straightened and he raised his eyebrows. Shichibukai Mock, alternative 7th martial artist Wabel, and the strongest champion Burns are indeed a bit tricky. That's right, only these 3 people can catch his eye. He didn't take anyone else seriously, even Atta, who had a bounty of over 100 million. Not to mention Giz's badges, Brook, and Perona who only have tens of millions in rewards. Chapter 57 Gamblers Gather. Although he is crazy, he does have such strength. Gilder Tezzolo's Paramecia Golden Fruit has reached the level of awakening. Its strength is definitely at the level of Shichibukai. Not inferior to Doflamingo. After thinking deeply for a moment, he turned to look at Mr. Tanaka. Let Baccarat go over and stare at. Then he added. Let them win some points. Mr. Tanaka immediately understood and said, give some money so that these guys can have fun and get out. Don't let these guys lose money. If there is a stalemate, it will be difficult to deal with. This is not a coward of Gilder Tezzolo, but a question of whether it is worth it. With their strength, if they fight in the city, the losses will be huge. So, unless necessary. Otherwise, we will not take action in the city unless we can solve it easily and quickly. What's more, what Gilder Tezzolo lacks most is berry. Anything that can be solved with berry is nothing. Baboon King Burns quickly arrived at the casino with a group of people. And quickly found Yishao who was already in the casino. He immediately walked over and said, Yishao, we have to have fun today. Yishao. You guys are finally here. My gambling skills have improved recently. This time, it's really not certain who will lose and who will win. Ha ha ha. The Baboon King, Burns, couldn't help laughing, and then turned to Giz's badgers, Brook, and Atta and said, you can find a place to have fun by yourself. This old friend and I are catching up on old times. Brook. Yo ho 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 ho. I'm going to play roulette. Perona. Ho 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 ho. I'm going to play with the fruit bowl. Wabel followed closely behind Perona, because among these people, she was the one who needed protection the most. Advertisement. So, before Mork left, let him follow Quan Perona. Giz's Bajis and Atta looked at each other. One of them liked fighting and the other liked cooking. They have no interest in betting at all. Therefore, they chose to follow Brook and Perona respectively. After they left, Yishao asked Burns, the Baboon King, his doubts. Why did you bring so many people here this time? In the past, you and I were all alone. The Baboon King, Burns, did not hide anything and told the whole story. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, I was tricked by you. I ended up exporting myself for the sake of my bet with you. A smile. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. At the same time, he also frowned because he didn't have a good impression of pirates. In his opinion, pirates are just some people who act recklessly. A guy who burns, kills, loots, and does all kinds of evil. Mock was already angry with the Baboon King Burns, so at this time the Baboon King Burns advised, do you want to join our pirate group? Then we can bet twice every day. He smiled and raised his eyebrows. I won't comment on your choice, but it's impossible for me to become a pirate. Baboon King Burns. How can I not understand you as a person? If the pirate group I join is one that does all kinds of evil, I won't even open my mouth to you. Yishao couldn't help but smile. Could it be that you want to tell me that there are still good pirates? Baboon King Burns. I don't know if it's good or not, but, like the one with white beard and red hair, it's not bad. Yishao fell silent. These 2 pirate groups are very good to the island residents under their command. As long as you pay a certain amount of berries every year, you can get their protection. Normally, he would not bully ordinary people wantonly, especially redheads. The Baboon King, Burns, immediately added, although our captain is a pirate, he wants to build a peaceful kingdom. Therefore, he needs a person with a righteous heart to become the peace officer of the kingdom. I think you are quite suitable, and if you join, the justice in your heart can be carried out in this kingdom and even on all the islands controlled by our pirate group. Think about it. What? He smiled and looked shocked, but after he realized what he was doing, his expression changed. He asked tentatively, isn't your captain a member of the Revolutionary Army? Because, what Baboon King Burns said, he sounded like the Dragon's Revolutionary Army. Baboon King Burns. No, Our captain said that he only wants to protect the people in the area he controls. Instead of overthrowing the world government, because that will cause greater casualties. It will also make the entire world, all are in chaos. Advertisement. But there is one thing he didn't say, as long as you have absolute strength. Just kill all the celestial dragons in the world, and he will become the new creator and rule the world. To overthrow the world government for what? As long as he becomes the new celestial dragon, the world government is his. As soon as he smiled, his expression changed again. Yi Xiao has justice in his heart, and from Anli's point of view, Long's revolutionary style is more suitable for him. But why did you choose Marine in the end? It's simple, because he doesn't want the whole world to fall into war. He joins Marine and wants to use his actions to change the entire Marine, thus affecting the entire world government. I have to say that he was somewhat moved. Because at this time, he had already thought of joining a certain force. Because he found that he alone, no matter how strong he was, could not help more people. The Baboon King, Burns, did not refuse immediately when he saw the smile, but his eyes couldn't help but light up. This shows that Yi Xiao is thinking seriously in his heart, and he has taken the first step to success. He immediately said, "Our captain is the new Shichibukai, backed by world government and marine, plus his strength, and a few of our crew members. I believe it won't be long before we can establish a force. If we add you, we will be able to establish our own, all nations, and then your righteousness will be implemented throughout all nations." The expression on Yi Xiao's face changed subtly. Baboon King Burns. Our captain also said that instead of unrealistically thinking about saving the whole world, it is better to protect the kingdom that you control as much as possible within the scope of your own strength. Let the people of the kingdom live in peace. To the days of peace. Yi Xiao's expression changed completely, but he still didn't make a sound. Ha ha ha, let's go, let's take a gamble first. Burns, the Baboon King, understood that it was impossible to smile and gave an answer so quickly. So, there is no rush for an answer. Pulling Yi Xiao, he walked towards a gambling table of different sizes. An old man wearing a top hat, with his back to Yi Xiao and Burns, the Baboon King, were having fun gambling. Just as the Baboon King Burns was leaving with Yi Xiao, he turned sideways and glanced at the Baboon King Burns and Yi Xiao. There was a strange light flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Interesting, I came here to have fun, but I didn't expect to see such an interesting thing. Shichibukai mock. Chapter 58 Taking Enel to wash, cut and blow. Then he glanced around, his eyes full of wonder. It is indeed the world's #1 entertainment city, it is so magnificent. Every day makes money. If our revolutionary army can capture this place, we will own this city. The world's largest consumer bank, are you still worried about running out of funds? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but get excited. It seems that we need to observe it carefully and report to Long immediately. Let's see if we can capture Gilder Tezzolo and make it available to the revolutionary army. At the same time, 2 bolts of lightning fell from the sky and landed on the Golden City. Who is this again? Mr. Tanaka, I happened to see this scene from a distance. There was a flash of shock in his eyes. Are there people with the same abilities in the world? This was beyond his knowledge. He immediately ran towards the direction of the 2 of them, because he was a user with the ability to penetrate the fruit, so even in this bustling entertainment city, there is no obstacle either. When he tracked the 2 of them, Mr. Tagama couldn't help but widen his eyes with a look of disbelief on his face. Muttered. Mock. Enel was temporarily ignored by him. But at this moment, Enel turned to look at him. That look of contempt for the world immediately shocked him. He could feel that this guy didn't just have an arrogant expression. His strength was absolutely extraordinary, because just that one look made all the hairs on his body stand up. Gulu. He couldn't help but swallowed, his heart full of horror. Isn't this guy also a member of Mork's crew? If added to this, Wabel, Baboon King Burns, Atta, Giza's badges, etc., their strength would be quite impressive. Although the number is small, they are all elites. Maybe, it's another red-haired pirate group, etc. His eyes fell on Mock again, if he remembered correctly. Although the Marine Bounty Order states that he is a multi-ability person, his abilities are only confirmed to be 3. They are earth, light, and abilities similar to slashing. But what happened to that lightning just now? Is it possible that this guy has another ability? Call. Mr. Tanaka couldn't help but take a deep breath. Advertisement. Also, is it possible that the people around him are also natural? And they are also Logia who control the electric current? Could it be the thunder fruit that is said to be the most destructive in Logia? When he thought of this, Mr. Tanaka's scalp felt numb. No, you have to report to Tezzolo immediately. Enel. Someone was staring at us just now, do we really not need to deal with him? Mock waved his hand. This is the largest entertainment city in the world, so we have to have some fun. Wouldn't it be a pity to start the game now? Play. What to play? Enel looked confused. A jack-like smile appeared on Mock's face, and he patted Enel on the shoulder. Today the captain will give you a long eye, and I guarantee you will enjoy it like an emperor. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark question mark quote. Enel was even more confused. Soon Mock took Enel to a tavern. This tavern was not only very gorgeously decorated, Moreover, there were several ladies standing in front of the door, dressed very coolly and with different styles. You two little brothers, do you want to come and play? Mok is young and handsome. After coming to this world, his strength immediately improved and now he has the unique aura of a strong man. It gave him a more unique charm. And Enel himself is not bad in appearance either. Especially his contemptuous attitude, you can tell he is a big shot at a glance. Young, handsome, not as bad as Pele. Is there anything more attractive to them than this? So when the young ladies looked at the two of them, their eyes flashed with brilliance. I can't wait to stick to it so that the two of them can feel their strong and soft breasts. One of the leaders immediately came up to us and said, boys, let's have some fun. Mok's hand smoothly hugged the other person's waist and rubbed it. He said mischievously, what do you think we can do here? Not to mention, this waist is really thin and very soft. Mok glanced at her and saw that her buttocks were quite perky. Hate. This woman was very good at handling people. Not only did she not avoid it, but she used her soft place to rub Mok's arm. Good guy. This amount of milk is quite a bit off. At this time, Mok saw a woman walking out. His inner thoughts suddenly changed drastically. She has lavender hair and a black dress. The chest is wide open and the career line is bottomless. The hem of the skirt is very short, just at the top of the thigh. Advertisement. There are also forks on both sides. The key is to sway with each step as you walk, especially the firm and elastic X, guai, it bounces every step you take. Very eye-catching. Coupled with her curvy figure, Mok suddenly felt that she had been in this world for so long. It is also a good choice to relax appropriately. So he asked the woman in his arms, who is that? The woman lightly punched Mok on the chest with her small fist. You are really annoying. You are hugging others and still thinking about others. However, this woman has very good eyesight and a good sense of proportion. She immediately said, this is the best singer here, she is very famous. Mok suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. What's her name? Woman. Karina. Brothers who have pictures, please give me one. Karina, the best singer. Damn, Mork remembered it. Isn't this the acquaintance of Nami in the original work? They call each other, Little Thieving Cat, and Vixen. Don't tell me, it's just the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. The Karina in front of me is really a vixen. It's her. Ah. The woman looked surprised, and then said weakly, she is a singer who only sings, unlike us. As she spoke, her eyebrows showed a bit of envy. In this place where people eat people, it is such a luxury to be able to make your own choices. But Mok let go of the woman and walked towards Karina. Karina is a very alert woman, she immediately sensed it and looked towards Mork. The moment he saw Mok, he was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes lit up because she recognized him at a glance. Morkna is the new 7 warlords of the sea. It's just that her heart has become. To her, Mok is a walking treasure. Not only was she not afraid because of Mok Shichibukai's identity, but she twisted her waist and greeted him. This guest, come to our place, what are you going to do? I can be your guide. This would put Mok out of business. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he was thrown into the arms of a woman he liked. Interesting. After coming back to his senses, he immediately understood what this woman meant. After all, like Nami, she is an expert in stealing treasures. I'm afraid it's just for the treasure on my body. However, he did not suffer any loss. What are you afraid of? Chapter 59 Confrontation. He hugged her immediately and naturally, and Karina didn't even react. Her waist was already in Mok's hands. His face couldn't help but blush slightly. She struggled without any trace, trying to break free from Mok's hand. But I didn't expect that I couldn't break free at all. She obeyed, but secretly cursed in her heart. Smelly man, let you take advantage first, and then I will steal everything from you. So that you can know how powerful I am. At this time, Mok saw a red-haired woman walking towards this side. She was also wearing a dress. But it is a long style, reaching to the calf. The slim-fitting dress perfectly showed off her figure. Nice and uneven. S-type. That's what you're talking about. And when walking, it seems that every step can arouse people's desire. That graceful figure perfectly embodies what it means to be swaying. Tisk tisk. Mok couldn't help but smile evilly. Here comes another great beauty. Then he said to the other beauties, I leave this brother to you. Just wait for me. As long as you wait for him well, you will be rewarded. Don't worry, I guarantee that my brother of yours will be served comfortably. With that said, the woman in Mok's arms left in a very knowledgeable manner. He directed several beauties to surround Enel. He was not interested in women, so he was a little bored looking at the women surrounding him. Moke said, this is also practice, can't refuse. Enel, can women still be used for spiritual practice? How come he doesn't know? After Mok finished arranging Enel, he left him alone. Hold Karina in your arms and walk toward the person coming. The visitor also met Mok, raised his eyebrows, and said with a bit of pride, there are rules here, and I hope you can abide by them. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Karina, who was hugged by Mok. She is a singer, not for fun. Advertisement. Who is she? Bakura. She is one of the 2 major cadres under Tezzolo, and she has a transcendent status. It can be said that one person is below and above 10,000 people here. What's more, she and Tezzolo have a bond that goes beyond being partners. Therefore, even when facing Mach, she maintained a condescending attitude. You know, they can even control the celestial dragons and world government. A Shichibukai, really nothing. If they weren't afraid that if something happened here, the losses would be far greater than the benefits, what would they be afraid of? Tisk tisk. Mach's eyes were unbridled on Baccarat's body, scanning up and down. Baccarat frowned immediately. No one in the entire entertainment city dared to be so rude to her. He reiterated again. I hope you will abide by the rules here, otherwise. This time, she hasn't finished speaking yet. Mork interrupted. What if Karina wants to do it herself? As he spoke, his hands went down the small waist. He patted Karina's curvy and round PP gently. Karina's whole body froze. She didn't expect it. This guy Mach is so shameless. No, we have to take him out of here. Find a place where you can divert your attention, otherwise you won't let this guy take advantage of you today. He immediately smiled sweetly. My lord, it's still early at night, why don't we go to the casino to have some fun? Then come back and have fun with some sisters. Mach squeezed it with his hand and praised it while Karina gritted her teeth. Not bad, it's pretty good. Then he said to Baccarat, that guy Gilder Tezzolo has no future, why not join my pirate group? Hee. At this time a sneer came. Mork, Karina, and Baccarat all looked over. I saw a tall man walking over. He has gray-green hair, is wearing pink clothes and pants, and purple sunglasses. The most important thing is to wear gold all over, gold necklaces, gold earrings, etc. Totally the temperament of a nouveau riche. Gilder Tezzolo. Karina couldn't help but exclaimed. She has been hanging around here for a long time, so she naturally understands what kind of person Gilder Tezzolo is. Once, she even saw with her own eyes someone from the world government helping this person deal with several big pirates who were causing trouble here. Advertisement. Can you believe it? Anyway, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. No, even if I saw it with my own eyes, it was still hard to believe deep down in my heart. Therefore, she has always been afraid of Gilder Tezzolo. But the corners of Baccarat's mouth rose slightly. Because in her opinion, there is nothing in this world that Gilder Tezzolo cannot solve. Gilder Tezzolo slowly walked up to Mach, stared at Mach with a stern face and said, Boy, I admit that you are somewhat capable and have a few good subordinates. However, you can't do anything wrong here. Place. After finishing speaking, he added, If you are here to have fun, I welcome you with both hands. But if you are here to cause trouble, believe it or not, as long as I power on, I can make you lose your position as Shichibukai, and show some respect to my crew. Your crew. After hearing this, Mach glanced at Baccarat, and the corners of his mouth raised with a meaningful expression. I have to say that Gilder Tezzolo was not bragging at all. With his ability, he can really do it. But, why should he be afraid? Mach's eyes flashed and he said secretly, The time has not come yet, let me let you go crazy first. Wait, when the news comes out that Marine is going to execute Ace, I will make your woman kneel down and sing Conquest. Quote. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but glance at Baccarat again. No wonder she has an aura that makes people yearn for her. She turns out to be a married woman. He would not believe that Gilder Tezzolo and Baccarat were pure crew members. When a man has strength, status, power and wealth, female lust is a topic that can never be avoided. Unless, it's not a man. However, he likes it. As long as you are a man, who doesn't have a thief's heart? So does he. On the face of it, Mach waved his hand. Don't be so nervous. I'm just here because the Baboon King, Burns, made an appointment with an old friend to come here for a gamble. So, I took the other crew members with me. Let's come to the world's largest entertainment city and have a good time. Then the conversation changed. However, I am a very casual person. What I hate the most is when someone tells me about rules and regulations. Baccarat is your daughter. I won't say anything about the crew. But this person next to me is a singer. Why can't I play? To say something arrogant, I have fallen in love with the queen of a country. The king has to give up his palace and let me live happily and be the king for a night. When he said this, he stared directly at Baccarat. Baccarat's face turned dark immediately, not only her, but also Gilder Tezzolo's. Because there is something in the words no matter how you listen to them. Chapter 60 Tezzolo's energy. As a man, you can't tolerate this kind of thing. Even if it's just a metaphor. Gilder Tezzolo looked at Mach deeply, and finally said sinisterly, It's fun, I hope you have fun. Immediately, Gilder Tezzolo turned and looked at Baccarat. Let's go. Tisk tisk. When Moke saw this, he couldn't help but laugh strangely. Then he looked at Karina in his arms. Little cutie, where did you say you were going to play just now? At this moment, Karina realized that she might have provoked a ruthless person today. Even Gilder Tezzolo was devastated. Gulu. Karina swallowed, and her nervous palms began to sweat. Then he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I mean, how about we go to the casino to play first? Mach patted Karina's buttocks. That makes sense, let's go. But the conversation immediately changed. I still need a secretary on board. Do you want to join? Secretary. Karina looked confused. Since when did the pirate group have a secretary? Isn't that only those companies, rich people and the like? The most important thing is that this kind of secretary is generally not serious. It's all a situation where the secretary does the job when there's something to do, and when there's nothing else to do, the secretary does it. When she thought of this, Karina also reacted. A red cloud appeared on her face, and there was a bit of shyness in her eyes. But he felt a little angry in his heart. Of course, she is a very smart person. At this time, we have realized the reality that the decision-making power actually lies with Moke from the moment he takes a fancy to her. It's no longer in her hands. Unless she finds a chance to escape. Otherwise, she can only be at the mercy of others. She clenched her fists, and her mind raced. Mock seemed to see through her thoughts. You are no worse than Bakala, but she is one of the powerful people here. She has countless wealth, and you can only use your beauty to steal. Are you willing to take some property? At this point, Mock looked at her and changed the topic. If you are given a chance to be her, will you seize the opportunity? Advertisement. Snapped. Mock came hard on her buttocks, causing waves to roll in her a-hole for a moment. Karina was so shocked that she covered her back and screamed. However, she immediately discovered that Mock had let go of her. Mock looked at Karina and said meaningfully, think about it carefully. As he spoke, he gave her a wink, signaling him to lead the way. Karina immediately obediently led Mock the way, but at the same time, she was struggling inside. Because she understood that Mock was letting her make her own choice. When Bakara got angry, he said, Tezzolo, this guy has gone too far. Are you going to let him go like this? Gilder Tezzolo narrowed his eyes and sneered, how is that possible? If he dares to mess with me, he must pay the price. Then he dialed the phone. I'm Tezzolo. The other party. I know, what do you want to talk about this time? Gilder Tezzolo. The new Shichibukai Mork is here with his crew now. I hope you will send someone to deal with him. The new Shichibukai Mokomoko. The other party was obviously a little surprised. Then he immediately asked, did he provoke you? Gilder Tezzolo said unhappily. I'm just asking you, can you solve it? Tisk tisk. The other party laughed strangely. With my power and status, as long as Barry is in place, I can kill everyone except the 4 emperors for you. But the conversation immediately changed. But not now, this guy is still useful to us. After Marine's matter is resolved, I will find a way to keep his life. Gilder Tezzolo narrowed his eyes slightly. He was able to get to this position. Not only by his fruits, but also by his keen intuition. Is something big happening over there at Marine? The other party. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to know that your Barry is in place. This guy will no longer be your trouble. Gilder Tezzolo fell into deep thought, and after a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. If he didn't remember, the Fire Fist ace of the Whitebeard pirates was captured by Marine. That's right. Gilder Tezzolo laughed. Advertisement. Marine, ace, Shichibukai, all the factors added together indicate one thing. That is, Marine headquarters has to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. If that's the case, Mock must go to Marine headquarters. Then this matter is doable. Turning to Bakara, he said, Bakara, go through the old channels and send 100 million belly over. Then he said to the person on the other side of the phone, I want to see Mock's head after the next big event. The other party. He is 7 warlords of the sea, and he himself has a good relationship with Marine. So, if you are short of 1 billion belly, you should deal with this guy yourself. When Gilder Tezzolo heard this, his face turned extremely ugly. However, he finally agreed and nodded. I will give you 1 billion, but, what I want is no longer Mock's head. The other party also smiled. Don't worry. After the incident, Mork and his crew will disappear from this world. Then he added, for the sake of giving so many berries, I will find a way to get Mock to leave your place immediately. To prevent him from causing unnecessary trouble to you. Gilder Tezzolo nodded with satisfaction. Thank you. On Mock's side, Karina led the way and soon arrived at the largest casino in the entertainment city. Before he could walk in, the phone bug in his arms rang. Moke raised his eyebrows and his face changed slightly. Because, at this time, someone turned on the electricity, which made him have some speculations in his mind. Sure enough, after connecting. On the other end of the phone, Sengoku's voice immediately rang. Mock, didn't I ask you to come to Marine headquarters? Why did you end up at Gilder Tezzolo? Come here right away. Mock's pupils shrank slightly, and he muttered in his heart. It is indeed this guy's fault, but this guy is really smart. He became even more enthusiastic after getting here. Then he said with a nonchalant look, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, don't be so excited. Don't worry, I will definitely arrive at the Marine headquarters within the time we agreed on. However, before that, I have to have a good time here. Play. Don't worry about this. Warring States was also silent for a moment. Then his tone became unquestionable. I told you, come right away. Mock's tone suddenly changed. Warring States, you have to understand. I am not your subordinate. I will go to Marine headquarters. But it is not your turn to take care of my affairs. After saying that, he hung up directly. In the Warring States office, another phone bug in his hand was always on. After listening clearly to the conversation between Mock and Warring States, several strange laughs came from the other end. Well, let me just say that this Mock is out of control. Chapter 61 Drought Jack. At this time, there were several strange laughs from the other end. What do you think? I'll just say that this Mock is out of control. After finishing speaking, he added, he killed the highest marine general in the East Daxia Sea when he went to sea, which shows that he has no respect for the marine and world government. Coupled with his talent and strength, as well as the speed of developing the pirate group. Once he grows up, he will become a serious problem. So, let's take this opportunity to get rid of him. Warring States couldn't help but frown, even though he knew that this guy must have received money from Gilder Tezzolo. However, there was one thing he couldn't deny. If Mork is allowed to develop, it will definitely become a serious problem for Marine and the world government. Because it was learned from the intelligence that Mach had already recruited many crew members. Obviously, there is great ambition. Not solitary like Bear or Hawkeye. Unlike Hancock, who always stayed in the windless zone and felt at ease being her empress. Unlike Jinbei, who has peace of mind. Not like Doflamingo, who only focuses on making money. Therefore, he couldn't help but consider this issue in his mind. What did you say? Gilder Tezzolo was once again reported by Mr. Tanaka. At this time, the boss couldn't help but stare, his eyes full of excitement. Mr. Tanaka. Drought Jack of the Beast Pirates has arrived at the port with Runty and Peggy Wan who are running Flying Six. After Gilder Tezzolo came to his senses, he immediately asked, why are they here? Mr. Tanaka. They should be here for the animal devil fruit that was auctioned. Gilder Tezzolo frowned, the auction house was Doflamingo's. In other words, it was opened with him. Devil fruits are auctioned once or twice a year to attract customers. Thinking about it carefully, today seems to be the day of the auction. Devil fruit, no matter which force it is the most important strategic material. He has taken a few over the years. Tanaka chose Paramecia, the fruit that wears away, and Baccarat's Paramecia, the lucky fruit. This is how it all came about. The two emperors in Four Emperors are Big Mom and Beasts. Big Mom only loves Paramecia, and Kaido loves animals. The devil fruits that have come up for auction in auction houses in recent years have basically been captured by these two great pirates. This time the auction is for an animal devil fruit. Can the members of the Beast Pirates not come? Advertisement. When he thought of this, Gilder Tezzolo couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He already had a plan in mind. He turned to Mr. Tanaka and said, send the animal devil fruit in my inventory to the auction house, and then build up momentum for me. And I must let Mach know. Quote. Mr. Tanaka and Baccarat looked at each other, feeling very happy in their hearts. Because they already understood Gilder Tezzolo's plan. This is to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Mr. Tanaka. I understand, let's do it now. His speed is very fast, coupled with his ability, his speed is much faster than the slow Mach and Karina. So, when Mork and Karina came to the casino. I saw the auction house opposite the casino, vigorously promoting it. Today is the auction house's annual devil fruit auction. Mr. Tezzolo is in a good mood today. So, he also took out an animal-type devil fruit, to enjoy it with everyone. So, I came here specially today. People who take pictures of devil fruits, you are lucky, your chances of getting devil fruits are doubled. Animal devil fruit. Mach looked surprised. Karina. Are you interested? After that, he added, if you are interested, you can enter by paying an admission fee of 10 million. 10 million admission fee. Mach looked surprised. Karina nodded. It's so dark. Mach had to lament Doflamingo's method of making money. Although they are really dark, they are usually those who have some strength and some financial resources. Who doesn't want to fight? Especially the kind of person whose potential has been exhausted and whose strength can no longer be improved. There are also those who are eager to improve their strength in a short period of time. It is simply a fatal temptation. However, this is too coincidental. Just after confronting Gilder Tezzolo, he sent another devil fruit backhand. And it was advertised in a big way, it was so noisy that it was hard for him not to pay attention. Is it such a coincidence? Mach is not a fool. Obviously, Gilder Tezzolo's behavior was to make him pay attention to the auction. But why? Want to take photos of these two devil fruits yourself? Advertisement. Then, he secretly raised the price. Let him buy it at a very high price. And then make a lot of money to vent your anger. Not so. He, Gilder Tezzolo, is the Golden Emperor, and he alone controls 20% of the world's berry. Even if these two devil fruits were sold at a sky-high price, to him, they would only be a drop in the bucket. Why is that? Mach couldn't understand for a moment. But no matter what, Mach did become interested. Karina, let's go in and join in the fun. Huh, Karina looked shocked. It costs 10 million belly to enter, and 20 million belly for two people to enter. And they haven't returned it with them. In other words, if you didn't take any pictures, the 10 million won't be returned to you. Mach ignored her and followed her directly, handed over 20 million belly and entered the auction house. After entering the auction house, he found that many people had already entered the venue. Moreover, each one of them has a fierce look and is not easy to mess with at first glance. The most important thing is that some of them looked at him with greedy eyes. Mach couldn't help but touch his nose. He had to say that the reward notice from the Warring States period was really effective. But immediately Mach noticed that the expressions of these people changed drastically, and there was a bit of panic in their eyes. Mach turned his head and looked behind him, because he already felt someone coming in behind him. It's just that I didn't pay much attention to it before. After all, it was so normal for people to come to the auction house. But now the expressions on these people made him a little curious. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. With just one glance, Mach was stunned. There were 3 people in total. The leader is tall and strong, with a metal jaw on his mouth, 2 ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders, and a fur coat. He also wears a belt with the Beast Pirates logo. The person on the left is a tall young woman with long legs and an excellent figure. What's special is that he has a pair of horns on his head that resemble ox horns, and he also wears a light pink flower-shaped mask. On the right is a young man, also wearing a mask. It's just that his mask is black and white. These 3 people were so iconic that Mach recognized them at a glance. These 3 people are Drought Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan of the Beast Pirates. At this moment, Mach finally understood what Gilder Tezzolo had planned. Chapter 62 Phantom Beast Species, Disaster Form. This was because he wanted him to have a dispute with the Beast's pirates, so that they could take action and eventually become enemies. As long as he becomes enemies, even this time, he can defeat these 3 people. Next, we will face the suicidal maniac Kaido. That guy is crazy. I have to say that Gilder Tezzolo really had a good idea. Then I want to see what kind of devil fruit the animal devil fruit you sent over is. For you to be so confident, he will confront the Beast's pirates for this. Hey, don't block the way. At this time, Drought Jack's eyes fell on Mork, who was blocking them in front of them. His eyes were a little impatient. Were it not for the territory of Doflamingo and Gilder Tezzolo, he would have already slapped away anyone who dared to stand in front of him. Of course, it's not that I'm afraid. Rather, all 3 parties have to cooperate, so some respect should be given. At this time, Runty and Peggy Wan, who were behind Jack, recognized Mach. There was a look of surprise in their eyes, and then they looked at each other. This guy is the new Shichibukai Mach. The new Shichibukai Mach. Jack was stunned for a moment, then looked at Mach carefully. At the same time, his eyes were a little more solemn. Ever since Marine created 7 warlords of the sea, whoever becomes a Shichibukai is someone with extraordinary strength. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate Mach. However, he is very confident in his own strength. Boy, when Jack was about to speak, an auctioneer took a microphone and walked onto the high platform. Behind him, followed a man, holding a box containing a devil fruit in both hands. Welcome everyone to participate in this year's devil fruit auction. Today's first devil fruit is prepared by the auction itself. The animal type, Black Panther fruit. The starting price is 100 million berry. Each increase in price cannot be less than 110 million berries. Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan all had their eyes lit up. Animal type, Black Panther fruit, although not as good as the ancient species they eat. But in the ordinary animal system, it's pretty good. Jack glanced at Mach. We'll talk after this auction is over. With that said, he actually bypassed Mach, walked to the front row and sat down. 110 million berries. 130 million berries. 160 million berries. At this time, bidding has already begun. Because this animal type Black Panther fruit has great appeal to everyone present. The corners of Jack's mouth raised slightly, with a bit of disdain on his face, then he raised his hand and shouted the price. 200 million berries. As soon as the price was announced, everyone present fell silent. Not that they can't afford the price. But he was afraid of Jack's strength and the Beast's pirates behind him. Advertisement. They are all considering whether it is worth provoking the Beast pirates for a devil fruit. Mach curled his lips. The animal type Black Panther fruit was indeed pretty good among the animal types, but it still didn't catch his eye. What he was looking forward to even more was the one that Gilder Tezzolo took out. Therefore, he did not bid. Are there any more bids? The auctioneer shouted loudly. The people present looked at each other in confusion, but no one spoke for a moment. Yes, they want this devil fruit. But they believe that they do not have the strength to bear the wrath of the Beast's pirates. Not to mention Kaido, just the 3 people present, Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan, can sweep everyone present. Hee hee. At this time Jack sneered, turned his head at the same time, and glanced at Mork. There was a bit of amusement and a bit of contempt in his eyes. Because in his opinion, Mork entered the scene naturally to obtain the devil fruit. But he didn't even dare to call out the price. Rubbish. Quote question mark quote. Mach had a black question mark on his face. This guy must be mentally retarded. 200 million berry once. 200 million berries twice. 200 million berries 3 times. Collapse. The auctioneer knocked the hammer in his hand. Deal. Then the person behind him gave a look, and the person immediately understood, held the box, and respectfully sent it to Jack. From now on, this is yours. Jack nodded with satisfaction and took it. As for Barry, the auction house will pick it up from their pirate ship. Everything is according to the old rules. Next, let's auction the second devil fruit. This devil fruit is a collection sent by Master Tezzolo. So, it will definitely surprise you. Papa. Having said this, he clapped his hands. Immediately, another person came up holding a box containing a devil fruit. Then, the auctioneer introduced loudly, it is the animal type phantom beast species fighting form devil fruit. What? Advertisement. Everyone present couldn't help but exclaimed. When they first came in, they saw the propaganda. As of today, all I know is that Tesoro also sent an animal devil fruit for auction. But I never expected that it would be a phantom beast species. You know, this is a rarer existence than nature. The key is that none of the phantom beast species that have appeared so far is weak. Gulu. Some people couldn't help but gulped, their eyes filled with greed. Someone stood up excitedly and clenched his hands into fists. If his reason hadn't told him that this was Tesolo's territory, he would have already grabbed it. Even Drought Jack, Runti, and Peggy Wan changed their expressions. The phantom beast species is a devil fruit that is rarer and more powerful than the ancient species they ate. Ha ha ha. Drought Jack laughed loudly, because in their view, this phantom beast species was in the possession of their beast's pirates. FK. Mokdu expressed shock. Really? Hudo is a mythical beast and a disaster beast. Fudo, like Roaring Sky Dog, is also a divine beast under the god tier. Roaring Sky Dog is the battle beast of Erlang god, and Hudo is the battle beast of fire god Zhu Rong. Fudo is a symbol of fire. It is black all over and can spit out blazing flames from its mouth. Once it appears, it will bring fire. At the same time, it feeds on flames. It usually hides behind Zhu Rong and devours the flames to fill its stomach. All right. Mok's heart was moved. After all, this devil fruit was equivalent to an animal type, plus a Logia burning fruit. Absolutely awesome. The key is that this devil fruit is very suitable for the fighting champion Gizzard's badges. With it, the strength of Giza's badges will definitely be greatly improved. Reached Shichibukai level 1. By then, the strength of his pirate group will be even stronger. After being shocked, he muttered in his heart, that guy Tesoro is truly the richest man in the pirate world. He is a phantom beast species. At this time, the auctioneer saw that the atmosphere was almost tense. He immediately shouted, the starting price of this phantom beast species is 500 million berries, and the increase in price must not be less than 50 million berries. Chapter 63. The war is about to begin. Collapse. He banged the hammer fiercely. The auction begins. Jack stood up directly. 550 million berries. After placing the bid, Jack looked around, the murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. All the people who were already ready to make a move have stopped. The auctioneer frowned slightly. Jack's move was a bit unruly. After you bid, others will be afraid of you and won't bid. There is nothing to say about the auction, but it is wrong to stand up and threaten everyone. 600 million. Mok made a decisive bid. Brush. Everyone looked at the bidder's position, and when they saw it was Mok, they were all stunned. Especially Jack. In his opinion before, Mok was trash. Otherwise, I should have grabbed the first devil fruit from him. Therefore, Mok's sudden offer really caught him by surprise. Then his eyes narrowed, and his murderous intent was not concealed at all. Peggy Wan also stood up at this time and stared at Mok very arrogantly. Hey, are you really going to be the enemy of our beast's pirates? When Mok heard this, the corner of his mouth raised, with a bit of ridicule. This is an auction house, the one with the highest bid gets it. If you don't have berry, then go out, don't fool around here. Hey, kid, do you know what I'm talking about? The grumpy Runti stared. There is a strong sense of fighting if there is a disagreement. Mok looked at the auctioneer. Is it possible that in your auction house, the highest bidder doesn't win? If that's the case, then I can save a fortune. After finishing speaking, Mok also stood up. Karina was trembling next to Mok. She was really scared. What kind of characters are these in front of me? Looking for death. Peggy was furious and was about to take action but was stopped by Jack. Don't get excited. This is an auction house, and it follows the rules of the auction house. The one with the highest bid gets it. Then the one with the highest bid gets it. Then he sat back. Runti and Peggywan looked at each other and looked at Jack with some confusion. Jack. Someone came out for us, we should be happy. When Runti and Peggywan heard this, they were slightly startled, and then they couldn't help laughing. Yes, even if this guy takes a photo of it and leaves the auction house, they can snatch it back again. I saved 550 million berries for nothing, which is a great thing. Mok said to the auctioneer again, I think there is no higher price than what I paid. Should I give this devil fruit? Advertisement. The auctioneer took a deep breath after hearing this. 600 million berries once. 600 million berries twice. 600 million berries 3 times. Collapse. The auctioneer knocked the hammer in his hand. Deal. After that, he reminded him loudly, this is your first time coming here to auction, so please hand over berry here within 1 day. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Mok chuckled softly. Don't worry, what does this little money mean? I'll give it to you now. As he spoke, Mok took off a gold jewelry from Karina's body. As a user with fruit abilities, he instantly became a user with golden fruit abilities. Gold manipulation. Mok stretched his hand forward, and then, amid the horrified expressions of everyone, all the golden elements around him were sucked in. In the air, on the ground, under the ground. There were also gold items from the auction house and gold jewelry on everyone's body, all turned into gold elements and gathered in Mok's hands. Soon, a golden ball appeared. And the golden balls are increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The range of Mok's move is a full kilometer. At this time, a strange scene appeared within 1,000 meters. All the gold turned into gold sand, gathered together, formed a golden cloud and headed towards the auction house. Tezzolo. Everyone's faces showed anger, but they dared not speak out. Compared to gold, their own lives are more important. Obviously, they all misunderstood. You must know that if this is the most prosperous entertainment city in the world, this is also the most prosperous area in the entertainment city. It can be said that the richest people in the entire entertainment city are gathered here. Can there be less gold? Soon a golden sphere that was as big as a desktop appeared in front of everyone. Amidst the shocked eyes of everyone, Mok grinned and said to the auctioneer, "This should be enough." Ah, this. The auctioneer was shocked. This was like robbing someone else's berry to pay the bill. This manipulation is so arrogant. Logically speaking, give it a damn. If you arrest people directly, do you really think that they are stupid? Advertisement. But, he glanced at Drought Jack, Runty, and Peggy on one side. Tezzoro has spoken, it doesn't matter how many shots of this devil fruit you take. The important thing is to let Mork fight Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan. So, he waved his hand. The person behind him holding the devil fruit immediately put the devil fruit into Mork's hands. After Mok took it, Zonyan chuckled. Finally, he said to Drought Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan, "Thank you for your kindness." After saying that, he picked up Karina whose legs were weak and walked out. Drought Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They never thought that this guy could actually manipulate gold. Isn't that Tezzolo's ability? Tisk tisk. Then he stood up and followed him, and all laughed maliciously. Drought Jack even said to Runty and Peggy, "Be careful when you strike. But don't kill yourself." Runty and Peggy Wan nodded, their eyes full of excitement. Just relying on that ability just now, after catching him back. The beast pirates will never lack berry from now on. Everyone present knew what they were planning. Mok sent Karina to the entrance of the casino opposite, and then turned to look at Drought Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan. Conquerors. A terrifying force erupted from his body and swept away in all directions. People on the street fell one after another without any warning. And some powerful people turned their heads in horror and looked at where Mok was. Quote question mark quote. In the casino, Wabel, Brooke, Perona, Giza's badges, Baboon King Burns, and Adazichi showed puzzled expressions. He smiled and raised his eyebrows. Then he said meaningfully, "It seems that there is going to be a big fuss here." Baboon King Burns stood up. "I'll go out and take a look. Maybe the captain is here." "Oh, then I'll go and see it too." Yi Xiao stood up. Wabel, Brooke, Perona, Giza's badges, and Ada also quickly rushed to the entrance of the casino. Just in time to see Mok confront Drought Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan. Chapter 64 I have to face it. Mok threw the devil fruit in his hand to Giza's badges. "I just bought it for you from the auction house, the animal type phantom beast type disaster form fruit. The existing animal type improves all aspects of itself. Ability, and the ability to control flames is very suitable for you." Giza's badges' eyes lit up immediately. Animal type phantom beast type disaster form. King Baboon, Burns, Brooke, Perona, and Ada all exclaimed. Immediately, they looked at each other. He thought secretly, can a devil fruit of this level be bought at an auction house? They couldn't quite believe it. Otherwise, this is what their captain said. If the devil fruit hadn't been given to Gizzard's badgers, they would definitely have laughed out loud. In the auction house, you can take pictures of animal-type fantasy beasts. Is there a funnier joke than this? At this time, Mok added, "I spent 600 million berries to take this photo, so after eating, hurry up and show me your strength." 600 million belly. Giza's badges couldn't help but exclaimed, and the hand holding the devil fruit couldn't help but tremble. All right. At this moment, he felt a sense of belonging to this pirate group. I am also very grateful to Captain Mok. It's not just him, other people feel the same way. The sense of belonging to this pirate group increased greatly. On the opposite side, Drought Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan were anxious. Jack said, "Runty, Peggy Wan, grab devil fruit from me." Runty and Peggy Wan said in unison, "Yes." Then the two of them started to attack directly. They used their legs and rushed directly towards Giza's badges who was holding the devil fruit in his hand. The Baboon King, Burns, changed his expression. Exclaimed. Drought Jack, Runty, and Peggyman from the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates, Giza's badges, Brooke, Perona, and Ada all frowned. After they came to New World, Mok had given them some information about the characters of the Four Emperors pirate group. Among them are these three people. After Giza's badges reacted, he decisively swallowed the devil fruit in his hand. Because in his opinion, devil fruit is the safest thing to eat. You dare. Runty and Peggy Wan, who rushed over, instantly entered the form of orcs, and their speed exploded in an instant. Advertisement. Baboon King Burns and Ada looked at each other. Then the two of them flew out and stood in front of Giza's badges. Moisturizing gun. This is Runty's signature move. He uses his headbutt to surround the armed domineering force and hit Burns, the Baboon King, who was standing in front of him. The Baboon King, Burns, was not afraid at all, and made a fist-pumping gesture. Murloc Karate, Same was shoken. This is a powerful front punch that uses all the strength of the body in Fishman Karate. His head and fist hit each other hard. Then the Baboon King, Burns, took 2 steps back, while Runty flew 3 to 4 meters in the air before falling back to the ground. On the other side, Peggy punched Ada. She stood there without moving at all, as if the punch was not aimed at her. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Peggy Wan's eyes were full of confusion, but he did not stop attacking. Because his fist was extremely close to the opponent. At this time, whether the opponent is avoiding, defending, or even counter-attacking. It's too late. Sure enough, in the next second, his fist hit the opponent. But after the punch was delivered, Peggy Wan's face couldn't help but change wildly. Because after hitting hard, his fist seemed to hit something very soft. Without any effort, he watched his fist slip from one side. It didn't hurt the other person at all. Not good. As a leader of the Beast Pirates, he has experienced countless battles. So his intuition and experience told him that it was dangerous. But it was already too late. Ada had already calculated everything, and unsheathed the two swords in his hands, two-sword style, or Z-Langtu. I saw her raising her two swords and making a two-word gesture. When Peggy Wan's fist slipped past her body, her whole body was about to pass her by. Draw the knife instantly. PFF'd. Peggy Wan was hit by a knife instantly, and his whole body was cut away. You know, Ada's two swords are wrapped with armed colors. Caught off guard, Peggy Wan didn't have time to make an armed entanglement defense. A two-shaped wound was cut on the chest, and blood flowed out wildly. Peggy Wan, Runti, the madman who protects his younger brother, became anxious instantly, with a look of heartache and worry. After shouting loudly, he flew forward and picked up Peggy Wan. But at the same time, Jack had already jumped into the air. He would never allow this phantom beast to be eaten by anyone. He had taken off the two straight knife-shaped weapons on the lower body and sickle-shaped upper body in the tusks on his shoulders, and took them in his hands to slash at Giza's bejeez. Advertisement. Trying to stop gizzards from eating the devil fruit. Perona. Hoo ho 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 ho. Wable chops him. Whoosh. Wable sniffed, and then swung the sword horizontally, targeting Drought Jack in the air. Clang. These two guys are both powerful. Therefore, the attack between the two people can be regarded as a collision of pure strength. Wable's body trembled, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. It can be seen how powerful this blow is. Drought Jack, who was in the air, was knocked back and fell back to the ground. At this time, Giza's badges had already eaten the phantom beast seed. A-hole. Drought Jack couldn't help but curse. Runti was even more furious. No one in the world could hurt her brother. His eyes were fixed on Ada, as if he wanted to tear Ada into pieces. Peggy Wan held her back. At this moment, he had to re-examine the group of people in front of him. It's not just him, Drought Jack is the same. First, he glared fiercely at Giza's badges who had eaten the phantom beast species. Then his eyes fell on Wable, who had knocked him back with a knife, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. In that blow just now, he found that under the strength, he was even defeated by the opponent. You know, he has always won by suppressing power. Finally he looked at Mork. At this moment, he had to face Mok. Even the captain under his command has such strength. As a captain, how could Mok be inferior in strength? No, it will only get stronger. The current situation can be said to be extremely unfavorable to him, Runti, and Peggy. After all, Runti and Peggy Wan on his side were only two people on the other side, so they easily blocked them. He even injured one person easily. On his side, he was also blocked by one of Mok's crew members. In other words, the opponent can compete with them if they only have 3 people. But there are not only 3 people on the other side, not even the strongest Captain Mok has made a move. Under normal circumstances, retreat is the wisest choice. What if he is Drought Jack? I saw him waving the weapon in his hand again and rushing forward. But this time, his target is directly Mok. Mok's face couldn't help but twitch, and he said to himself, "You are indeed a person with the ability to rely on the boat fruit. You are so brave." Chapter 65 Giza's Badges. Fire Fist. Mok's face couldn't help but twitch, and he said to himself, "You are truly worthy of being a person with the ability to rely on the boat fruit. You are so brave." Then, the 3rd generation Kidetsu in his hand was instantly unsheathed and swung out to face Drought Jack's fist. Clang. Drought Jack wrapped his armed-colored fist and struck hard with the 3rd generation ghost in Mork's hand. The terrifying forces are constantly colliding with each other. A powerful force of energy was formed, sweeping around. The clothes on the two of them were blowing loudly, and the weak ordinary people on the street were even a little unsteady. It can be seen what level the two of them have reached this time. Your strength is not as good as your subordinates. Tisk tisk. But Jack looked contemptuous, because he found that under this punch, Mok's strength was far inferior to that of Wable. Not as good as him. No, under his punch. The 3rd generation ghost in Mok's hand was gradually pushed back by him. The corners of Mok's mouth rose slightly. Power is only a part of one's own strength, not all of it. Crackling. As soon as he finished speaking, strong electric light burst out from his body. Then the electricity wrapped around 3rd generation Kidetsu's arm along his arm, and finally passed to Drought Jack. No matter how strong Drought Jack's body was, he still couldn't withstand the terrifying current. Fell into a brief paralysis. That's it now. One sword style Shira slash. The ghostly aura surged out of Mork's body, and finally wrapped around the 3rd generation Kidetsu blade, merging with the ghostly aura of the 3rd generation Kidetsu himself. 3rd generation Kidetsu instantly appeared with a purple blade formed by ghost energy. Drink. Then Mach shouted loudly, and all the power in his body exploded. After powerfully breaking Drought Jack's fist, third-generation Kaitaru slashed at Drought Jack's chest. PFF'd. Drought Jack's chest was cut with a bone-deep wound, and blood spurted out. Tap. Drought Jack, who was hit hard by the blow, took several steps back before regaining his balance. The stinging pain in his chest made Drought Jack unbelievable. Advertisement. You must know that his idol is Kaido. What he has always pursued is a strong body like Kaido that can ignore all attacks. Therefore, he spent a lot of energy and time on tempering himself. The effect is also significant. His body is ranked high in the entire New World. There aren't many people who can hit him hard with one blow. And the guy in front of me did it. When he looked at Mach again, his eyes had completely changed. There is no more contempt as before, only incomparable fear. In the distance, Gilder Tezzolo, Mr. Tanaka, and Bakura stood on a high place, overlooking the happenings. When Gilder Tezzolo saw Mach's men easily fending off Drought Jack, Run-T, and Peggy Wan, his expression was extremely ugly. Mr. Tanaka and Bakura also looked solemn. The two of them have special abilities, and they think they can easily deal with Run-T and Peggy Wan. But against Jack, only Tezzolo can do it. Looking at the situation in front of them, their hearts felt cold. At this time, they were extremely grateful for their previous choice and not completely falling out with Mach. Otherwise it will end badly. After a long silence, Gilder Tezzolo said, I really didn't expect that Mach and his gang would have such strength. I'm afraid unless all members of the Four Emperors pirate group are present, otherwise, no one can enemy. At this moment, Gilder Tezzolo also recognized the strength of Mach's group. Mr. Tanaka looked worried. We had a very unpleasant time with them before, and what if they still have trouble with us in the future? How will it end? Hee. Bakura couldn't help but smile after hearing this. There is no one in this world that Berry can't handle. If there is, then there is only one possibility, that is, there are not enough berries. Gilder Tezzolo nodded. In this world, a guy without berry will achieve nothing and only be dominated, and as long as you have enough berry, you can dominate the whole world. Even if it is those high-ranking Tianlong people will all look at your face, let alone a Mach. And he, Gilder Tezzolo, owns 20% of the world's berry, who else can't he control? He turned to look at Bakura. The defeat of Jack, Run-T, and Peggy Wan in this round of drought is certain. We have to apologize to Mork and his gang. Doesn't Mork like devil fruits? Then just give me another devil fruit. Yes. Bakura did not raise any objection. Advertisement. Because Gilder Tezzolo's goal has been achieved, the feud between Mork and the Beast Pirates has been forged. Bakura immediately went to prepare. Gilder Tezzolo made another choice for Tanaka. Go and contact the Big Mom Pirates and tell them. I want Mach's head. The terms are up to her. Mr. Tanaka. Let's do it. After ordering everything, Gilder Tezzolo raised the corner of his mouth slightly at this time. Marine Headquarters and New World Bureau, let me see how you survive. Offend me, Gilder Tezzolo. No matter who you are, there is only death. Quote. At the same time, Mork severely injured Drought Jack with a blow and was about to pursue the victory. Giza's Badges stood up, with an excited look on his face. Captain, let me try the strength of this devil fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, Giza's Badges immediately entered the orc form. At the same time, he raised his hand and the flame immediately covered his entire fist. Seeing this, Mach's eyes couldn't help but light up and he said with a smile, okay. I'm also very curious about the power of this devil fruit. A-hole. Drought Jack was very annoyed by this kind of last-minute substitution, and also a substitution with a weak one. Because, in his opinion, this is a humiliation to him. His legs were slightly bent, and then he exerted force and rushed out again. The target is still Mach. Sure enough, Drought Jack is Drought Jack. One word brave. But think about it, in the original work, this guy dared to get close to Crane, Warring States, and Yishao. Now he finally understands that this guy is the type who won't back down until he is defeated. Fire punch. Giza's Badges punched the approaching Drought Jack, and the flames in his hand surged and turned into a huge flaming fist. Blasted at Drought Jack. Drought Jack's expression changed drastically, because he was so familiar with this move. After all, under the leadership of Kaido, he had fought with the Whitebeard pirates countless times. So I also fought with Fire Fist Ace. He never expected that this phantom beast species would have the power to rival Fire Fist Ace. This shocked him. However, his reaction was also very fast. While he was still in the impact, he directly wrapped the weapon with the weapon color. Then, he stood in front of him. Chapter 66 Runty's True Appearance.
Rumble. Drought Jack was engulfed directly in flames. When everything returned to calm, Drought Jack stood there, smoking. Tui. Drought Jack spat to the side. Then he turned his head, and finally laughed a little crazily. Ha ha ha. With laughter, the whole person has turned into a huge mammoth. With a flick of its proboscis, it headed straight for Giza's Badges.
Way ha 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 ha. Giza's Badges couldn't help laughing loudly, and punched out with the last blow. With monstrous flames, it met Jack's trunk. In terms of strength, Giza's Badges is still the weakest one. The whole person took 7 or 8 steps back before stopping. However, it's normal. He had just eaten the devil fruit, although his strength had indeed been greatly improved. But the improvement is limited until he develops this devil fruit to the next level. His power will directly take a leap. Pyroblast. Giza's badges has already understood this in this head-to-head confrontation. So, a very wise choice. Use your devil fruit powers to fight. His legs were slightly bent, and then he exerted force, and his whole body rose into the sky. The last punch hit the ground hard, and flames immediately exploded on his fist. Forming a ring of fire, it swept away in all directions. Damn it, you're too excited. The Baboon King, Burns, Brook, Perona, Ada, and Yishao, retreated directly. Because they don't want to be affected. After all, this is a large-scale attack. And this kind of large-scale attack usually involves no distinction between friend and foe. The same goes for Runti and Peggy Wan. They already understood it very well at this time. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to them, even if they are added to the situation. It is far from being a match for Mach and his gang. The two looked at each other and already made a decision in their hearts. Taking advantage of this opportunity to avoid the ring of fire, he quickly left. They don't want to go crazy here with Drought Jack. If Mach stood there without moving, he would naturally see Runti and Peggy Wan. Then he turned into a stream of electricity and quickly chased after him. Drought Jack is not worried at all, although Giza's Badgers, who just ate the devil fruit, is probably not his opponent yet. But there are also Wabel, Baboon King Burns, Brook, Perona, and Ada. Getting a Drought Jack is more than enough. Whoosh. Advertisement. Mach caught up with the two and appeared in front of Runti and Peggy Wan. His eyes fell on the backpack on Peggy Wan's back. Because there is the animal-type Black Panther fruit. It suddenly occurred to him that this devil fruit would be a good choice for Wabel. Even if you don't develop it, just rely on the improvement you get after eating it. It can also make Wabel's strength stronger. Peggy Wan naturally noticed Mokei's gaze, and couldn't help but feel nervous. Runti's face couldn't help but change wildly, and she complained in her heart. Before, they were still thinking of grabbing each other's devil fruit. Now it's better. They were robbed directly. At the same time, he stepped in front of Peggy Wan. Mach's eyes naturally fell on Runti. Not to mention, with a big X, a slim waist and long legs, this is also a girl with a hot figure. Although his face was covered, his big eyes were twinkling. You can tell at a glance that the appearance is the same. Because of this, Mach suddenly became interested in Runti's true appearance. Before Runti saw Mach's attention on her, she turned to Peggy and said, "I'll hold him back, you go quickly." "Let's go together," Peggy Wan said firmly. The two siblings have been dependent on each other since childhood and have a deep relationship. How is it possible, leaving alone? Upon hearing this, Runti's eyes narrowed and she said sternly, "Then let's fight to the death." Moisturizing gun. Runti immediately entered the human-animal form. I saw her using her headbutt to wrap around her armed hockey and hit Mach. The power of this move is comparable to that of a super large caliber artillery. It can crack an ordinary person's skull, smash through the floor completely, and blow everyone around him away. The gun in human-animal form is more powerful. In the original book, she used this move to defeat Nami and Usopp until they were unable to fight back. However, Mork is not Nami, let alone Usopp. He raised his hand and wrapped his arms around it, and then directly grabbed Runti's head that hit him. Runti was instantly embarrassed, because she found that her head was firmly held in Mach's hand. Her attack was like a joke. No harm done to Mach at all. Not only that, no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free from Mach's hand. Sister. Peggy Wan couldn't help but be shocked. It transformed directly into a raptor, and then flicked its tail towards Mach. Trying to save Runti. But Mokei held Runti up and blocked her in that direction. Collapse. Peggy Wan's tail whipped Runti hard on the back. Advertisement. Runti was unprepared and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, even though she was seriously injured. Runti. Peggy Wan exclaimed. He never expected that Mach would use Runti's body to block his attack. He was caught in a dilemma for a moment. If he didn't attack, he wouldn't be able to save Runti. Attack. What if Mach uses Runti's body to block his attack again? Tisk tisk. Looking at Runti who was right in front of him, Mach said with some curiosity, "I have a question in my mind, why do you siblings have to cover your faces? Could it be that you are too ugly?" Sure enough, a woman cannot listen to someone saying she is ugly. Runti, who was being carried, struggled to reply, "You are the ugly one." Mach laughed playfully. "Really? Then let me take a look." As he spoke, his other hand reached for the mask on Runti's face. "Don't want." Runti was shocked, and even Peggy Wan looked worried. The reactions of Runti and Peggy Wan made him a little puzzled. Isn't it just a mask? Just pick it. Is it possible that it is really too ugly to look at? No, I beg you. When Mach's hand came into contact with the mask on Runti's face, Runti's whole body softened. Even cried. Mach was confused for a moment. How serious is this? He had just been beaten and captured, but he didn't act like this. It was really hard to understand. You're doing this, it's a bit too much. It's like you're doing what I'm doing. Peggy Wan was on the side, having taken off the backpack on his back, and said to Mach, "As long as you don't take off Runti's mask, I can give you this devil fruit now." This. Mach was even more incomprehensible. Once this devil fruit is handed over, even if they are running around, it will be difficult for them to explain it to Kaido. The most important thing is, isn't it just a mask? How to do it is more important than life. All right. Mock's curiosity has been completely aroused, so he won't see her true appearance today. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. So he decisively tore off the mask. FK. With just one glance, Mock was stunned. Chapter 67. Capture Runti. How to say, Runti's appearance and her personality are completely opposite extremes. To be precise, she is a childlike junior. In other words, she is a lowly with fierce breasts and fierce breasts. But she is not in the same style as Perona. Perona is the silly little princess type. Runti is the kind with a bit of milky air, very cute and cute. But this is not the key, because there is a tattoo on the left side of her face. Although it is normal for a pirate to have 2 tattoos on his body, this tattoo is different. Because this tattoo is a taboo in this world. Tianlong Hoof Prince. It represents the supreme power of the celestial dragons and the humility and humiliation of the slaves. No one would get this tattoo. Moreover, anyone with Tianlong Hoof Prince on their body is the private property of Tianlong people. No matter where you are, you will be captured. They will even directly dispatch the Marine's highest combat power. Therefore, people who have Tianlong's hoof prints on their bodies will hide it. One is that he is afraid of being hunted down by General Marine, and the other is that he does not want to face the humiliating past. In other words, it is the most difficult hurdle for all celestial dragon slaves to overcome. Because, as long as it is still on the body, it will always be the slave of the Tianlong people. Once exposed, even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, might not be able to save them. Mock put Runti down, and then looked at Peggy Wan with a bit of scrutiny. If nothing else, it must be on your face too. Peggy Wan seemed to have accepted her fate and took the initiative to take off the mask. Revealing his true appearance, this guy looks pretty good. However, the Tianlong hoofprints on his face ruined everything. Mock was silent. Suddenly, I felt some sympathy for Runti and Peggy Wan. How those celestial dragons treated slaves can also be seen in the original work. I originally wanted to deal with them. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Join my pirate group and I will remove the hooves of the heavenly dragon for you. 2. Die by my sword. Of course, he is not the virgin. Saving them has other purposes. 1. These 2 guys are pretty good. Moreover, one is 22 years old and the other is 20 years old, they are still young, and youth means there is still potential. Seriously speaking, the 2 of them can be considered geniuses. After taking them in, we can still count as having 2 capable crew members with potential. Advertisement. Second, counting the time, Hancock, who also has Tianlong's hoofprints, should be 28 or 29 now. She was captured as a slave of the dragon people at the age of 12, and was rescued by the fishman leader at the age of 16. Then it is 12 or 13 years from now. Runti and Peggy were either 7 or 9 years old at that time, or 8 or 10. Therefore, it is very likely that these 2 people, like Hancock, were rescued 12 or 13 years ago. Then they may know each other. Using this as a bridge should be able to gain Hancock's initial trust. Then he used to remove the heavenly dragon's hoof prints to gain her favor, directly increasing the chance of capturing her to the highest level. Even if she can't be taken down, when the Shichibukai is lifted, Marine attacks. When she can no longer stay in the daughter country, will choose to come to him. Third, the Lolita Runti in front of me happens to form a Lolita combination with Perona. It's also a pretty good choice. Tisk tisk. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. What? Runti and Peggywan couldn't help but exclaimed. The look in Moke's eyes has also changed, it is no longer the fear and begging before. Some are just shock and expectation. Why did they join the Beast Pirates? One is, because Kaido is strong enough and they worship the strong. The second is, because once their identities are exposed, Kaido's character and strength may be able to save them. However, if the Tianlong hoofprints can be removed, then they will be reborn. Say goodbye to that painful memory once and for all. This is something they would never dare to dream about. Because, Tianlong's hoofprints cannot be removed. Even if someone has this ability, no one dares to remove it for them. Because once discovered, the consequences will be too serious. Can it really be removed? At this time, Runti seemed to have forgotten her fear and looked excited. Mock nodded. These Tianlong hoof prints should have been made with luo tiluo and then colored with tattoo pigments. So, strictly speaking, this is an injury. And as long as it is an injury, I can do it, let it be restored to its original state. Real. After receiving a clear answer, both Runti and Peggywan's eyes lit up. Then the 2 of them looked at each other, with a tacit understanding between them, and they immediately saw the answer in each other's eyes. So they all nodded. Runti and Peggywan have met the captain. Ha ha ha. Mock couldn't help but laugh, and then the ghostly aura that merged with the strange power on the holy sword emerged from Mock's body. Finally it gathered in Mock's hands. Advertisement. Then Mock stretched out his hand to Runti. Runti subconsciously hid back. After all, Mock's powerful method just now left a deep impression on her. Strong, domineering, and terrifying in strength. Mock. Don't move. I will remove the Tianlong's hoofprints for you now. Runti immediately stood there and let Mock put his hand on her face. Then she felt Mock's hand gently caressing her face. A magical power coming from Mok's hand made her face feel itchy. And the touch of Moke's hand made her heart itch. She subconsciously looked at Mok. He was so handsome and mighty, and his strong, domineering, and terrifying strength turned into a shining light at this moment. His face immediately turned red. And with Mok's touch, the Tianlong hoofprints on Runty's face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene naturally fell in Peggy Wan's eyes. This excited him to the extreme. Because Mok can really remove the Tianlong hoofprints for them, that's great. In the end, he even saw that Mok sucked away all the color from Tianlong's hoofprints. Runty's skin became as smooth and white as the rest of her body. Therefore, Peggy Wan couldn't wait to move her face closer. Mok snapped. Then Mok slapped him, and Peggy Wan's face immediately had a slap mark. At the same time, its Tianlong hoofprints immediately became lighter. Peggy looked aggrieved. Captain. Mok couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Is it possible that you want me to rub your face for a long time like I treat your sister? Peggy Wan. That picture appeared in his mind, and he froze because the picture was so beautiful. Forget it, let's get 2 more slaps. What a big deal. Seeing Peggy Wan's reaction, Runty understood that the Tianlong hoofprints on her face had really been removed. I couldn't help but touch it with my hands. My excited little face turned red. When he looked at Mok again, his eyes were full of gratitude. At the same time, there was a strange emotion in his eyes. Because, at this time, she felt a little disappointed. It would be nice if the captain's hand could be rubbed for a while longer. That kind of tenderness was something she had never experienced before. Chapter 68. Who was she? Captain, this is the devil fruit. Peggy Wan immediately handed the backpack containing the devil fruit to Mok. Mork took it. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and he got another devil fruit. Really good. Rumble. At this time, a violent explosion occurred at the location of the auction house. It immediately attracted the attention of Mok, Runty, and Peggy Wan, and the 3 of them looked over. I saw thunder and lightning raging there. Runty and Peggy Wan couldn't help but widen their eyes, because they could feel the power of the thunder even when they were far away. Very intimidating. This shows what will happen to the people who bear the brunt of it. Ha ha ha. But Mok laughed, because this was Enel's handiwork, and he secretly laughed, as this guy getting so angry because his good deeds were ruined. Then he turned to Runty and Peggy Wan. Let's go and show you the vice captain of our pirate group. Runty and Peggy Wan couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes full of shock. If they read it correctly, this should be the legendary thunder fruit with the most destructive power in Logia. In other words, their pirate group has a captain who is equivalent to a general. Wabel, who had previously been able to defeat Jack, and the baboon kings, Burns and Ada, who easily blocked them. In addition, Giza's Bajeez, whose strength has been greatly increased after eating the phantom beast species. There are also 2 Brook and Perona who have not yet shown their strength. This lineup, in terms of high-end combat power alone, is no longer inferior to any 4 Emperors pirate group. If so, their captain would already be a strong man at the level of 4 Emperors. Then, New World, maybe there will be another pirate emperor. Who is this guy? Could it be the guy Tanaka said came with Mok? Gilder Tezzolo in the distance has been paying attention to the development of the situation. He never expected that Giza's Badgers and Drought Jack were fighting fiercely. This guy suddenly appeared. Gulu. Gilder Tezzolo couldn't help but gulp, because this devil fruit was specifically designed to restrain him. He is gold, and the opponent is thunder. He couldn't even run away. Advertisement. Minutes and seconds beat him. No, this guy, like Mok, has to die, otherwise he won't be able to sleep or eat well. It's not just him. Baboon King, Burns, Gizzard's Badgers, Brook, Perona, Ada, and even Yishao, one of them counts. Everyone showed shocked expressions. Especially Giza's Bajeez, because this man was standing in front of him at this time. When this guy appeared just now, the gesture of rubbing his thunderous hands almost scared the shit out of him. He turned around and looked at Drought Jack, who had fallen to the ground and was twitching all over. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, because he understood very well. Even if he ate the phantom beast species, his strength was still far behind Drought Jack. After all, I just ate the devil fruit. Although he had a back and forth fight with Drought Jack just now, in a battle over time, he would only be defeated. But even Drought Jack suffered. If it were him who took this hit, the result would only be even worse. Therefore, he was very afraid of this guy who suddenly appeared. Be on full alert. At this time, Enel turned to look at Giza's Badges, with a bit of curiosity in his eyes. Because he saw it very clearly just now, there was another flame. Sure enough, what Mok said was right. On this Qinghai, there are indeed many gods. Then his eyes swept to one side, and the baboon kings, Burns, Brook, Perona, Ada, smiled. When his eyes fell on Yishao, his pupils shrank sharply. From what he has seen, he can naturally feel that this guy's strength is very terrifying. Wait, it seems like something strange has been mixed in. His eyes quickly glanced back, and finally fell on Brook. He was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes almost popped out. A living skeleton. Enel, are you done so soon? At this time, Mok came back with Runty and Peggy Wan. Giza's Bajeez first glanced at Runty and Peggy Wan, and then asked, who is the captain? Mork. Formal introduction, he is Enel, Logia, the user with Thunder Fruit ability. He is also the vice captain of our pirate group. After finishing speaking, he immediately added, and Runty and Peggy Wan behind me have also officially become our partners. You all need to get to know each other. Logia, a person with Thunder Fruit ability. Vice captain. Have these two guys also joined our pirate group? The Baboon King, Burns, Gizzard's Badgers, Brooke, Perona, and Ada were all more shocked than the other. However, everyone laughed more happily than the other one. Advertisement. Because this means that the strength of their pirate group has once again improved a lot. At this time, Mok's eyes fell on Yishao. Mr. Yishao, I'm glad to see you here. Yishao just nodded, even with some rejection. Mok raised his eyebrows slightly, understanding that the Baboon King, Born, had not yet dealt with him. So don't force it, just stop there. To avoid having any counter effect. At the same time, he winked at the Baboon King, Burns, and the Baboon King, Burns, made a gesture. I understand and will continue to win over you. ... At this time, Karina had completely understood the strength of the Mok pirates. I have already made a decision in my heart. She walked to Mok's side very naturally, put her hands on Mok's arm, and showed a very charming smile. Captain, should I also introduce him? Mok was a little surprised. Oh, you agreed. Karina nodded. Okay. Mok said hello 3 times. He turned around and introduced to everyone. Her name is Karina. From now on, she is also one of us. She is a singer here and is very familiar with this place. Therefore, after we take over this place, she will be in charge. The operation here, you should give her more support. As he spoke, he put his arms around Karina's waist. This time Karina did not resist, but was very obedient and leaned into Mok's arms very naturally. Runty, who was behind Mok, felt a little unnatural on his face when he saw this scene. Others nodded. ... His expression was a smile, but he was condensed. He never expected that Mok would already have his mind set on this place. You know, not even the 4 emperors dare to move lightly here. After all, this place is inextricably linked to the world government and the celestial dragons. There are people from the world government here all the time. I couldn't help but admire in my heart. You are so courageous. ... As Yishao thought, this is the time and there are people from the world government. For example, at this time, there was a woman wearing a white flowered hat, a pink dress and a white shawl, standing in a hidden corner, observing the development of the situation. She is an elegant woman with short blonde curly hair, blue eyes, tall figure, and very good looks. Who is she? Chapter 69 Animal System Ancient Species Bloodthirsty King Kong Form. Well, Enel turned his head and looked over. With his knowledge, few people can hide it from him. Mok raised his eyebrows. Is there anyone? He knows that Enel's arrogant character can make him notice, and his strength is definitely not bad. Enel nodded. 2, one is directly in front of the high place. The other is hiding in the corner. As for the one at the top, Mok doesn't even have to guess. Because that must be Gilder Tezzolo, and who is that in the corner? Baccarat, Mr. Tanaka, I'm afraid neither of these 2 people would be in Enel's eyes. He was a little curious. So he said, force him out. Enel turned around, raised his hand and discharged with one move, and an electric pillar went directly in that direction. Rumble. The powerful current directly forced the person hiding in that corner out. I saw a graceful figure jumping out of it and landing on the street. Shave. Mok entered high-speed movement and appeared in front of the man in an instant. The fist had been punched out, but when he saw this person, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. The fists couldn't help but slow down a bit, because this was an acquaintance. She is a woman with short golden curly hair, and her silky hair gently brushes her white cheeks, exuding a faint fragrance. Her eyes were like deep lakes, and her blue pupils shone with a charming light, as if they could penetrate people's souls. Her figure is tall and slender, her proportions are perfect, and she exudes a unique elegance with every step she takes. Her appearance is even more amazing. Her delicate facial features are like a work of art by a master sculptor. Her slightly raised lips carry an imperceptible smile, which makes people fall in love with her. Her skin is smooth and delicate, like mud and fat white jade, exuding a light luster. Her every smile and every move is full of charm, attracting the attention of people around her. Who is such a beautiful and elegant woman? She is Stussy. Mok couldn't help but narrowed his eyes, because this woman is not simple. She has many identities and can be said to be a multiple spy. First of all, Stussy is a clone, the first successful work of the Mads cloning experiment. For unknown reasons, he has been hiding in the secret intelligence agency CP0 directly under the Tianlong people for more than 20 years. Advertisement. The main job is to monitor, penetrate and collect intelligence. Then, as CP0, he sneaked into the underground society for the purpose of his mission and became one of the emperors of the underground world, known as the Queen of Happy Street. But she was always on the Begabank side, and she betrayed CP0 in Egghead in order to protect Begabank. Lu Chi and Kaku, who were very impressive when they appeared on the stage, were immediately knocked down by her. Although it was a sneak attack, it also showed her strength and scheming. At this time, Stussy was sneaking into the underground society as a CP0. In other words, she is now the queen of Happy Street. If his guess is correct, the street where Enel was having fun just now is Happy Street. In the underground world, she and Gilder Tezzolo should have a cooperative relationship. At the same time, she is the person sent by the world government to monitor Gilder Tezzolo at all times. He, Enel, Gizzard's Badgers, Drought Jack, Runty, and Peggy Wan made such a big noise, how could she not notice it? ... Stussy looked at the fist that was getting closer and closer, and her pupils shrank sharply. With both legs exerting force, the whole person retreated 7 or 8 meters back. Then, he stood there and stared at Mork and Enel closely. At this time, her heart was in her throat. Because there is no one in front of her that she can deal with. Interesting. Mork laughed. Call. Stussy took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Then he showed a charming smile. Don't get me wrong, I am Stussy, Queen of Happy Street. I was just attracted by the movement here, and there is no malicious intention. Mork took a deep look at Stussy and said meaningfully, I hope one day we will have the opportunity to cooperate. He really thought so. Because I have established a good relationship with her, I might be able to get Begabank over by then. At that time, he appeared, followed by a row of seraphs. Just thinking about it makes me feel pretty cool. The most important thing is that this seraph can be whatever you want it to be. When the time comes, the whole experience of an ant when she was young will be very wonderful. This is simply the favorite of all Oedicus. It's not just a little bit stronger than the inflatable and silicone ones in my previous life. Stussy. She was very puzzled, even though she was one of the kings of the underground world. However, in the final analysis, he is just a pornographic person. Advertisement. Most people don't like it. She also took a fancy to this, so she started from this aspect and entered the underground world. Is it possible that you want to open an entertainment venue with her? If she really thought so, she wouldn't mind. Anyway, she entered the underground world just to have a good relationship with all the people in order to get information. She has seen with her own eyes what level Mork is. If you make good friends with him, the world government will naturally be happy to see the results. Then we'll talk about it later. Stussy said and tried to leave. Seeing that Mork had no intention of stopping him, he was very surprised. However, I felt relieved and took the opportunity to leave quickly. Brush. Mork and Enel both looked to the other side because they both felt that someone was coming towards them. Soon a person came out through the wall. It was Mr. Tanaka under Gilder Tezzolo, and he was holding a box in his hand. Passed it to Mork. This is a gift from Tezzolo to you. I hope you accept it. Oh, Mork was a little surprised, but he came back to his senses immediately. This is to reconcile with him. Of course, Mork is not stupid. Don't really believe that Gilder Tezzolo is going to reconcile. Gilder Tezzolo's purpose is very clear, at least for now, he doesn't want Mork to attack him. Mork smiled. Because it was exactly what he wanted. After all, Marine Headquarters has not yet announced Ace's execution. He has to wait a little longer. Then his eyes fell on the box in Mr. Tanaka's hand. Mr. Tanaka immediately added, these are the 2 animal types collected by Tezzoro. This one is the phantom beast species you photographed. The other one is it. Animal type ancient species bloodthirsty diamond form fruit. Ancient species, bloodthirsty King Kong form. FK. Mork suddenly felt that the animal type Black Panther fruit he had obtained before was no longer fragrant at all. Is there anything more suitable for Wabel than this animal type ancient species bloodthirsty diamond-shaped fruit? After eating this devil fruit, the green bull will probably have a headache when he sees it. I have to say that Gilder Tezzolo is truly the richest man in the pirate world. He is a phantom beast species and an ancient species. He believed that Gilder Tezzolo had more than just these 2. At least Paramecia definitely does. Because, if you want to collect, you can't only collect animals. Chapter 70 Shichibukai Meeting. Mork's heart became stronger after killing Gilder Tezzoro. Immediately, Mork and Enel returned to the crowd and handed the animal ancient species bloodthirsty King Kong fruit to Edward Wabel. Wabel tilted his head and sniffed, a bit puzzled. Mork didn't explain, but said directly, this is delicious, eat it. Delicious. Fruit. A smile appeared on Wabel's face, and he immediately stuffed it into his mouth. Afterwards, he was in a state of confusion. Mork understood that this was him understanding the sudden extra ability. There is no way, this guy's mind is too simple. I guess it will take a while to get used to it. Therefore, Mork turned to the baboon King Burns and said, his devil fruit is in the form of the animal type, ancient species, bloodthirsty King Kong. And yours is in the form of King Kong. Just by listening to the name, you can tell it belongs to they are in the same category, so, you come and teach him. After finishing speaking, he added, be patient, you may learn slowly. Baboon King Burns nodded. Don't worry, Captain, I will teach him well. From Champion Island to here, he and Wabel had been getting along for a while, so how could he not understand Wabel's special nature? Mork's eyes swept over all the partners one by one, and finally fell on Drought Jack lying on the ground. It is estimated that by this time, Gilder Tezzolo has passed the news that we captured Jack alive to the beasts. Kaido, if you stay here any longer, you will inevitably have to face the beast pirates. Enel and I have to go to the Marine Headquarters first, so, you have to leave here temporarily. In other words, it might make Gilder Tezzolo think that you have left. When the battle between Marine Headquarters and Whitebeard begins, you will immediately take over this place. After finishing speaking, he added, remember, try not to hurt the ordinary people here. As soon as he said this, he smiled silently and his face changed slightly. Although this is just one sentence, it reveals a lot of information. Therefore, world government and Marine can do this. Maybe the world wouldn't be so chaotic. Baboon King Burns, Gizzards Badgers, Brooke, Perona, Atta, Runti, and Peggy Wanchi all nodded. Because they understood what Mok meant. Mok then turned to look at Enel. Let's take you to the Marine headquarters. Once there, you will meet the powerful people from all over Qinghai. Enel heard this and laughed, his eyes exuding fighting spirit. Then the two people turned into two flashes of lightning in the eyes of everyone and left quickly. The way they chose was to cross through the windless zone. Because that will save a lot of distance. For people like them who can fly in the air. Advertisement. Save both effort and time. How fast do electricity and light travel? It will quickly make you doubt your life. This is why Kizaru was sent out in the Sabayati Islands incident in the original work. Because no matter where he is, he can arrive as soon as possible. Marine headquarters. Warring States looked solemn. Because he also received information about Mork's group from Gilder Tezzolo, it has to be said that Mork's own strength has not only grown beyond his expectations. Even his ability to recruit crew members and develop his power far exceeded his expectations. Another red-haired pirate group. That was how the red hair started, rising at an alarming rate. Before you could react, he had already reached a point where everyone was afraid and there was nothing he could do. With a group of crew members, he took food from the three emperors of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, and became the fourth emperors. At that time, the three pirate emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, took turns attacking him. But they were blocked one by one. This shows the strength of Red Hair and his crew. His hand knocked on the table subconsciously, which was a habit of his thinking. After a long time, he came to a conclusion in his mind. He turned to Lieutenant General He and said, take this opportunity to inform Doflamingo and ask him to take action with Shang. Leave Mok behind. Hearing this, Lieutenant General He pondered for a moment, and then nodded, I will take care of this matter. Doflamingo has always had issues with Mok, and I think he will be very cooperative this time. At this point, she changed the topic. However, there is something strange about Moonlight Moria. There is no response at all. I sent people to investigate, but there is no trace. How about letting the bear go again? Warring States shook his head. Not now, his experiment is at a critical moment. Vegapunk will not let anyone go. When he agrees to fight Whitebeard, it would be good to let the bear participate. Lieutenant General He. Then leave him alone for now. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Remove his Shichibukai name. Originally, the current Shichibukai was already full. They are Bear, Jinbei, Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Hancock, Mork, and Blackbeard. Moonlight Moria's strength has seriously declined. If it weren't for that, I would have to fight Whitebeard. Let him fill up the fight, the moment Blackbeard becomes Shichibukai. Advertisement. There is no need for Moonlight Moria to exist anymore. Lieutenant General He nodded, then turned to look at the sky outside the window and murmured, counting the time, they should be here soon. Sengoku stood up and walked to the place where the Shichibukai meeting was held. Whoosh. Two bolts of lightning fell on Marine headquarters. Everyone at Marine headquarters was shocked. He looked at the two of them warily. However, when they saw Mok's appearance clearly, they all breathed a sigh of relief, because they recognized Mok's identity. One of the majors immediately stepped forward. You are here to attend the Shichibukai conference. I will take you to the place where the Shichibukai conference is held now. Mork scanned the weak. All the Marines around him were full of energy and had sharp eyes. At first glance, it is a fine tax, and there are many small and powerful people among them. And the number is very huge. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. You are indeed an elite soldier of Marine headquarters. At the same time, he nodded and followed the major to the place where the Shichibukai meeting was held.
While Mork was looking at these Marines, Marine was also looking at Mork. Of course, they also noticed Enel. His eyes were full of inquiry. You know, if they saw it just now. Mork and this man both turned into lightning and fell. Even the major who was leading Mok would turn his head from time to time and look at Enel. Soon they arrived at the place where the Shichibukai meeting was held, and the major withdrew, because at this time, he is not qualified to enter. Mork and Enel, on the other hand, had no problem. When they entered, they saw Eagle Eye sitting in the middle with his legs crossed, looking contemptuous of the world. On his right is the pirate Empress Hancock, and on his left is Doflamingo. Next to them are Blackbeard and Jinbei. The corners of Mok's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. The bear was probably still in the laboratory. Moonlight Moria has been killed by him. So, this means that all the Shichibukai have arrived. When Mork looked at them, they also looked at Mork. Chapter 71 hints at Hancock, especially Hawkeye. After looking at Mok's face for a moment, his eyes fell on Kiyoshui and third-generation Kitetsu around Mok's waist. His eyes immediately became sharp. Mok also noticed Hawkeye's gaze and nodded at him. Mok, wait until this incident is over. I hope to have the opportunity to compete with you in swordsmanship. When Eagle Eye heard the words, the corners of his mouth could not help but raise slightly. We are always waiting for you. Ha. Doflamingo let out his signature laugh on the side. At this time, he looked at Mach with a somewhat meaningful look. He and Gilder Tetsolo exchanged messages. Naturally, we have learned that Mach has been abandoned by Marine and world government. As long as this incident ends, it will be the time of his life and death. Still thinking about competing with Hawkeye in swordsmanship? Next life. At this time, his mood was quite good. Mach couldn't help but look. Doflamingo's eyes also fell on him. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his vigilance increased. With his current strength, Doflamingo's strength is no longer something to be afraid of. However, Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon and the underground king still made him fearful. Because this guy must know something that he doesn't know.
Sometimes, poor news can cost lives. Then Mach looked at Blackbeard again, and his eyes became playful. Ha ha ha. He immediately let out his signature laugh, but his eyes were full of fear and murderous intent. Hey, isn't this Blackbeard? You ran very fast last time, Mach said with a joking look on his face. You. Blackbeard's face froze, and he almost ran away in anger. As the saying goes, don't slap someone in the face when you hit someone, don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold someone. But this guy just stabs wherever it hurts. He really only hits people in the face, and curses people only to expose their shortcomings. Really angry people gnashing their teeth. Oh, Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Jinbei, and Empress Hancock couldn't help but glance back and forth at Blackbeard and Mork. Advertisement. Everyone is not a fool, and they immediately heard the implication of Mach's words. Ha! Among them, Doflamingo laughed again, and this time there was a hint of sinisterness in his laughter. Then he glanced meaningfully at Blackbeard. All right.
This time, I have another good helper. Mach, you're dead. If I want to blame you, I have to blame you for being too arrogant and offending people everywhere. Call. Blackbeard took a deep breath and tried to calm down. At this time, Doflamingo's eyes fell on Enel, who came with Mach, with a bit of inquiry in his eyes. Then he started to stir up trouble. Mach, you don't understand the rules. Look who brought someone here. Besides, all of them are Shichibukai. Is he qualified to be on an equal footing with us? Mach smiled faintly and turned to look at Enel. This guy can't afford you. Why don't you find a chance to fight with him? Let him experience the level of a god from Sky Island.
Crackling. Enel's hand flashed with lightning. The look in Doflamingo's eyes also became very unkind. If not, Mach had warned him not to do anything at Marine headquarters before he came. I'm afraid he had already blasted it with a blast of 200 million volts. He dared to look down on him, and he was reduced to coke in minutes. What? Doflamingo first seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, but his expression immediately froze. His eyes were fixed on the electric arc in Enel's hand. Not just him, but Hawkeye, Blackbeard, Jinbei, and Hancock all shrank their pupils. Ha ha ha. Mork smiled with a bit of pride. Formal introduction. Enel, Logia, the vice captain of my pirate group, the user with the Thunder Fruit ability. Hiss. Even though he had already made some assumptions, he was still shocked when he heard Mokei's words. Doflamingo and Blackbeard, who had a problem with Mork, both took a breath of air. Because they understand very well what Logia, the Thunder Fruit power user, represents. Even with eagle eyes, he couldn't help but look at Enel a few more times. Everyone stopped talking about whether he was qualified or not. Because those with the Logia Thunder Fruit ability do have this qualification and are on an equal footing with them.
So, Mork took Enel and sat down. Advertisement. Doflamingo felt as if he had been slapped in the face. He was angry, but also a little embarrassed, and his mouth twitched. Huh? At this time, Blackbeard also discovered the different atmosphere between Doflamingo and Mach. Although it was not as tit for tat as he and Mach were, there was still an undercurrent surging. His eyes couldn't help but flash. At this time, Mach's eyes fell on Jinbei. The character Jinbei is also very outstanding in One Piece. Later, he became the 10th member of the Straw Hat. The most important thing is that he is a pretty good person.
Worth handing over, so Mork nodded to him to express friendship. Jinbei was stunned for a moment, then responded with a smile. After all, everyone present was a big shot, and it would be a good thing for him and the fishmen to make friends with any one of them. Finally, Mork's eyes fell on Hancock. He tentatively said, recently, we have poached 2 people from Kaido, Runty and Peggy Wan. They are both pretty good. The key is, they said they are familiar with the Empress. I don't know, the Empress, do you still have an impression of them? When Hancock heard these 2 names, his face showed confusion at first. At the same time, I tried to think of these 2 names in my mind. Seeing this, Mach added, 12 or 13 years ago. Oh, by the way, they had a little injury on their faces, so they kept covering their faces. Runty, Peggy, 12 or 3 years ago. His face was injured. His face was always covered. Hancock fell into memories, and suddenly his face changed drastically and he froze. There was even a look of fear in his eyes. She remembered. 12 or 13 years ago, before she and her sister escaped. On the side and front of the cage where they were imprisoned, there was a pair of siblings, their names were Runty and Peggy Wan. The most important thing is that their Tianlong hooves are carved on their faces. Hancock couldn't help clenching her fists, because she understood the guy in front of her. Already knowing her identity as a celestial dragon slave, she was extremely frightened.
I was afraid that Mork would tell this. Then she will never be able to leave the Marine headquarters and may even be sent back to the hands of the Celestial Dragons. Gulu. Hancock swallowed. Mach immediately added, I have healed both of their injuries, otherwise how could they betray the beast pirates and follow me? Hancock's pupils shrank, which was even more violent, earthquake. You must know that Tian Longhoof is not only a taboo for Runti and Peggy Wan, but also a taboo for their 3 sisters. It is a lifelong shadow. And now the man in front of me says that he can remove Tianlong's hooves.
This makes Hancock not excited. Chapter 72 Why don't you play something big? Quote question mark quote. Everyone saw Hancock's abnormality. But, what is the connection between Hancock, Runti and Peggy Wan? It seems not. After all, the former is the Empress of the Daughter Kingdom in the Windless Zone, the latter is the 2 cadres of the Beast's pirates. They are separated by a Windless Zone. Moreover, I haven't heard of any contact between Kaido's people and Hancock. Etc. Mach, this guy, has Runti and Peggy Wan under his command. How brave. Aren't you afraid of Kaido going berserk? Doflamingo laughed secretly in his heart, he felt that he was sure. Even if the game at Marine headquarters can't kill Mach, the game arranged by him on the other side can also borrow Kaido's sword to kill him. This time, you don't even have to pay any price. Wrong. This time, it should be Kaido who rewards him. After all, this time, he was helping him regain his face. Ha! Doflamingo laughed again. At this time, Hancock was extremely excited. However, she also understood the meaning of Mach's words. That is, only when she joins the other party's pirate group will the Tianlong Hoofprints be removed for her.
Therefore, I suppressed my thoughts for the time being. Just took a deep look at Mach. Tap tap. At this time, Warring States and Lieutenant General he walked in. Everyone looked over together. Warring States glanced at the audience, and finally said very bluntly, I have called you here this time for the sake of Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. We have decided to publicly execute Ace and attract the Whitebeard Pirates. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Jinbei. I object, Ace.
Similarly, before Jinbei finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sengoku. You have no right to object. While speaking, Sengoku's look at Jinbei became a little unkind. Lieutenant General He, who was beside Sengoku, advised, Jinbei, this is a decision jointly made by world government and marine. As a Shichibukai, what position do you oppose? Don't forget, your identity as a Shichibukai brings you, and the benefits it brings to Fishman Island. Once you lose this identity, it will be a huge loss for you and Fishman Island. The meaning of the words couldn't be clearer. Advertisement. If you, Jinbei, do not agree, then your Shichibukai status will be removed. Fishman Island is no longer an ally of the world government. Jinbei's face suddenly fell. I have to say that this threat hits the mark. Mach on the other side slightly raised his eyebrows. He knew that Jinbei was going to be imprisoned in Impel Down City. In the original work, Jinbei was imprisoned in Impel Down before entering Marine headquarters. At this time, Luffy made a big fuss in Impel Down City. As soon as the Whitebeard pirates arrive, Blackbeard disappears. He secretly went to Impel Down, and then Jinbei followed Luffy to escape from prison.
He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Hancock. I didn't know that the plot had been changed so much by him. Is that kid Luffy still being beaten away to Hancock like in the original work? When he thought of this, he glanced at Hancock and said to himself, I'll try it again later. Then he glanced at Jinbei again. His captains were all ability users, and they were in need of a trustworthy Murloc with strength and character as a partner.
He thought Jinbei was quite suitable. If Luffy hadn't gone to Girl Island according to the original plot, then Luffy wouldn't have been able to enter Impel Down. In that case, he would really have a chance. At this time, Mach was in a very good mood. If it were Jinbei, it would be very confusing. Fishman Island is very important in his heart, but his principles are also very important. Moreover, the current peace on Fishman Island is not only because of his identity as Shichibukai. And the reason for the white beard. Therefore, he cannot repay kindness with hatred. Finally, he said with great difficulty, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I cannot agree to this matter. It is impossible for me to take action against the Whitebeard pirates. I hope you can understand. Warring States frowned. Understand. From a personal perspective, it is understandable. But he is the Marine Fleet Admiral, and he represents the attitude of the entire Marine, and even the world government. Rather than an individual call, Warring States took a deep breath, and then said solemnly, if this is the case, then I can only ask you to go to Impel City and stay for a while. The meaning couldn't be more clear. He would never give even the slightest chance to report the news. Jinbei didn't even resist, just nodded. Immediately, he walked out. His actions shocked everyone present. Even people like Doflamingo and Blackbeard who do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, or people like Hawkeye who live alone. But
Mach admired him more and more, and he accepted this crew member. As for Wang Luffy, let him lie down on his side. Advertisement. After Jinbei left, Sengoku directly asked everyone present to live in the Marine headquarters until the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates. This made everyone present frown. Whether it's Blackbeard, Doflamingo, Hawkeye, Hancock. Which one is the one who humiliates others? Which one is not a character who is the same person?
Warring States' tone made them all very unhappy. However, everyone present has their own little calculation in their mind. No one spoke up to refute. So it was decided. Soon, they were divided into groups and arranged to live in a very remote place at the Marine headquarters. But when Sengoku left, he took a deep look at Enel. Although, he has also obtained information about Enel. Feeling apprehensive. In the dead of night, Mok's phone rang. As soon as Mok connected, the phone bug immediately turned into Virgo's face. Captain, I just got a piece of information. It said that Gilder Tezzolo, Doflamingo and Marine headquarters planned to deal with the Whitebeard pirates after they were eliminated. You. Mok was slightly startled when he heard this. He immediately thought of the way Doflamingo looked at him during the day. Come to think of it, it's because of this. Mok's eyes couldn't help but narrowed. I know. Be careful. Don't expose yourself. Virgo. I understand. After hanging up and turning on the power, Mok's eyes flashed coldly. Since you want to cause trouble, don't blame me for making trouble. Bulu bulu. Well, unexpectedly, the phone rang again. Mok was slightly startled, but immediately connected. The phone bug turned into Robin's face again. Mr. Zero, we have been able to determine the location of M. Caesar Current. We have sent Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and Miss Golden Week over.
Mr. 2, Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week. Mr. 2's strength is not bad. Plus he can transform into anyone. It's easy to get close to other targets. Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, one has field control and the other has strong control. If they join forces, it won't be a big problem to deal with M. Caesar Current, especially Miss Golden Week, who has strong control and unique attack methods. It is estimated that even Logia will be difficult to break. After all, her moves are not about real damage, but about drawing a symbol on her body. The direct implication of influence is awesome. What if she was given another devil fruit that included emotions, paintings, paints, and souls? Directly heaven-defying. Chapter 73 Hancock's Visit at Night. However, he also understood that with how much Doflamingo valued M. Caesar Current, it was impossible not to keep him by M. Caesar Current's side. Just like Logia in the original work, Monet, the user with snow fruit ability. Maybe she was already by his side at this time. If these two people join forces, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and Miss Golden Week may be in trouble if one of them is not good enough. So he warned. Let them be careful. There should be a Logia snow fruit user beside M. Caesar Kulong. Robin. Captain, don't worry, we have mastered this information. For this reason, we have found 2 sea tower stone handcuffs just in case. And with Mr. 3's plan, plus Mr. 2, Miss Golden Week with their special abilities, there should be no problem. After all, their goal is just to fight the two of them head on. Of course, they won't force it if things don't work out. Mok nodded. Okay, I can rest assured that you can do things. Enel, who was sitting on the side at this time, was listening to the conversation between the two. Suddenly, he looked up and looked outside and warned. Someone is coming. When Mok heard this, he immediately hung up the power. Not long after, I saw a graceful figure from the window, walking slowly to the front of their house. Dong dong dong. There was a gentle knock on the door. The corners of Mok's mouth could not help but raise slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. The door is not closed, come in. As he spoke, he glanced at Enel sitting next to him. Suddenly, I felt that this guy was a bit of an eyesore. Because the moment he saw the person from the window, he recognized who the person was. Click. The door was pushed open, and immediately following the airflow caused by the gate of opening, a faint fragrance came. This fragrance is not like perfume. There is no trace of artificiality, it is really refreshing and refreshing. Mok understands that it is a body fragrance that belongs exclusively to women. During the day, the sitting positions are a bit far apart. I didn't expect that Hancock would still be so scented. What's the saying? Women should be fragrant and soft, considerate and gentle. The one in front of me is really sweet, soft, and big. Although she has a bit of a queen personality, once she falls in love with someone, she will become a little bird in front of him. She is simply the perfect choice for a wife. Advertisement. If we sleep with each other in our arms every day, wouldn't it be so beautiful? Ahem. Mork coughed twice. Enel looked confused. Mork. This guy really has no discernment at all, and I regret bringing this guy here. But he immediately collected his thoughts and returned his gaze to Hancock. I wonder why you came late at night, Hancock? After Hancock entered the door, his eyes were always on Mork. Now after hearing this, I asked bluntly, can you really get rid of? These 4 words Tianlong hoofprint will be blurted out immediately. But he held it back, because there was another Enel present. Her deepest secrets didn't want the presence of a third person. Mok also noticed her look, so he turned to Enel, who was still unconscious, and said, go and watch outside. She should have some private matters to discuss with me. Only then did Enel react. He walked out a little unhappy, and when he passed by Hancock, Enel snorted coldly. I have no intention of being smitten by Hancock. Sure enough, there is no one who can resist Hancock's charm. They are all weirdos like Luffy and Enel. Look at Blackbeard. In the original work, he didn't even dare to face Hancock head on. Instead, they chose to let the crew attract attention, and finally launched a sneak attack. Even after the sneak attack was successful, he did not dare to let go of Hancock temporarily.
Blackbeard's original words were that if Hancock was let go, everyone present would die. Everyone present, including Blackbeard himself, because he couldn't resist Hancock's charm.
It can be seen what level Hancock's ability has reached when combined with his own charm. Hancock looked back at Enel with even more contempt for everything. Enel. After he went out, the expression on Hancock's face immediately became serious. His eyes became sharp. Can you really remove Tianlong's hoofprints? Advertisement Mork nodded, and then said to Hancock, put out your hand and I will show you. Hancock looked confused, wondering what the removal of Tianlong's hoofprints had to do with her hands.
But he still obeyed and stretched out his hand. Mork took Hancock's hand and scratched her delicate skin with his nails. A wound appeared instantly and blood flowed down. Hancock couldn't help but frown, but immediately showed a shocked expression. Because at this time, strange power surged from Mork's hand. Then it poured into the wound on her hand, and the wound immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and her skin was still so delicate and smooth. If it weren't for the blood stains on his hands, Hancock might have been dazzled just now. At this time, Mork said, this is one of my abilities. I can restore injuries to myself and others, whether they are new injuries or old injuries. Moreover, I can also absorb them and have already merged with the skin. All in one tattoo pigment. Hancock looked proud. Then why don't you help me remove the Tianlong's hoofprints? Seeing this, Mork couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, this is Hancock's style. However, although he also has a lustful heart, he is different from those licking dogs who are fascinated by Hancock as soon as they see him. So it was just with a bit of appreciation. After all, when Hancock assumes this posture, he will subconsciously become fierce. Hancock, who was already extremely vicious, immediately became even more vicious.
The corners of Mork's mouth raised. Why? But he thought secretly in his heart. If you can get started with this, it would be perfect. Suddenly an idea came to my mind, and my eyes couldn't help but light up. It seems that it is not possible to get started. Tisk tisk. Hancock. Because Aisha is so beautiful, no matter what I ask for, you should agree to it. Mork narrowed his eyes slightly. Stop your tricks. It's of no use to me.
Hancock was shocked when he saw that Mork was not affected by her at all. At the same time, he also looked at Mork differently. Because, regardless of gender, few people can resist her charm. He straightened his face and raised his eyebrows. Then how can you remove the Tianlong's hoofprints from the eye family? Mork said lightly. Because it's an old injury, it's a bit troublesome. However, it's not too difficult. Just let me rub it with my hands for half an hour and it can be removed. Chapter 74 The Agreement with Hancock. After finishing speaking, he immediately added, if you maintain the treatment for 1 month, you can recover. As he spoke, Mork came closer with a surprised look on his face, and looked at Hancock's face carefully. Hey, it's strange, Runty and Peggy Wan's Tianlong hoofprints are on your face. But, I thought you had put something on your face to cover it up, but now I look closer and see that your face is smooth and delicate, and there is nothing at all. Hancock instinctively turned his face, but his heart sank. Then he looked at Mork with a bit of shock. It takes half an hour to rub it, and it takes a month to remove it. At this time, there was a bit of shyness in her beautiful eyes, because her Tianlong hoofprints were not on her face. But on the back. But how can a woman's back be massaged by a strange man for half an hour? I only pressed it for half a month, and I was taken advantage of.
At the same time, he immediately reacted, with a bit of anger. You were able to heal the wound very quickly just now, why did you have to massage it for half an hour? Mork shrugged. This is different. I just demonstrated it to you, just to prove to you that I have this ability. But it is just a new injury, which is different from an injury that is more than 10 years old like Tianlong's hoofprints. Hancock was speechless. Indeed, old injuries and new injuries are not the same thing at all. Finally, he showed a tangled look and gritted his teeth for the last time. Come on, let someone remove the Tianlong's hoofprints. Then, he turned his body around, as if he was letting you do whatever he wanted. The first thing that caught Mork's eyes was Hancock's black, shiny and smooth hair, then his slim waist, and then his curvy and round buttocks. Finally, there are those long, straight, long, white and tender legs. Hiss. Mork couldn't help but take a breath of air, he was a little uneasy at this time. Just ask, who has ever been so close to Hancock? And it's still in such a way, with a bit of ambiguity. Mork was stunned, because he never thought that Hancock would be so refreshing. Mork didn't know that Hancock, who had his back turned to him, also had a blush on his face. Mork also wanted to say, you haven't agreed to his conditions yet. However, how many people can stay calm in the face of such a situation? However, in the next second, Hancock gently lifted up his shirt. That smooth and beautiful back with perfect curves, that dazzling water snake waist. Advertisement, you can even vaguely see it, Gulu. Mork couldn't help but swallowed. It wasn't that he was vulgar, and it wasn't that he couldn't walk when he saw a woman. Let me ask you, when faced with such a scene as the Empress, which normal man would remain indifferent? Anyway, Mork's mouth was a little dry at this time, either the place was wrong or the timing was wrong. He really wants to rectify the law on the spot. Call. Mork took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Finally, he stretched out his hand, and the ghost energy with the power of the holy sword emerged and wrapped around his hand. When Mork's fingers touched Hancock's back, Hancock's body trembled visibly. Obviously, she was not as casual as she appeared. After Mok enjoyed the treatment for half an hour, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Hancock put on his clothes. Then he opened the gate of opening and walked out without looking back. However, he stopped at the door and gritted his teeth and said, "I will check when I get back. If there is no effect at all, the I family will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hancock left without looking back. However, he walked in a hurry and looked a little awkward. The corners of Moke's mouth couldn't help but turn up. Looking at Hancock's reaction, he understood that he was only one step away from taking down Hancock. Hoo. When Hancock returned to his residence, he felt that his whole body was burning and his face and body were hot. However, she quickly walked to the mirror, took off her clothes and looked in the mirror carefully. It had been more than 10 years since the dragon's hoof marks had been on her body, and she knew exactly what it looked like. Therefore, she could see that there were obvious changes in the Tianlong's hoofprints. The hoofprints of the injured Tianlong that were branded by the iron are much lighter and the color is also lighter. It can be said that the massage Mok gave her just now did have a significant effect. Hancock could no longer hold back the corners of his mouth. To him, Tianlong's hoofprints were a lifelong nightmare. She couldn't help but murmured, "It's true, that guy really didn't lie to me." Then she thought of the feeling when Mok treated her injuries before. That strange power entered her skin as the other party massaged her. Give her a tickling feeling, but not an uncomfortable feeling, but it's a comfortable feeling. Advertisement women are naturally attracted to men who are very kind to them. If this man still had close contact with her, moreover, this man was the first time she had such close contact with a man, so the status of this man in her heart would skyrocket. If this man is strong and handsome, then this woman will fall in love easily. For example, Hancock at this time is just like his sudden obsession with Luffy in the original work. At this time, she also developed a fascination with Mok. She even felt a little unfinished and wanted to experience that feeling. Brush. Hancock's face immediately turned red, and his whole body became weak. He immediately fell onto the bed, twisting his body. There was some confusion in his eyes. What's wrong with the I family? Is it possible that they are sick? In a daughter country where all women live, they don't even know what it feels like to love someone. I don't even know what it is like to miss someone. She only knew that at this moment, her mind was filled with Mok's heroic face. She only knew that at this moment, she felt very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that her whole body fell into the powerlessness of pain. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. That night, Mork didn't sleep, and neither did Hancock, so we all got up early. When they walked out of the door, they found each other and walked out of the door. The two looked at each other. Mork's eyes became extremely hot, because at this time Hancock was tired and a little lazy, and his laziness was also a little affectionate. Hancock's lethality with this attitude is really too strong. And Hancock's legs went weak. If she hadn't reacted quickly and held onto the door frame, she might have fallen down by now. The legs are also closed tightly. Mork came back to his senses at this time and waved to Hancock. "Morning." Hancock bit his lips and said softly, "Morning. Mok. Tonight, at the same time, I will treat you again." At this time, Hancock could no longer hold his balance, and a blush appeared on his face. She even avoided looking at him immediately, not daring to look at Mok. But he still nodded slightly. Yeah. But in her heart she was looking forward to it. Chapter 75. This woman is so perverted. She even avoided looking at him immediately, not daring to look at Mok. That night, Mok's hands were already roaming on her belly. The next day, we were already climbing up and down the mountains. Happy times are always fleeting. It's the third day in a blink of an eye, and according to the previous steps, Mok will get his wish tonight. But they never expected that the Warring States period would notify the gathering. Nima. Mok couldn't help but cursed secretly in his heart, and then reminded Hancock. Let's act a little stranger in front of others. Because I have to do something big today, so as not to implicate the daughter country where you are. Hancock was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, whatever you want to do, I can help you. Mok shook his head. This matter is too big. If you are involved, it will probably bring disaster to the daughter country. So, just watch. When Hancock heard this, he frowned slightly and his eyes flickered. It's like I made a decision in my heart. Walking all the way to Shichibukai's conference room, the two of them also appeared to be in a strange state. Sit down. At this time, the Warring States period was sitting there early. Not only him, Lieutenant General Kahi, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji were all present. Even Mok couldn't help but be shocked by this lineup. Then he glanced at Doflamingo, Hawkeye, and Blackbeard. This time, he even saw a bear. Mok's pupils couldn't help but shrink sharply. He understood that the Whitebeard pirates were probably very close to Marine headquarters. Sengoku didn't talk nonsense. We have found traces of the Whitebeard pirates, and they are very close to our Marine headquarters. Therefore, I want you Shichibukai to fight the Whitebeard pirates together with our Marine. This is already the situation. Naturally, everyone would not refuse, and then they followed the Warring States period to the port where they were ready. Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Blackbeard, Bear, Hancock, Mork, and Enel stood on one side, waiting for the arrival of Whitebeard's group. Not long after, Blackbeard suddenly walked towards Warring States, said a few words to Warring States, and then left. Advertisement. The corners of Mok's mouth raised slightly. If others didn't know, how could he know? This guy just grabbed an excuse to get out of the sight of the Warring States period and the three generals. In this way, he can advance to the city as planned. Mork turned and glanced at Enel. Enel understood immediately and blocked other people's view without revealing any trace. Immediately, Mork turned into mud, his whole body merged into the ground, and he ran away. A clay clone that was identical to him was left behind. This ability was developed based on Cracker's Cookie Soldier. Not only does he look exactly like Mork, he can even fight like a cookie soldier. And it has certain strength. Mork quickly moved from the underground to the last location of Marine headquarters, where there was almost no one there now. He emerged from the ground and pointed his hand at the sun in the sky. It turned into a light system ability, and then turned into a beam of light, heading directly towards the Impel City. Because he wants to reach Impel City before Blackbeard, and he needs to be one step ahead of him to gather some people. Katarina Depon, Bacchus Chode of Big Liquor, Potro Pizarro of Evil, Shiryu of Rain, Brindy Walder, Deathless Bullet, Red of Solo. And Jinbei, who was imprisoned in it before. All of these people are good players. Especially Jinbei, Rain of Shiryu, Brindy Walder, Deathless Bullet, and Gugao no Red. Even if you succeed in winning over only one of them, your trip will not be in vain. What's more, except for Brindy Wald, Deathless Bullet, and Gugao Jihong, there are 3 people here. He's very confident. As long as these people are obtained, not only will Blackbeard be defeated, but his pirate group will be completely formed. While having the ability to compete with any 4 Emperors pirate group, it also has the manpower to defend its own territory. Mok's ambition is also very big. After this time, he will take one step to establish himself in the New World and become the 5th Emperor. The Marine headquarters is not far from the Impel City. At the speed of light, Mok quickly arrived above the Impel City. But he didn't expect to see Garp in the air and escort Ace onto the warship. Heading towards Marine headquarters, Mok narrowed his eyes slightly and followed the original plot. Ace was taken to Marine headquarters and quickly taken to the execution platform. The live broadcast from Marine headquarters also started at the same time. Ace's true identity is then announced, and the Whitebeard pirates appear. The war broke out. Advertisement. But this is not within Mok's consideration for the time being. I saw him, after Garp's warship sailed away, directly landed at the port of Impel Down City. Then he quickly changed his ability again, became one with the ground, and headed directly towards the inside of the city. When Mork appeared inside Impel Down City, he felt a burning sensation, makes you feel uncomfortable. See first floor basement 1 Crimson Hell, basement 2nd floor, Beast Hell. Basement 3rd floor, Starvation Hell, underground 4th floor Scorching Hell. Basement 5 Freezing Hell, 5.5 th floor underground, New Transvestite Paradise. Basement 6 Eternal Hell. This is the distribution of Impel City. Now this uncomfortable and hot feeling makes Mok understand that he has reached the 4th underground floor, the Scorching Hell. When Mok was about to escape again, he heard a violent and rapid sound of a whip hitting someone. The screams became louder and louder. Mok looked over and saw, what a good guy. What a good guy. I saw a woman beating the prisoner in front of her with a whip. Apparently they were tortured to extract confessions. However, this torture to extract a confession is a bit special. Because Mok recognized this woman Sadie at a glance. The chief warden of the Great Prison at the bottom of Sadi, the commander of the 4 warden beasts in Impel Down City Level 4. Scorching Hell. Has the same rights as the warden. She has curly blonde hair, bangs covering her eyes, candle-shaped white earrings, a pink tight leather jacket and spiked high-heeled shoes, and her mantra is, He has a serious sadistic habit, and will become very excited when he hears the screams of his opponents being beaten. In the original work, in a battle with the protagonist and his party, she had a fierce battle with the Lady King Ivankov, who turned into a woman. Later, the jailerman she commanded was killed by Straw Hat. Luffy and Aquaman, Jinbei, Mr. 0 Inches Crocodile was defeated, and he started a fierce battle with Ivankov. After being defeated, Ivankov tied him up and hung him in the air. This is definitely the most special female character in One Piece. Many fans like to watch Ivankov tie up and hang in the air after being defeated. Don't ask why. Just ask and you'll understand. Chapter 76. Is it worth it for me? The most important thing is that her clothes, her personality, and her favorite catchphrase, are all unique in One Piece. Everything is stimulating your nerves. If someone has a special hobby, then this one will definitely be your favorite. But having said that, if it was possible, what man wouldn't like it? Tisk tisk. The next second, Sadie covered her back with a look of shock on her face, and then looked at the entire room. Her pupils shrank sharply because she discovered that except for the prisoners who were tied up by her, there was no one else present. Right, it should be like this, because it was supposed to be just her and the prisoner here. But, who was the person who just faced her? The mantra sounded again, but this time, it was extraordinarily different. Everyone in Impel Down City knew that she had a serious habit of beating her opponents and listening to their screams. However, no one knows. She had another fetish that was just the opposite. She covered her back with a blush on her face. She was speculating in her mind as to who had just hit her. She would never let this guy go. Magellan. Hannibal. These 2 names immediately came to Sadie's mind, because in the entire Impel Down City, there was no one who could defeat her and make her unable to find anyone. There are only these 2 people. Moreover, she knew that these 2 guys were also obsessed with women. A lot of jokes were made. Take Hannibal, for example, when he was a newcomer many years ago. There is a woman named Maiz Orb. Just a guy with a bounty of 50 million Baileys. The strength is average. Therefore, with Hannibal's strength at the time, it was easy to handle her. As long as you keep your heart, there will be absolutely no surprises. The most important thing is that the guard introduced Miss Orb as a very cunning and vicious pirate, and reminded Hannibal, who was the guard at the time, to be careful. As a result, Hannibal was directly fascinated by Orb's beauty and was easily defeated. This also became a dark spot in Hannibal's life. But, which one of these two guys is it? Advertisement. She would never have thought that this was just a momentary regret when someone was leaving. At this time, Mach had once again escaped to the next level. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, this Sadie's hand feels really good. As a private XN, it should be a beautiful thing in life. If time didn't allow it, he would definitely have some fun with her. Mach has quickly passed through the 5th floor and arrived at the 6th floor. Brush. The moment Mach entered the 6th floor, all the prisoners on the 6th floor looked over. Most of the people here have been arrested a long time ago, and they don't know anything about Mach, who has only recently become famous in the world. Therefore, everyone was a little curious and a little solemn. Tisk tisk. Is this a new guard? A few of them became excited. After all, they had been locked up here and bullying the new guards had become one of their few pleasures. Boom. A wave of conquerors burst out from a cell and swept toward Mork. Everyone looked over, with smiles on their faces. But immediately their smiles froze, because a powerful conquerors also erupted from the visitor's body. Conquerors? After everyone reacted, they all exclaimed. Not that I was that shocked about conquerors. After all, they are all people who once dominated the sea and have seen many people who own conquerors. Just on this 6th floor, there are several people who own conquerors. They were shocked that how could a guard awaken conquerors? If you look at the entire marine, there are only 3 people, Sengoku, Garp, and Cyborg Sora. But of these 3, one is the current fleet admiral, one is the former fleet admiral, and the other is a pirate hero. Therefore, conquerors are extremely rare among marines. Why did you come to be a guard? It's you. At this time, Jinbei, who had been worried about Ace, Whitebeard, and Fishman Island. At this time, he was also alarmed. The moment he saw Mach, he couldn't help but exclaimed. His eyes were full of disbelief, and his heart was full of confusion. Who is Mork? Shichibukai. Advertisement World Government, Marine Headquarters, Impel Down City, who would allow a Shichibukai to come to the 6th floor of Impel Down City alone? Aren't you afraid that Mach will let everyone go? That would be great fun. Hey, Jinbei. Do you know this guy? Jinbei nodded. Moke, the new Shichibukai with an initial reward of 300 million. He is a multi-fruit ability user and a swordsman. The first reward is as high as 300 million? A person with multi-fruit abilities? Swordsman? Shichibukai? Sure enough, everyone's concerns are different, however, everyone reacted immediately. Wait, Jinbei, you said this guy is a Shichibukai? Everyone's faces were full of shock, and their eyes were full of disbelief, but my heart is full of expectations. Jinbei nodded, but his eyes were always on Mach. There are so many thoughts in my heart. Really Shichibukai? Then why did this guy come to Eternal Hell alone? Tisk tisk. Mach ignored these people and came directly to Jinbei. You have now been removed from the position of Shichibukai, and you have even stood on the opposite side of Marine. Have you thought about what to do next? Fishman, what will happen to the island? Jinbei was silent. Mach, how about joining my pirate team and I'll take you out? As soon as these words came out, Jinbei was slightly stunned. He said with a bit of disbelief. You came to Eternal Hell, didn't you come here specifically to invite me to join your pirate group? Mach nodded, and at the same time added very calmly, of course, we are all here, so it would be a good choice to rope in a few more. At the end of the sentence, Mach swept towards the prisons one by one. Familiar yet unfamiliar figures appeared in his eyes. I join. I'll join too. The guys who were very arrogant just now were a bit begging now. It's not that they have lost their will to be strong, but that they have really had enough of staying here. Eternal Hell, driving them crazy. Mork withdrew his gaze and looked at Jinbei again. Seeing that Jinbei was silent, he couldn't help but ask. You don't want to? Is it possible that you want to spend the rest of your life in this Eternal Hell? Jinbei then spoke. If you do this, you will become a complete enemy of the world government and Marine Headquarters. At that time, the position of Shichibukai will also be removed. Is it worth it for me? Chapter 77. Everyone got it. Ha ha ha. Mach couldn't help but laugh loudly. The position of Shichibukai has never meant anything to me. And you are worthy of me doing this. Because your strength and character are worthy of me doing this. After all, my pirate group is all capable people. When Jinbei heard this, the expression on his face froze. But then he looked at Mach with some gratitude, because the meaning of Mach's words couldn't be clearer. He trusted him with his life. This kind of trust is not something that everyone can give. Even though many pirate groups have fishmen, most of them are marginal figures. For example, Aladdin of the Big Mom Pirates. He was originally the doctor and deputy captain of the Sun Pirates, and is now the captain of the Sun Pirates. Even though he married Auntie's daughter Praline and became Auntie's son-in-law, he still has not become the core of the great pirate group. Call. Jinbei took a deep breath, and then said to Mach, then can I ask you a favor? Mork instantly understood what he meant. Ace and Whitebeard, right? Jinbei was slightly startled because he was shocked by Mach's quick thinking. With just one sentence, he immediately understood his intention. Mach smiled. Don't worry, Even without you, I will stand on Whitebeard's side this time. Ah, Jinbei looked surprised. He really couldn't understand why Mach was doing this. Mach said frankly, because I have received reliable information, the world government and marine headquarters have decided that once the war with the Whitebeard pirates is over, they will take action against me and keep me in marine forever, headquarters. Having said this, he couldn't help but shrugged. If that's the case, then why don't I take advantage of Marine's battle with the Whitebeard pirates to stab Marine hard? Jinbei also reacted at this time. Yes, this way. Not only does it relieve its own crisis, but it also makes Whitebeard owe you a huge favor. Ha ha ha. Mach laughed. Of course, for me, if the Warring States period and the world government dared to plot against me, they will have to pay the price. After Jinbei thought deeply for a moment, he nodded towards Mach. Mach's fingers immediately began to turn to mud, and then he poked the keyhole and opened the cell door. Jinbei walked out of it and said very respectfully, "Thank you, Captain, for saving me." Mach. We are already partners, so there is no need to say thank you. Advertisement. Then he walked to the front door of Shiryu's prison. Are you interested in joining my pirate group? Shiryu looked at Mach and nodded after being silent for a moment. He didn't want to stay here and get moldy. Mach warned. Remember, if you join my pirate group, you must abide by my rules. On my territory, if you dare to kill wantonly, I will kill you with my own hands. Of course, I will also let you enjoy the joy of killing. When the time comes, you will be the battle captain of my pirate ship, dedicated to attacking other forces. Shiryu heard this, thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Mach nodded with satisfaction and released it. Then Katrine Demai, Basque Shode, Abalo Pizarro were taken under Mork's command one by one. Then he walked to the 3 innermost cells on the 6th floor, where Beloric Redfield, Deadless Bullet, and Berndi Waldo were held respectively. Except for Berndi Waldo, who was frozen in ice, Redfield and Bullet's eyes fell on Mach at this time. These two guys are both Emperor-level powerhouses. It's not that difficult to conquer them. Even if they promised, they would regret it later. What can we do to them? At this time, Redfield and Bullet looked at each other. Who are they? The most powerful person in the world. Although, both of them want to get out of this eternal hell. But put them under the wing of a junior. They really can't pull that face off. Bullet looked at Mach and narrowed his eyes slightly. Boy, if you can walk in front of me, you probably know who I am. Then I am willing to join. Do you dare to believe it? After finishing speaking, he laughed a little playfully. Mach waved his hand. I really can't believe it, but if you join in the end, if you don't join, as long as you promise me 2 things, I will let you out. Having said this, he looked at Redfield aside. Same for you. Redfield and Bullet looked at each other again, and then asked in unison, tell me. Mach. The guys from world government and marine dared to plot against me. Then I will play a big game with them. So, the first thing I want you to do is follow me to the marine headquarters and join forces with Whitebeard to make a big fuss. 1 game. I want the whole world to know that they dared to plot against me. Even the marine headquarters was sunk by him. Work with Whitebeard to sink marine headquarters? Redfield and Bullet couldn't help but widen their eyes, not just the 2 of them. Everyone who had joined the Mach pirates at this time was also stunned. Advertisement, Gulu. Some people couldn't help but gulped. Hiss. Redfield gasped. Bullet's pupils were as narrow as needlepoints, and he was shaking like an earthquake. It can be seen how shocked he is inside. Ha ha ha. Then Bullet couldn't help but burst out laughing. I thought I was the craziest person in the world, but I didn't expect you to be crazier than me. Well, I agree. Redfield nodded aside. Okay, just think of it as meeting old friends. No to him, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, and Whitebeard are all old friends. Mach smiled. The second thing is, after the war at Marine headquarters is over, promise to help me once. Redfield. You rescue us, and we'll take action for you. A reasonable request. Bullet nodded on the side. It's not too much, I agree. Tisk tisk. Mokwai laughed, then opened the cell door of the 2 of them, and also untied the seafloor stone handcuffs and leg cuffs on them. After Redfield and Bullet regained their freedom, everyone became excited. Especially Bullet, the madman, is already gearing up. Then he glanced at some people who were still imprisoned. Aren't these guys going to be released? The corners of Mach's mouth raised slightly. Not everyone can join my pirate group, and not everyone is qualified to cooperate with me. Ha ha ha. Bullet laughed wildly again, and then took a deep look at Mach. When we get to Marine headquarters, I want to see if you have the capital to be so crazy. Mork. I won't let you down. Chapter 78 shocked everyone. Underground 4th floor, searing hell, Magellan's office. A guard hurriedly walked in. Director Magellan is in trouble. Someone broke into eternal hell and released one. What? Magellan, who was sitting steadily, immediately stood up and even exclaimed. His eyes were full of shock, because in his opinion, the impelled down city was like an iron wall. Except for the Golden Lion, no one has ever been able to escape from here. The most important thing is that someone broke in. It's not about the prisoner himself or what means he used to escape from prison. This is a big problem. My heart can't help but sink. He hurriedly asked. Who has been released? Guards, Jinbei, Shiryu, Katrine Demai, Basque Shode, Abalo Pizarro, Beloric Redfield, Deadless Bullet. Every time he said a name, Magellan's heart could not help but flutter. Because starting from Jinbei, no one is a simple character. Even he had to take it seriously. The most crucial thing is that the last two are Redfield and Bullet. The former was a great pirate during the era of Gold D. Roger, known as the Aloof Red, and the Red Earl. He alone was on par with Roger and the Whitebeard pirates. One can imagine how terrifying his strength is. The latter is known as the Descendant of the Devil, a hero known as the Successor of the Ghost, and was once a crew member of the Roger Pirates. He is so powerful that even his fellow Roger Pirates call him a monster. Regardless of strength, speed, skills, or physical strength, they are impeccable. The most important thing is that during these years in Impel Down, this guy has never forgotten to train, and it's still high-intensity training every day. So, this guy will only be stronger now. These two guys alone made Magellan feel overwhelmed, because he didn't have the confidence to block these two people. What's more, there are people like Jinbei, Shiryu, Katrine Demai, Basque Shote, and Abaro Pizarro. The most important thing is, the guy who broke in without a sound. At this moment, Magellan's hands were shaking. Immediately, his eyes became firm. He is the director of Impel Down City, and it is his duty to guard this place. He walked out. He was going to stop these guys. Everyone from Eternal Hell has already appeared here, with excitement on their faces. Shiryu. Captain, I'll go get the knife first. Mach nodded and then thought of something. By the way, catch that Sadie. She will be the torture officer on our ship from now on. Advertisement. Well, Shiryu was stunned for a moment, and then the smile on his face became even more evil. He even showed an expression that every man would understand. Don't worry, Captain, I will hand it over to the captain intact. He also emphasized the tone of the 4 words, unchanged. Mach didn't deny it, he just wanted a woman, there is nothing to deny. Among their group, the weakest ones have the strength of a lieutenant general. Wherever it passes, who can stop it? They traveled all the way and soon rushed to the 4th level, Lava Hell. This is where Magellan is, blocking the exit from the 5th to 4th floors. The moment he saw Mach and his group, he took action. Poison Cloud. I saw him releasing a large amount of poisonous gas from his body and shrouding Mach and his party. Mork raised an eyebrow. I have to say that Magellan's Paramecia poisonous fruit has serious side effects. It is even known as the toilet fruit, but no one can deny its power. Especially in such a closed space, it is simply a killer. No, even Redfield and Bullet couldn't help but frown. As a member of Impel Down City, I also suffered from this guy. Therefore, I have a deep understanding of the power of poisonous fruit. Jinbei, however, immediately took a step forward and stood in front of everyone, taking an attacking stance. However, he was stopped by Mork. Then I saw Mach moving forward with one hand, absorbing the fruit and immediately activated it. Katrine Demai, Basque Shote, Abaro Pizarro, Redfield, and Bullet watched quietly, because they all wanted to see what Mach's strength was. And the next second, they all couldn't help but widen their eyes. After activating his ability, strange energy appeared on Mach's hand, forming a vortex. Suddenly a suction force was generated, and all the poisonous gas enveloped by Magellan was sucked in. Flowing into the vortex, not a single thing was missed. Then everyone was even more shocked, because they discovered that Mach's hand began to change, then his whole person changed. That's right, Tamuk had no way to transform into the same Paramecia poisonous ability as Magellan, but at this time he turned into a poisonous gas fruit similar to natural gas. How can it be possible? Advertisement Magellan couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw that his ability had no effect on Mach.
You know, what he relies on most is the ability of the poison fruit. As for the poisonous fruits, the most powerful ones are poisonous. When the poison is useless to others, the fruit is basically useless. For him, the power of this fruit is useless. His strength is directly damaged by 8 out of 10. Shave. Mach disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Magellan. Collapse. The fist was wrapped around the weapon color and blasted out with all its strength. It hit Magellan's abdomen hard, and Mach's terrifying power hit him hard. Magellan was blown away directly. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood spurted from Magellan's mouth. Ah, this. Seeing Mach's effortless defeat of Magellan, everyone present showed surprised expressions. At the same time, he looked at Mach again. In the end, Jinbei couldn't even help his curiosity and asked, Captain, what kind of devil fruit ability do you have? Why are you not even afraid of poisonous gas? Mach didn't hide anything, he said bluntly. Paramecia-Absorption Fruit can absorb all things and transform into all things. Paramecia-Absorption Fruit, can it absorb all things and transform into all things? Everyone showed a puzzled expression. The next second, they were so shocked that they were almost dumbfounded. As soon as Mach raised his hand, a whirlwind appeared in his hand. There are all human beings present, how can you not tell? Isn't this the poisonous gas that Magellan just released? Why, Mach can use it. Shouldn't that be a move that can only be used by Magellan, a user with Paramecia poison fruit ability? Absorb all things and transform into all things. Everyone once again savored this sentence carefully, and then realized it one by one. But it was precisely because of the realization that I was even more shocked. No, it should be said to be horror. Several people couldn't help but look at each other. Is there such a devil fruit in the world? Isn't that the same as having a lot of devil fruit abilities at the same time? Now, they finally understand why Mork is called a multi-ability person.